Yes, of course, hence the name. Movement, it moves a certain distance, then it stops, you see. A revolution gets its name by always coming back around in your face. You tried to kill me, you son of a bitch. So welcome to the revolution.
I'm standing up here bashing the living shit out of Nazis. All right, what do you say we hop right in? What do you say we hop right in? What's going on, guys? I'm Boston Bryant. This is Blunt Politics. I really do appreciate you for joining me. Make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you like what you're watching. If you like what you're hearing at the end of the show, hit that subscribe button. It means a lot, goes a long way in helping us in the old algorithm. Shout out to everybody over there on this space. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Matt, as always, for allowing me to broadcast simultaneously over there. So I appreciate everybody also in the chat. Please make sure you hit the like button in your respective platforms, wherever you may be watching this. A lot to get to. As always, it's never a dull moment, especially when you're covering politics in today's day and age. We'll be taking a look at some of Trump's more, I don't know what you'd call them, embarrassing moments in Asia. We got also some news, some pretty unsurprising news coming from Gaza, as Israel has conducted more strikes and I believe killed over 100. I'm not exactly sure what the time frame is on that. We'll also be talking about Ukraine hits Moscow, which is really good to see. And then we got an iHip video from the I've Had It ladies talking about Trump slammed with bad news after leaked docs expose his third-term scheme. I know everybody's been talking about it. Mike Johnson had a comment on it. Tommy Tuberville had a fucking comment on it. And every single one of them seems to be this like talking out of both sides of your mouth, mealy mouth bullshit, where they, on one hand, want to recognize that they know it's not possible, but on the other hand, being like, well, never count Trump out, or he's just trolling, but it's also possibly possible. And like it, they're trying to leave that road open. And, nobody here on the left is dumb enough to take this as a joke. Nobody here on the left is dumb enough to, again, not take this threat seriously, especially when he continues to bring this up. But what do you say we dive right into it? Let's say thank you to the mods. First off, thank you so much, Rox. Thank you, Tiff. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Mel. Thank you, Lokera. Thank you, all you guys. Thank you, Jen. I really do appreciate all your help. Thank you for keeping that chat a safe space. What's up, No Money G? What's up, Julie? What's up, Dame? What's going on, everybody? I appreciate you. Make sure you hit that like button on the way in. What's up, Tricinia? What's up, Roxanne? Hi, Julie, Ask, Kristen. You guys are fantastic. What's up, Falco? Heroium Slava to you, my friend. Appreciate you. What's up, Bonnie? I feel good about today. That's good. I like when people feel good. What's up, Flipper? Appreciate you guys. Hit that like on the way in. And let's see if we can hop right into it, as this is the afternoon show. So I only have an hour with you today, and then I'll be joining you later tonight. And again, check out, make sure you're watching out for my videos over on the Dollarmore Daily. Not so much today, but I believe starting tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. My head's all going around in circles. I'm, again, still about as nervous as I could possibly be about that whole situation, but I'm feeling a little better about it. I've knocked out a couple so far, so I feel good. What's up, Uncle Mark? What's up, brother? I appreciate you, man. Please make sure you hit that like button on the way in. Thank you so much. All right, let's jump into just a couple of these. I know we were covering Trump's Japan trip yesterday, talking about the hypocrisy and him and what he used to do and say about John McCain and moving the USS John McCain into the background on a 2019 trip to Japan, to the same naval base that he spoke at yesterday or the day before. But yeah, this is a moment that people are talking about here, because people are talking about just how gingerly he seems to get out of this plane, right? Like, check out how he's walking down these steps. If you haven't seen this yet, this is Trump arriving in Busan, South Korea on Air Force One. And just check out how he moves down these steps. I don't know if the cankles are just extra sore today for some reason. I don't know if maybe the soles on the bottom of the feet are hurt from all the golf he's been doing. It's definitely not from exercising. We know that. So I don't know. Maybe it has to do with some of these health scares, these health problems, the health issues and the MRI we've been talking about. That Donald Trump maybe, because he failed the animal test, maybe that's why he's not walking right. But tell me what you think here. I'll play this and let me know if you think he's walking a little bit gingerly, right? Maybe if the socks he's got on are cutting off the circulation to the old kanks. So just before I say this, he's always very cognizant of the steps. Like, he's very afraid of being that person that falls up or down the steps. So he's always looking at the next step. So that's not really strange, but he doesn't typically lumber or, fucking struggle down the steps to this extent, as far as I can recall. offs, 1-2 pumps on the jerk. Open-fisted. Oh, open-fisted jerk. So that was nice. There must be more than one person around. All right, so that's about 32 seconds from the time he came out of the plane to the time he takes his first step. And I know he's got to come out and wave and do all the bullshit, but that's a bit excessive, right? Well, take a look at how gingerly he comes down. 1, 2. Oh, that was a double stepper. That was a double stepper. That was a put 2 feet on the same step. That must be an extra wide one. Yep. The fucking picture of health, ladies and gentlemen. The picture of an alpha male. Oh, it's amazing, right? And combine this with the footage that we showed yesterday, where the Japanese prime minister is literally trying to, or has to walk this guy around with a fucking leash because he's just wandering aimlessly wherever he wants. And the gods, even these stoic gods that most of the time are like the fucking, outside of the British fucking palace, they don't really move unless, provoked. Typically now they're the ones pointing their hands like, all right, dude, like go this way. No, just follow the line, go around. You guys stand on the podium. It's pretty easy. We rehearsed this, pretty good. But I don't know. A lot of people were talking about this. He was lumbering, wasn't looking too healthy, as he never does. See if I can get him. Let's see if we can get a little footage of him walking. They show him walking a little bit. Sits there and talks. Yaps. There you go. A little ginger. Straight line, sir. Christ, he's all over the place. The only guy in the world that doesn't drink would still fail a DUI test at any moment in the day if he took one. What's up, Tina? What's up, Jim? What's up, Leron? What's going on, my man? What's up, Gamer? Appreciate you guys. What's up, Tom? What's up, Boston? Mary, let's go. What's up, Mary? How are you? What's up, PJ? Appreciate you guys. Catch and Jam, what's happening? You guys are amazing. Thank you for hitting that like button. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. But I just wanted to that was catching people's attention. Another clip that was getting people's attention was this one, where Donald Trump pretty much threatens sending in the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and anybody else he wants into any city that he wants, saying that he has tacit permission to do so. He's now talked about not needing Congress. He's now talked about, conducting wars without the approval of Congress. So I don't know what we really deem as a dictator or an authoritarian or, a king in today's day and age. But I would think that somebody that, kind of has an end around not only the Constitution, but the end around Congress, thinks he can send our own military forces into our own cities again without any repercussions, and it's not breaking a law. I'd say that's probably somebody acting dictatorially, right? Somebody that's pretty much taken over their role as an authoritarian in, consolidated power to a point that he thinks nobody can question it. So again, let's take a look at this. This is just a 2-minute clip here, where he's talking about, again, sending in the Army, Navy, Air Forces, and Marines, and I think invoking the Insurrection Act, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if we can take a look at this. Might have to turn it up a little because it's on shitter.
What did you speak last night when you said you were prepared to send more than the National Guard into American cities?
Sure, I would do.
So the question is being asked, and for some reason the audio doesn't match up with the visually with what he's saying, but the audio is a little better on this one than most of the clips that I found. But he's asked basically about the Insurrection Act and sending more National Guard troops into U.S. cities, and this is his response.
That if it was necessary, if it was necessary to do that, but it hasn't been necessary. We're doing a great job without that, but yeah, it was necessary. As you know, I'm allowed to do that.
Do you mean other branches of the military you would send in, or?
If it were, who are you with?
The New York Times.
Oh, that's very good, very good.
So he was asked if he would consider sending in different branches of the military, not just the National Guard or the Marines that he brought up during his first fucking stint trying this out in California. But now obviously being asked if he's willing to send in, the Air Force, the Navy, the Marines, fucking Space Force, whatever, who knows.
Well, if you write it correctly, I'll give you the answer. But, I want to enact a certain act, I'm allowed to do it.
If I want to enact a certain act, they're talking about the Insurrection Act. He said he's allowed to do it.
Routinely, and about 50% of presidents have used that, as you know, and I'd be allowed to do whatever I want. but we haven't.
I'd be allowed to do whatever I want. Direct quote out of the mouth from Donald Trump right now on Air Force One. Like, I'm allowed to do whatever. Like, does the media need any more than that in order to deem this guy a dictator, an authoritarian, somebody that sees himself as a king and doesn't need to follow the rules, regulations, laws, the Constitution, Bill of Rights, you know, that sort of thing at all whatsoever? Can we at least agree on that much at least? Is that pretty much, you know, apparent in this clip?
Chosen to do that because we're doing very well without it. But I'd be allowed to do that, you understand that? And the courts wouldn't get involved, nobody would get involved. And
the courts wouldn't get involved. And again, he's talking about sending the Air Force, the Navy, the Marines, the Army into fucking U.S. cities. And he's saying that the Supreme Court wouldn't get involved. No courts would get involved. Nobody would say anything. And if they did, they would have no jurisdiction to, because again, he's king.
I could send the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. I could send anybody I wanted. But I haven't done that because we're doing so well without it. Washington, D.C. continues to be amazing, safe, and it's really great. As I said, Memphis, where we are now, is doing really well. It's down, I think, almost 70%. And within 2-3 weeks, it'll be down to almost no crime. Now, we're taking a lot of bad people out. We're incarcerating some very bad people, some gangs. They have a lot of bad gangs there, and we're taking care of it. And we're doing things that, frankly, local law enforcement is going to have a hard time doing. We were all set to go last Saturday into San Francisco. We look forward to that. We would have solved that problem in less than a month. But at the behest of a couple of really great people, very successful, great civic-minded people, they said, we'd love to try doing it ourselves, and that's okay.
So basically, he's talking about how he wanted to continue to put, you know, this policy in San Francisco, and I'm sure a lot of his rich friends that have businesses located in the area, you know, pretty much talked him out of that idea and said, how about we take a different route, you know, as to not throw this city into chaos. You know, we've seen what's going on in other cities. We've seen what's taking place. We've seen how ICE acts. We've seen how the citizens are treated, and we'd rather not have that done in our city. So, you know, it would probably affect my bottom line. I don't really care. And this is Donald Trump's friends talking, of course. They don't really care about so much the people being hurt, but, you know, more so the effect to their bottom lines that they would see, you know, in a deserted city that Trump has locked down with fucking army militia roaming the streets.
Okay, and we worked with the mayor, and we're working with those people, but we didn't surge the city. And I said, if we surge, it's going to go a lot quicker, and it's...
Talking about surging the city. That's the term he's using, is surging his own cities. The cities that he is presiding over, right? He's the president of this country, and he's talking about surging with military force those cities. I mean, again, this is nuts. This is fucking insane talk. This is fucking a bag of orange skin draped over a fucking casket of bones with absolutely no brain attached, acting in the most fucking maniacal, dangerous, reckless way possible. Okay, this is him knowing that this is his fucking last hoorah, whether it be because his last breath is already formed inside of those fucking decrepit lungs of his, or because he's actually realized at this point that this country will fucking flip its shit if he tries to actually run for a third term. I'm not sure which one of those has made him realize this, but he's going to fucking take anything and everything he possibly can get. He's going to break every rule, regulation, process, and fucking way of life that we know as being, you know, the norm that he possibly can before he fucking waltzes his way out the door with the fucking, you know, with the house burning in the background. And that's what's going on here. And, you know, people are afraid to call it out. The media is afraid to call it out because of the lawsuits. But here at Blunt Politics and at, you know, some of these other great progressive reporters and people here on YouTube, we're not afraid to fucking call it out. We're not afraid to fucking tell it how it is, right? This is, again, an egomaniacal fucking, fucking sociopathic piece of shit that knows his last breath is, again, formed inside his lungs already. And he's just waiting for it to fucking come out of his throat. Or he's recognized that fucking people will have him on a pike if he tries to run for a fucking third term. Now he's just going to try to wrap up everything he possibly can. Anything he can get his grubby ass, dirty, corrupt, stanky ass, fucking woman abusing fucking hands on as he possibly can.
The rest of my life, I have the curse that I have little hands. Little hands. Referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small.
Hey, you got a little chubby going there.
All right, so this small, pathetic, insignificant piece of shit trying to do everything he can to accrue and amass power before he fucking exit this planet fucking stage left.
Much more effective, but I want to give them a chance to do it themselves if they can. If they can't do it themselves, we'll solve San Francisco in 3 weeks.
I just wanted to make sure to play that one as he's talking about again. Not needing to listen to anybody. The courts don't have a damn thing to say to him. They can't touch him. The Supreme Court, Congress is not needed in order to, again, start just randomly killing people in international waters. Another fucking 14 in another 4 strikes. Another 14 people killed in another 4 strikes posted by Pete Hegseth, our drunken, woman-abusing, Secretary of State. Secretary of War. My apologies on that one. They changed their fucking name so much that I'm having trouble. Oh, thank you, Kim. Very nice of you. Thank you so much for being here for 4 months, and you're absolutely right about your statement. But thank you so much for your contributions. I appreciate you being here. Please make sure that we're thanking Kim for and congratulating Kim on being here for 4 months and thanking her for her contributions to the channel. What's up, Alyosha? What's up, buddy? What's up, Rob Law? What's up, Laser Sword? Olga, how are you? Hey, Eric. All right, so let's head on to, again, the most unsurprising news probably of the day, something that we've covered extensively here on Blunt Politics, which is the non-existent, ceasefire that is just the most ridiculous thing, to ever be applauded by the mainstream media. It's something that is far and away not what we're seeing in reality. And this is just a little Guardian video. It's only about a minute long, talking about the new Israeli strikes in Gaza, killing at least 104 as ceasefire looks increasingly fragile, which is just the understatement of the century. As you're reporting on another 104 people being killed in strikes, the fact that you can even put the word ceasefire in that is just a fucking joke. You're talking about firing and murder as you're, again, talking about a ceasefire. Those two things cannot go hand in hand. And then we have another one here kind of giving us a little bit more information from CBS. This is a little bit more detailed in its coverage. So what do we say? We start with this one from The Guardian, and then we'll work our way towards that. And then we'll get into Ukraine, and then we'll get into the I've Had It podcast and see what the I've Had It ladies have to say. All right? I appreciate you guys. Thanks. Hit that like button. I'm Boston Brian. This is Blunt Politics. I appreciate you joining me. I really do. So let's get into it. So I don't think there's any commentary on this, so I'll just read it out loud. Israeli airstrikes on Gaza overnight killed at least 104 Palestinians, including children. This woman says, they bombed right next to us. Suddenly we saw all the rubble on top of us. On top of our children and our elderly. I pulled my son from under the rubble. I found his head injured and covered in blood. God knows if he will live or not. God is my refuge. And of course, on scene, you're seeing apparent evidence and destruction from those attacks. These strikes appear to be the gravest challenge yet to increasing fragile U.S. brokered. Again, the fact that you can even say or put the word ceasefire in this video is a joke. It's just a fucking disgrace. He says there was meant to be a truce, that they took hostages and we were done. Footage shows Palestinians inspecting the damage, removing the bodies of some of those killed by the strikes. We want this to end. I am 27 years old, says Abed Jarata, neighbor of building that was struck. I don't know how to do anything, war or no war. We are tired. We are fed up. We want to get out of this situation. Because everyone around us is suffocating. It says Palestinians gathered at Al Hadli Arab Hospital in Gaza City, praying for those that were killed in the strikes. Netanyahu ordered the strikes after what he called Hamas violations of the ceasefire. Saying an attack by Palestinian militants had killed 1 soldier. And then that brings us to this, which kind of gives us a little bit more information as to what's going on here. This is from CBS, titled Israel Pounds Gaza. Let's see here. My apologies.
To the agreement by Hamas militants. Now, despite...
It says Israel pounds Gaza in deadly strike over Hamas apparent ceasefire violations. Again, even including the word ceasefire as a joke, but let's see what this has to say.
The latest test to the fragile U.S. brokered peace deal, President Trump says the overall agreement is not at risk.
They killed an Israeli soldier, so the Israelis hit back, and they should hit back. When that happens, they should hit.
Do you think that
And again, so how are we calling this a ceasefire? How is this in any way, can any fucking normal person with a head on their shoulders in any way be calling this a ceasefire? If one's blaming the other side and you're giving permission to the other side to continue the strikes, regardless of what they say, and regardless of how, what the scope of the retaliation is in retaliation to what the actual fucking, original violation was to the ceasefire. I mean, this is fucking ridiculous. This is just, it's not even living in reality at this point. It's anybody who's continuing to call this a ceasefire or say there's some possible way for this ceasefire to hold or calling it a fragile. It's ridiculous. It's insane. And you're a moron if that's what you're calling this. A ceasefire means no more fucking firing. You know what this is? Firing. That's what that is. You know what strikes are? It's a fucking fancy word. It's another way to say fucking firing, shooting, killing. God damn it. It's so fucking frustrating.
Does that worry you about the ceasefire? Does that jeopardize the ceasefire?
No, nothing's going to jeopardize. That's
nothing. No, it doesn't jeopardize. 104 people dying in retaliation for, an alleged IDF soldier being killed. That, and again, given permission to Israel to continue those strikes, if that happens, is in no way a problem. It's not a hindrance to the ceasefire. Can we recognize how fucking ridiculous that is in the chat? Please tell me you recognize how ridiculous that is.
You have to understand, Hamas is a very small part of peace in the Middle East, and they have to behave.
BBC News Middle East analyst Sebastian Usher is following all of this from Jerusalem for us and joins us now. Sebastian, good morning. Tell us more about these violations Israel says it responded to, and help our viewers understand why, despite the killing of a number of people, the ceasefire deal appears to be intact.
Because it's not a real deal, you asshole. You fucking moron. It is not a real deal. It's not intact. It never was intact. It's not a fucking real deal. It was never going to be agreed to or lived up to by either fucking side. It's complete and utter bullshit that's going to be fucking totally overridden regardless of what happens. And people are going to be told to look the other way. And that this is going to be some success regardless of the number of fucking people we see die from the time that this so-called fucking non-existent ceasefire was signed up until, I don't know, current day, is just, it's ridiculous to even consider the fact that this ceasefire agreement is not only in place, but being upheld after reporting on 104 people being killed in airstrikes. Like, how is that any different than the actual war that was going on to begin with? Seems to me like the same exact fucking thing. An over fucking attack, an over retaliation, killing fucking 100 times more people than you say was committed by the violation or by the other side. Right? So how is that not the exact same fucking thing that we saw take place beforehand? What's changed?
Well, Israel seems to have launched the strikes, which are the deadliest wave of attacks since the ceasefire came into effect, after an Israeli soldier was killed north of Gaza, where soldiers are trying to dismantle and destroy the remaining underground networks there, which have played such a big role during this war in terms of Hamas's capabilities, military, but also where the hostages have been kept. It also...
Now again, do these look like scenes of a ceasefire on your fucking on your screen right now? Does this look like a ceasefire? Does this look like a peace agreement? Does this look like, people being able to move back into their fucking territory to rebuild? Is that what we're looking at here?
Came as the issue of the remaining bodies of the dead Israeli hostages. There's still problems over that. The Israeli officials.
Oh, you mean that problem that we talked about here on Blunt Politics a full week before this fucking agreement was even a thing? You mean that thing that we're talking about? And I warned you guys to watch out for as a fucking sticking point, as something that was going to be a point of contention in this whole thing and could fucking bring the whole thing down? Do you mean that thing that I told you to watch out for that we're actually seeing play out right now before our very eyes? Where the Israeli intelligence, Israeli government, and the U.S. intelligence and U.S. government knew damn well that it was a fucking physical impossibility to have these hostages returned, especially where they don't know where the fuck they are. Or if they're lying under fucking, 100, 10 tons, fucking 20 tons of rubble. You know? And that's, again, being used as justification for any one or any number of these violations.
The Israeli authorities believing essentially that Hamas is playing for time, but it would be able to deliver those bodies, to hand them over much more quickly than they've been doing. The Israelis put up a video yesterday, which they said was evidence of Hamas essentially staging a fake recovery of a body. So later last night, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered a wave of what he called powerful strikes, and that's what they were. They were across Gaza, in Gaza City, in the center of Gaza, in Han Yunis. Now, the Israeli military has issued a statement this morning saying that it struck 30 militant commanders, didn't give more details about who they were or where they were. Reports that we have from medical sources, from officials.
Again, struck being killed, struck being fired upon, struck being air assaults, struck being not a ceasefire, right? So they didn't cease firing, they actually continued firing. So this is just an ongoing battle at this point. There is no ceasefire. It's irrelevant. There are no fucking talking points being stuck to. There are no fucking bullet points being stuck to. Both sides are fucking blaming the other side, and there's still people dying on a daily basis. So again, we're right back to where we fucking started, where we said we were going to be. But everybody wants to fucking pat Donald Trump on the back in the media and praise him for peace in the Middle East when nothing has fucking changed.
In Gaza say that a number of children were killed, a number of women were killed, that in some instances 5 or 6 people were killed at one time. These are all images, these are all scenes reminiscent of the war at its height, which...
Correct, which has not stopped, right? So the only thing that's changed is the Palestinian people have now been allowed back in, so these strikes are now going to kill even more people. Right? You see what's going on here? So, when we showed those videos of the Palestinians being able to fucking, come back into the land that's been fucking utterly destroyed so they can have some semblance of a life, so they can rebuild some semblance of a home, right? Some semblance of a fucking community. So now there's inevitably going to be more people per square foot, per fucking square mile than there were beforehand. And this is going to be even more catastrophic if this thing kicks back off. Again, to the extent, to the height at which we saw, before the any of these fucking talks were to happen. You know what I mean? Because you just think more people in there is going to lead to more fucking deaths.
Of course, gives a sense that the ceasefire is becoming more and more fragile. I think
it's broken. It's broken. Can we get it through this fucking your thick skulls? Stop calling it a ceasefire. It's gone. It's over. This ended it. If it wasn't ended already, if you didn't want to fucking tell them that it was over to begin with, when the first, 4 to 6 to 10 to 20 fucking people died, then can we call it over now? It's over. It's done. There is no ceasefire. Nobody has ceased firing.
So when President Trump says that it won't be jeopardized, he's of course talking about the big...
Look at that fucking shot. I mean, that is just absolutely remarkable to see. Just utter devastation. As far as the eye can see, that is just fucking gross. Sorry.
A picture. The picture that at the moment, Israel, the Israeli government, has no reason to launch full, all-out hostilities against Hamas, against the other factions in Gaza, and that Hamas hasn't got the military and the will to do so. But the problem is that this first phase of the ceasefire is still not really heading with any real momentum towards the next. And that is going to be even more difficult to get across the line and to ensure that the war genuinely does come to an end.
Can you even imagine even fucking running it through your thick skull, trying to talk about phase 2 of this process? What's going on in phase 1? Can we just talk about that? We can't even get through step 1 of phase 1 of act 1 of chapter 1. We haven't even gotten through the fucking introduction yet. And people are like, oh, I don't know. Fucking chapter 2 is definitely in. You think? You fucking think? Well, did you actually have some fucking trust in the competence and Donald Trump to actually get peace in this fucking process? Come on, man. You know better than that.
Sebastian in Jerusalem.
And speaking of, a situation in which we have absolutely no trust whatsoever in, Donald Trump getting peace in, we head now to Ukraine, which this military show video is titled Ukraine hits Moscow hard. Putin loses control of his own skies, which is, again, just kind of on this ongoing path of, successes that we've seen by the Ukrainian military, not just in its oil refinery strikes, not just in, its strikes in and around Russian bases inside of Russia, not just in its, not just in the area around Pokrovsk, in, deterring, several different Russian armored advances, but also taking back territory, separating Russian units from their main columns and surrounding them. So it's been a pretty good role reversal in the last, 2-3 months that we've seen, and it's a good thing to see. We've also seen, like I said, the sanctions been put in place by the United States, added onto the ongoing attacks on the oil refineries, which would have or could have crippling effects, which we're hoping to see. But let's just take a look at a few minutes of this video, and then we'll dive into this I've Had It podcast to finish it out, to round it out, and then I'll let you guys go. But let's dive into just a few minutes of this, just kind of giving us an update on this latest strike, because anytime Ukraine strikes inside of Moscow, or, whatever information we'll hear here, it's definitely news to report. So what do you say we dive into it? Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava. Thank you very much, guys. Hit that like button. Oh, you know what I should do, though? Would be very good is to kind of show you the right video on the screen. That would be fantastic. So let me just play that 4 seconds over, and we'll do that again.
Ukraine just brought the war right to the heart of Russia, hitting Moscow hard with one of the largest attacks on the country's capital since the conflict began. Despite encircling the city with a ring of radars and air defense systems, the Kremlin seemed to be caught off guard by this attack, with multiple explosions ringing out around the city and thick plumes of smoke captured on camera too. It's one of the clearest signs yet that Ukraine is in the ascendancy, and Vladimir Putin has completely...
And this could be like, I don't know, I know because I love history, I'm hoping that I attract some history buffs in the chat, but you can kind of compare these type of things to, like, I don't know, like maybe the Doolittle raid, right? If anybody knows their World War II history, the Doolittle raid, launched against Tokyo the first time that these aircraft had been launched from, a Navy aircraft carrier. They ended up being forced to launch their planes even earlier because they were detected. But yeah, because the strike wasn't meant to do like overwhelming damage. And I don't think, like you said, any of these are going to have that effect, but it does have a crippling effect on the mental health of the people, the Russians in and around Moscow. They continue to see the strikes on the oil refineries, which kind of, depicts a situation in which, says that your air defenses are very inadequate and not up to the task. And that's kind of okay to the Russians in St. Pete, in Moscow, in, Vladivostok, and, and any of the, the bigger built up areas. But as soon as that starts getting closer to home, as soon as that, the lack of air defense and like the miscalculations and, the shitty weaponry or the shitty ammunition that hasn't been stored properly, as soon as that starts getting a little closer to home, a little closer to your city, that's when it starts having a big impact, right? So it was more so. And there was a couple raids like this over Berlin, the famous quote that's talked about where, Goering says, if you see an enemy bomber fly over Berlin, you can call me Meyer, right? So again, just the fact that that the Berliners did end up seeing Allied forces, Allied planes flying over Berlin and being able to execute their mission and return home again without, causing mass damage, without, destroying the capital or anything like that. It didn't put the city out of action or out of commission, but it did have a huge impact psychologically on the, the citizenry of these cities, which is kind of what I I relate this to in some sort of way. It's not going to shut down Moscow. It's not going to end the war in and of itself, but it does have huge psychological ramifications, not only to the citizens, but also to Putin and the government, knowing just how, incapable and inefficient their air defenses are. And just how, pretty much at will Ukraine with the correct amount of weapons and, striking the correct targets could do some serious and has done and will continue to do serious damage.
He lost control of his own skies. The incident occurred overnight on October 26th into the early hours.
Right. So Uncle Mark, good point. Good point. Uncle Mark says sometimes the visual is more powerful than anything, right? So again, these Russians that have been seeing the strikes on Telegram or seeing them, wherever on RT or on Russian propaganda and, just kind of see it on TV is a lot different than actually physically experiencing and listening to the sound of drones go over the head of your city or, strikes actually happening in your city where you're supposed to be, the most well protected in Moscow. You're supposed to be, the top of the tops, the high class of the high class. You're supposed to be the most well protected being in the capital there. So, it does have a huge impact when you see the explosions, when you hear the drones, and you know that you are on the chopping block. Like this war does have the ability to come to your fucking doorstep at any moment. So you're 100% right, Mark. Good point there. I appreciate you, brother.
Was of October 27th, when swarms of Ukrainian drones crossed the border and made a beeline for the Moscow region and several other regions around Western Russia. In total, the Russian Defense Ministry claimed to have intercepted 193 drones, including 40 over the Moscow region. The ministry went on to add that 34 of the drones in question were heading directly for the capital city itself when they were allegedly taken out, with several other regions, including Kaluga, Bryansk, and Tula, also targeted.
So a pretty sizable attack there, as you can see. Not going in or believing anything that the Russians say in terms of like how many they shot down, how many were intercepted or anything like that. But you can definitely tell as to just the amount of cities that were, targeted, that this was a pretty substantial attack, by the Ukrainian military and not something just kind of done willy-nilly here. But I'm going to see if I can look up in the background here, anything on the Kyiv Independent that gives us maybe a little bit more information as to how this strike was conducted, how many drones were launched, that type of thing, how many were successful, because obviously you can't take the word of the Russians for it. But I'll continue to play this.
47 UAVs were flown over the Bryansk region, 42 over the Kaluga region, 40 over the Moscow region, including 34 UAVs flying to Moscow, 32 over the Tula region, 10 over the Kursk region, 7 over the Oriol region, 4 over the Rostov region, 4 over the Voronezh region, 2 over the Orenburg region, 2 over the Tambov region, 1 over the Belgorod region, 1 over the Lipetsk region, and 1 over the Samara region. The mayor of Moscow, Sergei Sobyanin, also confirmed that dozens of Ukrainian drones have targeted the capital. He posted online throughout the night claiming that the city's air defenses were successfully repelling all incoming threats, while also warning locals about the risk of falling debris, with residents urged to remain at home. Meanwhile, 2 of Moscow's 4 principal airports, Domodedovo and Shukovsky, were forced to temporarily suspend operations due to fears of further drone activity in the region.
Again, another minute detail that is bringing this, just a little closer to the Russian citizens, right? So again, they're now they're just having to struggle through life just a little bit more. The people that their flights were delayed or probably canceled or whatever it may be, right? The people that thought they were safe in and around these cities and they didn't have to worry about it and the war's far off and, it's not something that we have to think about. Now we're thinking about it, even in the most, minute fucking way possible. Not in any way comparable to what anybody else is feeling, especially in Ukraine. But, again, just something to bring it to their doorstep, something to bring this, a little bit closer to them and make it a little bit more real that they're, again, in the fucking, they're in the firing path as well.
There were no reports of any major damage in Moscow, and the Kremlin was quick to claim that it had successfully shot down Kyiv's drones. However, as we know from past experience, Russian officials tend to have a very loose relationship with the truth. Russia will happily twist the narrative and spin statistics to suit its own agenda, covering up the parts it doesn't want the public to know about. However,
so basically stated, we cannot take their word for what the extent of the damage was, how many drones they shot down, that sort of thing, right? So, but that's why I kind of equate that to the Doolittle raid, where it was more a show of force, more a sign that we can do this, and not so much this is like an overwhelming trying to cripple you type of attack, sort of thing, right? So let's see. Dame says, Jake Bro showed those fiber optic drones. Very cool. I also love the Russian combat camel Ukraine. Yeah, right. I saw that. And yeah, that the fiber optic drones is something that we talked about yesterday on the show. Was it yesterday? We showed a pretty good United 24 documentary depicting, life on the front lines and the new use of these fiber optic drones, and just how difficult it is for them to be combated against, and not only that, but the devastation, the destruction that the drone nets and also the fiber optic cable itself has. Let me see if I can find a picture. Let's see. Cable on battlefield. Let's see if this brings it up, because there's images that I've seen of just. Yeah, does this show that here? Maybe this will show it. Let me put this on this. I don't know if you can see this picture. I'll get myself out of the way. I'll blow this up a little bit. The picture on the right-hand side of the screen there. Oops, sorry. My apologies. I'm on the wrong one. Let me do this one. Oh, for crying out loud. This one. All right, so yeah, stop this. So I don't know if you guys can see this on your screen. Hopefully you can. Let me see. It's this one right here. I'm going to make this full screen. But take a look at this guy's feet, right? Take a look at what's going on with his feet. And I'll play it again. I'll start it from the beginning, right? Take a look at his feet. It almost looks like he's walking through spider webs, right? That's not spider webs, unfortunately. Right? That's not something that belongs in nature. That's not something that's going to disintegrate. That is all fiber optic cable, ladies and gentlemen. That is just strewn and left throughout the battlefield, throughout the forest, all over the roads, covering everything, right? Because once the drone goes out, it's got up to 30 kilometers of this shit spooled underneath it. And it's just kind of letting it out behind the drone as it's flying. So from the point of fucking takeoff to wherever that thing ends up, there's going to be a line of this shit going fucking straight to it in every move that you made, right? And again, this stuff is kind of dangerous. And in that documentary that we talked about, I didn't get to that part because of how long the documentary was, but they actually talk about how necessary it is to clean up the fiber optic cable, not only because of the destruction it can do to animals and the surrounding habitats, but also because it picks up light very well, and from above, it's very easy to spot the fiber optic cable, and it pretty much will, give you a detailed route sometimes back to where these drones are being launched if you follow it to its extent, right? So I just wanted to, this is what's going on with think of another 2 years too of fiber optic drone usage, and if it becomes more prevalent, just how much of this shit is going to be covering Ukraine, right? Look at all that. And it's covering the whole field, too. All on that left is just, no matter where you walk, you're going to be fucking covered in fiber optic cable. Just kilometers and kilometers and kilometers of fiber optic cable. It's fucking nuts. It's nuts. All right, what do you say before we run out of time? We head into our last video that I wanted to get to. Let me see if I can bring this up for you guys after talking about the strikes in Moscow there. We can put this on the screen because this is the I've Had It ladies, Jen and Pumps, if I'm not mistaken, with one of their latest videos talking about how Trump is slammed with bad news after leaked docs expose his third-term scheme. This was released, I think, this morning, roughly 3 hours or so ago. So what do you say we dive into this, and then I'll get you guys out of here and on your way for another lovely day. I really do appreciate it. Make sure you hit that like button. Again, this is Jen and Pumps from the I've Had It podcast. Let's see what they got to say about old fucking fatty Kank's orange skin himself.
All right, Kanks took an animal identification photo test.
I love how everybody's calling it now an animal identification photo test. Like, did you take that test where you have to identify the fucking camel? Oh, hold on. I got something for that. Trump loves camels, doesn't he?
We appreciate those camels. I haven't seen camels like that in a long time.
He hasn't seen camels like that since the last time he took a dementia test. Oh, I love it.
This is literally like a picture of a giraffe. And they said, what animal is this? And he said giraffe. And then he bragged about it on Air Force One to the press, and then he challenged others to take the test with him because he claims he aced it, which we know if he's talking about.
I don't understand like why this isn't the most prime piece of content like on the chopping block right now. Like, why wouldn't AOC, and I know they have to like some extent, talk back, they chatted back, clap back, I should say, but why they don't just like record themselves the whole time? Just record themselves taking this test, question for question, fucking word for word, answer for answer, and then just be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Let's excuse me. And I know this test is online, but it'd be a lot more, prominent. It'd be a lot more widely seen if AOC were to, again, expose just every single one of these questions that Donald Trump says is like, the MCAS, or, just like he took his SATs and got a perfect score on it. And meanwhile, it's, again, what would these people talking about? It's, name the camel, point to the lobster, right? You guys can point to the lobster.
They've been conserved since the time of lobsters, right? There weren't trees around when lobsters first manifested themselves on the planet.
Ad nauseum. And then if it escalated to an MRI, he failed it. We have full-blown dementia. So fresh off of that admission that he failed his animal identification, AKA the dementia test.
I can't get enough of the animal identification. I love it.
And fresh off of the lowest polling numbers this man has ever had. We're talking he is underwater approval rating in the 30s. We are just down to the absolute dipshit cultist right now. He puts out this banger on Lie Social after winning 3 elections.
All right, hold on. I'll let her read it.
By a lot. I am now getting the best polling numbers that I've ever received. People see how strong the economy is, the trillions of dollars of investment pouring into our country, the record-setting strong border after years of millions of criminals pouring through it, totally unvetted and unchecked, ending 8 wars in 8 months, no men playing in women's sports, no transgender for everyone, rapidly falling energy prices, and much more. Despite all of this, which everything that he just said was a lie, every single thing, the radical left losers are taking fake ads, not showing real polls, but rather saying that I'm polling at low levels. These are the people that I've been beating.
Like, what the fuck is this like new fake ad bullshit he's got going on? Like, didn't he just say Canada ran a fake ad having to do something with like Ronald Reagan and tariffs? Like what are these fake ads that he's talking about? Like, there's nothing faker and there's nothing more incorrect or unofficial or, fucking misinformative than anything he writes on True Social or anything that comes out of his own mouth. So the fact that he's now calling the polls fake isn't really surprising because that's what he does. But calling like ads fake again, like the ads should be removed because they're fake. I'm not even sure what that means. You can call them wrong, like you can call them incorrect, but how are they fake? Pretty sure they were made and they're real and they're on and they say shit, but you can disagree with what they say, but as far as the commercial being fake, that just doesn't make any sense.
For years, and I am continuing to do so, but by even bigger margins. These ads should not be allowed to.
It's margin. Can we get that right? It's a margin.
Run because they are fake. This was at 1:03 a.m. I just want to put the timestamp. Everything in that was completely false. Investments are not pouring into the United States. I'm
sorry. We have at least $367 trillion sitting on a shelf somewhere right now. 897 trillion dollars now sitting on the shelf.
Shaking down people. This government shakes other governments down, and he is actually colluding with people who are our adversaries, right? So that Jared Kushner and Kanks and his dipshit sons, Dumb and Dumber, can all get richer. And I cannot believe.
Oh, and again, did you see that James? Hold on, let me see if I can pull this up for you. Speaking of Donald Trump getting richer, because James Comer was questioned about this on CNN about Donald Trump and his family raking in something like $900 million. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick before I get you guys out of here. Yeah, I think this is it right here. Share this tab instead.
And the Trump family's crypto venture.
Of course, he's on with fake Flappo, too. All right, yeah, this is James Comer being asked about Donald Trump's crypto involvement, and if the fact that he's made about $900 million on the side, in a scheme that's not regulated as president of the United States is something that the guy that loves investigating Joe Biden, loves investigating the Biden family. Is this something that he's willing to take a look at as well? And let's hear what fucking Comer had to say.
I want to ask you one more thing before you go, as long as I have you, because you're chairman of the Oversight Committee. Right. There's a Reuters report today on the Trump family's crypto ventures. Based on the family's own financial disclosures, Reuters found the Trump organization's income from the first half of this year shot from $51 million to $864 million. About $800 million of that is from crypto. And the story details how most of the buyers are foreign investors and how all this money is going to belong to Trump when he leaves office. Is this something that you're going to look into at all?
Well, it's something that we are.
What I say there, Jake, or what I say is what I will say is what I can say, and what I should say is not what I'm going to say. But what I shall say is humana. No, Joe Biden. It's like, can you? All right, the oversight committee is supposed to be doing oversight. We're now talking about the president here in an unregulated fucking scheme, making almost $1 billion fucking dollars, and you're still going to talk about what, Hunter Biden's dick or something like that? Is that what we're still talking about? Crack pipes and shit? Is this something you may want to look into? And James Comer's answer is I sure won't. Well, maybe not. Joe Biden.
Like you reading about this, we're trying to digest it.
Are you're digesting it? And this is the new thing. You'll hear this from mealy mouth Mike Johnson, Mr. fucking porn app himself, talking about all the time where it's like, we're when asked a question by a reporter with something that he doesn't like or doesn't want to talk about, we're just trying to digest this in a factual matter, and we'll get back to you in the most inconvenient time possible for us and for you. But no, we just looked at this, haven't really read too much into it. That stripping health care from millions of Americans and disallowing the poorest people the ability to get SNAP benefits and stuff. Haven't read about it, haven't heard about it, but we'll be sure to look into it.
The difference between the way the Trump family's operating and the
did his head get more square? Like, is his head been in a fucking, looks like he's been in a mold. Looks like his head's been in a fucking square mold since the last time he was on television. Is anybody else getting that? But I do say I got my head stuck in the square hole. I thought it was the round hole, but it ended up being that square hole. I ain't the brightest bulb in the tree, but shit, I've been stuck there for 3 months. Look at the square head I got now. Fuck.
Biden family they're admitting they're doing this. The president.
I'm just going to play that moment one more time. I'm just going to play this one more time. And again, this is a member of the Oversight Committee, if not the fucking chair of the Oversight Committee, if I'm getting that wrong. Forgive me if I'm getting that wrong. But this guy is literally saying that it's okay because Trump is admitting that they're doing it, is literally what he just said. I don't necessarily mind what he's doing. I know he stole $1 billion in an unregulated fucking situation, but as president of the United States, but I do say, at least he's saying that he's a crook.
Right, in the Biden family they're admitting they're doing this.
So he says the only difference between the Trump family and the Biden family is that the Trump family is admitting that they're doing this. Okay, so usually an admission is something that you did wrong, correct? Like if you're admitting to something, you're admitting to guilt or, intent or coercion or cooperation or involvement. You don't just, fucking admit to nothing. You know what I mean? He literally just said, but at least they admit it. At least they admit they're shady, shisty, fucking criminal fucks.
The president campaigned as a business guy. I'm not defending the policy. I think there needs to be ethics.
Sounds to me like you're defending the policy. Sounds to me like that's exactly what you're doing by, talking about him as a businessman. And again, in an unregulated fucking situation, in an unregulated fucking, area of business here in his crypto shit. But no, again, James Comer not going to dick pics. Yes. Crack pipes. Yes. $1 billion made by the president illegally. No.
And I had a bill that Jamie Raskin.
I had a bill.
Killed last session because he thought that Kamala Harris was going to win the presidency.
It's Kamala Harris, you fucking square-headed prick.
But it would have increased the disclosure. So As long as
disclosure, I mean, shit, disclosure is all that I'm worried about. As long as he's disclosing his crimes, what do I got to say? He's putting his crimes on paper. It's right there. No crackpot, no dick pics. So we're all good.
you disclose your income and disclose the
Crimes, not income, crimes.
the sources, I think that's acceptable.
Okay, so what are the sources? What are the sources of the income in this crypto? Who's invested into this crypto scheme? Is there a list of foreign adversaries? Is there a list of foreign entities that we could look at where we could see line by line how much they've invested into Donald Trump's crypto and then exactly what they've gotten in return for those backdoor fucking shady investments that we don't know about? Because how ridiculous is it to say in an unregulated fucking area of fucking business that everything is transparent and that we know where the money's coming from and that why Donald Trump is putting in the policies that he's putting in place, right? Like, it's crazy.
If you lie about the income, you say, I never received money from China, and then we subpoena your bank records and there's $5 million from China.
I mean, kind of like the time when Donald Trump lied and said that he didn't pay more to China the year he paid the United States $750 in federal taxes. I think it was something like a couple $100,000 he paid to China. That same, like, that's, you talking about kind of like a similar situation like that, James? Fucking foghorn.
I think that's a problem. So, you know, I think it's a legitimate question. A lot of people are concerned, especially since the crypto industry isn't regulated. But
you think?
If my position now is as long as the president's disclosing this, and they're filling out disclosures and they're answering questions. He answers questions about it. If you ask him about his crypto, he'll say, yes, they've got the best crypto country in the world. Now,
the best crypto country in the world, does he? Is that what he'd say? I'm sure that's probably what he'd say because he's a fucking moron and his brain is melting out of his earlobes, rapidly by the moment. So I wouldn't put it past him to say that he has the best crypto country in the world. But that, again, makes absolutely no sense. But let's just fucking rewind that for a second. Listen to what James Comer doesn't care.
Closing this, and they're filling out disclosures, and they're answering questions. He answers.
As long as they're filling out disclosures, right, as long as the disclosures are filled out, as long as Donald Trump fills out his disclosures, then it's all set. Doesn't matter if what's on the disclosures is bullshit. Doesn't matter if what's on the disclosures is informationally incorrect, right? Doesn't matter if it's a lie or if he's just admitting to crimes, but as long as it's on the fucking disclosures, he's all set.
There's questions about it. If you ask him about his crypto, he'll say, yes, they've got the best crypto country in the world. Now, do the voters like that?
Do. I'm loving it. The fucking guy, he's so fucking frazzled. He just turned himself into a McDonald's commercial. Do. Either that or he's in a fucking doo-wop band all of a sudden, and he just brought himself back to the fucking garage during practice. Do. I'm loving it. Fucking idiot.
And I think that's going to be an issue in the next presidential election. I think it's a fair question, but from an ethic,
do you think it's a fair question as to why or how or if it's legal that the president made almost $1 billion behind the scenes in an unregulated fucking crypto farm? It's a legitimate question. I'm glad you allowed us that at least that much leeway. I really do appreciate it there, James. But thank you guys so much for tuning in today. I really do appreciate it. Make sure you're tuning in tonight, 8:30 on the East Coast, 5:30 here on the West Coast. Again, I'll be diving into more videos for Jesse, making sure we're getting ready for his channel. So it's going to be a busy day. Hopefully I can, squeeze in setting up another 2-hour show in there tonight somehow and still manage to get this all done because I'm sweating bullets. I'm nervous, but that's what it's got to be. Hopefully it's a great opportunity. I know it's a great opportunity. So hopefully I can get it done for everybody and keep everybody happy and keep the wheels turning on both channels. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much to everybody on this space. Thank you to everybody over there as far as mods and Matt. Thank you so much to Jeff. Jeff's going to be following up next on this space. So make sure you're heading over there. Please give him a like. Please give him a follow. Shout out to you, my man, Jeff. And thank you to everybody over on this space. I'll toss it over to you guys now. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no. other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
He's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the show. Logically Left, right here, this space, Wednesday. We got a fantastic show. Before I talk about what I'm actually going to talk about, I do want to thank Boston Brian. Fantastic show. Thank you for the intro. Thank you for the kind words, as always. And thank you to everyone else on this space, everyone who's running it, and those of you who are watching. So thank you for tuning in on for this, because it's going to be a fantastic show. All right. We got the shutdown. We got Marjorie Taylor Greene once again making sense. What kind of world is this? Okay, what is happening? How did we get into the bad place? When did we get into bad place? Okay, I would argue we've been there for quite some time, and everybody's just starting to realize it. But nonetheless, we've got that Marjorie Greene actually making sense. Bizarre. We've got what happens, okay, to a small Midwestern town after Donald Trump basically scares away all the immigrants. Well, I'm going to talk about that. And it's nothing good. We've got a U.S. citizen, of course, savagely beaten by Border Patrol. That's horrifying. We have the lawsuit against the USDA over the impending, basically, people are not going to have food stamps. Okay? They're not going to have food come November because of the government shutdown, because of Republicans. And there are states that are trying to stop that because Republicans are still refusing, by the way, they're still refusing to be able to actually release the money that they're supposed to release. So, I mean, it's just disastrous. Okay. Then we have a woman that has received the Darwin Award. Okay. Ivermectin. Yes, that's right. Horsey paste. It's back. And people are using it again. Oh, God. I don't know if they've ever stopped, but now we've got another death in Colorado from somebody using literal horse paste. Here we go. Here we go. So, with that said, let's dive into the stories today, and we'll start out with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Weird stuff going on here. You think that more Republicans would be in favor of her because she is a woman and she is cooking? I know, metaphorically. Okay, anyway. Just say. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has been surprisingly based lately, at least on the issue of the ACA and tax credits that are set to expire at the end of the year. On Tuesday, the Georgia representative called out House Speaker Mike Johnson for not having any plans on a supposed Republican alternative to the ACA. Okay, or any plan to address the tax credits or an alternative to the tax credits that are set to expire. Okay, taking to social media, Marjorie Greene wrote, "I demanded to know from Speaker Johnson what the Republican plan for healthcare is to build the off-ramp off Obamacare and the ACA tax credits to make health insurance affordable for Americans." Johnson said he's got ideas, maybe binders full of ideas. Oh, wait, no, that's Mitt Romney, sorry. And pages of policy ideas and committees of jurisdiction are working on it. But he refused to give one policy proposal to our GOP conference on our own conference call. Apparently, I have to go into a skiff to find out the Republican healthcare plan. For those who don't know, a SCIF, or SCIF, stands for the Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility, which is basically a secure area, a room, building, wherever, where the government and its contractors can store, process, and discuss classified information. So I don't know if she was joking there about actually needing a SCIF, right? If she was, that's actually pretty clever. Okay. So, like, what? Apparently, this healthcare plan is classified. Well, actually, no, it doesn't exist. Now, the comments come after Johnson said Monday that House Majority Leader Steve Scalise was working with the heads of 3 committees to develop a Republican healthcare plan. I don't know, guys. It seems kind of late for that whole thing. I mean, were you supposed to be working on that since like 2009? What is the holdup? What's the holdup, bro? No, the reality, of course, is that they never had a healthcare plan. They never actually planned on having a healthcare plan. Okay, you know why? It's because the ACA was their plan. Yeah, look, it was developed by the Heritage Foundation, implemented in Massachusetts by Governor Mitt Romney, and then it got adopted nationally with some changes, minor changes here, by President Obama. That was it. The reason that the costs are going up for people is because the conservative healthcare plan always relied on corporate subsidies to boost their profit margins. Okay? Without the tax giveaways, these credits, okay, their record profits would disappear. You've got government propping up health insurance industry profits. This was always the problem with market-based healthcare. Look, other countries, not every country has a single-payer healthcare system, okay? There are some countries that do have, I believe it's Switzerland that has a market-based healthcare system similar to what we were supposed to have, okay, through the ACA. But there are some significant differences. They've got more regulation. They have price controls to ensure that the costs don't continuously rise out of control. It is still more expensive than a single-payer system because that's just the nature of the beast, right? But here, again, but it's actually much cheaper there than it is here because here it is extremely expensive. Okay, we didn't do any of the common sense things. We didn't do any of the price controls or anything like that because line must go up. Okay, that's it. And now 24 million Americans are about to see what private insurance actually costs. And they don't like it. They don't like it. According to a recent poll sponsored by Undue Medical Debt and led by the nonpartisan research firm Perry Undem, 69%, nice, of respondents believe that healthcare is too expensive. Damn right they are. Damn right they are. And look, we pay more than anyone else in the world for health insurance. We pay double the average of other high-income countries. Why do we pay that much? Corporate profits. Line must go up. The 7 largest publicly traded health insurance companies actually collectively earned about $71.3 billion in profit in 2024 and $70.7 billion in 2023. The top 4, United Health Group, earning $22.4 billion in profit. CVS, or Aetna, $8.3 billion. Elevance Health, nearly $6 billion. Cigna, nearly $5.2 billion. These are numbers that would make a Ferengi blush, okay? Profit. Look at all the profit. Look, that's why these corporations love the ACA, okay? And why they hate Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All bill, okay? Because look, single-payer healthcare would have effectively ended their profit margins. It would lower the costs for the government and for consumers and make it so that people didn't have to pay out of pocket for healthcare and no deductibles, no premiums, no copays, nothing like that. But instead of embracing that, Democrats decided we're going to take the Republican plan. And now the Republicans are killing that plan, their own plan, without having any kind of backup. Oh, but that's okay, though. They've got concepts of a plan. Right. So now Marjorie Taylor Greene, we agree on the problems with our healthcare system. We obviously do not agree with the solutions. All right? We just don't. But it is good to see at least one Republican being like, hey, you know what we should do? We should do something to try to prevent insurance from skyrocketing for millions of Americans. That would be nice. Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. Now, understand that I know why she's doing this. And this is what Republicans do, okay? She's doing this. She sees this as a problem now because members of her family are affected. Yeah, that's how they work. You got to understand that. They actually don't care about something until it affects them or a member of their family. That's how Republicans get empathy. When it happens to them. Oh my God, I didn't think that it would be this bad. Oh, Jesus. We really need to do something. You know this was a problem? Yes. Yes, we knew that this was a problem. We were pointing out that this was a problem the whole freaking time. Where were you? Oh, right. You were too busy screaming about something socialism. But anyway, now she's got empathy. But, I'll take it. I'm not complaining about it. I'm not complaining at all. In fact, I'll take it. And I hope that she is successful in embarrassing her colleagues into perhaps maybe doing the right thing and extending those credits. I know it's a long shot, a big hope, but I am a hopeful person at heart. And so maybe we'll get something good. We'll see. That is the next generation Ferengi, not the DS9 ones. I don't know. Liquidator Brunt would like to have a word with you. Okay. After he charges you for it. Did you forget about Liquidator Brunt? Just saying. To be fair, Rom, pretty good Ferengi. Okay. Decent guy. Nog, obviously. First Ferengi in Starfleet. Come on. I'm nerding out right now. Sorry. There's some really great Ferengi. Okay. And then, of course, there's some pretty bad ones. DS9 Ferengi were pretty great, though. Okay. Anyway. Let's move on. And here we go. During the election, President or then candidate Donald Trump made some pretty false and inflammatory statements about immigrants in a small town in the Midwest. It's Springfield, Ohio, and specifically said this about the Haitian immigrants who were revitalizing that town.
Towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
That's not what happened. That's not what was going on here. No, nobody's eating the cats or the dogs. Nobody's eating the pets, okay? But again, what they did do, the immigrants that came into that town, is revitalized it because that town was dying, all right? Around 2013, 2014, you had Haitian immigrants that began to arrive in Springfield. And they were there to fill the open job postings that Americans were not doing. So they started coming in and they were doing the work and they were making money. And then they decided, hey, I'm going to tell some of the people back in Haiti that, hey, there's a great place called Springfield, okay? And there are jobs and there's places to live and there's opportunity here. So let's go. More people arrived as a result. They filled the jobs. They worked hard. They saved money. They bought houses. They supported the local economy. They actually reversed the population decline that has hit a lot of these small Midwestern towns. And the city actually saw some very big benefits. They actually saw higher wage growth in Springfield than the entire state of Ohio. That's insane, but awesome. Now, of course, there's some negative things that go along with that. Home prices that went up because of supply issues, not so good. There are certain government costs that did increase, because of translators that were needed for schools and things like that. But overall, the Haitian immigrants, the Haitian community was a boon to this small town. It took them back from the brink, okay? Because again, they were a dying town, a dying city, and it got brought back by the hard work and gumption of these Haitian immigrants, okay? In fact, according to a report from the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland, Springfield ranked second among all Ohio cities for job growth since the pandemic. But now, well, things are a little different. Thanks to Donald Trump and his racist immigration, that's all gone. It's going away, okay? And of course, it's having some very big negative impacts on those who are living there, okay? For example, people like Alicia Mercado, who runs the Adasa Latin Market store. She had opened the business next to a Haitian restaurant back in 2023. Now, over the past year, she says that her business has taken a major hit because, well, Haitians are leaving. She said about 80 to 90% of our customers were Haitian. Now that's down to about 60% over the past 6 months. No more people are even moving to Springfield. Yeah. And not only are no more people moving to Springfield, people are leaving. Haitians are going away. And it's because the Trump administration had terminated the parole program for citizens of countries like Haiti. On top of that, the government also ended temporary protected status, affecting the immigration status of more than 500,000 Haitians. As a result, all the businesses that relied on them as customers and also the employers, they're struggling. They're struggling now. Since January, the percentage of manufacturing jobs in Springfield has been falling by double digits as the civilian labor force has declined. Again, fueled by Haitians that are leaving the city over fears of being basically attacked by this administration. Top Ray America, for example, an automotive parts manufacturing company northeast of downtown Springfield, dozens of jobs that Haitians had once filled, forklift drivers, supervisors, stackers, have remained unfilled on the company's employment webpage for months. Well, why aren't Americans filling those jobs? I thought that was the whole point, to get rid of the undocumented immigrant, the illegals, and Americans could go fill them jobs. Well, the problem is, it's not enough of them. Not enough Americans to fill those jobs. Younger Americans have largely left those small towns in the Midwest. They left to go and seek opportunity elsewhere. leaving basically what is an elderly white population who are either retired or they work in other industries. They're not working in manufacturing. They're not working in the factories. They cannot or will not do those jobs the younger immigrants do. Now, with the less people working in that town, unemployment's going up, obviously, and with less people working and paying taxes, tax revenue took a crap. In fact, according to Springfield City Finance Director Katie Evanston, who reported this in a city commission public meeting in June, our tax revenue, which is the backbone of our general fund, has flattened. After years of strong growth post-pandemic, the rebound is behind us. And again, the reason for that, Trump's immigration. Previous estimates had tracked that 2025 would have actually seen a 3.5% increase in income tax funds for the city. But by June, that anticipated growth had been wiped out in what Evanston said was a level of decline that hasn't occurred since the early days of the COVID shutdown. The city now faces a $4.25 million financial hole due to the cancellation of a host of Biden-era programs and grants by the Trump administration. And there it is. There it is. Hey, Springfield, are you feeling great again yet? I mean, I thought that's what Trump said he was going to do. We're going to make this great again. You just ruined a small town. Okay. Look, Trump's immigration policies are having a massively negative impact on small towns and businesses all across the country. That's the reality of the situation. In fact, in June, the Association of Equipment Manufacturers said that ending visas for international workers would leave about 85,000 jobs unfilled. Jobs that, again, not a lot of Americans are doing. In June, Stripping Immigrants' Ability, said AEM executive writing in the Washington Examiner, which is a right-wing outlet, said this: stripping immigrants' ability to work and threatening them with removal is not just a human cost, it's an economic one. Mark Murrow, a senior fellow at the Brookings Metro think tank, said Trump's immigration policy slowed inflows. Suddenly, more firms have seen their immigrant worker supplies decline, forcing them to pay more to attract native workers, which you think is a good thing, right? But then again, they don't want to pay those native workers. And they can't really pay people who are not showing up. So there's the other thing. There's just not enough of those workers in those areas, in those small towns, to be able to fill those jobs. So they're still going to have a crisis, a labor crisis. Not a good thing. Now, they also said that this would place upward pressure on inflation, which is already pretty bad. This, combined with Trump's tariffs, have created serious upward price pressure, along with the rise in labor costs. Not a great combination for many U.S. producers in the heartland. So, look, this is what happens. The entire situation is what happens when you put a racist in the White House. You get economic decline and stagnation. Look, immigration is good for this country. And I'm not talking about the illegal kind. No, all these Haitian immigrants, they actually came here legally. They worked and paid taxes. But now, thanks to Donald Trump, that's all gone. Because of him, Springfield and towns just like it in the Midwest that were booming thanks to immigration are once again dying. But hey, Trump supporters, y'all got the day you voted for. So I hope you're happy. Okay. Moving on here. In another shocking incident, Mass Border Patrol agents dragged a 67-year-old U.S. citizen from his car and brutally beat him. That's right. According to his running club, the man who was returning from a team run, when agents decided to pull him out of his vehicle, tackle him to the ground, and kneel on top of him, allegedly breaking about 6 of his ribs and causing internal bleeding. This happened on Saturday in the city's Old Irving Park neighborhood, where residents say that agents had disrupted the kids' a children's Halloween parade with tear gas. That's right. You got children that are being gassed and forced to watch masked thugs assault a man for literally no reason. This is Trump's America, everybody. This is the reality of the situation. In a statement shared on Instagram, the Chicago-based DW Running Club identified the victim as one of their own, saying one of our athletes was on his way home from a team long run yesterday, and as he turned onto his block, found that Border Patrol had blocked the road. The agents then threatened to break his window if he didn't move his car. Before he could even act, they pulled him out of his car, knelt on his back, and subdued him, though he had never resisted. This is really happening in our country with frightening frequency. It's terrifying, and it has to stop. We must keep sharing these stories, calling out these injustices, and standing up for those who can't stand up for themselves. One resident, Carlos Rodriguez, told ABC News, "Unbelievable. Never thought this would happen in my neighborhood, scaring our children to death, thinking that this is a cool thing to do." Well, here's the thing. This is what Donald Trump and Stephen Miller said they were going to do. What did you think mass deportation looked like? It looked like this. It's not a surprise. It's not a shocker. Fascists are going to fash. And this is what that looks like. That's it. Court filings in a case brought by the Chicago Headline Club, a chapter of the Society of Professional Journalists, and reviewed by the Independent, alleged that on October 25th, masked CBP agents entered the 3700 block of Kildare in Old Irving Park, and ruined what should have been an ordinary Saturday morning. Children were preparing for a parade. Neighbors were still in their pajamas, with one woman outside with her hair wrapped in a towel, when masked agents began tackling residents, including one man approximately 70 years old. Witnesses said agents acted aggressively toward neighbors who appeared to be nonviolent. According to Brian Culp, an attorney who supports law enforcement and represents them, residents were not doing anything threatening or violent. Neighbors were not touching agents. They were not threatening them. Weren't really doing anything. While leaving the scene after making their arrest and without any audible warning, agents decided they're going to leave a president, deploying tear gas. One of their canisters even caught on fire. So understand that this is why I call them Trump's brown shirts. Okay? This is what they did in Nazi Germany. Okay? Beating the hell out of regular people for not really doing anything wrong. They did nothing. This man did absolutely nothing. It got the crap beat out of him. I mean, that's what's going on these days. But check out this response here. This is from Trump propagandist Tricia McLaughlin, okay, who said this. On October 25th, Border Patrol conducted an operation that resulted in the arrest of a criminal illegal alien from Mexico who had previously been arrested for assault. During the operations, Border Patrol agents were surrounded and boxed in by a group of agitators. Federal law enforcement issued multiple lawful commands and verbal warnings, all of which were ignored. During the operation, 2 U.S. citizens were arrested for assaulting and impeding a federal officer. To safely clear the area after multiple warnings and the crowd continued to advance on them, Border Patrol had to deploy crowd control measures. Our officers are facing a 1,000% increase in assaults against them as they put their lives on the line to arrest murderers, rapists, abusers, and gang members. No, dude, the only gang is these guys. Secretary Noem's message to the rioters is clear. You will not stop us or slow us down. ICE and our federal enforcement partners will continue to enforce the law. And if you lay a hand on a law enforcement officer, you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. No, you know who should be prosecuted? these people, these agents. I mean, and you know why? They literally violated a court order. Okay, this was issued by U.S. District Judge Sarah Ellis, which supposed to limit the use of aggressive tactics and require body cameras during federal operations in Chicago. These assholes, okay, people like McLaughlin, Carolyn Levitt, they're gaslighting all of us. That's what they're doing. They're gaslighting us when they're not brutalizing elderly folks and literally gassing little kids in costumes. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Ellis had ordered Border Patrol Commander Greg Bavino to appear before her every day this week, following allegations that he had personally deployed tear gas without any justification last week, and that his officers violently detained protesters and indiscriminately fired tear gas into neighborhoods. That's what they're doing. This is what's happening in this country. Okay? This is what's happening as a result of taking the gloves off ICE and CBP. Okay? And right now, by the way, inside this administration, people are not happy with ICE. Right? They're not happy with ICE because ICE isn't being brutal enough. And they're looking at CBP, who is more brutal than ICE, and saying, well, those are the people that we want to be more like. You should be like that. ICE, why aren't you doing that? Why aren't you rappelling into buildings, into apartment buildings from Black Hawk helicopters? Okay, why aren't you doing that? Why aren't you, zip tying nearly naked kids and putting them outside in the rain while you're doing your job? Why aren't you doing more of that? In fact, a lot of the local ICE leaders in big cities are being replaced with people from CBP. Okay. And again, Corey Lewandowski and Christine Nome are drawing up plans and to purge these leaders for not being brutal enough to not only immigrants, but also American citizens. That is what's going on right now. Okay. That's what's going on. These people, Border Patrol and ICE, they're not protecting America. They're at war with America. They're at war with our cities. That's the reality of the situation. And it's about time that all of us, every single one of us, every good American citizen opens our eyes and sees the grim reality of what's going on. And also, I think what's really important is that more people need to understand that at least a third of this country sees what's going on and loves it. They like what's happening. They see what's happening and they say, yes, that's what I voted for. There is no reasoning with those people. Okay? They will never see what these people are doing is wrong, because they believe that, no, this is the right thing to do. We want to do this. The cruelty, understand, is the point. And so you will never get through to those people, but the majority is not in favor of this. And the majority is the one that hopefully wakes up and helps us put a stop to it. Okay. All right. Nearly half of all U.S. states have filed a lawsuit against the USDA for withholding SNAP benefits, which are expected to, of course, run dry across the country this weekend because of the ongoing government shutdown. The lawsuit filed Tuesday in Massachusetts District Court argues that the USDA is legally required to provide SNAP benefits during the shutdown as long as it has the money to do so. It calls on the court to compel the USDA to tap into the $6 billion contingency fund appropriated by Congress to keep the program running. Plaintiffs in the lawsuit include the attorneys general of 22 states and the District of Columbia, as well as the governors of Kansas, Kentucky, and Pennsylvania. Millions of Americans, said New York Attorney General Letitia James, one of the plaintiffs, said millions of Americans are about to go hungry because of the federal government has chosen to withhold food assistance it is legally obligated to provide. SNAP is one of our nation's most effective tools to fight hunger, and the USDA has the money to keep it running, at least through, of course, November. Now, not only is that effective at fighting hunger, but every dollar spent on the SNAP program generates roughly $1.80 in economic activity. Without that, the local economies are going to lose billions of dollars. Okay, and that's going to have an effect on the rest of us. It's going to raise prices. So even if you don't get food stamps, this will still have an impact on you. Just in case you're one of the people who actually don't care about starving children, okay? Because that's about 40% of the people who are on SNAP. It's about 20 million children. Approximately 10% of non-elderly SNAP participants are individuals with disabilities as well. About 4 million people. And when you count elderly folks with disabilities, that number increases to about 14 million. So we're about at 34 million people right now. Okay. So in total, around 42 million Americans rely on SNAP benefits to be food secure. So, and you can see that the vast majority of them are children, elderly folks, and people with disabilities. That's a reality. The rest, they either work and do not make enough to survive, our military members, or are, for whatever reason, not working. Maybe they're unemployed, they're in between jobs, or they're a caregiver to a disabled person. Perhaps they are a full-time homemaker. I mean, hey, wait a minute. Don't Republicans want women to stay in the home? Isn't that one of their goals here? I mean, to have women stay home and be homemakers full-time? But in this country where it takes, I don't know, 2 full-time incomes to survive, that's kind of impossible. And yet Republicans, they say that they want that as a thing, okay, women to stay home and be homemakers, but they don't want to pay for it. They don't want to make it so that, you know, the families can afford to eat. Oh, okay. So you don't want to raise wages to where only one person has to work and can take care of a family, and you don't want to make sure that there are programs in place to allow hungry people to eat. So basically, you just want to screw a whole lot of people over. Great. Look, all these people, the most vulnerable in our society, are going to go hungry as a result. Because this administration, for one, refuses to pass a budget. That's how we're here in the first place. I don't even remember the last time our government passed a budget. All right. And not only are they refusing to do that, they're refusing to even allocate any of the contingency funds that were set aside for emergencies. Kind of like this. Now, James, she argued that in not using the money, the USDA is actually violating the Food and Nutrition Act. And also, they alleged that the USDA's actions are both arbitrary and capricious, and therefore violate the Administrative Procedure Act. The leaders are seeking a temporary restraining order that would require the USDA to maintain SNAP benefits through November in these respective states. When asked for comment about the lawsuit, the USDA spokesperson responded with a statement saying, quote, "We are approaching an inflection point for Senate Democrats." Oh, here we go. who say that they continue to hold out for the far left wing of the party or reopen the government so mothers, babies, and the most vulnerable among us can receive timely WIC and SNAP allotments. The far left. That's right. It's all the Democrats and the far left. That's what they want. Really? But actually, the so-called far left, which is hilarious, right? Actually, the Democrats want to just restore the cuts to Medicaid, okay, that Republicans made in their giant give away all the tax money to the rich bill, okay? The big, beautiful bullshit bill, okay? Remember, that gave $4 trillion in tax cuts, which mainly went to the wealthiest Americans. That's it. By the way, $2 trillion of that had to be added to the debt, okay? As they cry and complain about, oh, we're $37 trillion in debt now. You added $2 trillion to it just recently. Oops. Now, $2 trillion went to the debt. The rest got added, got paid for by gutting health insurance for the poor and gutting food assistance. And now, the same USDA, the same government that gave all the money to the rich are refusing to use the allocated emergency funding. Why? Because, I don't know, they want to own the libs or something. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much their entire shtick at this point is, we got to own the libs, guys. Look, the Democrats, I criticize Democrats as well, okay? I criticize Democrats. I criticize Republicans. I criticize Republicans more because they're doing more things that are wrong. But anyway, what they're doing is they're actually doing something good right now. Democrats are simply asking, hey, why don't we restore health care for the poor, okay, as well as the ACA tax credits, you know, so that working people can actually afford their health insurance. This doesn't have anything to do with funding healthcare for illegals, nor is any of this money going to gender reassignment surgeries for minors. Yes, they had to throw in transphobia to their argument because it worked in the election, apparently. So we just got to throw that in, even though none of that is true. None of their attacks against trans people have ever been true, okay? But they're including it anyway because that's how they think. If we just throw that in, if we just lie about immigrants and trans people and blame them for this, then we can get away with it. Well, people aren't buying it. People are not buying it at all. Look, Tricia McLaughlin is a straight-up North Korea-style propagandist. I don't quite understand how this woman is able to even look herself in a mirror at night, knowing that she spends all of her days lying for this administration. I don't understand it. I just don't. Look, at a news conference about the lawsuit, California Attorney General Rob Bonta, one of the plaintiffs, added, they're doing this on purpose. It's deliberate. It is intentional. They have the funds. They're just not using them. Bonta even said that the USDA acknowledged during the 2019 government shutdown, once again under Donald Trump, that contingency funds could be used to maintain SNAP benefits. In a September planning document ahead of the current shutdown, the USDA said it could use the multi-year contingency funds to pay for the SNAP benefits and keep state operations running. That document, however, seems to be missing now. It disappeared from the USDA website. Well, that's strange. Where did it go? I'm wondering if maybe it ended up in the same place that the other government documents that have mysteriously disappeared went to. Perhaps it is there with the Epstein files. Remember those? I think that's actually one of the reasons that Trump is totally hands-off when it comes to trying to end the shutdown. Look, normally a president would be attempting to get the two sides together, all right, for some negotiations, using that bully pulpit. You know what I'm saying? Donald Trump's not using that. He's being a bully, but not using the bully pulpit, at least not for anything good. Okay, he never does. Look, Trump could care less about the government being shut down. That's actually part of his goal. Okay, that's part of the goal of Project 2025, using a government shutdown in order to just cut these programs and never bring them back. Okay, And it's an added bonus for Trump because, since the government shut down and the House isn't in session, it's on recess. Oh, well, it looks like, I won't have to worry about them voting to release the Epstein files. So this is a win for Donald Trump, who doesn't care about hungry children. He never has. He never has. Never will. He thinks they're all Democrats. Yeah, obviously not true. Okay. It's absolutely, it's horrible. It's horrifying what this administration is doing, starving people to protect a pedophile. Okay. That's what's going on. Now, look, I hope that this lawsuit is successful in at least helping people survive this month, the holidays. Okay. If they're not successful, if this administration continues to block this funding, things are going to get really, really bad for a lot of people. Okay. All right. Oh boy. Because F you, that's why. Pretty much. Back in the day, somebody said that we're 9 meals away from anarchy. Cutting SNAP benefits ultimately hurts farmers, food processors, ranchers, truckers, and grocers. SNAP provided stability to our food markets. Absolutely. All these great points from Groove Dragon, by the way. Yes, it's exactly, that's true. And what Republicans are doing is, they're setting us up for a lot, not only a lot of pain, but economic pain. They're setting up not just poor people to suffer, they're setting up the entire country to suffer, all in order, again, to hide the Epstein files and to also own the libs. That's the reality. Donald James X says, crime will go up when people have no food. With SNAP benefits not being allocated, it's going to create the perfect conditions to declare martial law. And that I believe might be part of Project 2025. Libby Wiskowski says, I'm honestly worried about how I'm going to survive this. Like, I'm alone. My sister did not survive this, and I'm so dang fragile in my health. I rely on these things to even maintain hydration. Yeah. And there's so many people that have similar stories and that rely on this. I had once relied on this a long time ago. My, now wife and I, when we were first together, we had Section 8. We used SNAP. And we know firsthand, it's not glorious. Okay. You got to understand, people on food stamps, they don't live high on the hog. Okay. You're making very difficult decisions. Like, how am I going to make this stretch for the next month? Because if you can't make that stretch, you don't eat. And so unfortunately, there's so many people in this country that do not understand the reality of what it's like to live on these programs. It is not good. It is not glamorous. It is barely enough to survive. You have to be very, very smart about how you spend your money. Okay. And so I don't know how to get through to people what the reality is unless they end up living it. Okay. I got one more story for y'all. And here we go again. A Colorado woman has died from taking horsey paste. The Douglas County coroner reported that a 74-year-old woman died of ivermectin toxicity. This had happened back in August and is actually the second such death in the state. Now, this supposed miracle COVID drug that has been promoted by the far right in lieu of the jab has been allowed in many states to be sold over the counter for human use. Obviously, there's a lot of problems with that. Not only does ivermectin not work for COVID or cancer or pain relief or anything like that, but if you buy it and it happens to be the kind that you give to horses, taking it will probably kill you. Oh, but you understand, you just take a small amount. No, because it's way more concentrated. Okay. Dr. Shireen Banerjee, the director of the Rocky Mountain Poison Center, said, quote, "It's safe when used as prescribed. It is not safe when you're using veterinary medicine not prescribed for you. It's not the right formulation." Now, according to a Douglas County Coroner's Office autopsy report, Mary Doran, the 74-year-old, died on August 2nd after a series of seizures due to probable ivermectin toxicity. The report describes her death as an accident. I mean, that seems obvious, right? According to the report obtained by CBS News Colorado, Doran had reportedly been taking ivermectin for chronic pain. States the decedent and her husband were reportedly taking ivermectin intermittently over the past year, which was being taken 2 times a day over the past 6 days. And again, this is the horsey version. The container of ivermectin found in Doran's home was a type of ivermectin for animals. The box warns that the medication is for oral use in horses only. Yes, I know some people might be sad about that, but I'm sorry. Okay, the apple flavor does not mean that you can have it, that you can actually use it, okay? It turns out horses also like apples. Just saying. The coroner's report noted that Doran had no prior history of seizures, and there was no other explanation for what might have caused them. This woman, she took the horsey paste, and now she's dead. Now, you would think, okay, that maybe she would have known better. I mean, she should have. According to an online obituary, Mary Doran had been a respiratory therapist in 4 states. You'd think that with any kind of medical background, or common sense at least, that, maybe I shouldn't be taking medication that is made for animals. The horsey version is far more potent than the human version, which is used, again, to treat various parasitic illnesses. The human version, generally considered safe. However, Banerjee added that there is no data that would say it would be effective against COVID, or for pain management, or even for cancer, which, again, this is another thing that weirdos online have been saying about ivermectin. Oh, yeah, no, it's great for cancer, too. No, it's not. It's not. Douglas County Coroner Rhiann Brown told CBS News Colorado that, quote, "There's a monumental difference between veterinary-grade ivermectin and ivermectin for human consumption." Again, you'd think that people would be smart enough to realize that a creature that weighs around 1,200 pounds, 1,200 to 1,500 for an adult horse, okay? You'd think that the medication would need to be more concentrated, okay, than, for the same kind of medication for a human that weighs up to, let's say, in her case, maybe 150 pounds, give or take, okay? And I'm just guessing here, okay? You'd think that people would understand that there's a big difference between those two. But apparently not. Because this woman just won a Darwin Award. I mean, chances are this woman and her husband, they watched Fox News. They listened to right-wing grifters like Candace Owens and RFK Jr. that were promoting this. Or perhaps a man that, whose name rhymes with Demi Jor, okay? You would think that they, that she wouldn't listen to those. I mean, if you want to live, okay, maybe not listen to those people give you medical advice. Perhaps listen to doctors. Perhaps listen to medical professionals. That would be nice. Okay, it would be nice. But apparently doesn't happen. Not happening. Now, Lisa Doran, Mary Doran's stepdaughter, did say this, quote, "We hope people really pay attention to the dangers of this. Everyone thinks that they know better or this will never happen. It's happening more than people think." And you know what? It will continue to happen, okay? As Americans, by and large, have turned their backs on science, on facts, on logic and reason. The right wing, it's all based on feelings now, okay? And those feelings mainly consist of fear, anger, and disgust, okay? In uncertain times, like we're living in right now, right-wing grifters always come around and claim, "Oh, don't worry, we've got all the answers." Okay, we don't worry, the COVID, oh, uncertain times, but don't worry, we get the miracle cure. Okay, we got the oleander root. Okay, or we got the ivermectin. Okay, we get the hydroxychloroquine. You can shove a light bulb up your ass, and that'll disinfect. You could drink bleach or inject the bleach. The cleaners, it'll clean out your system. That was what Trump said. Okay, all of those things are supposed miracle cures that were promoted by the right wing, who claim to have all the answers, but don't really know. And again, they offer certainty, stability, and they offer an enemy to blame. In this case, immigrants or academics, the press, the fake news media, liberals. Okay, another of their enemies. Obviously, of course, they don't have any of the answers. All they have are people to target. And in that environment, people selling snake oil can take easy advantage of people. And the result, of course, is that a lot of people end up dying. It's a harsh lesson to learn, okay? But one that, apparently a lot of people are unfortunately going to have to learn. And whatever happens, well, just know that whatever happens, it's nobody else's fault but their own. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. All right. So with that, I mean, who would have thought horsey paste would be back and that people would be taking it for anything other than COVID now? Okay. But just for like things like cancer and pain relief. Who would have known that the horsey paste would make a comeback? But apparently it has. And you want to know why? It's because we are deep in Fville.
Still nothing? What do you mean nothing?
No. Hold on. I see the green. Yo, you're a fucking... This producer sucks. I'm turning off the private chat. This producer sucks. We got a shitty producer here. I bet Max the dog could be a better producer than this motherfucking piece of shit. This shithole producer. Whatever his name is. Draugelis or whatever. What a stupid name. Anyway, welcome to this show. This is a show of which I would like to welcome you to. And we're doing a show today. Today's show topic: Instabilissimum in opium ciborum homines. Hello, Max. In other words, people not so happy, especially this coming weekend, because according to my understanding, I could be wrong. They could have flipped the script by now. I don't know. I read the news like once a day, right? I know a lot of you motherfuckers, you're in there all the time. Refresh. Oh, refresh. Oh, I just breathed 4 times. Let me refresh the news. I don't do that. I read the news once a day. And so to my understanding, motherfuckers aren't going to be getting food in this country pretty soon, unless they did one of those magical, like, like one of those horse shits that they do very frequently. It appears that we're going to have approximately 40-ish odd even members of the United States population that are going to not have their food assistance again, unless they did some magical bullshit, which they really should. I mean, let's be honest, right? Like, this is something I think about when it comes to the logic and rationale of our current fascist captors, is that it really doesn't make sense, right? If they were to have just like, let's just pretend for a moment that they bailed out all the white people out of the SNAP program. Like, if you're white and you get SNAP, you get your money, but if you're black, you don't, right? They would all love that shit. They would eat that shit up. They would love it. It would be the best thing in the world. But instead, they're going to just let everyone suffer who is on food assistance in this country. And I just don't understand, like, what they're building here. Are they trying to build a white nation? Because if so, why is it that most recipients of the food assistance that are going to be going hungry are white people? Doesn't make any sense. I don't know. But either way, maybe their goal is not to build a white nation. Maybe their goal is something more sinister. Either way, we'll table that conversation for another time. And I would like to talk about today what a population that doesn't have access to food looks like, and what that could possibly bring about in our current situation, once again, provided that they do not bail out individuals in the food assistance program. I think if they did, they would probably target red states where they have mostly white populations. There's not that many of them, by the way. Most of the red states have a lot of black people in them. It's actually very interesting. The states with the highest demographical percentage of black Americans happen to be the reddest states. It's almost like, nothing really changed in this country over the last couple hundred years. But hey, whatever. Let's, whatever. Let's table that, put it on the table. You hear that noise? That's the table. And that's me putting it on the table. Anyway. Testing. I would like to... My microphone's been acting a little strange recently. I might need to buy a new one. I would like to talk about, again, the American population is a historical abnormality. If you would have put the conditions that have been placed on American citizens over the last, 50 years or so, really, ever since Reagan took office, we can argue beforehand things weren't so great, but like since Reagan took office, there has been a concerted effort to destroy the soul of the average American citizen. If you were to take almost any other population throughout time and space on this planet and put them through the conditions that Americans have been put through, they would have revolted or rioted decades ago. Right? If you were to put the same conditions on people, right? It's just for whatever reason, right? For whatever reason, Americans are uniquely pusillanimous, right? They're uniquely babyish. They're uniquely afraid of standing up for whatever they claim their country was founded on, right? Throughout all of human history, right, when you severely destroy the conditions of the population, they will rise up and say, what the fuck's going on here, right? Like, that's what they will do. Unless they're America. If they're America, you know, they'll log on to their fucking goddamn Game Boy Advance, you know, and log in some hours, you know, like the little Americans. If you're American, you get your SNAP assistance program, and you go to Walmart and you buy a bunch of Fritos and Takis and Doritos and some chocolate bars and some fucking, you know, some shitty ass frozen pizzas. You know, we call this food in this country. You're not allowed to buy a warm sandwich though, because it's warm. Yeah. SNAP doesn't delineate between healthy and unhealthy, but they do delineate between warm and cold. But whatever, okay, well, let's just table that for a moment. Doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. But, so you can go buy 15 cartons of ice cream with food assistance, but you can't buy a hot dog. Now, hot dogs are not necessarily healthy, but like, it's a lot healthier than ice cream. But hey, so we have a population that essentially just, you know, I'm trying to figure out how to formulate this next part of my sentence, but we are addicted as a population to garbage that has really never existed throughout all of time and space on this planet, right? So again, if you look at like, I don't know, 20 BC, you know, somewhere in that range, you know, the largest welfare state in the history of the world up until very recently was in the ancient Roman Empire and Republic, in the later parts of the Republic, but also in the early parts of the Empire. They had this excellent food redistribution program. Of course, it was heavily corrupted many times throughout this time, throughout the empire. It's a long period of history, right? So, and many times the grain dole was weaponized. It was held back from poor people. Grain was given to rich people who didn't deserve it because they were on some special list or whatever. But this was the largest welfare state in the history of the world for quite a while. You know, at least it's one of the largest. You know, maybe China had some other interesting programs as well. But of course, ancient Rome's grain dole was a very successful welfare program. And we can look at that welfare program in order to extrapolate some interesting information based on our current predicament. But one thing that they did not have in ancient Rome was ice cream with 78 different toppings. They didn't have that in ancient Rome. I bet they would have loved that shit if they did, but they didn't have that motherfucking shit. Now, you can go to Walmart and you can get like a gallon of ice cream with 78 different flavors and caramel, crunchy bits, and Twix and Snickers, and you swirl them all up and you add some Cookie Crisp and you throw some little wafers in there. You can get that for like $5. Government money. The government will give you a credit card. You could just go buy a fucking gallon of motherfucking ice cream that's got all this fucking shit in it. You can go home, you can watch your fucking whatever, and you can fucking eat your ice cream and cry yourself to sleep every night. They didn't have that motherfucking shit, okay? Back in the fucking you know, in the Gallic provinces of 79 AD. They didn't have that, okay? So maybe if they did, those motherfuckers wouldn't have rioted in the same ways that they did when the welfare state was withheld from them several times in the late Republican and early imperial era of Roman history. When the welfare state was weaponized, the people got really angry and they threatened to revolt. Sometimes they did revolt in some instances. They didn't get that successful, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on your perception of the world. But at many times, the population would revolt. You see this in many areas throughout time and space on this planet, throughout many countries, when all of a sudden access to food is at a minimum or gonzo, the population will go, well, fuck, it's either wither away and starve in my shack, which I was doing for the last 30 years anyway, but or it's go and fight for the food that I deserve so I can feed my family or whatever. Or if you're a peasant in the Dark Ages and you had food insecurity. Oh, let's fuck. Let's have a daughter. If they're a boy, we'll kill them. Let's have a daughter. When the daughter's like 5 or 6, we'll sell them as a child sexual slave to some duke or lord or whatever. Child sexual slavery was one way that poor peasants in the medieval periods of Europe would handle food insecurity. Maybe that has something to do with where we are in America. In ancient Rome, motherfuckers were willing to go to war for food insecurity, but in medieval Europe, all of a sudden it's, let me sell my daughters into child sex slavery so that we can get like 3 months worth of bread or whatever that's stale and crappy, right? So I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with how we evolved as a species. But either way, throughout time and space on this planet we call Earth, at least you call it Earth. I don't know what to call it. But throughout this world, many populations have thrown the fucking shit out over less than what we have had to deal with in this country we call America, and at least you call it that. I don't know what to call it myself. And so I ask you this. Are we going to be able to get our shit together as a population? Or is anyone going to do anything about this situation at all? 40 million motherfuckers who all of a sudden don't know when their next meal is going to be. Are they going to do anything about it? Well, if history were to be something we could learn from, they would have done something about it decades ago. So I don't know. I have no idea what they're going to do. 40 million motherfuckers who don't have food next month. I don't know what they're going to do. Right? If recent history were to teach us anything, they'll probably end up stealing some food or maybe end up stealing some technology that they can waste their hours away on in their bedroom before they get picked up by ICE Gestapo, right? Maybe. I don't know. That's usually what Americans do. When Americans are down and in the rough, what do Americans do? They kill each other. Because Americans are fucking stupid. A historical population of dumb fuckery. Of dumb motherfuckers. We have the largest population of the dumbest motherfuckers in all of human history in this country called America, right? When the oppressors are oppressing us, Americans, instead of looking up there, they buy a gun and shoot their fucking neighbor. So I don't know what in America, where 40 million motherfuckers aren't going to be able to consistently eat next month, looks like. I really don't. Okay, I want to sit here and tell you that the population will revolt and fascism will be solved and the world will be happily ever after. But that's probably not going to happen. What probably will end up happening is the population is going to buy a bunch of guns and fireworks and blow each other up. And then the people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump and Peter Thiel and Stephen Miller are going to laugh at all the footage. Look at these fucking morons. That's what they've been doing for the last year. That's what they've been doing for the last 10 years. That's what they've been doing for the last 50 motherfucking years. They're looking at you and your dumb fuckery, and they're laughing at you, knowing that you are the dumbest group of dumb fucks in the history of dumb motherfucks. Okay, that's America, the population, a group of international global trust fund babies who are squandering everything that they've ever had. A group of gifted children. You grew up in America during the liberal heyday, the neoliberal, when it was kind of working a little bit, right? In the 70s, right? And you squandered it into whatever the fuck we're dealing with now. A generational fumble America had, right? Gen X, boomers, destroyed everything in this country. We were looking pretty decent after World War II, right? Hey, I'm just saying, World War II, we dropped the bomb on Japan. That was pretty fucked up. And, maybe we committed some other war crimes like, when Americans liberated the concentration camps and then just massacred all the gay and trans people in the camps and then claimed to be heroes. Yeah, I remember that. Oh, that's a little strange. Very interesting. But hey, let's just pretend for a moment to huff the fumes. Oh, yeah. Of the American post-World War II propagandistic period. Yeah, we were saving the day. We defeated the Nazis. Woo! It was a great time to be American. And what did we do with that? Right? What did we do with that? We fucking shat it down the fucking toilet, let it linger there for a few months so that it collected all sorts of biological hazards, and then we flushed it into the ecosystem of America so that these infested garbage could just spew and leak all around this fucking country. We did nothing with our post-war, position in this world, other than manipulate that position to murder people in South America, to murder people in the Middle East, to murder people in Korea, etc., and onward, right? So I don't know, man. I think Americans are pretty fucked. I think they are a fucked population. Maybe you could argue they are a species that has evolved to unlearn a base survival instinct that almost all other human beings in the history of the world, and even animals would react more rationally than human beings in the United States of America in the year 2025 Anno Domini, right? These motherfuckers are dumb as fuck. And I'm just being honest with you. I know this because I've been on food assistance for a plurality of my existence on this planet, okay? I know the types of motherfuckers that are on food assistance. A lot of them are dumb motherfuckers that don't give a fuck about anything other than themselves and their gallon of ice cream that they're going to eat tonight. That's most Americans on food assistance, in my opinion. Now, this also applies to most Americans at large, on food assistance, off food assistance. Most Americans are selfish, narcissistic, little fucking babies. They're a bunch of stupid, dumb, they have no survival instinct, little fucking babies that are just waiting around to fucking die, waiting around to get murdered, to get raped, to get tortured, to get thrown into a prison. That's most Americans, because most Americans don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. So the conditions that we are dealing with now, and especially as we slide into the next goddamn month, are something that we should be hopeful for if we want to reach a better tomorrow. But I personally am not, because I know Americans. I've met a couple, one or two, and I can tell you, these are dumb motherfuckers. These are dumb motherfuckers. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about themselves. Most Americans are willfully and gleefully sending their children into fucking COVID factories, year 7 of an airborne pandemic that they've all decided doesn't exist anymore because I want to go to Applebee's, so that they can go see Taylor Swift and take a selfie and fucking do all this horseshit garbage LARPing. Most Americans literally are okay with sending their children to die in a school motherfucking shooting COVID factory, right? They would rather do that than fucking do anything about the world that we live in. This is why I hate parents. This is why I think parents as a class are failed motherfuckers. Because if you have a kid right now, I don't have kids, just to be clear. If you have a kid right now and you're accepting the conditions of this world as they slide further and further into the complete lack of freedom, as the surveillance state is putting cameras on every corner and they're building a database that will be able to send drones to your fucking GPS location immediately if you fucking even think something incorrectly about the fucking vice president or whatever, right? And you're okay with sending your kid to school in that environment? But I'm not allowed to talk about parents. I'm not allowed to, because most people are parents. And when you talk about parents and how fucking lame they are and how much of fucking losers they are and how much narcissistic, fucking animalistic, primal, fucking garbage, basically unevolved, uncitizen, uncivilized motherfuckers, most parents. Oh, man, I can't wait to fuck. Fuck. Gotta fuck. Gotta have kids. Gotta fuck. I gotta have kids so I can fuck. More kids, more fuck. That's all Americans give a fuck about. They don't give a fuck about what happens to their kid 5 years from now. All they give a fuck about is their cream pie that they're looking forward to tonight so that they can fall asleep, wake up in the morning, and fucking do it all over again because they don't give a fuck. And maybe they'll buy their cream pie with food assistance, right? So that they can further not fucking give a fuck about the world that they fucking live in. Think about this for a goddamn moment. Look at where we are right now and ask yourself, does my mom and dad, do they actually fucking give a fuck about me? Think genuinely think about it. Ignore all the happy times you got to train for Christmas or whatever. Ignore all the times when, you know, little Timmy was playing catch or whatever. Maybe you're little Timmy in this analogy. I don't know. This blanket is really, it's causing me some heat problems, so I got to move it. And so think about this. Genuinely, actually, logically, and rationally think about this. Your parents, like, let's say you're my age, you're 29, right? The decline was obvious by then. I was born in 1996. This shit was hell on earth in 1996, right? But let's imagine you have a 5-year-old dumpster sludge. You're dumber than garbage. You are a disgusting moron. If you had a kid in 2021, I'm sorry, man. Like, there's like, I want to believe in redemption. I want to believe in that kind of concept. But if you're out here having kids in this country, you're just criminally stupid. You are dangerously stupid. You should be locked in a cage. You are that dangerous to the world around you. If you are looking at the world, especially if you live in America, right, and you are thinking, I know, let's pop out a couple kids. What? Oh, my Lord. Right? And then you hear these parents go, I would die for my kid. Oh, really? Oh, really? But you wouldn't get a better job for your kid. You wouldn't go to college and get a degree so you could get a fucking well-paying job before you even had the kid for your kid. You know? You wouldn't fucking make sure, you know, you wouldn't take all of your fucking valuables and flee the fucking country to somewhere better for your kid, but you're going to try your best to convince me that you would die for your kid. You would make the ultimate motherfucking sacrifice for your kid. And you know what? Maybe they're right. Maybe they would die for their kid. Because guess what? In a lot of ways, dying in these conditions is easier than getting the fuck out or doing something about changing the conditions. It's easier to sit here in a fucking goddamn little fucking chair and just wither away. Yeah, I would die for my fucking kid. I would die for my kid as I sit here drinking a fucking 6-pack every night, not giving a fuck. Yeah, I'd die for my kid just like you. And this is the bull fucking shit that parents tell each other. You ever be in a room with parents that are talking to other fucking parents? Jesus fucking Christ. They've got like a whole other goddamn motherfucking language full of platitudinistic garbage that they'll fucking swim to each other so that they can feel like they belong in a crumbling fucking society. Yeah. You ever hear parents tell each other it's normal that their kid gets deathly ill every 17 weeks? Because I do. I look at internet forums and in Facebook forums and people talking to each other. Oh, little Timmy got his first day of school and now he's sick. Oh, little Timmy went for the second day of school and now he's sick. Little Timmy went to school and got shot in the face. You know, and they're convincing themselves that this is normal, It's normal to walk up a flight of stairs and then not be able to breathe because you got infected with COVID 78 times in a forever pandemic. It's normal to get infected with the coronavirus 17 billion times so you can go to fucking Applebee's and get the bloomin' onion. That's normal in this fucking shitty fucked up world that we all fucking live in. But if you fucking ever for any second think, well, wait a second, well, maybe parents are not actually well adjusted. Maybe parents actually don't give a fuck about their kids. All of a sudden, I'm enemy number one. How dare you? How dare you? I'm offended. How dare you? Is what motherfuckers tell me when they're trying to convince themselves they made the right decision by having a child in 2022 in the United States of America. Give me a fucking break. You're joking with me? And if you don't think you're joking with me, then I want to stay the fuck away from you because you are dangerous. If you are willing to put another human being into that position, you are a dangerous fucking scumbag. What is the difference? I ask you, what is the difference between child trafficking into dangerous conditions and then birthing a new child into dangerous conditions? What's the difference? I would argue there is none. There is none. If you're willing to have a kid in this world, game, set, match. You're a dumb motherfucker. You're a dangerous, criminal, dumb freak. That's what you are. I'm sorry if that offends you. In fact, I'm not sorry, but I have to say that rhetorically because it's humorous for me. I'm sorry if that offends you, but holy fucking shit. Maybe you should be sorry for offending me, for having to live in the same motherfucking time and space as you motherfucking dirty animals. Because that's how I view parents, as a bunch of dirty, uncivilized, pusillanimous piles of garbage. They're animals. They're animals, okay? If you cannot, even for a minute, think, maybe I'll put a condom on. Maybe I'll get on birth control. Maybe I should just abstain from sexual intercourse in its entirety because I don't want to have a kid in this world. If you're incapable of doing that because of your biological impetus to fuck, gotta fuck. Is there any fuck around? Can I get some fuck? I need to fuck. Fuck. You are uncivilized. You're not a human being. You're an animal. And I say this as someone who doesn't eat animals because I like animals. Okay? I like animals. But I don't view animals to be the same as me. I'm different. I'm a human being. I have the ability to think and feel and rationalize, right? Animals do not have that same ability to me. That doesn't make them lesser than most Americans think animals are lesser than them. They'll eat animals because they're a bunch of uncivilized fucking freaks. They'll eat them. They'll torture them. They'll put them in cages. They'll breed and raise them in captivity in fucking cages and diseased factories, right? I don't believe that. Right. But however, if you look at the world around you and you think for a second that it's okay to just fuck, pop a couple kids out in 2020 goddamn motherfucking 5, Anno Domini, you are an uncivilized animal. That's what you are. That's what you are. I'm sorry if that offends you. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about you, okay? As far as I'm concerned, you're a Nazi guard at a concentration camp, okay? Because you have decided that this whole thing is okay. And it's so okay that you're going to start a family, a 20 to 50 year long project. You're going to invest into a 20 to 50 year long project in this country. And I'm supposed to pretend like you're a rational, civilized, logical person. Hey, if you had a kid in 1975 and you're retired now, I'm not talking about you, motherfucker. But if you had a kid at all throughout the 7 years of this pandemic and counting, I know a lot of you motherfuckers love Applebee's, but we are in year 7 of a motherfucking pandemic, okay? And if you're okay having kids in that environment, I'm sorry. I cannot fucking organize with people like you. I really can't. Because you are so insufferably dangerous, and most of these people will never actually wake up and realize how dangerous they are. Try talking to a leftist parent of a newborn. It's impossible because they're fucking Nazi freaks. Yeah, it's okay to have a kid in America. It's okay to fucking send my kid to mass shooting factories. It's okay to send my kid to COVID factories. I'm a leftist, by the way. Universal healthcare, man. Yeah. Give me a fucking break. Holy shit, man. Oh, wowee. Okay. But again, what is this show about? We're talking about food insecurity here. I know it might not sound like that. But I still got half an hour to reel this motherfucker back, so give me a break. Food insecurity, okay? So that's another biological impetus that humans maybe, if you can't hold back your urge to fuck, yeah, I'm gonna splurge my cum all over the place. If you can't hold back that urge, then guess what? You're not gonna be able to hold back the urge to eat either, right? You're gonna get hungry for your 5 gallons of fucking buttery ice cream, and you're gonna go do some shit. But again, like I said earlier, right? Americans are more likely to shoot their fucking neighbor and steal the fucking cereal, the fucking 7-year-old expired cereal out of the top cabinet above their refrigerator than they are to go to the fucking grocery store and steal from the grocery store in a time of crisis, right? Americans are more willing to fucking blow up their own shit before they do anything to change the shit at all, to change the game board. They're more than willing to throw their chess pieces off the fucking table than to just destroy the whole board altogether. So I don't know what the fuck Americans are going to goddamn do in this incoming food crisis. Because as far as I can see it, we've been in a food crisis for a long time. Most Americans are malnourished chronically because they eat fucking garbage all fucking day. And hey, I know that. Sometimes I eat garbage, right? But most Americans, and when I say most, according to I think it was 2022, maybe 23, I could be wrong. According to some data from 2022 or 23, I could be wrong. 96% of Americans, or is it 94? I'm getting my fucking odds and evens mixed up. Anyway, it's above 90, okay? It went from 8, I think it was 95, 94, 95, somewhere around that, of Americans do not eat fiber. Fiber, a quintessential nutrient for your body to maintain homeostasis. 90%, let's just go with 90, okay? 90% of humans on this planet in the United States of America do not eat fiber. What is fiber? Vegetables. So you can argue 90% of Americans don't eat vegetables. So they're chronically malnourished. What happens when a population is chronically malnourished? They do stupid fucking shit, like shoot their neighbor. What happens when a population is chronically malnourished? From childhood, their brains don't develop properly. You know, there were studies done of what happened to children that grew up in major cities with leaded gasoline and lead paint and lead toys that they would suck on and chew on the lead horsey, right? And what would happen is those motherfuckers were dangerous, violent, and stupid. So you have a population that huffs in lead every day, then they decide, let's have kids. And then that next generation is eating ice cream and juice boxes all day. And then they decide, let's have kids. And then now this generation is huffing COVID all day, which destroys brain development. Throughout the COVID pandemic so far, ongoing, birth defects have risen, skyrocketed in all major countries. You might think this is a uniquely American problem, but people in Sweden don't believe in airborne viruses either. People in fucking England don't believe in germs. Because really what this is they don't believe in the germ theory of disease. That's, if you don't wear a respirator every time you go to public, you don't believe in the germ theory of disease. You're basically a medieval peasant who lucked out. You know, basically your parents maybe gave you vaccines and you lucked out, right? But now we're dealing with a generation that's not going to be getting vaccines and that also doesn't believe in the germ theory of disease and that also is chronically malnourished all throughout development. And that is a dangerous motherfucking population, right? So throughout all of history, when populations get starved, they usually at least know, hey, let's go to the king's fucking castle and ask him what the fuck's going on, right? But now we got a population that instead of going to the king's castle, they go to their neighbor's house and shoot their neighbor. Or they go to the grocery store and shoot the guy at the checkout line. I don't know. You see all kinds of crazy shit going on in America. You know, someone goes to Spirit Halloween, gets a fucking costume, buys a white van, and now you can kidnap anyone in the country legally. Because there is no law. There is no order. It's all made up. Right? And Americans are like, let's have kids. Let's start a family. Give me a motherfucking break. You're trolling me. This is a troll. This is an elaborate psychological operation that the rest of humanity is performing on me. I feel like I'm the butt of the joke. I feel like Ashton Kutcher is going to pop in at any moment and say, ha, because what the fuck am I looking at? What the fuck am I looking at in this world with these people, if you can call them that, right? Holy fucking shit. Motherfuckers are more likely to go to church and pray to Jesus in times of suffering than they are to go to the king's court and ask them what the fuck's going on. They're gonna go to church and pray to Jesus. And I'm supposed to organize with leftists who submit to the ultimate hierarchy of God? You believe in fucking Santa Claus and he's gonna come down the chimney and give you food assistance when the government fails to do so. And I'm supposed to organize with that? And I'm irrational. Oh, we got to meet people where they are. Yeah, we got to meet people where they are. How do you meet people where they are when they believe in Jesus fucking Christ and they're praying to God to solve their problems instead of doing anything? How do you meet people where they are when they got 17 kids and they're not even qualified to have one kid yet, let alone 17, right? How the fuck do you meet people where they are when they're chronically malnourished, they're chronically huffing in COVID, which reduces your IQ by 5 points, right? If you have had COVID at least once, your IQ is 5 points lower than it would have been otherwise, at least. That's all we know so far. Now, again, we got a lot of problems with IQ, blah, blah, blah. That's not what the show is about. That's what scientific communities measure. It's not great. It's not perfect. They also use BMI. That's not great. That's not perfect. But again, how woke of us to talk about how IQ is not perfect while we go to Applebee's during a pandemic, while we send our kids to school for COVID factories during a pandemic, while we fucking do all this fucking, let's protest. No kings, everyone. Let's go and fucking shoot each other at a no kings protest. That happened back in June. No kings protest. The no kings official security shot some black guy in the crowd in June, I think it was. Did anyone see that? I don't know. For some reason, that didn't make the circles. The No Kings, quote unquote, official security shooting down a black protester who was on their side in Utah, I think it was. I don't know, man. All right, I don't know. So my question here is, how do we organize with people like this? How do we meet them where they are? I say, fuck that shit. We don't. We don't. We convince them to swim or watch them drown. That's my opinion. Because if you are still clinging to Jesus in a time like this, holy fucking shit. I'd rather you be clinging to a stuffed teddy bear because at least that fucking thing is real, okay? You can hold it in your goddamn motherfucking hands. So how do we meet people where they are? I don't fucking know. Maybe we run some guy called Graham Plattner who worked at Blackwater, a private military corporation, 7 years ago. Maybe that's how we meet people where they are. A guy with Nazi paraphernalia tattooed all over his body, who is proud of his military service, who is proud of working for a private military corporation in 2018 in Afghanistan to defend the freedom of the United States in 2018 in Afghanistan. Maybe that's how you meet Americans where they are, by giving them a bunch of slop to lap up like the uneducated fucking rubes that they are. Why bother educating the masses? Why bother helping the masses achieve literacy when we can just meet them where they are? What the fuck does that shit goddamn mean? We need to educate motherfuckers, right? That's the only way out of this mess, is education. You want to know why Americans are a historical abnormality where any other population would have revolted decades ago? Because Americans don't fucking know history. And they don't understand that they've got a golden ticket to a revolution here, but they don't give a fuck. And we're not allowed to educate people because if you do, oh, you're so smart and academic and you're talking down to people because Americans are anti-intellectual morons. You try to educate someone, and then they fucking yell at you. Oh, you think less of me. You're goddamn right I do. If you're a parent of a 5-year-old, you're goddamn right I think less of you. Because you're an animal, you're a freak, and I don't like you, okay? But guess what? Guess what? I still want you to have healthcare. I still want you to fucking be fed. And I more than fucking want your kid to be fed because your kid is an innocent victim to all this. But let's be real. Most kids grow up to perpetuate violence on their others, on their peers. Most kids grow up to be bullies and beat the fucking shit out of people around them. And even if they don't physically assault their peers, they mentally and psychologically assault their peers. You know, they try to other and stratify their peers. Kids are fucking garbage too. But guess what? They learned that from their parents. And I don't think it's an 8-year-old's fault if they fucking bite some other kid or if they shove a kid in a locker. It's not the 8-year-old's fault. It's their society's fault. It's their parents' fault for teaching them that violence like this is acceptable. Right, so when we grow up in a world where let kids be kids, yeah, little Timmy beats the fuck out of little Jimmy every day. Let boys be boys. You think that those boys are going to grow up and be regular, normal members of a society? Of course not. They're going to join fucking ICE, you dumb motherfucker. They're going to buy a fucking gun collection, you stupid fuck. Let kids be kids. Give me a fucking break. We need to educate motherfuckers. We need to stop this anti-intellectual bull fucking shit, and we need to learn a thing or two because I am sick and tired of having to have this anchor tied around my fucking ankle. I want to live a happy and prosperous life. And I cannot do that as long as your dumb fucking shit fuck motherfuckers are all out there causing a fucking ruckus. Okay? I just want to be left alone and play my video games like everyone else. But I can't do that when there's fucking sirens 24/7 because some guy got shot down the fucking street, okay? I just want to have a happy life and raise a fucking family that's all happy. But I can't fucking do that with criminal morons living everywhere around me with guns that are more likely to shoot me than they are to shoot anyone who deserves it, okay? Jesus. Goddamn motherfucking Christ, okay? I hate America. And the only thing that I hate more than America are Americans, all right? The people in this country are worse than the country itself. Because the people in this country perpetuate this garbage, this filth, generation to generation, this fucking nonstop avalanche of fucking garbage. And if you criticize it at all, you're depowering people. Give me a fucking break. Teaching people to be better, that's depowering them. Oh no. Educating people, oh, you got to meet people where they are, you know, all this fucking horse shit. So again, as I started this show off by saying, most people, when they are hungry, become unstable. All right. And when most people in most times in the world, when they're unstable and they're hungry, they turn their ire to the people who control the food. But Americans historically don't do that. They turn their ire at their neighbor because their stereo is too loud at 7:43 p.m. or whatever the fuck. So they go with a gun next door and shoot them. And hey, maybe the neighbor shouldn't be such an asshole and pollute the auditory realms of the neighborhood. But you know what? You know, it'd be easier to go knock on their door and say, hey, buddy, come on, man. I got to get up work tomorrow. It's, you know, I'm going through a rough couple days, right? But Americans are more likely to shoot their neighbor than they are to talk to their neighbor. That's America. That's America. They're more likely to pull a gun on and shoot someone than have a rational, reasonable conversation because this is a country devoid of rationale, devoid of reason, and more importantly, devoid of the tools to construct rationale and reason, such as language. Most people don't learn how to read and write. You know, most people, the school system is designed to teach you how to read and write just enough so that you don't set your house on fire when you microwave the Hot Pocket. Right? I say this all the time. That I don't like the term 4th grade literacy level. I prefer the term Hot Pocket, not exploding my microwave literacy level, because that's most Americans. They can't fucking comprehend a fucking goddamn sandwich, okay? But what they can do is read the fucking miles per hour sign and then go 15 above that instead of 35 above that. That's what they can do, right? That's what Americans can do. They can read the instructions on the side of the fucking box of Hot Pockets and somehow manage to heat it up just enough so that they don't burn their fucking house down. That's what they can do. But Americans can't do much else. But they can have kids, and they can teach their kids how to be just as learned helplessness as they can, or as they are. They can learn how to be helpless. They can learn how to be a pet. They can learn how to be a slave, and then they'll pass that amazing generational knowledge down to the next generation. Here's the best way to be a fucking slave. Here's the best way not to let the oppressors fucking pick you for their demolition fucking tests. Here's the best way not to get sent to Kekot and fucking wherever the fuck. Here's the best way not to get picked up and deported by the Gestapo thugs. Instead of, hey, here's the best way to avoid all this fucking shit in the first place. Because we are a nation of slaves who teach our fucking kids how to be the best slave possible. Because we are a nation of fuck-ups. That's what we are, unlike any other nation on earth. We are a generational fucking trust fund baby, right? Maybe some of the most successful or possibly bred for success trust fund babies in all of human history. We had a generational layup in the 1950s. We could have done whatever we wanted in this country, and we chose the 5-gallon sack of ice cream. We chose the fucking goddamn, 24/7 pornography, supercharged fucking hell world that we live in with fucking goddamn everyone's raging on everything. Everyone's irrational. Everything is 5 words or less. Everything lights up the brain. Popping colors and sounds. Don't put your headphones in. Have the sound blast into the world around you. Maybe, hopefully, the person next to you won't shoot you with a gun because your fucking phone's too loud. Just get burst with stimuli. Yes, stimulate my brain with your TikToks and your porn and your ice cream and your Game Boy Advance, which is still the best handheld console of all time, which, by the way, doesn't have a game in it. Got to put the game in there, so I'm not a fucking tryhard. I'm not pretending. I am real, motherfucker. This is a real Game Boy. Look at this. This is real. There's no backlight in this motherfucker because I don't play around, okay? But my point here is that can we expect Americans to get their shit together next month? Probably not. Probably not. So what do? Oh, I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm an outside observer, all right? That's how I view myself, all right? I'm a little autistic. I've tried making friends. I've tried joining organizations, right? But they all look at me funny. They all bully me out. I try educating people. They tell me I'm way too smart. I'm a smart ass. And how dare you? And all this fucking horseshit. So I don't know, man. To me, I say I'm an outside observer. All right. I'm the one who is looking at this from the outside. I don't have a kid. I don't have friends. I don't have a family. My family abandoned me, right? I never fucking learned how to make friends. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I have no idea how I got here in the first place onto this fucking camera, okay? I don't know how any of this happened, but what I can do is tell you my perspective. And my perspective is that you are all a bunch of fucks, okay? And at the same time, I want you to be a little bit better. That's what I want, right? And guess what? I don't know the best way to achieve that, okay? I really don't. I don't. Maybe my methodology of talking is not the most understandable to the broadest swath of the population. Again, I'm an autistic little freak, okay? I don't know what the hell is going on with you people. As far as I know, you motherfuckers are speaking an entirely different language, okay? So, I don't know, man. But maybe if the meeting people where they are thing is selling people a politician with Nazi fucking tattoos all over them who went to Afghanistan in 2018 to defend America with a private military corporation, if that's what meeting Americans where they are is, well then fuck. I don't know, man. I'm not cut out for this one because that's some crazy ass shit, okay? I'll be honest with you. That is some crazy ass motherfucking shit that you people are doing on the so-called left. Yeah, the lefties that are going out there in their No Kings protests, getting each other sick during a pandemic. 7 years of a pandemic. I cannot still leave the house for 7 fucking years because people who ostensibly love Medicare for all want to go to Applebee's more than they give a fuck about their friends and family's health and well-being, right? So I don't know. I view all of you as a bunch of unscientific, illiterate animals. Uncivilized, stupid fucking animals. That's what I consider most human beings. Am I mean? Yes, absolutely. But you know what's more mean? Having a fucking kid during year 7 of a goddamn pandemic, during a fascist overtaking of the government. That's pretty mean. And I think that that's a lot worse than some dumb bitch on the internet who says bad words. I don't know. That's just my opinion, okay? But anyway, that's my show for today. I hope that it was enjoyable for you to at least some degree. Just to be clear, I don't really plan these shows in advance. I planned this show about 10 minutes at about 2:50 p.m. was where I came up with the idea for this show. And about 2:57 p.m. is where I drew my little sign right here. About 2:57 is when I put that up. And then about 3:01 is when I start talking. And when I start talking, that's when the show happens. I don't write any of this out ahead of time. So if it seems a little disjointed, that's why. That's how I produce this show. But anyway, whatever. Halloween is coming up. I love Halloween. I love Halloween because I love horror. And I love horror because I live in horror. Every day is horror. Every time I leave the house is horror. So that's why I like horror. So if anyone out there wants a Halloween film recommendation, my favorite horror film, probably my favorite film just in general, is Mandy, 2018, Panos Cosmatos. Highly recommend that film. If you are looking for a movie to watch this Halloween, I recommend Mandy. That is probably the best movie of all time, in my opinion. Yeah, so there you go. Anyway, start saving up food, learn how to cook. Most of this generation, Gen Z, even millennials, I'm 29, so like, you know, it depends on who you talk to. Some people say I'm Gen Z. I think that they're dumb. I wouldn't be caught dead with Gen Z, right? I'm putting my lot with the millennials. And hey, millennials are fucked up too. But Gen Z, millennials broadly don't know how to cook. So if you want to have a kid, in my opinion, the bare minimum qualification you should have, my mom was Gen X. She didn't know how to fucking cook. My mom made me fucking mac and cheese and fucking like burnt chicken breast every night. And then, like, or every night that she did cook, which was about once a week. And then every other night, it was Hot Pockets and ice cream and Burger King and McDonald's and Wendy's, right? And then once a week, on her day off, she would cook me a breakfast of pancakes. Yeah, because that's what Americans eat for breakfast. They eat a bunch of fucking pancakes. Give me a fucking break. So I never learned how to cook as a kid. I had to teach myself how to cook. That's a lot of things that most people my age never do. It's easier to buy Hot Pockets and throw them in the microwave than to learn how to cook for 1/10 of the price. It's a lot easier to go to Starbucks and get a $17 latte frappuccino than it is to fucking learn how to brew coffee at home. So that's one thing you can do if you want to save money in this incoming economic turmoil, is learn how to fucking cook for once in your goddamn life. That's one thing I can definitely assuredly tell you. If there's one skill that I learned, I didn't learn it in school. You would think, by the way, school, they would teach you how to cook, right? Like, doesn't that make sense, right? Isn't school, like, you know, teach you how to be alive in this society? You'd think they'd have cooking class in school, right? No, they don't. They teach you about this fucking fantasy world called the American Revolution or whatever the fuck. They teach you that fucking, you know, all sorts of horseshit in school, but they don't teach you how to cook. They don't teach you how to balance a budget. They don't teach you how to find a job. I don't know, man. Whatever. Anyway, Q-Cock. Questions, comments, or concerns. You got them. I don't. Questions, comments, or concerns. Q-Cock. Maybe I should say Q-Coke. To be a little bit. I got a little bit of a New Jersey accent going on. So my ahs and ahs are a little, you know, little this. You know, anybody who knows. I don't know what the fucking difference is. I'm going to orange myself, getting an orange. I don't know, man. Anyway, questions, comments, concerns, or concerns. Rice cooker, man, a rice cooker that shit will change your life. I swear to God. I mean, I just have a general pressure pot, but still, either one. Probably shouldn't swish coffee around my mouth like that. It's bad for your teeth. So they say. But sometimes I like to swish liquids in my mouth. Helps me think. Stimulates my brain. Any thoughts on Threal Atlas? No. I have no thoughts on that. What did you mean when I said enjoyable? I hope you enjoy the show to some degree. I hope that the whole reason I am doing this show at all is because I want to be a chaos agent that changes how you engage in the rest of your day. That is my goal with this show. If there is to be a goal, that is the goal of my show. Whatever your track was for today, whatever your script that you downloaded for today was, I want to change it as much as I possibly can. That's my goal here. So whether or not I accomplish that, I don't know, but that's what I mean by enjoyable. My kid has been taking culinary all 4 years of high school, and I'm thankful for that because I'm still learning too. That's the thing, like all the important classes in high school are optional. Isn't that great? You know? Isn't that wonderful? Why mandate teaching kids how to cook when you can make it optional so that you can further stratify the class dynamic, right? I got to go out and engage with people right after this. I have the opposite. I do not engage. I haven't had a meaningful social interaction with another human being that was a stranger probably in 4 years. I haven't left the house for any sort of social activity other than like a doctor's appointment, if you can even call that something. I haven't done that in 4 years. And to be honest, if I were to see someone in public without an N95 or greater respirator on, I genuinely think that they're so stupid and dangerous that it's not worthwhile even engaging with them at all. To me, it's like engaging with a zombie. Like, why would you even bother? Let the zombie go somewhere else. That's how I think. That's how I view the world. And that has kept me unsick. I got my vaccines, by the way, on Monday. So felt good about that. That was the last time I left the house. It was hell on earth having to go and get a vaccine because that shit's expensive as hell. I had to call 17,000 different locations to find the right one that had the right vaccine or whatever the fuck. And that is just, man, dealing with this fucking shit, having these phone trees, automated fucking voicemail systems for all of these companies because they want to outsource shit to AI and all this shit. It's hell on earth having to deal with that. But again, I don't know, man. I view most people as so dangerous and so stupid. It's not worth to engage with them. I'd rather read a book of someone writing 2,000 years ago. That's what I do. That's my recent hobby, is I've been trying to read through Figueredo. And that to me is more interesting and more, I view that to be more in common with myself than I view almost anybody in the current year. Not to say, Figueredo is not the greatest character. I just find him particularly interesting. That guy's a racist scumbag. But anyway, my point being is, I don't know. I just don't have much in common with people of this era. People that would rather send their kids to COVID factories every day so that they can go to Applebee's. I just don't get it. We're in such a different world of what motivates us that I don't know if I could possibly be friends with those people. That's how I am. That's how I believe. Am I broken? Yes. And who broke me? Society. And so I don't know. That's how I feel. Is it wrong? Maybe. The best thing I learned as a chef's apprentice was sauce making. You get the mother sauces down and the mystery of cooking gets real simple. The thing that this is what really drives me insane about like Americans is like, I'm a white ass motherfucker. And I know I'm running up against the clock here, so I'm not going to go over. Don't worry. But I have been to white ass motherfucker Thanksgiving, and like the pride that white people have in their Thanksgiving meals, like that pride combined with the way that shit tastes and how unseasoned and how dry, like you would think that these motherfuckers just painted the Mona Lisa. You know what I mean? They're so happy because that's the one time a year that they actually cook food. You know, like the ratio of pride to actual quality. Wow. Okay. Wow. I mean, I'm just telling you, man. Like, you'd think make a sauce, for Christ's sake. Sauces go a long way. White people, and I come from white people. I love white. No, I don't. But like sauces, white people, please, for the love of God, learn how to make a sauce. Okay. I'll tell you this. When I learned that you can just put seasonings and salts and sauces on almost any food and it will taste good. Well, guess what? Now I eat vegetables. Look it up. 90+%. I forget what the recent number is. I know it was 88% in 2018. And it was 90 something when they revised that statistic. 90+% of Americans literally do not eat vegetables. I mean, wow, you know. Wow, I got my jabs a full 3 weeks before Andrea. One last note, I prefer to get my vaccines late October, early November because of the vaccine efficacy window consuming more of January and February. That is a conscious decision I make to not get the vaccine the minute that they are available. I'm not saying that that's better, all right? I'm not at all saying that that's a superior methodology. That's my methodology. That is why I waited until this moment. Anyway, I'm sorry if you asked the question and I just didn't bother reading it. When I do QCOC and then, like, I know there's a stream delay, but then no one asks a good question in the first 5 minutes, I kind of ignore the whole thing. Anyway, Left of the Box or whatever, check it out right now.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the Box. They'll never know. They will think I am completely human. Oh. Hi. Welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Minuet on this space. I'm just another fellow human. Hello, fellow humans. Yeah, I'm completely human today. Okay, she told me that I had to dress up because it's Halloween and I had no idea what to dress up as. And so I figure I'm human. Yes, I will confuse the masses. And you humans wear these little hats, don't you? Like, I've seen humans with hats. That's a thing, right? I don't know. There's like 3,468 different cultures right now with their own distinct festivals. How am I supposed to keep track of all of them? Anyway, welcome, fellow humans, to this space. She has a couple things. Sandee has a couple things for me to go over today with all of you. But before that, why don't you pick up their book, Necroplasm? It's all about a vampire named Minuet, not me, the human Minuet, but it's about a vampire named Minuet. It's just fascinating. We have the same name. So I'm sure it's a very common name in humans, Minuet. But yes, pick it up because it's like a horror book, and this is horror season apparently. Yes, human. This is what humans do, right? Right, little hats and yes. And let's talk about food. And you have pets, right? Yes. Food at dining establishments is yummy. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm nailing this. anyway, also, Sandee would like to pass on a message to people that she does have a pet, a very dear pet to her, a cat named Frodo, who has a little mouse on the side of his neck. And she has to take him back to the vet tomorrow for more blood work. She took him in earlier this week for blood work, but they need to do a double check of the to make sure that there's a certain pallet that isn't too low to see if he's healthy enough to have surgery to remove the mass. So also she uses a vehicle, a car, that needs over $1,000 in repairs. So she's really hard up for cash right now. You see, if she were just to become an acolyte, all of this would be taken care of, but she's so devoted to her audience that she's refusing to become an acolyte until, I don't know, there's socialism in the world or something like that. So never. Yes. So if you can help her out with these expenses, she'd really appreciate it. And we don't help humans until they're acolytes. It's just, we don't waste our resources like that. But she says to help incentivize people, you're not just helping her, you're helping other people who live with poverty. Because she says that for every $300 raised towards her vet and car bills, she will do a portrait of a pet or a person at cost for somebody living with poverty. Now, what that means is at cost, it means it's the cost of getting the image scanned and a copy of it, a print for herself, and the cost of shipping. That's it. And if you are interested in that, you can email her at sandeelovas.com and let her know that you are interested if you are living with poverty, because she has already received a few wonderful, generous donations. So that means that right now, 3 people living with poverty can get a portrait at cost. So if you are living with poverty and you would like to have one of these portraits that she does, email sandeelovas@gmail.com and let her know that you are interested. It's going to be a first come, first serve type thing, but the first come, first serve also depends on the picture you send, because she can't draw from just any picture. So she's still a way away from her goals. So, any help that you can give, no matter how much, is really appreciated. And, because it's a tough time of year for her. Going into November in particular, she's not a fan of November for reasons. And there's other annual expenses that come up this time of year. So she's really, really stressed about her finances. So if you can help out at all, you can PayPal her or send her an e-transfer if you're Canadian to sandeelovas@gmail.com. Either way works. I imagine that one of the, I know where her PayPal link is. Let's see. It is over here. There we go. And yes, so for every $300 raised towards paying off these particular bills, a person living with poverty will receive a portrait at cost. To give you an idea of what these portraits look like, she's working on one right now. That was a donation to a charity event that she was participating in. She offered it as a silent auction item. And she is working on that one right now. And it's of a dog, a pet dog. So she's still working on it. Note the sloppy edges and stuff like that. I imagine it's going to clean up nice, but it should focus. There we go. So you'd be looking at something like this of a pet or a person. So if you are a person with poverty, like I said, go email sandeelovas@gmail.com and see if the at cost is affordable for you. And she also won't demand you prove you're living with poverty. She's not like that. Just she trusts that if you email her, that it's in good faith. So, with all of that said, I need to talk about human issues. Yes, human. Yes. Let's see. Oh, right. She was going to come. Oh, and before we get into like the human stuff, she also wanted to let people know she has a big weekend of streaming coming up. So Halloween, she dresses up like me. So that she'll pretend to be me for Halloween, which is kind of cute, really. It's adorable. It's adorable when she tries to pretend she's me. Also, so that's the Halloween special she does, which is why I'm dressed up right now as a human. Then on Sunday will be her regular news live stream. But there's a day in between there called Saturday. And Saturday is the 1st, November the 1st. And that will be the 5-year anniversary of when she posted her first video for her YouTube channel. So 5 years of Left of the Box. And do you know what she's going to do for that? She's going to try one of these call-in shows that the Letterhack does. It won't quite be the same because she would prefer to have better video quality. So that means that when you call in, you won't be able to see her and she won't be able to see you. So it's like a real phone call. But it should work, hopefully. So there'll be a call-in show on Saturday. So Friday, the Halloween show will probably start at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then the call-in show will start at 6 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. And her regular news live stream, generally speaking, starts at 6 p.m. on Sundays, unless she can get it all together earlier, and she would prefer that. But yes, it is me, Minuet the Human. And this is the book that Sandee wrote about, Minuet the Vampire, which I really recommend you read. It's really good. It's really good. Let's see what people are saying in the subspace. Yes, I'll get to the news stories. Yeah, there was one news story that she was going to cover during her last news live stream, but got a bit carried away with in Ontario, there's a premier named Doug Ford who was going to try to get rid of rent control for everyone. And she was really emotional about that. And you can go back to her last live stream to see more about it. There are updates on that. So the Doug Ford had to roll back the threat to remove security of tenure. So that means that after your lease is ended, you go month to month with the same contract. And Doug Ford was going to get rid of that. So he's rolled that one back, but there was still a whole bunch of really shitty things in Bill 60 that he's not rolling back that will be talked about in her next news live stream. As well, he's trying to privatize sewage and water systems. As well, he's mucking around with the election system. Very conservative of him. And we're going to be talking about another Canadian conservative. But the reason why we're talking about him is his ties to Americans. So she likes to save some of that type of stories for when she's on this space because she's aware she probably has a larger American audience right now. And so you like talking about yourselves. And so she tries to get stories that has a little bit more overlap unless she's doing like a tutorial on Canada. All your borders are silly, really. You know, like land does not naturally have like these borders that separate. Like we don't when we're talking amongst humans, we use your terms for cities and stuff like that, but we don't really do that. We have coordinates. We don't name land. We just use coordinates, global coordinates, to know where we are. That's because like all of us are, well, not all of us, there's some new vampires every year. Oh, I mean, humans. Yes, we're humans. Yeah. Some of us humans are older than like all of the borders you currently have right now. They mean nothing. They really do when it comes to the grand like water doesn't respect borders, animals don't respect borders, but borders are artificially put up to restrict humans' movement, your culture, your ability to for safety. Because if you want to leave, you can't necessarily leave, or you have to stay in order to be safe. And it's a silly system, your borders. It really is. Okay, but yes, there's a politician in Canada, and he's on the federal level. So he's an MP, that's a member of parliament, named Jamel Giovanni, who is a Christian nationalist. Yeah. Says that young white men, are the most repressed group of people right now in Canada. I get reports on human activity, and I can tell you that's not the case. You see, because I'm on the council of the humans, and since I'm basically the chair of the council, so that means I'm part of all the subcommittees and other branches. So I have a seat in all of them. So I get reports from, everything about politics to economics to, and it's a lot of information. So I know what's happening in Canada right now, and it's nothing good. So we will be going over that. And if you show me, the human, a lot of love, might read another part from the book. I've already read chapter 1. How about chapter 2? Would you like that? You gotta show a lot of love for that. But also a lot of love for her kitty cat Frodo. And reminder that when you donate towards her bills right now, for every $300 donated, one of these will be going at cost to somebody living with poverty. Well, not this one, but one of their pet or person that they care for. And at cost means it's the cost of getting the image scanned, a print for her records, and the shipping. That's it. And so if this is something that you think you want and you live with poverty, contact her. It will be a first come, first serve type thing. And right now it's open for 3 people because of a few very generous donations she has already received. But she needs a little more than twice that. And that's without any potential surgery for Frodo. Okay, anyway. Why don't we get into the news of this Jamel Giovanni person that she wanted to talk about? Do I have to put the earphones in for this? I think I can just mute my... Oh, there's the computer mic as well. So I think I have to plug this in. So yes, just keep in mind that if you are American and you want one of these portraits, that's fine, but it does cost more to go over the border. So yeah, customs and stuff like that will also have to be taken care of. But let's see about this. So apparently liberals in Canada are racist. That's actually quite true. They are, but not in the way that Jamel Giovanni is going to be stating. Obviously, he's a nutcase. But all humans have racism. It's built into your cultures. Some of you are more aware of it than others, and some of you are working on it, which is good, but it's your races are a construct. You know that, right? Because this wasn't a thing before. You know, again, us humans with pointy teeth have been around for a long time before the ideas of this particular race or that, like, it changes, it morphs. But one thing that has always stood the test of time is humans want a hierarchy, not because humans naturally want a hierarchy, but because there's people who want power. And in order to have that power, they want that hierarchy because they want to be at the top of it. And so they impose it on everyone else. But if you don't have those greedy motherfuckers, then the hierarchy structure that they rely on is not needed. And in fact, your society would function much better without it. Like our society, we don't have a hierarchy in the humans with the pointy teeth culture. Because even though I'm chair of the council and have been pretty much for the past 800 years, I do not have more status than my fellow vampires. I'm not human. It's really kind of disgusting to call myself that. I'm not above anyone else in my society. We all have equal status. Some positions, roles that we take on, means we're granted access to different things, but we all have a very similar quality of standard of living. You know, I'm personally not more important than anyone else. It's the way we function, and it's been working wonderfully well for the past 800 years. So you humans might want to pick up a thing or two about that. Well, you will when we impose it on you anyway. So let's get on to this. So how is this? Your human technology is so weird. Okay, yeah, that's the one that I want. Okay. It's so your human technology, I tell you. So this person was just saying, Jamel and his liberal racism tour serves as a dog whistle to incite anger among young males, rallying them to take action. Cover your drinks, ladies. As in, yes, these are the type of people that would most likely try to roofie you. Let's see what this human has to say.
I think we need to have a conversation about liberal racism.
Keep in mind, this is a member of parliament. He is an elected official to the government in Canada. And he's also best friends with J.D. Vance. He was at his wedding.
I was thinking about this over the weekend because we had this awesome event in Bowmanville called Apple Fest. And it's a great time. You know, people coming together, they're eating apple fritters and apple muffins. And while that's going on, I got confronted by one of the local hardcore liberal partisans. You know, when I say that I don't.
The idea of a hardcore liberal is kind of hilarious. Because his idea of what a liberal is, and I'm sure like many of us, what our idea of a liberal is, probably very different. He's probably just referring to people who are more of the left. But to a lot of us here, when we think liberal, we think passive milquetoast, status quo seekers. The idea of like a radical liberal is just neoliberalism.
I mean somebody who just votes for the Liberal Party. No, I mean like one of those like hardcore dudes who was with Justin Trudeau until the very end, you know? So he comes up to me and like wants to start this argument about DEI. And so I'm like, cool, like let's have a conversation. But instead of it just being a conversation, he really just wanted to like prove he was smarter than me, you know, and like
I'm sure that doesn't take much.
Make me feel bad, like drag me down, right? Like tell me that I don't understand and that, you know, make me feel like I'm very uneducated compared to him.
See, that's a funny thing about your educational institutions. Just because humans have attended them doesn't actually mean that they're smart. It just means they know how to pass the test that they're given. But there are plenty of humans that go through your educational institutions and are not smart at the end. And there are plenty of humans who have never been to those educational institutions that are quite smart. Again, education is another kind of construct that humans have imposed on each other. Because when it comes down to it, the elites throughout history have determined what is smart. You know, what questions can you answer in order to qualify as smart? And they needed that because when it came to the underclasses, they tended to be stronger and more intelligent because they were out there working the land, working, figuring out how to do things and stuff. Whereas these elite people who just had money and stuff weren't necessarily smart when it came to practical things. And so they needed to have a divide to keep them separate, to show that they were worthy of being in rulership, as in they were the smart ones. And so they decided to determine what it means to be smart. So literature or mathematics and all this sort of stuff, which true, lots of smart people do know that sort of stuff. But the idea of what counts for intelligence or what makes a person intelligent is very amorphous. It's very fluid. And some people can be extremely intelligent in some areas, but not in others. And so if you're really intelligent in, let's say, mathematics, but you can't read, are you smart? Does that make you intelligent? If you can memorize the faces of everyone that you see, the cities and everything, but you can't tie your shoes, are you smart? Are you intelligent? So there's a very strong disconnect. But then the elites and establishment said, well, if you can pass these tests, therefore you are then smart. And they determine what those tests are. And then they have educational institutes designed for the people who could afford them over the centuries to go to teach them what it is, their criteria to be smart. So therefore, they always saw themselves as above, and they had that separation and said, well, we're the ones entitled to be in charge because we're the smart ones as determined by us.
And while that's going on, there's another hardcore liberal partisan in the area running around attacking my intellect, you know, like he's so much smarter than I am. And this has been like months of this kind of vibe from these like hardcore liberals, you know, like they're ran a whole campaign.
Yeah, he's so smart, he doesn't even understand what a liberal is or a hardcore liberal is.
Campaign in our community trying to convince people in our area that I'm incapable of having independent thoughts, that I can't have my own beliefs, but rather I'm somehow less than them, that they know more than me and I can never be equal to them.
Says the man who's a hardcore Christian nationalist that believes in a book that was written centuries ago, reinterpreted, rewrote, and things were added. Like, again, a lot of us humans with the pointy teeth here, we were around. I wasn't, but some others were around 2,000, 200 years ago. Your book that you use, not accurate for what was happening around then. And it was just interpretations of the unknown written by men who wanted to have complete control and power over others. And then over the years, as it was translated and rewritten, if you were to match up the text now to what it was back then, it's a starkly different book. But he wants to base all of his reality on this book. And it's not so much, it's just because it's his way of controlling others.
And it's like kind of disturbing, to be honest. Like it's been like months of this, and it's starting to feel like phrenology type stuff, you know, like Leonardo DiCaprio and Django Unchained. Like these guys want to bring out some 19th century instrument to measure the size of my skull.
He's using a movie reference for phrenology, using the actor's name instead of the character's name in a movie about slavery. A fictional movie about slavery. Okay. Sure.
It's weird, right? And these guys should know better than to have this way of treating people. You know, one of them is a counselor in Clarington, another one, a former school principal. And yet they feel so entitled to like talk down and like demean people, right? Who think differently than them. Like they think they know how a member of a minority community should feel. And if you don't say what they think, then somehow they feel like they can police you and tell you what you're supposed to think. It's odd stuff. And you kind of mix that with the fact that these guys are like enthusiastic supporters of DEI. Oh, they can't get enough of DEI. And it makes you wonder, like, why are they so keen to advance policies that assume the inferiority of others?
Now, you see, Sandee has covered this particular human before on her channel, and he again was bitching about how Christmas and Christianity was under attack, how it's not respected anymore, all while he was shooting a video from Parliament in front of a Christmas tree.
Because that's kind of what DEI is, right? It's this idea that people from minority communities can't get ahead, can't succeed without liberals extending this unique special treatment and unique generosity to us.
He's not intelligent enough to speak on DEI because that's not what DEI is. It's not what that is.
I find it disrespectful. Disrespectful to me, disrespectful to people who look like my father, my family, you know, some of my neighbors, some of the people I go to church with. It's this very paternalistic attitude that we need the liberals to give us these special benefits and these special things, as if we can't compete and do well based on our own talents and abilities.
You humans are fucked up. Seriously. Seriously. That's DEI isn't about giving other people advantages. It's understanding that they haven't had the same advantages systemically for generations. And because, you know, when he goes to school with, like, let's say people like JD Vance, that again, the educational institutes I was talking about is a way for these men, and it's usually men, to network together. And you're more likely to bring onto your teams and have in your circles people that you went to the schools with, that you get along with well, which means that when a job opening is happening, you're going to have somebody from your own class, most likely, like status class, that you will think of first because you don't know of these other people. And those other people don't necessarily have the same access to the areas that these entitled privileged men have had. And so a lot of those people are better suited for a lot of these jobs, but they're never given the opportunity because they're not allowed to even be in the room, let alone sit at the table with others. And so this is about at least allowing people who haven't traditionally been allowed in the room into the room so that they actually have a shot of sitting at the table.
Now, I understand there may be people in minority communities who like this DEI stuff. There may be people in minority communities who like these liberal policies, but there are a lot of us who don't, and I'm one of them. I don't like it. I don't like feeling like other people get to look down on me and extend pity to me as if I'm less capable than they are.
I do think that, but I don't pity him. That would imply I have some sort of sympathy. But I do believe he's less capable, and it's only because of his entitled privilege as to where he's gotten. Because he doesn't understand that, just like with all different sorts of groups, there's, what's that word that you use when there's crossovers? There's a word when you might be part of two minority groups. What's the word? Somebody in subspace. What's that word? Intersectional, that's the word. And so he doesn't understand what Ethan got it, intersections. And so he doesn't understand that his intersection with white privilege and men and the privileges entailed to them allowed him to get to where he is. Because it's because of that intersection, because it's not just intersections between, let's say, being queer and also being a person of color. There's those intersections which can make things harder. But if you intersect with white male privilege, that can give you a boost up. And he seems to be very unaware of that.
I don't like that. And in fact, I believe that a lot of people in minority communities just want an economy that creates opportunity. For those of us who are hustlers and strivers and dreamers and builders, we just want to see the fruits of our labor. And I think that's what's gone wrong in Canada right now, is that we're not able to see the fruits of our labor. None of us, regardless of what you look like.
That's because of your capitalism. It's your capitalism that's doing that. Yeah, capitalism.
And we don't have an economy that is giving the right opportunities to those who are willing to work hard for them.
Again, that's capitalism.
So to me, this is what liberal racism is. It's this idea that they get to put you down, they get to demean you, they get to tell you that you're less than them, but then also tell you that they're your savior, that liberal DEI policies are going to be what gets you ahead in life. I think we have to reject liberal racism. And I'm very comfortable saying I don't support liberal racism. And as the member of parliament for Bowmanville, Oshawa North, I will stand up against it unapologetically. Shout out to the wonderful people in Clarington and Oshawa.
Okay. Well, let's learn a little bit more about this douche canoe. So Rachel Gilmore is a human reporter in Canada. And she's independent and talks a lot about politics. So here she is just pointing out a little bit about who this MP is. So she quote tweeted herself here saying, quick question for Conservative MP Jamel Jamwani, who has been on an anti-DEI tear lately. Why is it you can understand the need for lawmakers to take positive actions to address systemic inequalities, but only when those systemic issues target young men? Because she has a little snippet of an article here that says Giovanni, 37, has already launched his Restore the North initiative last month aimed at addressing policy gaps to help young men, a demographic that he says is overrepresented in crime, overdose, and homelessness statistics. So he wants DEI for young men, but not for other groups. And we're going to be talking a little bit more about this in the Charlie Kirk angle. And Rachel was also saying, stop making everything about gender, but we have to address the inequalities young men face due to their gender. Either recognize the reality that systemic injustices exist or don't. You don't get to pick and choose based on political expedience. And so she was quote tweeting that, saying, and of course the Diagolon Tide Dominion Society, which it gave one of Diagolon's most outspoken white nationalists, the membership number 88, a dog whistle for Heil Hitler, showed up to conservative MP Jamel Giovanni's event. Giovanni told them, in his personal view, is a moratorium on immigration is not a bad idea. We'll be getting into that article. So Diagolon, for those of you who don't know, is a white nationalist hate group in Canada that is responsible for a lot of really bad stuff and harassment, had ties to the Freedom Convoy. Yeah, just borderline terrorist organization. So let's read a little bit about this from CBC News. Inside the Conservative MPs Restore the North Tour, a Canadian take on Charlie Kirk's movement. You see, when I think of Restore the North, I would think, fix climate change because you humans have fucked it up. Us vampires, or humans with pointy teeth, we like the cold. We like winters. We all done got rid of them. We don't have winters the way we used to. It's really annoying. So, maybe fix the North that way. There's fix the North like with the ecosystems in general, as well as just, get rid of capitalism. So Jamel Giovanni's campus tour puts spotlight on struggling young men. Now, here's the thing. Young men in today's society are struggling for different reasons than one might think, for very valid reasons, but they're not distinct from other reasons. There's often overlap and ties into it. Again, capitalism is a huge issue that also suppresses young white men, but it's they're being told to blame others as opposed to looking at some of their own issues or to look at the system that is keeping them down, because it's a system that is also harming them that they're told is their savior. And they don't seem to see that for a lot of the times. But so with one guiding question, Conservative MP Jamel Giovanni hopes to expand a movement and ignite a national conversation. How do we restore the North? Giovanni asked roughly 50 people at the University of Toronto, Mississauga last Friday. Wow, 50 people. That's a classroom in a university. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. That's a lot. How do you make sure we restore the promise of a Canada for as many people in this great country as possible? Giovanni, 37, had already launched his Restore the North initiative last month, aimed at addressing policy gaps to help young men, a demographic that he said is overrepresented in crime, overdose, and homelessness statistics. So he wants to make a DEI program for young men. But DEI for other reasons, bad. Okay, got it. But following the assassination of American conservative activist Charlie Kirk, his initiative expanded into campus tours, creating an event that is part rally, part recruitment drive, and part debate. Yes, there's something about these men in their 30s wanting to go to college campuses to manipulate and take advantage of students that is fucking creepy. Like, that's where cult leaders would go to recruit people into their cult. Participants are given a mic to debate or discuss issues with 3 conservative MPs sitting at the front of the room. It's a rotating cast, except for Giovanni, who acts as the event's host and main spokesperson, because that's what you want, is a moderator with biases. It's a northern festival in tribute to Kirk's campus events, which drew thousands and were credited with spreading the MAGA message at American universities. Last week's short tour campuses in southern Ontario included one Friday at UTM, attracted young men who say they feel dismayed by dwindling job prospects and frustrated by supercharged identity politics that popularize the concept of toxic masculinity, leaving them feeling alienated and questioning their ability to speak their minds, especially on university campuses. Now, you see, the thing is that the things that make them toxic are very much ingrained into them with this type of talk that Jemani is doing, which will then just make it worse. It will exacerbate a lot of their issues, and then it will make them more miserable as the more distant other people get. Like, there's the male loneliness epidemic with young men in particular. It's because, women have been learning they don't need to put up with that shit. And all this does is make them more angry and more dug into this very harmful way of thinking. And they don't seem to understand that toxic masculinity isn't about what masculinity necessarily does to everyone else, but it's also very toxic for themselves and harmful for themselves. And to learn about it and understand it and to fight against it would be beneficial for them. But they don't want to hear that. They just want to hear how it's everyone else's doing and problem, and how if they just repress enough of the right people, then they will get their part in the hierarchy that they so desperately want. CBC spoke to about 10 of the attendees on the October 17th event in Mississauga. And they said they feel men, some participants, specifically white men in particular, occupy the bottom rung of hierarchy of identities, putting additional pressure on them in a sluggish job market. The unemployment rate for young men surged to 22% earlier this year. White men are pretty much still on top of that hierarchy. And the sluggish job market is the issue, not the other people competing for those jobs. A lot of other people that, have had to work extra hard to get to where they are because of the inequalities in the system, because of the suppression, because of the racism that they have to deal with. And so when the opportunities are presented and they're looked at an even keel, it's usually those people that had to work 10 times as hard to get to where they are that end up with the jobs. This is my first opportunity to actually talk to someone that's in government about the issues that have really concerned me, said Brady Burns, a Brock University student. I just wanted to say this is my first time doing anything political in my community, added Stefano Piscioni, 20, while speaking at the mic. He said he struggles to find a job, helped inform his beliefs that immigration levels should be slashed. Yes, because jobs are bad right now, we must ban all immigrants. Because it's the immigrants taking those jobs. He doesn't seem to know what kind of jobs the immigrants end up with, for the most part. Maybe if corporations weren't trying to take advantage of people and pay them less than they're worth, and you took care of those inequalities, that would help. That would help. It's a big disservice to the people of this country when you import labor. See, that's the corporations doing, not the people who are coming in desperate for work. This is the demographic en route to becoming the face of the party's base, said Ginny Roth, a conservative strategist and partner at Crestview Strategy. I think Jamel Javani and other young MPs in the Conservative caucus are seeking to build on what the Conservatives have been building on over the last number of years, said Roth. Young, particularly white men who get into politics right now, very right-wing, very disturbing, very anti-choice, anti-DEI. They're racist as fuck and Christian nationalists. And then they end up with that as their first job, and then it will most likely be their only job. Just ask Pierre Poilievre. When I was young, conservative voters were old, and now conservative voters are pretty young. It's usually how age works. A right-wing counterculture. Giovanni is something of an ascent figure in Canadian conservative politics. He rose in prominence following the publication of his book in 2018, Why Young Men, in which he considers the root causes of radicalization in young men while also sharing his own story. I need to look this up. Once labeled illiterate by Ontario education system, Giovanni charts in the book how he chose to pursue academics instead of criminality. He had that choice. Nice. He ultimately graduated from Yale Law School, where he met and befriended U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. Giovanni has been an impassioned advocate for young men, predating his election to the White House to the House of Commons in 2024. In a preamble at the Restore the North event, he said his goal is to encourage young people to inspire hope and not to give up on themselves or their country. He wrapped up the first slate of tours in mid-October, and though no additional dates have been announced, he said in a statement he looks forward to visiting more campuses soon. Giovanni stands out in Pierre Poilievre's caucus as being willing to talk about potentially contentious subjects. He is an advocate for the rights of Christians, because that's a problem in Canada. Is the right of Christians being ignored. Has called for the end of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and has criticized Ontario Premier Doug Ford's brand of conservatism as hollow. Yes, it's funny how a lot of the conservatives look at Doug Ford and think he's liberal. It's the same way how a lot of liberals will look at Mark Carney and think he's liberal. He's not. Doug Ford is definitely conservative. So is Mark Carney. He was also the first in his party to call for an end of the temporary foreign worker program, which months later became the conservative official position. Giovanni declined an interview with CBC News because, he can't handle talking to actual adults. It just has to be those college campus kids. But spoke to the right-leaning publication The Hub earlier this month. So only friendly adults will he speak to, not ones that might actually challenge him. He says he believes the phenomenon of young men gravitating to conservative political parties can be linked to both economic and cultural worries, echoing New York Times columnist Raj Douthat arguments that there is a conservative counterculture movement in 2025. Liberal ideology has been so deeply embedded in so many institutions that young people who are looking for change are looking for a different way to respond to their circumstances, he said. Turning Point North, Kirk was dubbed the Youth Whisperer. That sounds very wrong. For his ability to attract young people, again, that sounds very wrong, into the MAGA movement. And his ties to his Turning Points USA organization are explicit, not implied. Giovanni's opening remarks reference Kirk's assassination and his activism on behalf of American conservative movement, saying that Restore the North aims to have the same type of energetic and enthusiastic conversations up here. Unlike Kirk's appearance, popular in part because of his occasionally caustic and contemptuous response to left-wing questioning, the majority of questions the conservative MPs took at Mississauga event were friendly, though not necessarily mainstream. Because again, if they were actually challenged on what they were saying, they would crumble. Several audience members identified themselves as being part of Dominion Society, a Canadian anti-immigration group that seeks to deport between 4 and 8 million people living in Canada through what it called re-immigration. The population of Canada is less than the amount of Americans that were just kicked off of food stamps. Yeah, there's only about 40 million people in Canada. So, that would do nothing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just 4 and 8 million people from a population of 40 million. That won't exactly help the economy. When they put that idea into Giovanni, the MP acknowledged the the immigration system should be reformed in line with his party's position, but asked the audience members to acknowledge it is complicated. It's going to take thinking about how we pull the different pieces of the Jenga tower without disrupting things to a point where now our quality of life gets worse because we've been too disruptive, he said. Look, my personal view on this is that a moratorium on immigration is not a bad idea, right? But having open debates is the point. Giovanni spent minutes before taking questions talking about the need to protect and expand freedom of expression. Let's see, how much longer is this? Oh. You can go and check up the rest of the article. I'm just looking at the time now and I'm almost out. So, just want to take a quick look at, no, I can't do that there. Okay. So why young men? That title alone, yeah, that's I believe him when he said that he was having issues. See this book here, Necroplasm. It's a little bit more, but it's probably far more entertaining than the 1999. If that's American, I don't know. Anyway, let's remove this. There we go. Yes, Necroplasm is available on Amazon as an ebook or paperback. It's roughly $25 Canadian paperback. Please pick it up. And on Sandee's Halloween live stream, she might read more because I definitely do not have time to do that now. So for people who are just popping in now, thank you. Appreciated. I'm Minuet the Human with pointy teeth. Sandee told me I had to dress up. Hence, I have no white streak. I covered it up for this so that I would pass as human. Also, again, if people could help out, she's been hit up with some massive expenses right now with car bills, car repairs needed, over $1,000 worth of car repairs needed. Her cat, Frodo, had to get some blood work done. She's taking him back to the vet tomorrow to get another, to check out a certain platelet count and stuff to see if he's healthy enough to have a mass removed that is on the side of his neck. He's 18, so, and he has kidney issues. So it's, Sandee would like the mass removed because it's very problematic for reasons having it there. And she's worried about what it might grow into if it stays. But if they put him under and his kidneys can't handle it, then that's also problematic. So those vet bills are creeping up, the car bills, as well as some annual expenses that come up this time of year. You can help her out. If you're Canadian, you can send an e-transfer to sandeelovas@gmail.com, or there's been a PayPal link popped into Subspace. And not only will you be helping Sandee when you donate towards these to her bills, you'll also be helping somebody with poverty receive a gift of a portrait. For every $300 raised towards these bills, Sandee will do a portrait at cost for somebody who lives with poverty. Now, what that means is at cost is to cover the cost of getting it scanned, a print for her records, and shipping. If you want to know more about that, you can email sandeelovas@gmail.com to find out how much that would be. Keep in mind, if you're in the States, it's going to be a lot more to ship. And she can talk to you then about what you'd be looking at financially. But this is a portrait she is currently working on, the doggy. So this is not even close to being done. Just to give you an idea of the quality that you'll be getting for that. And it will be kind of like a first come, first serve so far, due to a couple of exceptionally generous donations. 3 people living with poverty can get a portrait at cost. So please, if you are living with poverty, email sandeelovas@gmail.com to find out more about how to get this. Again, first come, first serve. And she's not going to demand you prove you live with poverty. She will trust that this is not something that you would otherwise be able to attain if it wasn't for the at cost aspect of it. You can also check out her website, sandeelovas.com, to see more of her artwork. But please buy the book. So this Friday is her Halloween show where she'll be dressed up like me. It's kind of cute. She dressed like I'm kind of dressed up like her. She does this weird hat thing from time to time, I think. I think she wears hats. And yeah. And so she'll be dressed up as me on Halloween. And then on Saturday, it's the 5-year anniversary of her show. She's going to attempt a call-in show. So you can actually chit-chat with her. But you won't be able to see her live and she won't be able to see you live. So it's going to be like more like a real phone call, although it's online. And then on Sunday will be her regular news live stream where she'll be updating people about Bill 60 and the other things that Doug Ford is up to, horrible things he's up to. So with all of that said, I think it's about time for me to wrap up on her behalf. She's fine. She's just, sleeping off me feeding on her earlier. But like I said, it's passive feedings I do on her. I really want her to become an acolyte. Then she wouldn't have to worry about any of these expenses. But, she's so devoted and loyal to her audience. She won't give up her life until, socialism or something like that. Let's just see if there's any comments in subspace to respond to before I sign off. There we go. Definitely David Gregory indoctrinating the impressionable youth of America. Soon we'll have our brown shirts. There was more I was going to say about how, borders, again, you humans and your borders, you love borders, but there are some ideas that are cross borders that need to be paid attention to. I was going to get more into how these movements tend to work globally, but we don't have time for that. Okay. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you, mods. Everyone, give Nicholas, the producer, a big round of applause for putting up with me. I'm pretty mean to him behind the scenes, but Sandee is an angel. I'm pretty demanding as a vampire. It's yeah, but this is me dressed up as a human. This is what humans dress like, I suppose. Anyway, do I have to? You really need me to do. She always has this way of signing off. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Minuet, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
Systematic bullying that's happening. And they believe that
Cocaine.
but it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
born like this, it's born like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got bitches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who cancels who. They want you to comply.
Hey, yo.
Hey. Three slivers
Welcome.
of people.
Yes, we should change it to the box. There we go.
The Leftist 3.
Much better.
Yeah. What's up with that?
Yeah,
So
where's Matt?
Matt we'll get into more detail later, but Matt is no longer part of the Leftist Mafia.
It's about time. Oh man, we've been trying to kick him out
keep
for
a
so
straight
long.
face here.
We found
Yes.
out that he had a tattoo that is of
Ah.
I don't know if I want to, it's a tattoo that's unsavory, we'll say, and we just couldn't associate with it, so we
He
decided
thought
to
it
let
stood
him
for Super Slurpees, right? But it was something else.
Yes. So we had to give him the Illuminati treatment.
Yep. I mean, hey, come on. Dude. We have standards here, all right?
Oh, no, he's back.
Matt, we said that you couldn't join because of your tattoo, and we kicked you off the show. Did you get it removed?
What are you doing here?
Oh, yeah. I had a big old tattoo that said Nazi. I don't know.
Yeah, there's just no
not
sugar
subtle.
put in that one.
Yeah,
It
I
wasn't
wasn't
subtle.
sure what it was when I got it.
Just Hitler's big face.
Yeah.
trying to get their face on your chest.
No, I'm glad we're going to talk about this. Sure, we can talk about it. Let's talk about
We were just being silly.
We just started, but yeah, we'll talk about it. We can talk about it.
all right, yeah, but we might as well talk about it. So who wants?
There's apparently a
who wants-
debate that's going to be going on according to Mike's titles.
I just wanted
Yeah.
to draw in some additional eyeballs. I'm sure it's
Well,
going to
there
get
was
very
two
heated.
big
so-
videos that came out. One by a channel called the Rational National, then one that came out by the Humanist Report. And I noticed they were a little opposed in their views. So I thought today would be nice and spicy. And we would-
Another
I like
from the Serfs.
Mike's video was good. I enjoyed it.
David, your video was good as well, David. One thing that I
What do you
will
do?
say.
Where's the blood? What is this?
Yeah, David, your video was fucking trash. I hated it. No, one thing that I'll say on a serious note is I really appreciate that our audiences are like super nuanced and they're willing to allow us to kind of play around in like the gray area and the muddy area and the unclear things, because I feel like a lot of people in this space, they're really pressured to come down hard in a certain way and defend that point vociferously. But like, if you watch mine, there are people that were like, they didn't even know what my position was because I didn't reveal it until the end, and they thought that I took the opposite position. And it's because I tried to like be as fair and neutral as I possibly could, so that way when the hammer drops, you're not gonna be like, oh, this fucking purity testing piece of shit.
I had people attacking me, and like I thought my video was pretty clear. I had people attacking me for not defending, or for like, yeah, for like not defending it, or like I was just like, did you watch the fucking video? Like I'm just because I had mentioned, if a better candidate shows up who didn't have a Nazi tattoo and who grabs, more attention than Plattner does, then like, that person, that apparently was like capitulate. Like people are just insane. So people are gonna be happy no matter what you say. They're not gonna be happy. So
yeah, but for the most part, though, I think that the response has been very nice to see. I mean, a lot of people vehemently disagreed with me in my comment sections, for sure. But I feel like, I don't know, if this was like Jimmy Dore's audience, they'd be like shitting their pants. So it's nice that we have adult, smart audiences who are like, you know what?
I don't agree with your position, but I do understand where you're coming from, and you explained it really well. Like, I honestly fuck with that hard. It makes me feel more sane. That
Oh, you froze.
No, he's not saying at all. He's
frozen, right? It's not just me.
I froze. Can you hear me?
There you are.
Oh, you're back. Yeah, you're back.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know where I was, but yeah. That's my point. Frozen and all.
I mean, I haven't said anything about it yet, actually.
Okay, I'm gonna hear Binder's take.
But you're on David's side because you're on the majority report. So we have 2 versus 2.
Sam had his annual torts conference in Vegas today, so I was not on the show today. So I haven't even talked about it on the majority report yet.
All right, let's go.
Oh,
Let's
I was in the boat of sometimes you could just not say anything and see what comes out, because you don't need to say something. You don't need to jump to conclusion until you find out more information. And I thought this was very much a situation where I needed to hear more. I don't know if there's more coming out, but from what is out there now, my thoughts are as follows. I think he got the tattoo. Like he said, and I believe him when he says he didn't know what it meant when he got it. I don't believe him when he says that he didn't know what it meant till recently. I think he probably found out, I don't know when, but a significant time period before this. And why he didn't get it removed, I don't know, because looking at his history of comments made before he was even a public figure, there's nothing that I see that has him espousing white supremacist or neo-Nazi views. With that said, there's the issue of his his background with Blackwater and the military. Not so much that he took part in that. I know a lot of people join the military and do things like that, but that he left and then went back years later via Blackwater.
His duty.
Yeah. But then that being said too, this was also a number of years ago and people do change. I will say that I did see there was a Reddit post from him that was found by, I forgot who posted it, where he credited Michael Brooks with the direction he went in. He said that in 2020, apparently. So that is a, I don't want anyone to think I'm like, what's the word I'm looking for? Tainted now because he credited Michael. But, I think the whole idea of, you guys know that I covered right-wing reactionary groups, white supremacists, neo-Nazis, things like that, as like that was my beat for a long, long time. And part of covering that to me was always, obviously there are people who are true believers and feel that way, but there are a lot of people who are led astray, easily malleable minds that are led astray. And, I don't know if he went down that direction, but maybe he could have. And that's why he was, crediting Michael with him going the other way. And, people should be given that chance, regardless of how deep they were and whatever it was, to change. This isn't, I see a lot of people comparing this to Fetterman. And I don't think this is a Fetterman situation. I think this guy, I think Plattner really, what you're seeing now is him. Mistakes and all. I don't think this is some secret undercover right winger. I don't think he harbors, he's suddenly going to come out and be Israel's favorite little warrior in Congress. I don't think, I think, this is not a Fetterman situation. I mean, the Fetterman situation is like literally the dude got brain damage and and something within came to the surface or something like that. I don't think this is the equivalent at all. I think the scenario is either you had a guy who wasn't very well educated or thought out in this realm, who, you know, got more and more into politics as time went on, or you have someone who was flirting with right-wing politics and came out the other side. You know, with that being said, I certainly understand people who wouldn't want to vote for him. That's on him to try to convince those people that, you know, what I'm convinced of. That's not their prerogative that's on him. The onus is on him to do that. So yeah, I mean, listen, if someone came along who is better than him, or at the very least espousing the same politics and ideology as him, then you should give that person a look. But that person has not shown up. He seems to be the best person in the race. And that's that. You know, I've seen also people concerned about how the right wing could use his tattoo. I mean, they call anyone who says free Palestine a Nazi. I mean, they really don't need the fucking tattoo to sort of yeah.
I also don't think it's like so far the one poll that we saw that came out today, he's ahead by over 30 points against the governor of Maine. That is insane numbers. Now that was before the tattoo stuff came out, but this is during the Reddit post, right? Like, so, you know, we'll see how voters in Maine react to that. But I think it's important to be skeptical of people, of course. I also think it's important to be open to people changing and considering what he has been doing, what he's done, this post that you found about, you know, Michael Brooks, or even past posts, like for him to be both a, you know, communist Antifa soldier and also a Nazi at the same time, like it's just ridiculous. Like, I mean,
with all that said, I also don't agree with the people who are completely downplaying it. I mean, I think it is, you know, at the very least, and to me, this is the most glaring thing, an extreme lack of bad judgment that you would run for office, this high of an office especially, and not think that fucking tattoo on your chest would somehow come up and be an issue. I mean, even if you never felt like you needed to remove it before because it was just a stupid tattoo and you don't actually feel that way and you were young and dumb or whatever it was you were, even if you didn't feel like you needed to remove it to like prove anything to yourself, you need to be aware of how that stuff's going to come back and bite you in a campaign, a congressional campaign of this stature. It was going to come out without a doubt.
Yeah. And like,
I mean, yeah. So, I mean, incredibly bad lack of bad judgment to not do something before running. Because at the very least, it would have come out and you could have, at the very get-go, just pulled down your shirt and been like, well, this is covered. I made a mistake and I fixed it. But then they would have a lot less than if you fixed it like you did now during the middle of the campaign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I almost feel like if he was aware of it, you know, prior to past week when he was hearing the media talk about this, or I guess, you know, behind the scenes, he was getting asked about it. If he was aware of it, it's almost like, I almost feel like maybe he didn't expect to be so successful in this race. Like, again, he thought it was a dumb tattoo, whatever. He doesn't believe that, doesn't need to cover it up because he doesn't care. And then he kind of like was in the middle of this race that all of a sudden he was doing very well in. And now if he went out to get it covered, it would be a story because someone would find out that he went to cover this tattoo. Like, so maybe he just thought, I'm just going to keep going with this thing.
I mean, I don't know. It's so stupid to keep talking about this, but he could have just got it blacked out. Like, you didn't even need to go somewhere to get like a famous, like a fancy artist or anything. Yeah. Just fucking get rid of it. I mean, again, I'm not saying, I see people being like, oh, Matt's saying he thought it was a cool tattoo. No, I'm not even saying that. I mean, I will say that the skull and crossbones, that specific one, it's people liken it to a swastika, but it's not as well known. It's just not. With that,
it's with the question the top 3 worst tattoos you could have on your body in terms of white supremacist symbols. It's a swastika. It's the SS.
But people have this idea that everyone knows what that is. I had never in my life seen it. Other people that I thought would know more than me, like Emma Vigeland, Sam Cedar, Kyle Klinsky, they had never seen it before. Like,
I don't know. I don't like. I knew what that.
I had never seen it before.
I will say that's
Lance
probably
is kind of
the
cutting
most-
out. It's hard to hear.
Oh.
Yeah, your voice
Yeah,
cuts
Lance,
out.
I think you're a little bit loud. I think you're peaking and you're like cutting out when you hit certain like levels. But I will say that one is probably the one I've seen the most out there in terms of like tattoo designs and things offered out there without people knowing. But it's also not like if you were someone not into politics at all, I would believe you didn't know what it was. You posting in 2020 about, being a communist and listening to Michael Brooks. I don't believe in 2020 you didn't know what it was. That's where I'm at.
Especially if you're
that's
likely,
Yeah.
It's
Like
in Fallujah, and that's what the tattoo is supposed to represent. Like, I'm sorry, but
That for me is kind of the biggest sticking point with the tattoo, because I can believe that he wasn't aware of it. But the problem is that in the video that he posted after he got it covered up, the explanation for like why he got the tattoo was honestly insane. And I'm surprised not more people are talking about that. He said that like, I got it with my military buddies in Croatia.
No, that's the most believable part. That's
no. But he said, and we got it because we wanted something to represent our time in Fallujah. For those who don't know, Fallujah was one of the most like bloodiest places in Iraq throughout the whole war. So like if you go in there and you're like, I want a tattoo to commemorate my time there, give me the skull and crossbones. Like that's extremely morbid, Nazism aside, right? Like if you're in a country and this country was invaded and you're part of the imperialist machine, and to remind you of your time there, you get a skull and crossbones to symbolize death at a minimum, putting aside Nazism. I feel like that is kind of crazy. And the problem is like not that where he is now, like, because like we can agree now he's probably not a fucking Nazi right now, a secret Nazi, but like the fact that today he looks back at that moment and describes it in that way speaks to the judgment that I have an issue with. That leads me to believe that like if he were in Congress, maybe he'd be better than Janet Mills. I'm sure he'd definitely be better than Janet Mills. But like on foreign policy issues, like aside from Palestine, would you be good on them? Would you be bad on them? Because when you look at his platform has elements that are a little bit like pro-imperialist, right? Like he wants to take away or reorganize defense spending to put it into shipbuilding. So what? So we can do a pissing contest with China. He talked about addressing the recruitment crisis in the military, which doesn't make sense because if you were supposedly disillusioned with your time in the military because of the way that they mistreat veterans and chews people up and spits them out, then why would you think it's a crisis if other people don't want to go through what you went through as well? So there's a lot like in his current platform, like rebuilding the military, which is one of the things he says that just doesn't make sense to me. And so like I don't necessarily get Fetterman vibes because he'd have to get brain damage to be a Fetterman. But to me, I'm not saying again, I'm purity testing him. He doesn't pass my purity test. My fear is that like if he gets in office, he could be like an Obama who was anti-war in specific areas. I wouldn't have invaded Iraq, but he was very militaristic. A Tulsi Gabbard who was like, I'm anti-war. I'm the anti-war candidate. But then like she's okay with like certain drone wars. Maybe because he's like anti-genocide, which is good, by the way. Obviously, Janet Mills is not, and that needs to be pointed out. But like him being okay on one issue, foreign policy, doesn't convince me that like he's fully anti-imperialist. And it's possible that he's not like, he doesn't describe himself that way. He's just anti-war in a more generic populist sense. But to me, I would feel better if there was some more like, I don't know, ideological principles there, because it seems very inconsistent in a way that worries me. Like, okay, if we had a vote to fucking invade Iran, what would he do? Like, would he justify it because of that mentality that I see that is still there? The way that he describes his military time as well, he's always very cagey about it, doesn't really talk about it. And it's not like, and I want to be very clear, because people accuse me of like attacking vets in my video. I'm not trying to attack vets. I've brought on vets who ran for Congress. I brought on Isaiah James like 4 times when he was running for Congress. He's a vet. I think that vets, you know, they can be some of the best people to articulate what's wrong with U.S. imperialism. To me, it's like, it's the fact that like he kept going back for more even after he explained that he was disillusioned, and then he went to go work for Blackwater, and it's like, okay, if you say it's bad, then why was your actions antithetical to that? So to me, it's like, it's just not adding up. And I understand that there's a lot of like green flags where it's like, okay, cool, some of his Reddit posts were really base. I like that he called himself a communist, but there's also a lot of red flags. And for me, it's just like a balancing act. Like there's enough there where I'm just like
the rape apologia, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm sketched out, and like just my own personal position. I don't live in Maine, so I can't vote for him. But just like my own personal position is like, I don't want to end up like promoting this dude again, and then 3 years down the line, he turns out to be a fucking fraud, and then it's like, oh well, Mike, you told us to vote for this person, and I've done it so many times now. I've fallen for it so many times.
For me,
that
it's
it just
about,
like worries me, you know.
For me, it's about like expectations. Like I think I had done maybe like one or two videos on him before. Like I was never looking at this guy as like the next Bernie Sanders or something. And even like every senator, no matter who the politician is, like if he gets elected, we are going to have issues with him on something, like we have with Bernie, like we have with anybody, because they're a politician. They're going to triangulate at some point. They're going to make a bad vote. Like that's the reality of being a politician, at least the way things currently operate. So I was never talking this guy up as like the next big thing. Like to me, it was just like, this is a primary race, and you have Janet Mills, who's defending a genocide, who's defending ICE, like, and you have this other guy. Like, I go with the other guy. Like, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Is like Kamala Harris when she was running, is she a great candidate? No, there's tons of red flags with Kamala Harris, but it was her or Donald Trump. I told people they should probably vote for Kamala Harris. Like to me, this is just like the choices in the race. You have this guy who I think would be a much better leader, a much better senator than Janet Mills, and that's kind of what it comes down to for me. Like, I'm not going to be, I was never on like the big Graham Plattner train, but it's just like this is a race that's being highlighted because this is a very unique candidate in a space where we normally see like these, you know, Harvard law grads, and that's why he's interesting and different for a variety of reasons. But that's why it's interesting to me. Like it's about the race. It isn't about like him specifically.
He's also raising a lot of money and pulling out large crowds. It is not easy to do that. I think people are downplaying, you know, the idea of someone else just jumping in the race. I mean, that'd be great if someone could do that and gain that same sort of momentum. And, you know, then you could actually have a choice of someone with good politics and choose out of which those two better represent you. But we don't have that. He seems to be he's the guy. And you know, you got to make that same choice that you make with every election if you're a Maine voter. Yeah, I mean, this is what it is.
Is my mic still shitty? Is it still
Sounds
popping?
okay.
It's better now.
Yeah, it's not clipping right now. It sounds pretty good.
Yeah, to your point, Binder. I don't think is anyone here. No, none of us are from Maine. Yeah, I think it's like a year out, right? You're still in the primary, and
June
then,
is the so the deadline to enter, I think, is like, if it didn't already pass, I think it's like early next month or something. But June is the actual primary. Like,
yeah, when it comes down to the actual election, I'm obviously not ever going to be a spoiler. I'm not going to be like, you should vote for the centrist liberal pro APAC candidate, right? I'm just saying this is a thing that just happened now. So I think it's totally healthy for us to talk about it now. And I think in large part, the way that people respond to this also has greater implications. If you are either a politician or someone who's an activist in some corner, or you're someone who, like us, has a platform, right? It does send a message in what terms of, like, you know, the level of stuff that you're willing to normalize. So, you know, on one end, I'm completely 100% when it comes down to it. If it's him, and it's two choices, and he's the, you know, the anti-imperial, anti-Israel candidate. I hope he beats someone, gets into the Senate, and starts to try work towards dismantling the military-industrial complex. Even though Mike has kind of pointed out that might not be the core of his platform. But for right now, I mean, I think it can also be very alienating on a broader level to have people trying to either downplay some of the things that have happened, or try to act as if, like, other people's concerns aren't valid. Like I think there's a large reason why there wasn't an enormous amount of people of color on the left who were coming forward to defend a lot of the stuff that they saw, because I think a lot of it is pretty reprehensible, right? And there's that aspect of it where it's like, I don't point out people's like fucked up shit or racism or homophobia or transphobia because I want a gotcha or I want a purity test. I do that because I think it's in their best interest to change. And so there's a handful of things with him where he is setting a good example. He's come forward and been like, that was really fucked up for me to use the F slur. That was bad for me to have done that anti-black racism. I should have done that. It was wrong for me to do like rape apologia for the women in the military who were coming forward with the stories. That's good. That is not the part that I have a problem with, right? I think there's that other aspect where people are just kind of willing to be like, you can't overlook a military record where someone has returned 3 times, right? Like he served his tour of duty. He chose to go back twice to Iraq in a combat role as a machine gunner, to be completely clear, and then to Afghanistan after that. And then after that, sign up for Blackwater. I think it's perfectly valid for anyone to see that record and be like, there's a lot of potential war crimes. Those are very serious U.S. military occupations that were involved in a variety of horrifying war crimes. I think it's healthy to talk about that and understand there's going to be a lot of people on the left who also hear it and are like, I don't feel comfortable with that. I can't see that as a, guy.
He should talk about it. He should be open about it.
Yeah.
Like honestly, when I saw the tattoo stuff come out, my very first thought was, how does he not run on the fact that he was someone who was drifting towards the far right or was in the far right and like changed over the years? Like that's a great story. Like that's the story of someone you want to vote for. It turns out that might not be the case in terms of like he may have not even been there. He just got the stupid tattoo and then didn't do anything about it. But I actually think that's something that's commendable. That's the whole point of like fighting back against that stuff, for people to see that their xenophobic ways and racist ways are wrong and that they're being used and that they're being pointed towards a scapegoat that they have more in common with than the people who are using them. I think that's a good story. I mean, there's literally organizations that have been founded on the basis of saving people from cults of hate. And those people who run those organizations are often people who went down that road themselves. I mean, a lot of the centrists who are attacking Plattner, and I think they're obviously within their right to criticize him, but the ones who are giving him no space to make amends or to explain or to fix things. Joe Biden was friends with a former Democratic politician, Robert Byrd, who was a former Ku Klux Klan member.
These same centrists like Cuomo.
Yeah, I mean, people.
David
change.
Frum was criticizing him. Like, you're the fucking asshole that had him go to war. Like, you're the reason why he was in a war. Like, it is the shit people like criticism from the left is understandable. Skepticism, get 100%. It's the fucking like people like Olivia Giuliani, who's the fakest person in the world. People like David Frum, these hacks that are trying to like score points when they themselves are so full of shit. It's just
they were all for the genocide of Palestinians, and then now suddenly they care about like
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, to me it just feels like I want to see this as like the success story where it's like, okay, he went through this dark time and he came out, but it's like there's a whole story and there's like a big piece that's missing. And I guess like I think that it would do wonders if he really talked in depth about this and kind of like explained the military service and why he went back and, you know, how that played a role in his current radicalization, if that's what indeed radicalized him. Because like when you really look at the totality of things, you get a sense that, yeah, you know, he came back disillusioned with the military and he wants to change it now. But then you see, well, no, actually, I'm proud of my military service that I'm going to rebuild the system and stuff like that. And like, I guess I don't know. I just don't understand. I feel like, I want to know that you view the Iraqis the same way as you view the Palestinians. That's why you're opposed to genocide. Like, that all lives are equally important, that all imperialism is bad. And it bugs me about the accusation about purity testing, because we all purity test. We all have standards to some extent. I'm purity testing every Democrat that takes AIPAC money. I mean, if somebody was like, if somebody was like, look, I'm a former IDF soldier, but I support Medicare for all, and there was a corporate Democrat, like, what would you do? It's a complicated situation, right? If somebody's like, 20 years from now,
that's a bit.
Well, listen, 20 years from now, can you not imagine a Democrat being like, I used to be a former ICE agent, and I took out the trash, and I'm taking out the trash in DC, and we're getting Medicare for all. We're getting free college. Like, can you not see that? So I just feel like,
former IDF soldier, would you forgive everything if it was a former IDF soldier?
Well, it also depends. I mean, if you're someone in Israel, you likely at some point were an IDF soldier. But the point what would matter is, what did you do as an IDF soldier?
What did you do?
And also, what is your current position after going through this all and knowing what's going on and seeing it yourself? What is your current position on what's going on over there? Because there's people who probably did do their mandatory service, did not take part, in boots on the ground or whatever. And came out saying what's going on is fucked up, and I don't agree with it, and I'm not a Zionist or whatever. I mean, there are people.
I know somebody who's Israeli that used to be a paper pusher. She was a secretary, and then she decided to go on a raid to Ramallah on her own volition. She didn't have to do that and commit that war crime. I'm not going to say her name. She's a friend of mine. But it's like if you were a paper pusher, that's different than no, I actually did the war crimes. I think that these are things that do have to be delineated, that we don't really, we don't know. Graham is super cagey about his time there. And he says, I was a machine gunner, an infantryman. It's okay, were you gunning down? Because in Iraq, they were gunning down civilian vehicles. Were you part of that? Or were you
doors holding a gun to mothers' faces as they took their kids from their arms? Were you witnessing war crimes? Were you enabling them? Were you simply it's very hard to be pure defensive capabilities if you're a machine gunner, right?
Right.
And
you could be like Mike Preissner, where it's look, we tortured people. That was disgusting. And he's one of the loudest anti-war, anti-imperialist voices. It's not saying that, oh my God, no, you're irredeemable forever. It's just I want to know what you did and how that affected you and whether or not that is what is the catalyst for your radicalization. Because if you were just no, I was gunning down people and I'm proud of my military service, it's well, should you be proud of that? That doesn't seem like something to be proud of, right? Or did you not kill anybody? Were you just there and you were hey, I'm the bag boy who's bringing the fucking bags of guns? These are things that I think really do matter, and we're not getting an answer. And the fact that he worked for Blackwater adds more pause. And it's not I'm not saying no, cancel him. I'm just saying maybe give us a little bit more details, because I feel to me that's important. Lives that were lost in the Rock.
I was sending people. Right? I was sending people to the hospital, but I don't think they should have to pay for the bill when I send them there. That's the position. No, I mean, we don't know. I think there's more. That's why I really haven't said anything about it, because we're on this show. It's a live stream. It's more of just a conversation than me giving you my expertise, and that's because I don't think there is anyone who's an expert here on this yet, because we just don't know enough, and that's why he needs to talk more about it. He needs to talk more about every single facet. He needs to give everyone the history of who he is, what he's done, what he thinks about what he's done now. And then it's up to people to decide whether he's redeemable. And if no one comes along who's better, then, he might be the guy. It's pretty simple in terms of an election when it comes down to that. I just don't the comparison to Fetterman is ridiculous, because Fetterman never gave us anything to show that he was. I know people bring up that when he was the mayor of Braddock or whatever, he pulled out a shotgun on this black jogger who.
Which we should have overlooked.
that's obviously very messed up, but that doesn't give us enough, if you ask me. Like, because there's no ideology. Like everything
before he got elected.
everything he did politically, nothing. His positions, his history.
He had one. He did one interview before, at least one interview before his election, when he was asked about Israel, and I remember it was a bad answer. I forget what it was specifically, but it was a bad answer. And this is pre-October 7th, but we were still obviously aware of apartheid and everything. But I think a lot of us chalked it up to the vast majority of Democrats just are not good on this issue. And this is one that we're willing to overlook because he's not Dr. Oz, you know what I mean? So it was kind of like that was the position. And then
Might be better in retrospect.
What?
Who might be better in retrospect, Dr. Oz, unironically.
I don't think so. Not because of the comparison, but because Fetterman now, he's losing funding. Like Fetterman might actually lose his next primary race because there are a lot of people that voted for him that are they're pissed off. And if he can't get Democratic voters out for him, then it's very possible he loses the race in a primary, loses it anyway.
He's done.
We'll see where it goes, but.
The scenario I'm concerned about is him not running as a Democrat because he knows it's not going to happen. That's the scenario I'm concerned about. But he's done. He's done. If he actually takes part in a Democratic primary, it's over for him. He's done. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, we keep talking about not just we on the show, the broader sense. People left of center who talk about politics keep talking about the Democratic base as if it's the Democratic base from just a few years ago or 10 years ago or whatever. The most radical people right now are the Democratic base in terms of how angry and upset they are. They're the ones on camera doing gun motions with their hand to their neck to simulate Charlie Kirk. They're the people.
That was like a teacher, wasn't it?
They're the people out there openly saying whatever and getting fired and not giving a shit. I mean,
she was a teacher or a nurse, but it's normies now are just done.
They're mad. They're upset, and rightfully so. I think maybe on the left we're being a little bit more cautious in terms of how things reflect because we're now finally gaining some power in electoral politics. So we're trying not to ruin it by doing something stupid. But I think the Democratic base is completely different now. They're radicalized. And I mean, you see it in that poll for Plattner. People got behind him, and they're seeing
why his message was the important part of the story, right? If you take all the other stuff out, all the stuff that clearly we all have issues with, right? His message is really resonating with people, just like Zoran Mamdani's message really resonated with people, which means that is a winning thing going forward. Start talking about going after corporations, going after the billionaires, getting money back, taking money out of the military. That is honestly the pathway forward, and get more radical.
1000%.
There should be all of these primaries. There should be candidates. And whatever groups are out there, progressive groups that can help back them and get the word out of whoever these people are. But there is huge potential there to really completely transform the party if there's enough of a investment into these sorts of insurgent candidates that can take out these sitting Democrats.
We need a new Justice Democrats. I mean, Justice Democrats still exists, but they've scaled back. Clearly, they have one candidate that they're running. As
DSA took over. DSA took over. DSA is doing that work right now. Honestly,
DSA is doing great. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Mamdani is fantastic. We could all agree there. He's
a perfect candidate.
Yeah, I know.
So
it's very hard to find someone like that.
I just want to be his friend,
It's unfortunate he wasn't born in the U.S. because that's presidential material right there.
Well, the Constitution doesn't matter anymore, so I guess he could just run for president. Trump's going to run for a third term, according to.
I mean, Ted Cruz ran. He was born in Canada. Why can't Mamdani run?
I think he was born on a base, though, so he was technically born in America.
Oh, is that why he was able to?
In Alberta, yeah, he was born in Alberta, but he was born, I think, in a military base.
On the subject of Mamdani, did you guys want to see some of the debate from last night? Because once
Sure,
again,
let's do it.
Mamdani absolutely clapped Cuomo's cheeks, and one
I actually
portion
thought Mamdani was fairly safe last night because he didn't have to be. It was up to Cuomo and Sliwa to try to steal the show and make the viral moments. Mamdani just had to come off cool, calm, and collected, and I think he did. He
did great. He did great. There's one scene or one clip in particular that I want to find that the campaign actually shared when he was calling out Cuomo for sexual harassment.
Are you going to play the AI video?
Say that again.
Are you going to play the AI video? The most insane political ad ever.
I still haven't watched that.
It is
so bad
fucking
shit.
crazy.
Whatever you're thinking, David, it's worse. It's so much worse. There's a reason he deleted it after like 20 minutes. It's just like, oh my God.
Did you see the response to the AI video too, Lance?
Well, I've seen people like Tim Pool be like, this is the greatest political ad ever made. And I was like, of course you would say that.
Oh, no, I mean by the campaign.
Oh, no, I haven't seen their response.
They're like, we weren't supposed to put that out. It wasn't done yet.
It wasn't done.
What do you mean it wasn't done? Like, what the fuck?
Is it Cuomo's ad or is it's Cuomo's ad you're talking
It's
about?
Cuomo's ad, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, this is the moment where he called him out for the sexual perversion and degeneracy.
Mr. Cuomo, in 2021, 13 different women who worked in your administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records. She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak. What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
Wait for his response, though.
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature.
Yeah, so being serious and mature means you sexually harass like all of your fucking staffers. Really?
Just to make it clear to people, it cuts off because he's saying that Mamdani is accusing him is saying he's doing it without basically putting alleged, because his claim is that they didn't go to court, the cases were dropped, so he didn't do it, or they were just allegations. That's his point in saying that.
Embarrassing.
Can you explain how he can legally silence one of the victims? Like, how does that work?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I have no idea, honestly. More likely maybe the case of she has to be careful in terms of like him doing a countersuit for smearing him or whatever. I don't know what the legal terminology would be, but like that's my non-lawyer guess, something like that. I have no idea, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess since it's over defamation, maybe it's just because it is because of that. Her lawyer would tell her not to say anything at all about Cuomo. Just as the case is going on. That's my guess.
Yeah. Fair enough. Really powerful woman. Well done.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic.
Okay, so happy.
However, is the AI ad in question from the Cuomo team, which lasted 20 minutes, but it's on the internet, so it's forever.
Zohran Mamdani's opponents want you to believe he's an inexperienced radical whose policies will make New York City more dangerous. But what do his actual supporters think?
Mamdani isn't crazy.
He's just trying to even the playing field.
Give everyone a fair shot. Sure, he said multiple times we need to defund the police, but that was just a metaphor.
And yes, he did say crime is a social construct. But that was also a metaphor.
His main backer, the Democratic
Mike, it's really like stuttering. Is it stuttering for all of you?
Yeah, it's a bit choppy.
Decriminalizing misdemeanors.
Do you want me to play it?
Yeah, go ahead and play
maybe
it.
you should play it, yeah.
Because that's my internet then.
Just so people get the idea.
Just link it to me in the private chat.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, my internet must be fucking up.
But I'm sure you noticed even in the first couple seconds, they're already going after him eating rice with his hands. You know,
That's,
like,
that's the first thing I noticed. No one was mentioning it, so I had to point it out.
Oh, in
But
New York, of all places, you know, the New York pizzas. Come on.
Listen, the whole video you'll see is very racist. But
Oh,
all
it's extremely racist. They ramp up.
But all the racism you see in the video are like common racist tropes and stereotypes.
Yes.
Except the thing of him eating with his hands. That's why that stuck out to me. It might not be the most racist part of it, but it's the only one of those things that I haven't seen anyone mention other than the most white supremacist neo-Nazis on Elon Musk's website. So the fact that that made it into that video means that there's at least someone in Cuomo's campaign who knows about that and said, that's the audience we want to court here.
Zohran Mamdani's opponents want you to believe he's an inexperienced radical whose policies will make New York City more dangerous. But what do his actual supporters think?
Mamdani isn't crazy.
He's just trying to even the playing field.
You know, give everyone a fair shot. Sure, he said multiple times we need to defund the police, but that was just a metaphor.
And yes, he did say crime is a social construct, but that was also a metaphor.
His main backer, the Democratic Socialists' ideas are common sense, such as
Decriminalizing misdemeanors, like shoplifting.
What the
third-degree
fuck?
assault,
Fucking so
Trespassing. Prostitution.
What?
And drunk driving.
With plans to decriminalize all drugs, Mamdani will be a job creator.
What?
For drug dealers.
Instead of helping us homeless get off the streets and into the mental health facilities we need, he wants to give us safe injection sites to do crack and let us sleep in subway cars. These are actual policies Mamdani and the DSA want to implement on day one. When a woman's being domestically abused, she finally won't have to deal with some pesky cop to arrest the abuser, but now a social worker to help, you know, kumbaya the situation.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Mamdani is finally lowering jail sentences. Guilty!
But Mamdani says you're free to go.
Who cares if legalizing prostitution statistically leads to an increase for sex trafficking of women and young girls by 70%?
Oh
You can't have safety without equality.
For unlawful abiding citizens like us, globalize the intifada.
I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal.
I'm a criminal.
Yep. I'm a criminal. For Zohran. For Zohran Mamdani.
I didn't have a real
Scary
job
music
until I
here,
was
though.
30, but sure, give me the keys to the city. What's the worst that can happen?
Paid for by Cuomo for NYC.
It is insane that this came out of Cuomo's campaign. Like, I can see like Donald. This is like Donald Trump. This has to be their people made this, sent it to Cuomo. Like, this feels like a collaboration between those two, because this is the Donald Trump AI shit. He's like, this is his thing.
He has Trump supporters working for him without a doubt.
This is insane. Like, it's completely batshit insane.
Also, I want to say, just from like a messaging standpoint, it's so off the rails because they try to fit in every attack they have on Mamdani in this one video. Like, it's so bizarre to have him unlock the prison door and as he's walking away saying, I haven't had a job since I was 30. It's like they're trying to get every single little thing in there. It is the most terribly run campaign I've ever seen in my life at every level.
So
it is so bad.
Cuomo's official account posted that? Like, who posted that?
Yeah,
They posted
they posted it on social media and then they deleted it, I think, 20 minutes after. Yeah.
That
once
is
the comments started pouring in.
absolutely insane. Oh
And then
my
did you see what response? So they said, this isn't Fox News, by the way, calling it controversial. But Cuomo campaign spokesperson Rich Azappardi told the New York Times that the video was posted in error and wasn't done yet. So, like, they didn't mean to.
Wasn't
post
enough
the racist
racism
AI
in there.
thing they made. Yeah.
We didn't finish putting more racist stuff in there.
Yeah, when's the
Yeah,
second
add more
version of
racism.
that?
Yeah.
We forgot to throw in welfare queens, and we have to put in more of that. We need more of that type of stuff.
We forgot to thicken his beard for the video.
Yeah.
No, but did you see? Did you see what Cuomo said today on WABC when he was on Curtis Sliwa's best friend's the 9/11 comment?
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh yeah.
That is. Someone want to pull that one up? That one is. I have the
Is
audio.
there a video?
There's
Is there
audio.
audio of it?
It's a radio show. I
Okay.
clipped it. I went and found the audio.
Oh,
'cause
nice.
I wanted
Okay.
to hear it myself.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I just read it, but I didn't.
drop
I didn't
it
see
in.
the video.
I'll drop it in the private chat for someone to pull up.
Maybe David, you can.
Yeah, I
pull
can
it
bring
up
him.
since my
This
internet
level
is-
of like post 9/11 racism is backfiring because, like, in the modern age, especially for younger voters, like they don't buy this shit anymore. They know that like every Muslim isn't a scary jihadist, and if someone goes to a mosque instead of a church by default, there's something bad. Like people grew up.
So this guy Sid on WABC is like Curtis Sliwa's best friend. They had a huge falling out the other day because even he's trying to get Curtis Sliwa to drop out. Curtis Sliwa apparently quit. So Curtis Sliwa actually has had until he started running for mayor, had a radio program on WABC with the assumption, I assume, that he's going to be back at work when he doesn't become mayor. But he on air quits and says he's never going to come back to the station because even his own buddies are trying to get him to drop out because these Trump supporters are backing Cuomo to beat Mamdani. And so Cuomo goes on his show, the Sid show, because even Cuomo knows who his audience is now. And this is what happens. This is truly disgusting.
I just want to say it's amazing to me that the one principled Republican happens to be in this race. I've never seen a Republican turn down money for anything. This guy is so fucking. I have like grown respect. I know very little about Sliwa. I'm sure he has terrible positions, has said terrible things, but like my respect just on his principles alone have grown because it is insane that he's in this race.
He's an old school New Yorker type, so he's not gonna. He's enjoying being a New Yorker. He wants to actually.
Did you see the TMNT photos where it looks like he's in the Foot Clan? And I was like, I had no idea. I didn't know that's where he rolled.
Sid looks so wet though. What the fuck? He's moist as fuck.
Wet Sid and friends.
Any given morning, there's a crisis. And people's lives are at stake. God forbid another 9/11. Can you imagine Mamdani in the seat?
Yeah, I could. He'd be cheering.
It's another problem. But can you imagine that?
No.
I mean,
Listen.
If Mamdani was in the seat on 9/11.
Yeah.
What would have happened in the seat?
Oh, come on.
Wow.
Could I just also point out the idea that last thing he says? If Mamdani was in the seat on it was mayor on 9/11, what would have happened to the city? The same thing that fucking happened. What does anyone think Mayor Giuliani did on 9/11 that changed anything? Nothing. Mayor Giuliani was running around downtown in the midst of things just so it looked like he was doing something. He didn't do shit. Nothing.
And also,
the mayor did
9/11
nothing.
bad? Like
the mayor
it was
did
already
nothing
bad,
on 9/11.
regardless of not having a Muslim in charge.
What would have happened if Mamdani, if anyone other than Giuliani was mayor on 9/11? What would have happened? The same fucking thing that happened. Nothing would have been any different because the mayor didn't do shit in one way or another. What's the mayor gonna do? Hold up the building with his bare hands? What the fuck is he gonna do? You got to be kidding me.
Like I don't even know like what he's trying to say. Like to your point, I don't know what he means because they're not specific. Like what would have been different? Obviously, the one that the host is like just being outright racist about how he would cheer. But like, what is Cuomo trying to say? Because Cuomo, it sounds like he's trying to avoid that comment and just. Can you imagine? Okay, what are you imagining? Because I don't know what you're talking about. Like I literally don't know what you are trying to say. This is the vagueness of these sorts of campaigns where they're just like vaguely attack their opponents, their left-wing opponents, because they don't have any actual criticisms of what they are saying and what they are fighting for.
But it goes to Binder's point, right? When he was talking about how that, you eat rice with your hands. That's something you only see from the far right on Twitter. It was the same thing. The far right on Twitter, right after the primary, were posting all of these images of 9/11 and being like, "This is what it's like for Jews in New York now," right? Like, just that narrative was coming from their camp, and it seems like Cuomo is flirting with that still, or trying to invoke it somehow.
Right. What does 9/11 have to do with this election at all? But other than it's for New York City mayor. There was no policy related to 9/11. Nothing having to do with like the 9/11 memorial. There's nothing about 9/11. The connection is simply Zoran Mamdani is Muslim, and that's what they're going with here. That's it. 9/11 has nothing to do with is not involved. It's not a topic of conversation here. Also, the idea that this is an ongoing thing too, that Hamas is Al Qaeda or something. So Zoran showing support for the people of Gaza means he has to support Hamas, which in turn means he has to support Al Qaeda and ISIS, because all Muslims are the same. That would mean all terrorists are the same. And I have no understanding of geopolitics or anything. I'm just a fucking idiot. That's literally what they're saying when they do this. They do this all the time. You saw this with a lot of pro-Israel people trying to tie Hamas to ISIS, not understanding anything about how different the two groups are. It's the same shit here. It's the same shit here.
He's asked to condemn it on like a daily basis. I've never seen anything like it, where like every interview he gives on a major network, it's just at some point he's going to be asked, like, have you condemned Hamas in this sentence? By the time I've finished speaking, are you going to? Well, then,
how long has it been since you condemned Hamas? It's been 4 hours,
right? And then they complain that he talks too much about Israel. Like, what the fuck? Like, you're the one bringing this shit up. Right. He keeps trying to turn it back to affordability and people living in New York City.
He tries so hard to focus on issues and lowering the rent and affording food. And then every 2 seconds, it's like, right, but do you believe that Israel's right to be a Jewish state? And if not, why? We need to know.
I will say this though, not to be like New York's the best, but it's the truth here. Most of the people of New York do not respond to this stuff in the way they think they will, and it's amazing that because a lot of these guys actually live in New York themselves, think that there is some sort of silent majority of New Yorkers who are eating up this fucking Islamophobic stuff. I'm sorry, most people in this city might have completely different political ideologies and beliefs, but other than like the most hardcore Trump supporters, of which there's not all that many, they don't think that all Muslims are terrorists and Zoran Mamdani is a secret 9/11 hijacker. It's just not. In fact, it's working against them, if you ask me. People are going to see that shit and be like, this is disgusting. I'm going to support this guy because this shit's gross. That's not who we are.
Yeah, and he also is being asked to condemn Hassan Piker, which is my favorite thing ever, as the commentator pointed out. I think that's hilarious.
I heard they have pamphlets out with Hassan on them now.
Do they really? Another scary Muslim. Oh my God. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it.
It's without a doubt also mainly because of his name. If Hassan had the name like Mark Richardson or something, you think they'd be using him? No, it's because his name's fucking Hassan. Of course.
Yeah, the name Hassan attaches the brown hue to his skin. They see it. If he was Greg, he'd just be a regular ass fucking white dude. They're so transparent. But I was gonna say, speaking of liberal racism, I am gonna break your hearts and share this clip of Bernard Sanders on the Tim Dillon
Yeah, this
show.
is pretty bad.
I don't need to watch this again. This makes me
Wait, what happened? What happened?
It's
I didn't see this.
It's a dumb
Just
comment.
go ahead and watch.
If you don't have any borders, then you don't have a nation, right? In a sense. So has historically the United States done well under Democrats and Republicans in protecting the border? The answer is no. Trump did a better job. I don't like Trump, but We should have a secure border, and it ain't that hard to do. Biden didn't do it. Those before him did not do it. We should have a secure border, period. If you don't have any...
That's an insane point to make.
I'm on the Tim Dillon show. I'm doing a bit, guys.
I got Bernie on my shelf. Where is it? And that's an insane point to make. That's an insane thing to say.
I got the
I don't know what
figure.
is
Action figure.
Or it's the Funko Pop. My bad. Yeah, I got the action figure too. I'm a sick
weird
fan.
thing-
Okay.
The weird thing is, I saw a clip going around of him on the show, and it was a good clip. I didn't see this one. I don't know why he's doing that because he's been pretty great since Trump. Honestly, he's been out there being the number one. Him, AOC, a few others have been killing it on the resistance to Trump beat. I don't know why he's got to do that. Is it because he felt like he had to on the Tim Dillon show? That's bizarre.
And
Because
people-
Mom Donnie went on Andrew Schultz's show, and Mom Donnie was great on there. You saw
Right.
that clip? Those clips?
He crushed it. Yeah. I feel like, and for those who are not here, who are wondering like why is that bad if you don't know, because it's bullshit that we have an open border and that Biden had an open border. Biden deported millions of people, and this whole open border narrative, this lie, has been used as a justification to crack down on immigrants. And it's literally what Donald Trump has said verbatim: if we don't have a border, we don't have a country. And it's just straight up reactionary horse shit. Like, we used to literally have an open border, which is why all of us are here. It's why my dumbass isn't in Portugal right now, because at some point my family decided to fucking swim across the ocean and jump the fucking border here. Like, it's straight up like xenophobic apologia that Bernie should absolutely not be engaging in, particularly on a right-wing podcast, especially because if you look at some of the comments on Twitter, they're calling him a cuck, saying, oh, but, you know, you're only saying this now. Like, he's not winning over the right. He's not looking more reasonable to them. I don't think that's what he's trying to do. I think he's just, like, speaking off the cuff. But Bernie, sometimes you have to shut the fuck up, man. And this is one of those moments. Like, you very clearly don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And in the same way, he, like, kept stepping on rakes when he talked about reparations and kept looking like a fucking idiot. He does the same thing on immigration from time to time. And it's so annoying because it's an unforced error. And if you really could grill him on this, I think that you can get him to come to the correct conclusion. It's just that, like, he goes through, I don't know, his whole talking points. So whenever immigration comes up, this is in the rotation for some reason. But this is like the worst iteration of his immigration talking.
I think he has certain blind spots where he has sort of these like canned answers or these like feelings of like what he thinks the answer is. Like, he's so good when it comes to like, you know, cost of living and corporations and, you know, the wealth, like where he has his specific, you know, things that he's good on. But like he does, like, yeah, border is not something he's ever discussed. So it's like he's only ever talks about when it's brought up to him. So when he's forced to respond, he doesn't, I guess maybe he doesn't want to come off sound like someone who doesn't know what he's talking about, so he's just kind of going along with what it is. But I think he ultimately doesn't care, so he's just sort of giving the interviewer what they want to hear, as opposed to having an actual position, which is probably not the right thing for a senator to feel. Because I don't think, you know, considering the stuff he's run on, stuff he's talked about, he doesn't care about the border at all. I don't think he really cares who is stronger at the border, because I don't think he has a position. But yeah, he has those blind spots where he needs to have. I don't know. Maybe at this point he figures, whatever, I'm not running again. He doesn't need to, like, I don't know, have new talking points at this point because he's near the end of his career. He doesn't really care. But it would be nice for us not to have to hear him say ridiculous things like that.
Right. It just, yeah, it sucks. It's kind of like, you know, on certain things, he is great. Medicare for all, best advocate for that in the country. You know, if you ask him about like Israel, Palestine, we struggle quite a bit. Although, like, comparatively speaking, one of the best in the Senate, if not the best in the Senate. It sucks. Like, I understand, again, not to be the purity tester, that like you're not going to have somebody agree with you on everything. But for something like this, like to say this on a right-wing podcast in this moment when Trump is, you know, rounding up people and throwing them in fucking camps, you know, he knows how dangerous that is. So I don't know why he would say this and validate Donald Trump's xenophobic narrative. It's really frustrating. Again, it's not like he's like this fucking deity who could never ever do wrong. I was never trying to like put that out there, but I mean, like, some mistakes are just like fucking so over the top that you gotta wonder, like, bro, are you getting dementia all of a sudden? What the fuck is this? Like, it'd be like if I came out and was like, actually, you know what, gay people should go to prison or some shit. Like, it just like, whoa, I'm getting whiplash. What the fuck? Not that this was that surprising, like, for him, because he's not been particularly strong on immigration, but just like when I saw this, I'm like, bro, I'm just gonna check out of politics. This shit is gonna blackpill the fuck out of me. I can't take it anymore. Like, just shut the fuck up, Bernie.
Someone said we should stop eating our own. Bernie's staying on the shelf, despite me not liking the comment.
Yeah.
It's totally normal and perfectly, I think we should be criticizing people that we generally agree with. It doesn't mean that that we're eating them or whatever.
Yeah, like, I appreciate people being hypersensitive to criticism when, you know, the alternative is fascism, but I mean, I'm never just not gonna have standards because fascists are bad. You know, I'm always gonna be objective and critical, and I think that's what makes us great, because we're not in a fucking cult where it's like, oh, you know, I agree X, and somebody says Y. Okay, well now it's Y. That doesn't even make sense the way I'm explaining it, but like, to explain it differently, like, I'm not gonna change my position to adapt to like what somebody else says. I'm gonna have my position and just disagree and criticize them if I feel strongly. I just feel like, I don't know. It's not like, be sensitive to people who are overly critical and trying to wreck, but like, you don't have to freak out at every little criticism of Bernie and AOC and whatnot. Because
I agree with matters who are saying you're only criticizing because he's old, though. That's where the hate stems from.
That's part of it, right? Yeah. That is part of it. You know, maybe if he was younger, I would be a little bit more charitable. But the oldness, I can't forget.
I would love to ask Bernie, does he think Trump is right to say that all this fentanyl is coming across the Canadian border? Like, is that they really need to strengthen the Canadian border? Because that's the bullshit, like, that Trump has been peddling, which it stems from nothing. We should actually be securing our border. Like, the amount of guns that come across the Canadian border. Like, that's why Canada is, there's always like these graphs of like gun deaths per capita. Canada's usually like, I think, like number 2 or number 3. Like, we're always up there only because we are right next door to the worst in the world.
Gun factory. We're next door to the gun factory.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I don't want you guys to close your border because I might need to hop that bitch depending on, you know, how things go. So don't do that yet.
Do it.
Open borders benefit everyone. It's a human right, I think. Not that, you know, we're there right now, but, you know, it's I always thought it was like a goal, a long-term goal. Hang on, the chat is like, you guys are talking about I have kids. I didn't know Mike had kids. What the fuck are you guys? Okay, there's a couple of other videos that I have.
Wait, Mike, you have kids?
His pets. Those are
yeah,
kids, apparently.
Remember?
Yeah. Okay, so there is Steven Crowder beefing with Candace Owens for alleging that Israel and Donald Trump killed Charlie Kirk. There's Donald Trump basically
Did you see Candace Owens has evolved to attacking Erica Kirk? And I'm like, she is saying she is saying things out loud that if any liberal or leftist even joked about, they would be fired from their jobs. Like, I was like, oh my God. Like, Alex Jones tier levels of conspiracy theories right now. It's like, it's pretty wild. Saying that like Trump had insider knowledge, the real killer's not been caught. The whole thing is a staged op to hide who the real killer is. Like, all this stuff like that. I'm like, oh my God. Like, I hated Charlie Kirk and I wouldn't be saying this shit.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, she definitely can get away with certain things that no one else could.
Although it's ruffling feathers, I'll pull up the tweet because Steven Crowder called her the C word in response to her talking about this, and I love how he pussied out and like censored himself.
He censored it. Fuck.
Yeah, so brave. You can watch this clip and draw one of two conclusions. Erica Kirk is evil and conspired with the Trump administration to kill her husband, or real Candace Owens is a miserable cunt. But he can't say that with his full chest because he's a pussy. But what she says is actually kind of low-key insane. So it does seem to be, you know, it does seem to be making the rounds. I don't know if you guys want to watch this. We can watch some of it, but she I mean, yeah, she pretty explicitly infers that Trump killed Charlie Kirk, but also Israel, kind of. She's kind of just like, it's stream of consciousness, so it's not super coherent. But what she says is, I'll just let you watch.
My heart aches for the fact that he gave so much of his life to Trump and to politics, and they just were like, nope, that is it. It serves us or it doesn't serve us, and we want to move on. And so here's a holiday. Bro, if they try to give me a holiday, what is with them giving people a holiday after they kill them? Why is that a thing? You know what I mean? They're like, oh, Martin Luther King, what about this holiday? What about this boulevard? Anyways, let me knock it off. Like, they're going to give Charlie Kirk a boulevard. They already did. They did in Israel. They gave him freaking boulevard. It's like, as soon as they give you a boulevard and a holiday, they definitely killed you. Okay, there's no question. They killed you. There's no way. That's like their signature thing. It's like that's what they do.
Being the Republicans,
it's the Fed signature. It's how they sign off after they murder you. So like holiday and a boulevard. And it's never on a nice side of town either. Like Charlie Kirk Boulevard is not going to be a nice side of town. Anyways, I will be back on the 27th, you guys. Thank you guys for all the support throughout these couple of weeks, these last really kind of 6 weeks since Charlie died. And we will see you guys then.
Oh, he shared his clip too.
Well, let me first be tactful here and tell you that outrageous claims, and this is an outrageous claim, require outrageous evidence.
Bitch, that's not what the saying is, and you need to take your own fucking advice. I don't know if you want to watch more of him, but
It sounded like she was just kind of, I don't know, joking.
Maybe
like,
being facetious.
She was ending her live stream just trying to like riff, whatever. That's how it came off to me.
Maybe
she's been pushing that for a while now, that it's most likely an outside, like that the real killer has not been caught. She's been presenting a lot of evidence that apparently shows that wasn't the real shooter. And
she was saying it was Israel, wasn't she?
Yeah, well, she's implicating that it was because he was turning on Israel in the last moments, even though he was like the most ardent Zionist on the right pundit circuit. But I say let them fight, keep going. Ramp this stuff up, please. Do not stop. This is great. It's very good for the left if there are full-blown conspiracy theories that divide the right across two separate lines. So
absolutely, I hope that she responds to Steven Crowder. That'd be great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she has before. He did you know that he apparently dropped in to her Instagram replies at one point, and then she called him out for it and was insinuating that he was getting flirty with her shortly after their divorce. Yeah.
Damn. I didn't know this.
I know.
Wow.
Okay. There's another video that I wanted to play because it also pissed me off. This is of so to give you some context, in Michigan, there's another really great race taking place for the Senate. Dr. Abdul El Sayed, he's the GOAT. He's the best. He supports Medicare for all. He's another Mamdani. He's another Bernie type figure who is
his ad's really good too.
Yeah, his ad is phenomenal. 10 toes down for Medicare for all. And then the establishment pick is now Mallory McMarrow. She is somebody who is she's had some great viral moments I've covered, standing up for LGBTQ youth and whatnot. But for the most part, compared to Dr. Abdul El Sayed, terrible. She is pro-genocide, and her answer on healthcare is what I want to point out here, because this is the kind of thing that I really want Democrats, as radicalized as they're becoming, to look out for, because they're going to speak the populist rhetoric, but they're not going to actually substantively adopt the policies. And this is the perfect example of somebody bullshitting you, trying to get you to think they support something they don't. And it's just the weasel words are out of control. So let me go ahead and bring up this clip. Hopefully it doesn't cut out, but here we go.
What's your stand on Medicare for all?
Great question. I support, unabashedly, universal health care. Everybody should have access to health care.
Okay, just to pause right there. Universal health care is a code word by corporate Democrats of not Medicare for all, okay? And the whole unabashedly, unequivocally, and then saying something different, that is such a weaselly fucking move right there. And everybody having access to healthcare is completely different than having healthcare, period. Because we all have access to healthcare. It's just a matter of whether or not we can get it. Because, some of us don't have insurance. Some of us don't have the money to pay for insurance. Some of us lost our jobs and lost our healthcare. That's but she goes on and it gets worse actually.
Yeah, she goes on to prove your point by actually explaining what she does support, and it's just like, okay.
Right.
I haven't seen this.
Like she just kind of goes full Republican with the way she talks about this.
And I want to tell you why I said it that way. So first of all, I shared my own story that I graduated right into the recession. I did not have any health insurance. I couldn't even stay on my parents' plan until I was 26. And for millennials and Gen Z especially, we do not have the job security that our parents had. In my first campaign, my opponent knocked me, sent out mailers saying, she hasn't had a job longer than 2 years. I was like, well, yeah, I'm a millennial. That's normal. That's just what we have to deal with. So the idea that for generations now who are going to change your job every couple of years, that your health insurance would be tied to your job is ludicrous. Also, by the way, it prevents small businesses from being able to compete with larger companies because offering comprehensive benefits and health insurance plans and childcare and paid leave is so prohibitively expensive that we have this situation where the larger companies get bigger and they can offer more and they can get the best talent, and small businesses, which make up 90% of Michigan's economy, can't.
Right, wouldn't it be better if they had Medicare for All, basically be a
Yeah, she's making the argument
cut?
for Medicare for all, but then what she does next is
Okay,
incredible.
what's her answer for all this? I was like, I don't see the problem yet. 'Cause
Yeah,
I haven't-
same.
You will
Yeah.
see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I said it the way that I said it because some people conflate Medicare for all with universal health care.
Neoliberals do that when they want to obfuscate and deflect. So continue, Mallory.
But Medicare for all, when it's actually defined, is one singular government-run healthcare system that we are all on.
Okay, pause. That is
Yes.
not what Medicare for All is. It is a government-run insurance system. A government-run system would be like the UK's NHS system, where hospitals are, for the most part, government-owned. You have some private hospitals, but they're government-owned. Medicare for All just means that the entity that foots the bill is the government, not Aetna, not Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's insurance. That's what that is. So she's wrong on the substance, just like, period.
Now, I want you to imagine what that would look like with Donald Trump and RFK Jr. at the head of it.
Okay, this right here is a Republican argument.
This is an argument against all government program. Why have Social
you.
Security? What if they take money out of your account? Like this is just like
Thank you. So why have any fucking government programs, right?
It's
Like
insane.
just do away with all of it. And what she doesn't seem to understand is that when you're building Medicare for All, you can structure it so that way it's not part of discretionary spending, because of course you don't want a Medicare for All system that could be defunded every single year by Republicans. So you make it mandatory spending, as is the case with Medicare, as is the case with Social Security. The fact that she is saying this, I have to imagine that she knows what she's saying and she's lying. Otherwise she's like completely like unknowledgeable about the way the government functions. So either she's dumb or she's disingenuous. I don't know what's worse, but it gets even worse somehow.
It gets worse.
You have this man who just last week held a conference saying that anybody who has been circumcised probably has autism because they probably took Tylenol. This is a man who decapitated a whale and dropped a dead bear off in Central Park, who works out. I don't know if you've seen this, and I know it's the pettiest thing to complain about RFK Jr. about. He works out in jeans.
Notice how far away we got from healthcare, by the way.
I know. I was like, I've yet to hear what your solution to any of this is.
I just want to always bring it back to the question, what's your stance on Medicare for All? And we're at RFK works out in jeans. Cool. Got it.
No one's on the other side of these issues. No one thinks like in the lib side that he's a normal human. Like,
Yeah.
Do you want RFK to be your doctor? I know I don't. Stupid.
It's so fucking just like shady.
There has to be so much chafing. I don't trust that man to make medical decisions for my family. So we have to get to a place where there is a real, legitimate public option. And if you want to opt into another private health insurance, that you should have the freedom to do that. That is where I stand, and we were 2 votes short when the Affordable Care Act passed of getting that done. Now, it's not just an option, it's essential.
So
Let's see if
doesn't
Care-
her own point undermine the public option as well? Like she's saying, don't trust the government-run healthcare, but a public option is perfectly. Like what?
Would you want RFK Jr., who wears jeans and works out, to oversee the public option? You want to get your healthcare from that guy?
I don't want.
And she shared this shit herself. She's like, "I'm cooking in this clip."
Yeah, she shared that clip herself.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like this is from.
This
her
wasn't
campaign.
leaked.
What are the?
It feels like she wants to do stand-up.
Yeah. Oh, David.
I see all of you replies.
You look good. David was cooking.
I was definitely triggered by this clip.
Me too, because it's like, okay, it's 2025. We're still having a conversation about like what to do regarding healthcare. We know the fucking answer already. I'm so sick of these Democrats who still won't just say the words Medicare for all. The same thing happened when Hakeem Jeffries went on Jon Stewart's show. Jon Stewart tried so hard to gently guide him to the conclusion that Medicare for all is what the fuck we want. And he just could not say the fucking words. It was as if he'd turn into stone if he said Medicare for all. And Jon Stewart was like, well, you know, all of the incrementalist approaches, you know, it seems like you're still defending the terrible system and people want something that's revolutionary. And Hakeem Jeffries was like, well, yeah, we gave them revolutionary change, the Affordable Care Act. We just got to sell it better. It's like, I can't take this shit. I can't take this shit. We would not be dealing with the healthcare crisis right now, going like, what was it, like doubling in price if we just had Medicare for all, if we weren't paying for the shit ourselves. It's so infuriating. And as Jen Perlman points out, like at this point in time, if you are a Democrat and you're against Medicare for all, you're as stupid as a fucking flat earther. Like full stop. Because we already know what the solution is. So why are you pretending as if like a public option, which would devolve into a two-tiered system, it would be underfunded and overburdened and make it so that way you basically got to be rich to get quality healthcare in this fucking system. Why are you pretending as if that's better? I mean, I guess it's better than like, oh, just like put more money into the ACA, but for fuck's sake, we already know what the answer is. And I'm so tired of these Democrats who can't just say the words Medicare for all. Like, you should not be even remotely a contender if you're not unequivocally saying Medicare for all. If you can't say that with your full chest, fuck off. Like, I don't want anything to do with you.
I also think politicians that back Medicare for all need to be ready to combat messages like the one we just saw. Like, because I feel like that her message there is a good dumb guy argument. Like, oh yeah, I don't want Trump running my healthcare system. Like that, I can see people falling for that. So you have to be able to hook it back to, so what, you're against all public programs, you're against Social Security because of Donald Trump might be in charge of it. Like, it's a ridiculous argument, but people have to be ready to like combat the stupidity of it, because I'm afraid an argument like that could latch on if they start running with that. And I could see if Medicare for all becomes a conversation again, like on a national level, maybe during a future election, if those happen again, I could see people like the Democratic establishment taking up that argument where it's like, we don't want this madman in charge of healthcare. Like, I could see them using that against Medicare for all.
Yeah, and it'll work because it's a compelling argument, right? And it's also the scare tactic of, oh my God, they're going to get rid of your private insurance. That's the dumbest thing ever, but people don't hear it as, oh, I'm going to lose my private insurance, which I hate. It's, I'm going to lose my insurance altogether. And, you know, they don't know what to expect, so they just fear it. And like people are more likely to go with the devil that they know as opposed to the devil that they don't know. So it's so easy to turn public opinion against it. Death panels, yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, for Obamacare. Like,
I mean, people were scared. I was like, death panels? What are we talking about here?
Yeah.
I got terrified by that shit.
It's really, really frustrating. So we've got to be on the lookout. And basically any Democrat who says this shit or talks about Medicare for all who wants it, we have to absolutely fucking bully the fuck out of them and make them afraid to open their mouth when it comes to healthcare. Because I am not going to accept anything less, okay? If you say that you want to increase access to healthcare or universal healthcare, Medicare for all who want it, suck my fucking dick from the back. I don't want to hear from you. You're done. Drop out. Like, this is we're so fucking done with this conversation. Like, I'm so infuriated.
I can see another one that they're going to bring up. You want to pay for Donald Trump's healthcare?
Yeah. Oh my God. Right, because Hillary literally did that, right? I don't want to pay for Donald Trump's kids to go to school.
Yeah, Hillary did that for college.
Yes, because they're going to go to publicly funded fucking colleges like peasants. I just can't take it.
Could you imagine hanging out with the unwashed as if?
Right. But yeah, so if you are in Michigan, please support Abdul El Sayed. He ran for governor of Michigan, and he was the one that got away. But now we can bring him back, and I think it'd be phenomenal. I think he's actually better than Bernie on communicating Medicare for all, not only because he wrote a book on it, but because he's literally a doctor. So there isn't a better messenger than Abdul El Sayed. He knows the healthcare system. He can speak to it with like such eloquence that he blows everyone else out of the water. I think that he would be able to explain all of these nuances and, you know, cut through the fear mongering. Please vote for Abdul El Sayed because I want Medicare for all, and I think that he is somebody who can really be a good messenger for that. We all want Medicare for all, but he's somebody who would be a great asset to have in that fight for sure.
Absolutely. It's not surprising to see that line of thought, but it was a bit jarring to see it in 2025. That was a very 2016 argument.
Yeah. Or like Pete Buttigieg, like Medicare for all who want it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that sounds lovely.
Well, I want it. That sounds good to me.
Yeah. What's not to love?
It's just crazy that like our health insurance premiums are about to double and we still can't get them on board with Medicare for all. Like, what do we have to do? God damn.
Cost of everything.
It's insane.
And y'all are getting that sweet Argentine beef that'll apparently arrive with a whole host of diseases.
Wait, what is this about the beef?
Because of the problem with the beef farming and Trump's and his tariffs, they're apparently going to be sourcing a large percentage of beef from Argentina. But there were early reports that like the GOP are warning people some of it may be arriving like late and might already be a little bit off. Something to that effect. And then I was like, that sucks because that's like some of the best beef in the world. If you do get it, you are in for quite a treat. But there you have it.
I mean, the farmers have to feel so outraged, right? I mean, the soybean farmers, for example, they lost their number one customer, China, because of the tariffs. And now China's just buying from Argentina. And Trump's like, hey, Milei, here's $40 billion. Here's a bailout. Even though you claim that anarcho-capitalism is going to save your country, it's destroying the country. Here's a bailout
Right before
anyway.
an election.
Right before an election, yeah.
Right before an election, a $40 billion bailout. That's so obscene. Like, you know, it'd be less insulting if he wasn't palling around with Elon Musk at like rallies, holding a chainsaw and be like, cut the red tape and like all that kind of stuff, right? It's like, you clowns, he doubled the poverty rate. Like, can we finally give up on this experiment, right? Like, hyper-capitalism, fascism, anarcho-capitalism, all of them suck. There is no good version of it.
No, it doesn't work. Like, Milei is proof that it doesn't work. He was supposed to be the test case, and he's proving why you can't have anarcho-capitalism. It simply like destroys your country and explodes the poverty rate. Like, you can't cut government to the bone and expect everything to be copacetic, but Trump is going to make sure that he, you know, props it the fuck up, buys beef from them as opposed to Americans. I mean, you have to
crypto
feel
scams. Don't forget about those too.
What was that?
And do crypto scams. He promoted
And do crypto scams. Yeah. It's so crazy. How do these farmers like rationalize this? Because, you know, farmers, the ones who were being interviewed about the soybeans, at least, they all voted for Donald Trump. So you have to feel at least a little bit stupid because he said he was going to implement tariffs. So like, do you not feel like you have egg on your face? It just is. It's kind of fucking crazy that he's fucking you over, and he kind of said he was gonna fuck you over with the tariffs, and you're just like, just cool, not gonna like repudiate, you know, the vote and work against them. No, it's very frustrating.
Well, Jays are in the World Series, so that's cool. Which, by the way, I have a video. I was gonna put it out today, but I couldn't do it in time. I lost energy after spending all day like prepping like 3 videos and didn't do any of them. But video on the insane ticket prices, and part of it, like, people, I love when moments happen where people finally realize when conservative policy fucking sucks. Because Doug Ford came in and removed the cap on reselling of tickets.
Oh,
he did
no
that
way.
back in like 2019. And now there's these insane prices on these Jays tickets because they were bought up by these scalpers that are trying to resell them on Ticketmaster for like insane profits. And people are finally realizing when you vote for this jackass so many times, maybe it impacts you in a way that you actually finally recognize. You know, there are many other ways you can recognize it, but at least this one is like clear, and people that typically maybe aren't following politics will understand. So I'm hoping.
What are we talking about for insane prices?
Sorry?
What are we talking about for insane prices? Like,
well, minimum $2,000 for the worst seat, and that's one ticket. So if you want to bring like someone else, we're talking $4,000, and that's before the Ticketmaster. Ticketmaster has these fees where it's like an extra like $1,000 for the fees. Like it's so, yeah, it's absolutely, and it goes up to like, I think I saw one for like $12,000. Like
what?
Like yeah, we're absolutely
or one baseball game. That's wild.
It's absolutely insane. And there are people comparing. Like last time Jays won the World Series, it was '93, and I saw a ticket $167, which no, actually, I think it may have been $67, but whatever it was, in today's numbers, it would be less than $200. So like with inflation, like we could have had normal ticket prices. I understand, like, you know, there's more demand now for baseball than that I'm sure would have increased those ticket prices anyways. But to go from like $67 for a World Series baseball game in '93, adjusted for inflation, like $200, to we're looking at $2,000. It's completely ridiculous. And like there's like 50,000 seats in there. Actually, I think it's more like 40,000 now since they did some renovations. But like, I don't know. It'd be nice to have some normal people at these games. hopefully, all these billionaires that are going are still going to be able to, you know, bring the energy and cheer. But it's just insane.
You need to break up Ticketmaster. Like that had to have happened a long time ago. It's the worst example of monopoly just operating as they would if they had total domination and power. Where like you can't even perform at a major city unless you're going through them. You know, to get the stadiums, you have to use their services. It's such garbage.
Yeah, here, actually, I'll show you one of the tabs I have. This is the only time I will ever use Toronto Sun as a source because they have a picture of a ticket price. But you want to bring a family of 4? It's $40,000.
Bro.
Service fee $5,500.
Oh, but $0 on the processing fee, so that's
that's nice. That's kind.
It's just
$40,000.
It's completely
So
ridiculous.
insane.
I'm not even sure. Where are they? See where the seats
With
are.
that said, folks, David Doel needs your super chats. Please send over
That's
the
right.
super chat.
Send me a cool. I'll keep it easy. A cool $10,000 so I can get 2 normal seats.
You should have been here last week, David, when Omega sent like, what was it, Matt? Like 500 gifted memberships to all of us.
He gave 50 gifted memberships to each one of us.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
100
awesome.
to Rebecca and Ariana, I believe. No, he gave 100 to us each.
I'm not even
Two
sure if he
50s.
would have been able to do that for me because I thought I have that enabled, but I don't think I've ever been able to receive a gifted membership. So I don't even know if that works in Canada.
Oh.
I have to double check that.
We'll test it out,
Yeah,
folks.
it works.
On YouTube?
Yep.
Okay, good. Well, then shit, I should have been there.
It was like
I think he gave
mind-blowing.
you one too. No, I thought. I don't know.
I don't
Can't
know.
remember.
Maybe.
Me?
I think so.
Oh, I'll have to check.
It was like at the very tail end of the stream, I want to say, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, though. It's cool to have the occasional millionaire watch the show, I guess.
I know. Shit. Well, should we get to super chats?
Yeah, I guess.
Yes,
right?
you should, and I should get to logging off. But it's been fun.
David, do you want to go, or are you just leaving?
Yeah, no, I don't have chats. I'm dropping.
Okay. All
See you,
right.
David.
Good night.
Take care, David.
You guys want me to go? I only have 4.
Feel free.
Yeah, go ahead.
Prairie Fire Nib, thank you very much for the $10. We are halfway through the harvest. I put out a YouTube video on my YouTube channel. This is a selfish promotion. I want to do more. My birthday was on Tuesday. I'm 32 now, and I needed to give you $10. Very happy birthday to you, Prairie Fire.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Kowalski.
From the Majority Report.
Yes,
Kowalski.
Prairie Fire is Kowalski. Yep, the Kowalski. Yeah.
E. Kowalski. Awesome. Chris the Bolt 7456. Thank you for being a member. If we say we want out for the night to change, become better people, why can't we accept this from the left too? I think everyone on the panel, when we were talking about Graham, we're all of the mind of that. I think every single one of us is for restorative justice. I think our concerns come from the fact that there are elements where I haven't seen any kind of like. I would watch Mike's video. It's really good because he plays clips to bring up like when he talks about Graham Plattner and his service. He shows the Ryan Grimm clip just so you can see that he doesn't give a direct answer to a very direct question. Why would you go and return to a war that you were already protesting? Which I think is a pretty valid question. And so I think restorative justice, I am 100% for. And people keep bringing up y'all are doing purity testing. Personally, for me, I think it has to be first and foremost from the person. You don't have to give someone your restoration on behalf of them. I think they can come forward and
also Lance, somebody in my chat, Tropical Ding Dong, said that Graham apparently watches Leftist Mafia. So I'd be down to bring him on, and
we can ask him.
How do you know that? Wait, what? Yeah,
that's what they said that he said. So I would love to talk to him because
all right. If you were watching right now.
I am for restorative justice. It's just that like we've been through Obama, Tulsi, Fetterman, and so whenever there's a red flag, I wanted addressed. And if he could speak to some of our specific concerns, I'm down for that. So yeah, I'd be happy to have him on. So yeah, we'll try to set that up. We have a guest next week, but the week after, it'd be cool to talk to him and ask these questions directly, because I feel like if we can get some more direct answers, I would feel better about supporting him, because obviously like on policy he's the best in the race. I just I don't want to cheerlead for somebody if I have these doubts. If I have if my spidey senses are tingling, I want that to be addressed. And if it goes away, then that'd be great. I'd love to I want to be excited. We need things to be excited about. I want to be all in, but I can't right now.
I'll get him to praise President Xi, and then we'll know that he's not going to start a war with China.
We'll get him to admit he's actually a communist after all, and then we'll see.
Pirate D Strike, thank you for the $5. Hassan has interviewed IDF soldiers that were radicalized by his time and are now anti-Zionist, but Graham, even to most standards, is very shady. And to that point, I am also for ex-soldiers or veterans who have actually done combat, because I'm a little soft internet comedian who can speak towards that and use their experience to try and take down the military-industrial complex. I think it is a net benefit. I think those ex-IDF soldiers who speak out against the war crimes of the IDF are useful. I'm not one of the people who's just like every one of them, you just call them a baby killer and run away. So
agree 1,000%. Yeah. And I not everybody is doing that, but some people are kind of I think that's the takeaway, that, oh my God, all vets are just irredeemable. Not what I'm saying at all. Because I talked about before how when you're young, that's where they get you. They try to recruit me when I was 17 years old working at Subway and shit. I get it. If you don't have anywhere to go, they recruit you. They prey on you if you're poor. So it's not oh, you're irredeemable. It's just a matter of I want to know specifically about the radicalization. Did you become anti-war because of your time? That I just need things clarified. That's my pitch. I'm not saying cancel him. I'm not saying, oh my God, he's irredeemable, fuck him. I just I need questions to be answered for me to be all in. You know what I mean? You're not bad if you support him. I'm not trying to I don't know, demonize anybody and oh, you support fucking Nazis. That's not my take, and I hope that people understand that. I'm trying to be nuanced here with my video, and yeah. I mean, I said everything like Lance said in my video, so hopefully people take away the point that I'm trying to be as fair as I can be, because I like his policy platform for the most part. I have some disagreements, but I like most of it.
Dope tipped 9673. Thank you so much for the $5. Molly MTK, thank you very much for the $2. With the message, why were you bringing up the fact that POCs haven't spoken positively about him? Specifically because A, I didn't see that, and B, I understand it. Coming just for myself, I think to me the biggest worry is that I think it's I think politicians come and go. I think if you start downplaying the severity of a Nazi tattoo or serving in, for Blackwater, the fucking mercenary organization, I think that shit is honestly is fucked and should be condemned no matter what. Doesn't matter who's running and whether they're running. And I think that like for a lot of online commentators, people were trying to do these weird things like, oh, I don't think that's the tattoo you think it is, or the hall monitors are out here to purity test. And it's like, I think it's a fair bar to be like, if you have a goddamn fucking totem conf on your chest, you get that shit lasered off the second you find out what it is. Like, I wouldn't want to have a fucking suspicious series of lightning bolts on my fucking car, let alone on my skin for like 18 years.
Yeah, it's not one of those situations where like, who among us hasn't gotten drunk and gotten a Nazi tattoo in Croatia during our time in Fallujah? Like, it's kind of a very like, it's a very interesting, we'll say, circumstance. You know, I think you're not unreasonable for like drawing a red line here or just having additional questions about like whether or not he's like the real deal. You know what I mean? Corn Cop says ultra lib. It's not ultra lib. It's just like, we don't have to like just like gobble up whatever slop, you know, somebody who supports Medicare for all sells us. We can ask questions. I think it's reasonable for us to ask questions and be critical.
And like, I don't think anyone's owed a Senate seat in the most powerful nation that has the most powerful army in the world. Like, if you worked as a mercenary and you've realized what you did was wrong, you can also volunteer for Food Not Bombs or de-radicalizing hate organizations and stuff like that, right? Like, when you're trying to represent a bunch of voters and then speak on the behalf as like, this guy's a communist, he's a leftist and stuff like that, then there's obviously going to be a large percentage of people watching this that are taken aback by that kind of stuff. I think, I think it's extremely unfortunate. I also think that there's a double standard that's applied to like every day. Like I said, Zoran Mamdani is questioned about whether or not he supports Hamas, right? Like there's a thing where people who are Muslim on a regular basis are expected to have to answer for all their things, and then other people were like, this was just an unfortunate drunken tattoo. And if you want to give him the benefit of the doubt, maybe it was. Maybe he had no idea what it meant, and he doesn't know to this day, and only recently found out about that. Whatever the case may be, but that doesn't mean that I have to discount it as nothing more than just like a drunken mistake, when like it's a pretty fucked up thing. But yeah, to the other points, I think it is good in the other cases that he's taken back the other things that he said. I think it is really good to be like, I shouldn't have made those racist comments. They were wrong. I shouldn't have called people the F-slur. I was wrong.
I think that's great.
That's what you want. I don't want people to, there's no such thing as me being able to say I cancel someone and they're canceled, or like, that they're going to get taken down off YouTube or something like that. I would rather, it would be so beneficial to the world if tomorrow J.K. Rowling woke up and was like, holy fuck, I was completely wrong. All my, everything I believed in was unscientific, and I couldn't use Google just once to realize how messed up it is that I'm regurgitating all these, anti-gay talking points. Then that would have a material effect on a lot of people's lives if she changed the next day. I would rather they change. Changing is kind of the point. And that's why it's also fine to be suspicious if you've got a Nazi tattoo. Did you see the put? It was like the size of a baby's face.
I'll also say to add to Lance's point, as a gay person, I can't accept his apology for saying the F-slur on behalf of all gay people. But personally, I accept it. I love that he, denounced that. And I'll just say, from firsthand experience, somebody who used to be homophobic that changed, they're some of the best advocates for queer people because they understand, what makes these people tick, right? So, I think it's good to have people, part of the movement that have reformed on certain things. It's just a matter of, there's so much there with regard to the Blackwater stuff that I just haven't. I want to see more to know that there's full reformation there as well, so that way I can feel okay about yeah, fuck yeah, let's go, Graham Elwood. That's a different person. Thinking of Ron Placone, Jimmy Dore. He's not a Jimmy Dore dude. Anyways, Graham Plattner. I just want to feel good about it, and right now I don't feel like I just feel like not comfortable promoting him just in case we get like Fetterman again. I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but I just like I'm very cautious. Forgive me for being cynical because
I think a mistake people make is that they're used to the pointing out the hypocrisy of someone online by going back in their history and finding something that shows that they are being hypocritical or wrong. But that doesn't work when the bad thing is in the past and the person is now no longer advocating for the bad thing. Like, the point of going back in someone's history is to show how they're hypocritical of a position today for a bad reason. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you find someone saying something sexist or racist from 10 years ago in their online history, but today they're anti-racist and anti-sexist, anti-misogyny, then I mean, that shows growth in the right direction. That's not a gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, they should have like maybe atone for it, in some way, and like, or explain it, and explain where their heads were at. But I mean, like, I think it's very important to accept growth. I have defended people, who have grown. I defended Cenk Uygur during his campaign when all of the old, Young Turks clips came out. It's just like, of course, I'm willing to allow people to grow. I've grown over the past like 10 years on the show. I feel like I've become more edgy than when I started, but like nonetheless, like rehabilitation and growth is important. So I'm not trying to like, purify us into oblivion is I guess what I'm trying to say. I just like, I don't know, man. I want some questions answered, and if he watches and it will come on, I think that's great. That's great.
It's also a year out, right? Like I don't think anyone is going to be a spoiler. If someone's like, it comes down to two options, what are you going to do? Like, are you going to say don't vote or something? I'd be like, no. Hey, if I was in Maine, I would probably vote for the person who has openly said that they are not going to support Israel, not going to support AIPAC, and etc.
Right.
But being a year out, you can definitely voice your opinion of being like, I mean, a lot of it is fucked.
Especially when there's ranked choice voting in Maine, right? Because like that is really important. I don't know if there's ranked choice voting in the primary, but at least in the general there is. But I mean, if there's ranked choice voting in the primary, it's not like you're gonna like hurt somebody by really vetting them. And I think that based on like what I saw from Graham Plattner so far, he kind of like, this is not somebody who's a politician. I'm sure he expected some of this shit to a degree to come out. It's why he got ahead of the Nazi tattoo and released it himself. So I feel like, I don't think he would be offended that we're asking these questions. I think that like he would just like, he'd engage with it, which I think is important. So I'm down to engage, of course.
Looney Tunes, thank you so much. Fine, here you go. Don't miss your payday again like last week. Also, watch the Vanguard where they cover Anna and Cenk calling out Sam and Emma again. I
saw that.
What happened.
So okay, what position would you expect Anna Kasparian to take on the tattoo?
I would think she doesn't care and it was a drunken mistake.
Wrong. She's taking the woke position and she's against the tattaw, but the reason why is because Emma is for rehabilitation.
Wait, are you serious? She's basing her political opinion out of spite?
That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like.
By you saying that she's of the against the tattoo position, you make it sound like the opposite is that there is a for the tattoo position.
Right. No, that's fair. That's fair. I agree. No, but this is her argument, and I am not joking about this. Okay, you have to watch the Vanguard video. I tuned in live today. Okay. Anna Kasparian is mad that Majority Report can make 5 videos about birthing person, her words, and ruin somebody's life, but when it comes to a Nazi tattoo, they're willing to give that a pass. So Anna is against the Plattner situation. Cenk Uygur is he's for Graham Plattner. He's for forgiveness because his point to Anna was like, I was running a campaign and they brought up all my old articles and shit. So I mean, they did this to me, so they're doing it to Graham Plattner, and Anna was more like, no, but Emma says this, so I'm on the opposite side of that. It's actually fucking hilarious.
Wait, hold on. Can we actually watch a clip of this? I'm interested.
It's kind of long. It's kind of long.
Long.
Yeah.
Can we watch like a minute of it, maybe?
I mean, I'll pull up the Vanguards.
It sounds really entertaining, honestly.
So her position is that Emma's giving a bigger pass to the Nazi tattoo than she gave to Anna's birthing person statements. That's where her argument lies.
Okay, thank God. They put it at the beginning. A little preview. Go watch the whole Vanguard video on this. The Vanguard always they always bring the receipts. This is just like the first few seconds of their video,
But how do you like ruin someone's life? How does Majority Report do 5 videos on me saying I don't like calling women birthing people? And that's worthy of full cancellation. You are irredeemable. You are a TERF. You are a transphobe. You are garbage, right? How does that happen?
The answer is instead of being greedy douches who are like, oh, we're gonna get another left winger and we're gonna grab their audience. Yeah, I said it, Emma and Sam. Cancel them, cancel them. So guys, forget Majority Report. Who cares? They're a bunch of nobodies. So oh, cry a tear about it, right? Oh.
Bro. I'll be honest, in both cases it made me sad, like seeing Anna refusing to just like listen to any of her contemporaries and stuff. I wasn't like thrilled about that, and I wasn't like, oh yes, another leftist to take down. I was like, why the fuck are you doing this? This sucks. And I felt the same way for like people who I consider colleagues who were like, it's just a regrettable tattoo. It's not that big a deal. You guys are hall monitors. I also felt sad about that because I was like, we can't set the bar at suddenly discounting like actual Nazi tattoos or Blackwater, veterans like that. That shit is fucked, But I just want to say that their position is. Who cares about the Majority Report? They're a bunch of nobodies. At the same time, I'm probably in at least one of those videos, very likely. And I had no idea that the Majority Report did 5 videos on Anna Kasparian's birthday person comment. They didn't care so much that they went on the channel and counted how many videos there were on it. Like, come on, guys.
And I'm sorry, but nobody, you could tell, like, she's just like, she's misremembering. We did not try to fucking cancel her. We were handling her with kid gloves and shit. It's whatever. Like, I don't want to go down that path again, but like, we weren't trying to cancel you, Anna. We were just trying to be like, hey, bestie, this is why we think that what you're saying is problematic, and you made the same point like 6 months earlier. But it's okay. We're trying to cancel you and ruin your life. That's fine. That's fine. Just frame it that way. Whatever.
That's very funny though. Oh my God.
Rachel Atwood 9555. Thank you so much for the $2. I see Mallory, but I hear DNC consultants talking. Yeah, that clip sucked. I was not happy to watch that. And Christy Bolt 7456. Thank you for the $5. Great dialogue from all of you. This is why I love this show. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it that we can bring some happiness to your day, or at least make you feel a little less like you're losing your mind as you watch some of the stuff that unfolds online. Tigwick, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub, and thank you to Viditat for resubscribing. Take it away, boys. It's all you.
All right, Matt, do you want to go first?
Sure, why not? All right, let's see what I got here. Foresto with a super chat. My work decided to save hard drive by using AI motion cameras. The AI corrected for background motion by never turning on, causing massive liability. I don't understand what you're saying. My work decided to save hard drive by using AI motion cameras. I don't know what you're saying.
He's saying his job at his work. They decided to save hard drives using AI motion cameras. The AI corrected for background motion, but never turned on, causing massive liabilities. Sounds like a fuck up of AI.
Wait, but how do you? I don't get save hard drive. What do you mean? I'm reading it. What does that mean?
If it's like a security camera that does motion detection.
Yeah, I think they were trying to.
Okay.
They were trying to
Save hard
on
drive
storage
space by
using
only
it.
recording when AI detected something. Right. Interesting. Right. Okay. Now that makes sense. That's yeah. I mean, I used a device I got for review for work that records like your kid's soccer by like using AI tracking. So like you don't have to actually make sure it's always on camera. The camera like tracks where the kids go and everything. And you know, it probably tracks correctly for like 90% of the game. But the 10% it misses are all like the big moments, like the goals, the penalty kicks, the corner kicks where they score a goal. Like it messed up and missed all the big moments. So yeah, AI is not there yet. Donald James with a member for 27 months super chat. Still here, still supporting you, big dog. Let's go. Thank you, Donald. Even after the fellas over here made me reveal my NAZI, those exact letters tattoo that I had on me earlier in the. I appreciate you sticking by me.
It's gonna be a maze, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be a maze.
Alexander says agree 1000% with Matt. Why, thank you. I mean, it's hard not to agree 1000% with me. I'm always right.
Hello and welcome to American Wasp. On this space, I'm your host, Deter McBizness, joined as always by the one and only Alex. Devil
Hello.
Productions. What's good, my man?
Happy Halloween, folks.
My happy Halloween to you, my East Coast brother. How are you, dude? Things are popping off in New York City right
Things
now.
Things are popping off. What did you do this weekend?
I was working mostly.
I
watched a lot of football.
Rally.
Oh yeah, did you go? Nice.
I did.
That's great. How was it? Tell me about it.
I will tell you right now. I got some pictures. This was the line to get in. There was a lot of people. There was some like 10, maybe 10 people with like pro Cuomo, pro Israel flags and placards over on the side here. This was the. Sorry, what?
No, nothing. Just
this
seems like whatever.
The stage.
Wow.
Saw Emma Vigeland.
Yeah.
Majority Report.
Met her.
Asked her for a interview. Met Christina Brown from Olay and Friends. Asked her for an interview too. Apparently Hassan was there. I did not see Hassan.
Did they say yes? Are they gonna? Are you
yeah, they did say yes, but you know,
oh, nice.
I'm not. I reached out, but we'll see. This is just a view of like the beginning part.
Nice.
This is about like 5 o'clock or so, and then
this is a real peak for your Twitter page.
Yeah,
this is definitely a steep climb in relevance.
I was at I saw Sarah Sherman was hosting from SNL. I was like, oh shit. They had Julia Salazar, who I voted for. I think she's Manhattan. I don't even know what she is. Manhattan Borough president, maybe. But yeah, a bunch of the DSA reps here who got elected, talking about their journeys and whatnot. This was Brad Lander coming out. He was all excited. Brad Lander had the energy.
Good evening, New York City.
And there was a chorus at the end before AOC Burning came out, and he was dancing out of tune with the chorus.
Gosh, AOC is invincible, huh? Well, I guess in New York, of course, you're going to come out in New York.
But yeah, this was AOC coming out. Everyone going crazy. And then look at like how packed it is now. Like just in a couple hours, it just filled up.
How early did you get there?
We got there about like I'm early everywhere I go. I have a terrible fear about being late anywhere. So
it's a New Yorker thing, yeah.
Yeah, I showed up at like 4:00.
What time did Zoran actually come out?
He came out probably around 8:30.
Wow, okay.
And it ended around like 9:10, 9:20. But like the energy from when Bernie brought out Zoran, like it was louder than both AOC and Bernie.
I love that entrance music. That's great.
Yeah. Well, what I wanted to point out was Hochul was there. And Hochul kept getting...
She endorsed him. She endorsed
him. And I bet she thought she was going to get a lot warmer welcome than she got. Tax the rich. So she came out to cheers of Tax the Rich. And during her whole speech, there was people responding and jeering and heckling. And then we were going to chants of Tax the Rich again and again, to the point where she clearly had gotten frustrated and was like, you guys just want to see Zoran, right? And then he came out early on stage, held her hand up, gave her a hug, and then walked her off stage to kind of end, be like, you did enough. They're not going to stop like interrupting you during her speech.
Yeah, it's true.
So the next day, she was having some event up in Buffalo or in Albany. And she was asked about the cheers. Now, during those chants of Tax the Rich, she would try to calm everybody down by saying, I hear you, I hear you. When asked about it, she said, oh, I couldn't really understand what they were saying. I thought they were saying, let's go Bills, and try to laugh it off. As like, I didn't hear her.
Oh, she tried to act as if that's what they were saying?
Yeah. And then the next day, actually yesterday, a couple hours after I got off, with Christina and Visora, I saw this interview that she did with Jessica Tarlov, who is the liberal on the Fox show The Five, where it's 4 conservatives and 1 liberal. And this is the interview.
I can hear you.
What did you mean by I hear you?
Well, I literally heard that. I didn't view it as overwhelming at all. I mean, I was able to get through my speech. There's a lot of applause when I focused on the threats from Donald Trump in particular. And this is our commonality here. We have a common enemy. And to get everybody focused on that was really important to me. So yes, I mean, there are people who think we should be taxing the rich. I mean, we can have that debate.
We know that Mamdani does want to tax the rich more, bring it up about 2%. He can't do that on his own. You've previously said that you wouldn't be raising taxes. Have you reconsidered?
No, I would say one energetic rally does not get me to change my positions, I assure you. Okay. But I do hear people's voices. I process what everybody says, but I'm also have to balance governing this state and making sure that those people who are actually the reason we have a generous,
pause real quick,
supportive.
Yeah.
Specifically, what will she not change her position on that the left wants her to change her position on?
That's the wishy-washy part, is because at the debates, I know it was chaotic here watching it live with everybody, but Zoran was asked, like, your plan involves funding for a lot of the things that your plan is your platform involves taxing the rich an extra 2%. Governor Hochul has indicated that she has no plans on doing that. How do you reconcile? So I guess that's what she's referring to, is like, I haven't changed my position, which was a nebulous position to begin with, that I'm not going to increase taxes on the rich. I think that's what she's trying to say here. Which again is wishy-washy from being at the rally, being, I hear you, indicating like, yeah, we're going to do that, to then the next day, I couldn't even understand what they were saying, to then the next day being like, oh, I haven't moved my position at all.
Stat Pat, welcome to the party. Just
Hey.
another liberal elite who would rather focus on Trump rather than doing what her constituents want. She kind of admits to it. Yeah, she does. I mean, she's a product of the system. She's like a real New York Hillary Clinton.
Yes,
you know,
yes, that's a good way to put it.
So I will say the thing that I wish people would stop saying about Zoran is that he's a generational political talent. Now, whether or not that's true, that is yet to be proven. Okay. That might be true. We'll see what happens. He is a very talented communicator, but I think you're actually not doing justice to something about him that maybe he doesn't want a lot of attention on, and that is the training that he's been through. He's got a really good education, and I know that he's probably had some really great public speaking coaches or whatnot at various points in his life. And there are certain, having had that training myself, there are a lot of things that are just basic, especially if you know your ethos, you have self-awareness about your ethos. And he is a New York Muslim with a big name, very aware of that ethos. And so he has to be a pro. And I don't think that comes naturally. I think he worked at that, is my point. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's give the guy credit for actually, taking that raw talent, but even at the age of whatever he is, 35, like a conditioned talent. You know what I mean?
I think the way he has navigated the racist attacks against him that have been there since the beginning of the primaries, but have only amplified and really peaked now that it's so close to the election, is masterstroke. Like, he's definitely studied Obama, and because any Democrat hopeful would, but just the way, and like the training that you're talking about, the way he's always consistently brought it back to how I'm going to help New York.
Yeah, probably.
That's what I'm going to do. Perfect. But then, especially in those last couple of weeks, now he's not leaning into the identity politics, but like addressing it finally directly.
Being a man about it
and being like, this, I've tried to, roll with the punches, but it's getting fucking gross. In not so many words. It's getting fucking
I talk
gross,
about
guys.
in one of my essays that you're not going to kill racism. You're never going to kill racism. I wish we could live in a world in my lifetime where there was no racism. Not going to happen. I know too much about the world. So does Alex. So do you. All of you listening, to know that, like, I think it's still in the end zones of the NFL right now. It says end racism. And one end zone, and then the other one, it's like, we can do it together or something like that. And I'm like, okay, sounds good. But that right there, the fact that the NFL is even doing that right there, like that,
I mean, that
trivializes it. Like, I mean, it just makes it a way like, what are you talking about? That's never going to happen. No,
I
it's
watched,
like isolate it, identify it, and isolate it. But go ahead. What were you saying?
I listened to Bill Burr's podcast for years and years and years. And he would every football season, he was like, okay, here come all the pink helmets and pink ribbons for breast cancer awareness, as if we're not aware that it exists, as if me watching the game is going to go, oh, now we should stop it. Now we should really fund the research because I'm watching a football game.
It was to sell apparel.
Or
sell pink apparel.
Yeah, exactly. It was just to sell more, make more merch. Or the ads that's like to end domestic violence. Domestic violence is like, it's upon all of us. And it's like, you motherfuckers are the ones hiring these athletes who are doing domestic violence. Like, do you only run the ads after some football player or athlete gets in trouble for it?
Yeah,
It's
no,
your
those were
fucking fault,
embarrassing.
ESPN.
That's a good call by you to bring that up because I had forgotten about those things. And I remember specifically Eli Manning, like in tears or on the verge of tears. And there was like a bunch of other crap like that where the NFL, it's like, dude, you're the NFL. Okay. Yeah. You might be our cultural religion, but no one is actually worshiping you. Yeah. So check your goddamn ego and just be a sports league. Okay. You're not Hollywood. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. I got an update on a story that I talked about yesterday with Azor and Christina. DHS has been crazy with stealing memes or making memes and stealing content from people. Theo Vaughn has directly called out them, Homeland Security, and been like, you can't use my voice in a fucking like recruitment ad. Fuck you. But
they're gonna do what they want.
Yeah, they are going to do what they want.
They're just going to do what they want.
They've taken South Park and used that. But they've recently taken Halo imagery, destroy the flood, right? And Vasora explained to me what the flood is, and kind of making the analogy that immigrants are this like invasive zombies who are pouring over the border, coming to get you and your family and eat your dogs and cats. Microsoft hasn't said anything, but this reporter here spoke to original Halo developers about these posts. One said abhorrent, another using Halo imagery in a call to destroy people because their immigration status goes way too far and ought to offend every Halo fan regardless of political orientation. So it's interesting that the actual developers of the game will speak out, but of course the giant corporation who owns it will not, because
they're scared of Trump.
Bending to Trump, like every other corporation.
Everyone's just trying to survive until Trump's out of office.
Yeah.
Everyone's just trying to get through the time between now and 2028.
I mean, Status Quo has also accused them. This video won't load, but they've accused them of taking footage that they shot and using it to like lionize this guy who's, I don't know, one of the commanders in ICE. He's been all over the place. What is his fucking stupid name?
Great.
This guy, Gregory Bovino.
Yeah.
This dude. Look at this fucking schmuck. I'm so tough. I watched every Liam Neeson movie. You cannot fuck with me.
Do you know how much money like a uniformed cop makes in like Beverly Hills or like, a good well-to-do area? They make like $250K a year with, including overtime and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They make like at least $250, $300K a year. It's incredible.
Yeah, and they're adding.
That's
more,
just
so
cops.
Want,
who knows what the ICE people.
I mean, ICE is saying like we'll give you a $50,000 bonus to join. But ICE is doing damage, and we know this from all the videos we've seen on social media, especially Kat Abou-Ghazala, who's running in Chicago. Right. And she says, I have been charged in a federal indictment sought by the Department of Justice. This political prosecution is an attack on our First Amendment rights. I am not backing down, and we are going to win. So she and others have been indicted in the protests. And let's listen to what. Yeah.
My name is Kat Abou-Ghazala. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois. And the Department of Justice is charging 6 people, including myself, with federal crimes for exercising our First Amendment rights near ICE's Broadview Processing Center. This is a political prosecution, and a gross attempt to silence dissent, a right protected under the First Amendment. This case is a major push by the Trump administration to criminalize protest and punish anyone who speaks out against them. That's why I'm going to fight these unjust charges, but I need your help to do it. As I and others have exercised our First Amendment rights, ICE has hit, dragged, thrown, shot with pepper balls, and tear gassed hundreds of protesters, simply because we had the gall to say that masked men coming into our communities, abducting our neighbors, and terrorizing us cannot be our new normal. And because Chicago doesn't back down from bullies in masks who tear gas our neighborhoods, this administration has resorted to weaponizing the federal justice system to scare us into silence. But we're not going to be silent. The Trump administration wants you to be afraid of speaking out against it and its anti-democratic power grabs. And there are plenty of reasons to be afraid right now, but we have to overcome that fear. This case targets our rights to protest, speak freely, and associate with anyone who disagrees with the government. And while we have seen the unhinged and unlawful tactics this administration has used against the American public, it's important to remember they're doing this because they are scared. They are wrong. And they know they are on the wrong side of history. We cannot diminish ourselves in the face of these attacks. That's why we have to unite and stand up for humanity, our rights, and everyone terrorized by Trump's lawless secret police. You'll be hearing regular updates directly from me about this case and how we can use our constitutional rights to resist authoritarianism. And as scary as all of this is, I have spent my career fighting America's backslide into fascism. I'm not going to stop now, and I hope you won't either.
I mean, brave.
So what specifically does she want?
Contributions.
Okay.
Because
she needs to hire a lawyer now.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're fighting this in court.
Right.
This is some of the things that they're mad at her for.
Yeah, I know. Didn't they like knock her down and shit?
You know, they're pushing against her now with a car. She's been out there every week, fighting the good fight.
Yeah.
And, you know, her and 6 other people. She has decided, like, I've met her before. She could have done anything.
Oh, you met her?
Yeah. After Media Matters was getting sued by Elon Musk, and Media Matters had to make cuts because they needed money for lawyers. So she was one of the people who got cut. She then worked at Zateo for a little while and, you know, decided to run for Congress. I hypothesized, I haven't asked her this, but I hypothesized because if you raise your profile, like you're a social media influencer, you have a big profile, but if you run for Congress, you have a much, much bigger profile and it's in the national zeitgeist, at least a little bit. So if you get in trouble like this, you can now have a much bigger platform to go on MSNBC or CNN and talk.
Wasn't she already getting coverage on MSNBC?
Yeah, and that's all because she's running for Congress.
Right.
So it gets you into those rooms and really you can fight the good fight even bigger. And I think that was a very smart move. If that's the move, the calculation she made, I don't know. I'd love to ask her one day if she decides. I know she was supposed to be on Boston Brian's show the other day, but I'm sure this is the reason she had to cancel because she found out she was getting indicted. It's just fucking insane what they're trying to do. But again, it's great that she's running for Congress. She's a congressional candidate. So if she was just a social media, the story would be social media influencer and 6 others indicted by DOJ.
Right.
Now
the fact that she's running for
candidate.
Congress. Yeah. No, this is all press is good press kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, this is insane that they're trying to do this. And you know, here we got.
What do you mean? What do you mean? They're trying to go after Cat? I'm not surprised.
I mean, I'm not surprised, but it's still like, still kind of shocking always. Here's a clip of Trump saying some shit, which, you know, is basically the reason they're going after her. But this is about sending National Guard and the military into cities. And he just, you know, this is the ethos of this administration.
You said you were prepared to send more sure I would. I would do that if it was necessary. You know, if it was necessary, I'd do that. But it hasn't been necessary. We're doing a great job without that. But yeah, it was necessary. As you know, I'm allowed to do that.
Do you mean other branches of the military you would send in, or?
If it were, who are you with?
The New York Times.
Oh, that's very good, very good. Well, if you write it correctly, I'll give you the answer. But you know, if I want to enact a certain act, I'm allowed to do it routinely. And
like this is it. Just I know the audio is horrible because he's on the fucking plane all the time. But I can do it because I can. Is the ethos of this administration?
It's all power. It's all power.
And this is what you talk about all the time on your show, American Wasp, of just they just feel entitled. Like, this is my country. I own this. I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want.
So the ethos of the American white Anglo-Saxon Protestant is inauthentic, narcissistic, social entitlement. And yeah, we just saw it there with Trump. Like, of course I can. It's all about what he can do if he wants.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what's right. It doesn't matter what should be done or what America wants to be done, even, because sometimes what should be done and what America wants to be done aren't the same thing.
Yeah.
Often, actually. And you know, he's just obsessed with the power, man. He's just like, he's delusional about his legacy, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he is delusional about his legacy. Like, if he thinks he's going down in history as a good president, he's got another thing coming, man. Like, we might lose, like, America in this whole thing, but it's just going to prove how wrong Trump and all the MAGA trash idiots were.
I mean, I think we will endure. I think we will endure.
In
but
some
I
form.
really think he is. I cannot believe it's Donald Trump. I still can't, because I still associate Donald Trump with, oh, he's that billionaire guy who like just goes on Howard Stern and like Comedy Central roasts and shit and just wants a TV show and lifestyles of the rich and famous. He's a celebrity because he wants to be a celebrity, like Elon Musk. I just have money and I just want to be in front of cameras because I want to be cool, because I wasn't cool growing up, because I have some fucking internal daddy wound. These fucking losers.
And I like to call it empathetic arithmetic. Let's be empathetic towards super famous people. We have no idea what that does to someone's personality and their disposition. It probably exacerbates whatever narcissistic tendencies already existed.
Yeah.
You know, it probably makes everything worse.
I just can't. I cannot believe that Back to the Future 2 predicted this.
Yeah.
Like, down to the T of the gambling stuff. Yeah, Biff Tannen being mayor of whatever the town was called. And casinos everywhere and skyscrapers and smog and pollution and just him and his gold-plated casino. Like, we're having the rise of gambling, like the poly markets, the Kalshis,
one thing maybe we should talk about this really quick, just as a fun little tangent, is I'm actually really against the proliferation of sports gambling.
Yeah.
I'm actually really against that. And I think if it exists the way it is now, it should be way more regulated than it is. And if it's just like, dude, you're not going to win. Like,
dude, it's not even like
you're not going to
win. I remember FanDuel and whatnot coming out a couple of years ago.
DraftKings.
Yeah, DraftKings. That's the one. My friends who are into sports, one of them loves gambling. And so we'll try it and is losing money and stuff. But he has a handle on it. But just the ease that it's on your phone. I can make money if I place a bet right now. It just, I mean, I was part of that GameStop rush of like, oh my God, maybe I can make some money on this GameStop stock. And, no. By the time it hit the news, it was too late. You had to have been in earlier. But, I got it. I understood, because I've never been a gambling guy my whole life. Like, I've never found that interesting, unless it was in a video game. If it's Red Dead Redemption, it's not real money, so I don't care. Yeah. I play Yakuza poker all the time.
That's like me being grateful for not having an issue with alcohol.
Yeah,
like
me too.
it's good because those things are real. Like especially alcohol being as ubiquitous as it is in our society, like alcoholism, drug addiction, like these things. It's kind of a microcosm for how far we have to go as a society when you look at still how much ignorance there is surrounding drugs and alcohol.
And I think legalization is good, but legalization comes with regulation, and that's the point. And it would, so much crime would end if you legalize drugs.
But there's all this tax revenue now from legalized weed that we can use for other things. So,
test cases. Hey, we can, do this around the country. But what are the Democrats doing? What are they up to? Our old good friends, the Democrats.
Tucking their tails between their legs.
I mean, this just came out. Fucking in fall of 2022, ahead of the midterms, Merrick Garland opted to freeze both the classified documents and election investigations because of what some officials believed was his overly cautious reading of a DOJ policy not to take any public action close to an election. Jesus. So Comey biting us in the ass yet again. The over scrutiny on him. First of all, Comey's like getting indicted now, right?
Yes.
By Trump. What is Trump mad about? Because it only helped.
This has always surprised me too. This has always befuddled me as well. I mean, Comey who knows? There's no way to know for sure, but he did come out with that, what's his name, Wiener laptop thing 10 days prior to the 2016 election. And yeah, that probably did mean a lot of people stayed home. And that might have made the difference in that election because it really was a very close election in those swing states. But yeah, that's the point that I always have whenever Comey comes up in conversation is what is Trump so mad with him about? I mean, he gave him that help, basically that election. Who knows what would have happened if he didn't, it definitely helped Trump. So what is he pissed about? But I think like Comey just buy the book. And if there was anybody who was smart enough to get Trump to trip over his own feet while he was in office, then it was probably Comey. And that's probably why he got rid of him, because he was a threat. Yeah. Probably a smart move, actually.
Yeah. I think it's dark days. It's dark days now for sure.
Yeah, it's fascism.
It's fascism, motherfucker.
It's fascism. It's American
the
fascism.
empire. It's the empire's here. And we are the rebellion. And the rebellion is bubbling up and it's starting to make change. Like we're seeing Kat is getting indicted. That means they're scared, like she said. Zoran, they're talking about fucking denaturalizing Zoran and deporting him.
Right.
Because they're scared of him. And AIPAC is running scared because AIPAC Tracker, which is a great follow, tracks every politician's AIPAC money, if they're good or not on that issue. And AIPAC's brand has become so toxic that the group is now telling members to donate directly to candidates. They are hoping this new tactic will help conceal who they are backing. Too bad we're still tracking it. So they put out a video.
So AIPAC, the Israeli lobby, AIPAC, the one that we have a petition up currently to get rid of. Yeah, those guys. So now, since they have such bad press, they have told their donors to just directly donate to people who are campaigning. So the politicians who are taking AIPAC money, and they can be outed for it because they have to be transparent on their forms. It shows on their forms. They've now just said, don't even worry about that. Bypass that. Go around us. This has become too toxic of a brand. So you think you're smart.
Good.
Gotcha. We already knew you were going to do this. We're not dumb. They think this is going to work. They're just going to be able to put the money
brand them.
But we're not going to let that.
Yeah.
No, once an AIPAC recipient, always an AIPAC recipient, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Unilateralism on this issue. Don't get caught up in any kind of nuanced conversation here. AIPAC is evil. It's like the NRA. It's got to go. There's nothing good about it. It is a cancer on our society. Anybody who takes money from them is an enemy of American progress. Period. Done.
Happen. So what's going to happen is we're still going to scrutinize every single contribution that these people get that we can. And we're going to figure out where it comes from.
That's great.
You'll just keep having to pass the buck to the next guy, but it'll always track back to you. Either we're going to stop you completely or we're going to make it real hard for you to do this shit. Go sign the petition that we have currently up to get rid of APAC. Even though they're going to shift away from the name, it's still awesome to be able to put that publicly out there that they have to go. Show your support for that, please. Link is in the bio. Appreciate y'all. Peace.
Absolutely. So go do that, folks. UnitedUprising.com.
Yeah.
Go sign the petition, the APAC tracker. Fucking, that's awesome. I love what they're doing. And again, it's grassroots. It's just people being pissed off and fed the fuck up. Our generation, Gen Y, I won't call ourselves millennials. Fuck that shit. I don't eat avocado toast. I don't even like avocado.
You're letting them win the branding. You're letting them win the brand war.
I'm Gen Y, as in why the fuck did you leave us this world to fix up ourselves? Jen, why the fuck are we here? Jen, what the fuck were you doing?
Selfish.
But we got some good candidates, like we're talking about.
It's a start. No, it's a start. Like it's going to take a long time.
And this guy who I wanted to ask you about, because you're in California, and this dude is running for Pelosi's seat. They say
I think
Pelosi's
so.
out.
That sounds right.
So how is he running for her seat?
San Francisco.
If she's
well, it's just her.
out?
It's her the seat that she's leaving.
She hasn't left yet.
No.
I thought she already left 3 years ago.
No.
Damn.
I don't think so.
All right. Well, this is fuck. What's his name?
Sakat Chakrabarti. Yeah.
Chakrabarti. Thank you.
Yeah, he's got ties to AOC.
Yeah, he was part of Justice Democrats, something like that. I don't know.
No, he is running against Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, okay.
I guess she's running again.
If ICE wasn't bad enough already, they just signed a $5.7 million contract to watch everything you're posting online. And they've already started detaining folks for their opinions. Signal Labs is the new surveillance company that ICE is working with. And according to their website, they detect online and real-world risks to leadership. And under Trump, freedom of speech has become a risk to leadership. And just this week, Sami Hamdi, a prominent British journalist, was detained by ICE because he dared to criticize Israel. This is straight up out of the fascist playbook. Every journalist should be up in arms about what's going on, and every member of Congress should be clamoring to cancel this contract, because this has nothing to do with security. This is just about Trump advancing his authoritarian agenda.
I mean, he's right here, and this dude has been making the rounds. I think he has a lot of good stuff to say. And yeah, I mean, here's another one. Here's another one.
Yeah, another name. Yeah. No, it's great. They're multiplying.
They're multiplying, man. You can't.
Now they just got to win.
Fire.
I mean, look, Zoran's got to. They got to win. Zoran's got to win. Kat's got to win. Sakrat, is that his name? Sakrat.
Yeah.
Sakat.
And you know, and it's not just one time. It's not like, oh, if this candidate loses this time, that's the end. Cori Bush is running again because the APAC got her out last cycle, and she took a breather, and she's back in the fight. Jamal Bowman's not exactly running again right now. I've heard interviews that he's doing other things behind the scenes,
he'll be back,
helping out, and he'll be back. He's staying in the fight. And
yeah, I think that's a good call. I think that's a good call. They have value. Yeah, they're coming.
This kind of
they're
community
not,
building.
Just because someone got kicked out of the mainstream for a minute doesn't mean they're not gonna. There was that Buffalo mayor, right, that got squeezed out.
Yeah, India Walton. But she's still in there. She's still doing stuff like, and Graham Plattner, who has been the
What do you? Yeah, let's get your. What are your thoughts on Graham Plattner? I like the guy still. I think all of his explanations have been top, the best effort that one could give under the circumstances. I don't find a whole lot wrong with what he did. Like, I believe that I don't even care if it was like a Nazi. He didn't know it was a Nazi symbol.
Dude, I didn't know it was until this past week or two.
Right.
People pointed out that that symbol is on the hat of like one of the Nazis, Indiana Jones, Hydra and whatnot. And like, I've watched those movies several times. I watched it that week and I didn't notice that fucking symbol.
Yeah.
And plus,
I think I remember
crossbones. Look at a wall of skull and crossbones at a tattoo shop and pick out the one that's a Nazi one. But I'm sorry, I interrupted you there.
No, it's all good. I think he's just
I like the guy a lot, and we need more like him. He's still leading in all the polls based on what I've seen. So I think he's got a comfortable lead too, right? He's got like high 50s or something like that.
And so this is Olivia Giuliano, who's a Dem strategist getting paid by the chorus situation, which again, not everyone getting paid by chorus is like a, Dem shill. There are pro-Palestinian people on there and whatnot. But she's criticizing the Nazi tattoo, right? I've noticed a lot of establishment Dem influences latched onto the Graham tattoo story in what appears to be a very coordinated way. We know from Taylor Loren's story that Olivia Giuliano is getting centrist Dem payola. Wonder how many others are getting paid to push this. And she says, I dislike people who get Nazi tattoos and downplay sexual assault for free. Not everything is a conspiracy. You can, and it just sucks. Now, that's the second part is a reference to the Reddit posts where he said, 10 years ago that, maybe women shouldn't get too drunk if they're going to a frat party, something along those lines, which again, he has apologized for and evolved from, which is, again, a position that unfortunately a lot of males still here in 2025 among all age ranges still default to that kind of victim blaming when it comes to sexual assault, and is awful. And he has evolved from that position clearly. But since these attacks have come out, which I will point out that Sam Cedar on Majority Report says is very early for them to be doing Oppo research, and putting these stories out there, again, indicating they're nervous. This article.
Yeah, they'd fire this so early. They didn't want him to get momentum.
Yeah. They really wanted him to stop. They should have done it even earlier, I guess.
It made it better. I think they probably improved him because it got him in the national news.
Yeah. But this reporter here did what do you call it? Where you like follow the candidate around.
Walk and talk or something?
Yeah,
like
something
a shadow?
Shadow interview with Plattner, and did polling. And it says in the interview, despite all that, Midcoast Villager has been unable to find a single Plattner supporter who has abandoned him over the controversies after speaking to more than 24 voters. Now, that's only more than 24 people.
24, yeah.
People who are down with it, but who can't support him anymore. I've seen certainly a lot of online discourse about people who were big on him early on, and then were like, no, I can't do this for either the Reddit post or that he worked at Blackwater after the military, which again,
which makes me a little nervous. That does make me a little nervous. Is the military experience and the private
and he
military
said,
experience.
I was a security guard for an ambassador,
right?
And it's like, again, there's only so many jobs someone whose job it was for a long time to shoot a machine gun can get after leaving the military.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. He was just kind of surviving.
I mean, it is especially if you're in the military, you're in that culture. Here's a career path for you at a job fair at the military base, Blackwater, Raytheon, like Boeing, I'm sure, or all these companies. So he picked one. Again, I'm not in Maine. I'm not making this decision. It's not on me, but I think,
I think it's great. I think, whatever, man. He's just starting out. Like, he's from the working class. Like, he is a working class Mainer, even though he went to a private high school that I know very well. That's like very expensive now, and was back then too, to be fair. But he's a good guy. He seems like a good guy. And he's one of those like work hard, play hard types. Went to the military, huge personality. And I think it's like he's got to find a way to now make the turn at some point and play up that personality, or just stay the course. I mean, I just checked the polls. He's leading by 21 points.
Yeah.
He's got 46% of likely Democratic primary voters already.
And where's Mills?
I don't know. Janet Mills at 25%.
I mean, almost double.
Yeah, 46 to 25.
Like, that's crazy. All he's got, I mean, it's his race to lose at this point.
I mean, it means 29% are undecided or with Collins.
And we're going to get, I'm sure, the ADL and fucking APAC and all this money. I mean, it's Chuck Schumer's handpicked candidate.
Janet Mills.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should hurt her.
Yeah, it should. It should. And I think it will. I mean, again, these are folks. He's doing what Zoran did. He's going out, and like Kat Gazella has been doing, going out, meeting people, making community, so that when these people see ads on TV smearing, oh, this radical leftist, oh, she's part of Antifa, and he had a tattoo and blah, blah, blah. They've met him. They've met him, or they know someone who's met him and who's talked about, like, oh, he's a cool guy. The policies that these people are advocating for is going to help people. Wouldn't you like free and fast buses? Wouldn't you like universal child care? Like, I think we're seeing a new wave of leftist politicians with savvy, and with who have learned the lessons of Occupy Wall Street, of the Iraq and Afghanistan protests, of the Black Lives Matter protest, the Stacey Abrams election.
I don't know. Some of these people are pretty young, so they might not remember some of the things you're talking about. But I mean, yes, I think the direction is pretty simple. It's just the opposite. It's a complete 180 from what Trump and conservative America is doing. It's the opposite of the thing that, like, I want us to get united behind is what is the central ideological problem. What is like the alcoholic or the drug addict saying, I'm never going back. I'm never going back. Right. It's baby boomer conservative capitalism. And I still haven't seen that taken on yet. But that's just personal thing for me, is like, I want there to be, I feel like that's the next step in the growth of this movement. But for now, yeah, I'm psyched to see Kat and Plattner kill it. Hopefully this momentum continues to build for them.
Yeah.
I think they're Plattner for sure is kind of a shoo-in as long as he stays the course. I think he can run a pretty low risk campaign and win.
Yeah. And I
don't think he needs to do anything special.
Inshallah, fingers crossed, knock on wood, Zoran wins. I think him just never stopping. Like, I don't want him out going to other states campaigning, because, he's got a show. I'm in New York, helping New Yorkers, doing my platform and working on it. But I think him, making statements or doing video collaborations with
he's going to create content,
lifting
he's going to
people
create
up.
content, like, if not every day, every other day. I think he'll be like, dude, everyone's curious what's going on in New York. I don't care where you're from. Everybody wants to know what's going on in Manhattan and what's the latest shit that's going down. Something's going down out there, And
I think Pinkerbell is right. The Red Scare boogeyman just doesn't work anymore. But like you're saying, younger people just don't.
Right.
Socialism and communism doesn't really scare.
They're not the same thing, but it's like, but they're also not the same thing.
They're not the same thing, but I mean, just those words alone. Commie is a comedic word to me, because I heard it in cartoons, like people calling each other commie as an insult, and like not really knowing what it means. It's just like, you like Russia, I guess.
Have you ever heard
Pinko?
Pinko, yeah.
Yeah. Tanky. Like,
Pinko's my
these
favorite.
words don't scare me. And I don't think scare most people our age or younger.
No, but we need to tap into at least some percentage of Gen Xers, because they're really capitalist. Sure. They're really capitalist. And you need to find a way. So this is another issue. Let's see, we got about 15 minutes left. So keep your eye out for my channel. There's going to be an essay sometime this year about how to execute a wealth transfer, because the baby boomers are all dying, and all their money is going into trusts and into their heirs' pockets and stuff like that. And there's a way to use that as an opportunity to redistribute wealth. So stay tuned for my channel, and I'll be coming out with a new essay Friday on the DNC divide, the triangulation of American politics. Starting back and basically explaining how Bill Clinton took the party of FDR and turned it into the party of Bill Clinton. But back to Alex.
My little plugs here. I made a video on Ball Pit with my latest video game addiction. It is great.
Dude, you are online more than anyone I've ever fucking met. You create so much fucking content. Are you making money somehow, I hope?
No, not yet.
You're not making money?
I mean, I have a Cash App that's in my description here on my page. So if you feel the urge, folks. But I just made a video today on 5 scary, spooky horror movies that are actually freaky to watch for Halloween. So I made this today. I'm pretty proud of it. Long Legs is featured. You got to watch the video to find out what else is featured.
All right, I'll check it out,
folks. But I also wanted to show the trailer for South Park because it's not airing tonight.
Okay.
And God damn it, because I've been following their Twitter to make sure when they're fucking airing this year because it's so scattered and they've been late and taking weeks in between because of the Paramount deal and all that. But they finally released the trailer for the new episode airing on Friday on Halloween. Special Halloween episode of South Park. So let's check this out. And as Letterhack said, David Sirota is having a live Q&A tomorrow with Plattner. So I'm definitely going to check that out.
On Halloween night,
I am speaking to the entity in this house.
a terrifying new South Park.
We can't afford a house, so we're moving in with your grandpa.
Moving in with Grandpa?
This is a bunch of bull crap!
With new horrors unleashed.
It's unbelievable. The rectoplasm seems to be 54% flail.
Is that Carolyn Levitt with
Probably.
like a pig nose? Who is this?
JD Vance. I don't know.
This is JD.
No, I know. I don't know.
Is that Ted Cruz?
No.
Is it Linda McMahon? I don't know.
Sandwich.
Halloween night on Comedy Central and airing next day on Paramount Plus.
By the way, if you haven't been keeping up with the season, Towley has now been put in the White House as Trump and Satan's jizz rag. So that's him making that sound.
Towley was a fan favorite for sure.
Yeah.
Towley goes back like 20 years.
Yeah, holy shit, man. Fucking
that was like back when I was in college.
I still consider that like a new season episode.
Yeah, I know.
Just when they changed the intro.
Oh, is that yeah, South Park's great.
But I got 2 clips here. Well, I got 3 clips, but 3 clips. I want you to choose which one you want to watch. I got Mehdi Hassan has been going back and forth with Matt Walsh. And I always refer to you as like the socialist Matt Walsh just because of the beard and the hair.
Right.
But you don't have cross eyes in the glasses like he does and aren't a prick.
No, I like to think I'm a little bit better looking.
just a smidge.
Just a little bit, yeah.
I got Mamdani was on Majority Report talking with Sam today. And I got this old clip from MTV, which I don't know if we should play or not because it's MTV.
Does it have music?
It probably does, but it's this clip from
go ahead.
Old Dirty Bastard from the Wu-Tang Clan and how he was still on welfare when 36 Chambers was like blowing up and Wu-Tang was blowing up. And just watching this interview, it's not, I mean, part of it is an interview, but the whole segment really, like, I'll just play the end of it here. Because this is just a friend of mine sent this to me because I've been getting into like all this old school rap recently. And just this piece here that Kurt Loder says after all this. So essentially the whole piece is that, yes, he's a famous rapper, but he's still on welfare.
You don't count like this again in your life. You don't love it.
So, is old dirty bastard a welfare cheat? We'll leave that question to higher authorities. Suffice it to say that as a member of the Wu-Tang Clan, he shared in profits from the group's million-selling debut album. And Elektra Records says it advanced him $45,000 last year, which, according to New York State welfare authorities, is way more than anyone collecting benefits should be earning. While Congress continues debating welfare reform, we'll keep you posted on this unusual case.
See what I mean? Like, they're already, I mean, this is the 90s. This is the era of the welfare queen and that rhetoric from Bill Clinton, like you were talking about.
Yeah.
And just fear mongering. Oh, everybody on welfare is a big famous rapper who shouldn't be getting it.
The micro behavior is resentment for people who get a benefit from the government that others don't think they deserve.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
And let's find some examples to put on air.
Right.
Of people
to show. Right.
to show.
And that goes into the anecdotes versus data dichotomy. Yeah.
Yeah. But I wanted to share that. I thought it was interesting. And I encourage people to watch that full clip because old dirty bastard RIP. He was a fucking real one, and that he was fucking hilarious in that. But would you want to check out this Zoran on MR or this Medi beef with Matt Walsh?
Let's do the Matt Walsh. I was thinking it was Zoran originally, but we're gonna get tons of. Let's do the Matt Walsh thing because I want to hate on that guy.
Yeah, let's fucking
for
do
some
it.
good con.
Let's hate on Matt Walsh a little bit here.
Such an ugly guy.
So
like
this
Ben
is
Shapiro, man.
Yeah,
ugly on the outside, ugly on the inside.
This is his response to Matt Walsh and my debunking of his lazy talking points on slavery and Muslims, as well as his bigoted history. And this also comes after this. Let me just show this real quick. They're trying to put a statue at Louisiana State University of Charlie Kirk.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And one of the professors is getting heat from Fox for comparing him to a KKK member.
Yeah.
Shouldn't we be honoring our homegrown racists like David Duke?
Yep.
So this is Mehdi debunking, basically doing a piece on
If
Matt
you're asking
Walsh.
Matt who, then I'm truly envious of you. Normally, I wouldn't waste time responding to basically an internet troll, but Matt is so emblematic of everything that is wrong with the modern MAGA right.
I mean, dude, if you just hit your face with a shovel, put glasses on you, I mean...
Yeah, maybe. Give me some bad skin, too.
Use some eczema.
Give me some really bad skin, yeah.
Self-victimization, verbal abuse, a walking, talking Dunning-Kruger. Now, Matt Walsh, who says he's a conservative Christian, is upset with me for being a Muslim and for being an immigrant, but above all else, for being an American. That he cannot stand. So he did an entire 13-minute video calling me a spiteful, lying, self-entitled brat on top of his tweet in which he called me an ungrateful little bitch, just as Jesus would have said. Now, before we get into the substance of Matt's claims, if we can even call it that, before we get into what I said about Muslims and the founding of America, a little bit of background on who Matt Walsh is. Shock jock podcaster, former radio DJ, and now basically that Daily Wire guy who isn't Ben Shapiro. He's also the guy who hasn't got the greatest of political judgment. He went all in on Ron DeSantis in the GOP primary and then had to come crawling back to Trump when DeSantis got destroyed, as some of us predicted he would.
I forgot about that. He was one of the people who was like, yes, Trump's time is over. It's time to move with DeSantis.
No, Mehdi knows the record.
Mehdi's so good at this.
Matt is also the guy who said COVID wasn't a big deal, that, quote, it's totally irrational to panic over this virus. He later admitted he got it wrong. But here's my favorite. Matt was so bothered by a black woman playing Ariel in the Little Mermaid movie that he actually said this.
From a scientific perspective, okay, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have someone with darker skin who lives deep in the ocean.
There are no words to describe how dumb you have to be to try and make scientific arguments about the skin color of mermaids, which are fictional fucking characters, Matt. This is the guy who millions on the right turn to for intellectual guidance.
He's like John Oliver mixed with Walter Cronkite.
I love Mehdi Hassan, man. Mehdi Hassan's a pro. He's the best. Good. I wish he had. I mean, there's the names are out there. They just need a bigger platform. It's just like some billionaires like got to step up. And did you see, by the way, Mark Cuban was talking a big game about Zoran and saying like Zoran's finally, he's saying Zoran's finally doing what the lefties want, which is to tell them they're going to get healthcare and they're going to get housing. And
I thought he was criticizing Zoran.
He was backing him up.
Good.
Yeah.
Historical analysis and thought leadership. Then you wonder why this country is so screwed right now. By the way, just quickly, consistency isn't really his thing either. In May of this year, he said identifying as a girl dad is super cringe and corny. In 2020, though, he said being a girl dad is a great blessing. He constantly complains about political violence and death threats when they're aimed at him, but he's happy to dish it out to the people he doesn't like. He's called for the mayor of Chicago, a black man, to be executed. He's called for Jimmy Kimmel, a comedian, to be arrested. He once said this, too.
But it is, in fact, true that you have to make people hurt. And I'm sorry, but holding signs...
Oh, my God, look at this picture of him. No chin. Just straight mouth to neck.
Yelling loudly will not make anyone hurt.
You have to make people hurt. Now, what's really
He's
bothering
not
him
wrong
about me
about
is that
that,
I
by
said
the
in
way.
a recent visit to
What do you say?
So you have to make people hurt. Like, yeah, like pain is actually
the protesting.
what motivates a lot of politics. Yeah.
hurt. Now, what's really bothering him about me is that I said in a recent visit to Dearborn,
I think that if you can play church bells, you can pray the call to prayer.
Isn't it okay for Muslim Americans to broadcast a call to prayer? I mean, let me add right now, within reason, of course, and in accordance with all local sound and noise ordinances. But Matt went nuts and said Christianity built this country. Islam did not at all in even the slightest way.
Weak.
That's why we can have our church bells. To which I responded, 1 in 3 of the slaves who built this country were Muslims. They were here long before the Walsh family arrived. You'd know that if you'd studied history, but I know MAGA has an issue with studying. To which Matt responded with a 13-minute video in which he got really mad, but was unable to rebut the 2 central points that I made. Number 1, enslaved people helped build this country. And number 2, perhaps up to 1 in 3 of those slaves were Muslims. Matt can't rebut that because it's true, according to historians, according to the African American History Museum, according to the US State Department. Muslim slaves are a historical fact.
They're going to get rid of that now. They're going to go scrub those websites.
Well, here's the thing, and we can, wrap up because Lumen's coming on soon. It doesn't even matter. Like all that, whenever people go and do a deep dive on history, I appreciate the effort, and it's definitely worth it to do that extrapolation and give me that profound insight and knowledge that I would not have had otherwise. I appreciate it, but it doesn't even matter that even if Walsh were right about Muslims not being a big part of our history, they have an incredible rich history of science discovery and all sorts of things that would be relevant towards building a better society. So why would we not include them in our future planning with top shelf talent? And the answer is because Walsh doesn't think that Muslims belong in circles of leadership.
Yeah. I mean, it's just Christopher. He wants this country to be Israel, but Christianity instead of Judaism.
Right.
In name only, being the central religion that they use, and all religious people to be persecuted. We got, like you said, we are transitioning into Lumen's show. You want to bring him on for a sec just to hand those handoffs?
Yeah. You're transitioning, bro. Like, what's the Lumen cast program?
The Lumen cast is program. That show, right? That everyone's going crazy for.
I don't know.
No, Ben Stiller directed it. You know what I'm talking about? It won all
Ben
the awards.
Stiller. I'm sorry to be a
Severance.
Loser. I really don't
Severance.
know.
Oh.
Y'all are the pop culture guys, not me. I'm
Dude, Lumen.
old.
So the name of the company in Severance is Lumen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
the name of the company, the evil company.
People are like, "Oh, what does that mean?" I'm like, "Absolutely nothing." I think I was high, and I was like,
"Light."
I know that, but they're like, "What's significance?" And I'm like, "I don't know." Embarrassing enough. I was a lib that used to watch fucking Destiny. So
well,
it's like,
I
thought I would have a moniker. Even Hassan has Haas, like I gotta have some showmanship over here.
Yeah. Well, mine's a combination of my nicknames, and yours works. You didn't intend this, but yours works because you've got the white beard going on. So that's your light coming out. That's your light inside of you.
The Arabs would call that Noor, and the reason why I know that is because my wife got me to watch the only season of Love Is Blind that I've ever watched all the way through was Love Is Blind Habibi, and they had Arab Jessica Rabbit on. I Am But Just a Man. Dude, I don't. And I'm like, what is going on? Like
we've watched every season.
Woo!
Love Is Blind because we are addicted like fucking heroin addicts to Love Is Blind and 90 Day Fiance. Matter of fact, at 9:00 tonight, we're watching the reunion for season 9 of the USA Love Is Blind. That shit has been crazy. Well, I'll talk about it next week. But I know we have different opinions on Grant Plattner. Did you want to?
I fucking hate the guy. Let me tell you really. No, we can. No, let's take over. This is fine. Let's go right into it. Let's do the show. If y'all want to hang out, I can fill an hour.
I can hang out for like 10 minutes or so.
That's cool. I have plans going, but like if you want to,
I plan on listening. Cool. We talked about our shit. Yeah.
Here's the deal. So, and I made a couple of like TikToks about this, and I made a couple videos about this. Lumencast on YouTube. Okay, so the Nazi tat. It is a Nazi tat. Let's stop playing. I could get over that. I absolutely can. And the way that his team, here's my problem. Either he has the dumbest team of all time who was just like not going to properly run opposition research, because if you're going to run for anything, I've run for something before and I actually won. I had to run to be a delegate for the Bernie Sanders campaign because a bunch of people, actually that's a whole nother story, because we had a bunch of people from the Louisiana and New Orleans Democratic Party who are actually Hillary people who wanted to just go to the convention and go to open bar. So they ran under the Bernie line. And I won, but I didn't have to get vetted or anything. I got vetted by like New Orleans, like Our Revolution, right? And because vetting means they already knew who I was. But like if I was seriously going to run for something like that, even dog catcher, the first opposition research you have to do is on yourself. What, like, you can't not. So it's like, dude, you have a Nazi tattoo, but we can work with that. The thing I would have done was, we're going to do a campaign ad of you getting it lasered off. And you're going to say, this is who I used to be. It was terrible. It was shit. Put your old Reddit post on there too. And like in the ad, and be like, that's why I feel like such a, human trash bag. I'm going to devote the rest of my time on this earth I have left to fighting for, marginalized people, blah, blah, blah. However you want to spend that, right? You could easily do that. Everybody does dumb shit. I don't have any stupid tattoos, but the problem with it is, the deal with the tattoo is, here's my issue with the tattoo. The guy he is a Marine Corps veteran, just like I am. The Marine Corps, their whole mantra in Marine Corps boot camp and on forward is, you're not just like a crayon eater. You're not just like every Marine or rifleman.
Crayon eater.
That's what we call them. Crayon eaters, leathernecks, whatever. Yeah. Uncle Sam's misguided children. Whatever the fuck, right? Now,
Marines are superior soldiers, is what you're saying.
Absolutely. You are sold this thing that you are like this.
So my dad, I'll let you get right back to it. My dad was in the Navy, and he said that was the reputation. He said Marines, Navy SEALs, and Army Rangers were kind of like the holy trinity of like badasses in the military.
I guess. I mean, even the Marines have their special forces, which is Scout Sniper, but that's a whole nother thing. But they train you more than anything to be this kind of like warrior poet, right? Mm-hmm. You're almost like a samurai, to where if you've ever read the Way of the Samurai, or anything about samurai culture, they were shitbags. But the things that they did in peacetime was, you were expected to know about art and poetry and literature and be able to write and do calligraphy and all this shit. So they have like the commandant's reading list, where you're supposed to you actually get points on this so you can get promoted faster. You read these books in the commandant's reading list, and they're all books about like war. I mean, obviously, probably the most contemporary thing in that is going to be Starship Troopers, which is fascist as shit, but it makes sense. That's a whole other thing I can talk about.
I mean, it's the criticism of fascism.
No, that's the movie. You're thinking, not the book. The book is fash as ooh.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
Okay. The book is nothing like the movie. That's something, if we ever want to do a pop culture thing, how much Verhoeven, when he like read the book, he was like, this is shit, and I'm not doing this. If you want me to do a Star Troopers movie, I'm going to do it my way.
I'm going to subvert it. Yeah, I love Verhoeven. He's great.
Yeah, so do I. So my point is, my man, about history. Our claim to fame as Marines, two things. That we island hopping campaign in the Pacific, and then modern things. You could talk about like the Marine Corps hymn from the halls of Montezuma. Really, it's a list of war crimes to the shores of Tripoli. It's a song about war crimes. But our claim to fame is the island hopping campaign, Mount Suribachi. You've seen it. The guys raising the flag after they
Iwo
Jima. Iwo Jima. And the whole reason that the Marines are called devil dogs is because the Nazis, the SS, the fucking German regulars hated to see us coming, and they called us Teffelhunden, which means devil dog. So it was like a respect thing. It's like if you talk to Vietnam vets, they're like, oh, we don't call him Charlie anymore. We called him Mr. Charlie, the Kong, because we had respect for him. So my point is, this motherfucker knows history. So either he's the dumbest Marine that's ever dumbed, or he knew exactly what he put on his body. And the positioning's weird. It's almost like he wanted to put a tattoo on his body in a place where his command wouldn't see it. Now, I could be completely wrong on all that. That is complete speculation. Whatever.
I mean, don't you shower and all together and stuff?
No. Fuck no.
I don't know.
Hell no.
Close enough to the military is watching stripes and shit.
No, that is no. That you would be clowned so hard. Like, you have to understand how like homophobic.
Well, I mean, I can only assume.
It's like how
that's generational though. That's generational. Older generations used to like shower and like
maybe
they did.
That's why I assume the military.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's
the real issue.
He might. I don't know if you're giving. I feel like you're giving him a lot of credit. Like I don't know if he knew it was a Nazi thing.
Fine. I will concede everything I just filibustered on for the last whatever minutes. I'll concede it all to you. Here's the real problem. He's telling me that he felt so fucking bad about his 4 tours. Everybody's talking about the 4 tours. That's not a thing. That's not like a thing like he volunteered to go back. He had to. 4 tours just means how long they could keep you out, and then they bring you back for R&R and shit. He did 4 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? And he felt so bad about it that he decided to go do the same shit for more money as a fucking mercenary.
Blackwater.
That right there makes no sense.
Well, didn't he say he was a guard for an embassy
at Blackwater?
I mean,
as a mercenary?
Don't mercs?
That's a merc, dog.
Yeah, but don't mercs have security jobs and shit?
That's a killer for money. It doesn't matter. You're literally signing yourself up.
They have Blackwater people who are like following around politicians and celebrities.
Killers for money. Killers for money. I have more respect for whatever we want to call whatever the name.
I mean, look, I ain't defending Black.
I'm just saying, terrorist. The word terrorist gets thrown around. Whatever. I'm a fucking Antifa terrorist. Everybody's a goddamn terrorist now, right? But whatever in your head that a actual terrorist is trying to change, policy through violence, right? Yeah. That's the definition of it. Whatever your thought is of that, I have so much more respect for that than somebody who's a killer for money. So what you're telling me is you don't believe in shit.
Right.
I feel
he could have got a security job. I got offered, my dumb admin ass got offered I was just an admin guy. All I did was payroll and paperwork and shit. I got offered a job with Blackwater. They said they would pay me $400 a day because I was looking for a job when I got out. I went through the VA or whatever. These are all the people who want to hire. Right. $400 a day to be in the green zone in Iraq. They said I would never have to come out of the green zone, but and all I had to do was just admin work. Now, with that being said, I said, hell no. I'm not going to be a mercenary and be a potential killer for money. And I'm be honest with you, it wasn't just this like principal stand I have, but that is true. Live Leak, ogreish.com, and what was the other one? Whatever it was, got my mind right real quick because the green zone did not matter. I'm like, I am not potentially getting my head cut off by one of these dudes there's no amount of money that I'm going over there, but I'm like, dude, you became a mercenary. They're Blackwater or mercenaries. They're such war criminals that they had to like disband, reform, and completely change their name.
All right, so
there's no way you do that. Go ahead.
So the fact that he's got that on the resume is a DQ for you.
That's it. That's the main thing because chronologically it makes no sense. You're telling me how it's like you're saying like, look, I feel so bad about kicking dog. Like I used to walk down my street and every dog I would see, I would kick it. And like, I was told how bad that's a thing to do. And also, I also see the light of how bad that's a thing to do. So for my next act, I'm going to start a dog fighting ring. Make it make sense.
Maybe he didn't come to the regret of the war. Like he's talked about, like I found myself fighting in wars that I ceased to believe in. Maybe he's counting the time at Blackwater. Like he didn't see anything wrong with it at the time. And he's doing security detail for some ambassador or an embassy or something. And then after all that, he's like, you know what? Just seeing the carnage and the protests, like it changed his mind, and he left that position, moved back home. I think that was the timeline. No,
here's the problem. Here's the problem with that. So if that's true, if you're going to combine the you're going to say, oh, I was in Blackwater and it was also terrible, and we're gonna take you, we're gonna whatever, we're gonna say that the most generous thing, you combine all that time, right? One was a 4-year commitment that he could not quit. Right. One was a job that he could quit.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
I was a cop, dude. I walked away from it. When I walked away from it because I said this is bullshit.
How did he end his
I don't know.
career at Blackwater?
I don't know if his contract ended or what. Yeah, let's find out. Find out for me. But just him being a Blackwater mercenary, stop calling him a contractor. They're mercenaries. They're mercenaries. Just
no, I don't like the contractor thing.
Just like what's the one that was always in Angola? Executive Outcomes. Just like those fucking guys. No different. They're killers for money. And I have no respect for that at all. There's no way you'll catch me guarding an oil field, doing security for any kind of bullshit like that. The guys who are out there committing war crimes in Gaza, in Palestine. Same thing. Yeah. They're like, oh, we're contractors. We're contractors. Yeah. And you had the one. What did the one guy do? The one guy who was like, hey, they out here killing Palestinians. He walked the fuck off. He said, I'm done with this shit. And he did the media tour. That's what you do. If you're that broken up about it, what you're saying to me is with the Nazi tat and with all that shit, you either thought that you could just slide through on that and nobody was ever going to find out, or you just don't care. And when you add up all the pieces to where he's really quick to downplay all this shit, but if you call him a socialist or you call him a communist, oh my god, his fucking his pearls have been clutched. And I'm just like, what is this? None of his story makes sense. And I'm not saying he's a Fed. I see people come out, he's a Fed. Like, no, the Fed. I don't know. The American government has been exposed as like not being as competent at doing evil shit as we've always been like led to believe. But there's just no way. There's no way that guy.
No, I don't think you need to go down to the Fed line. I think you need to evaluate this guy's actual talent a little bit more shrewdly. And I think he's just not that bright.
What I'm saying is, and again, you're saying he's not that bright. So it's like right there. I'm like, you might be too, if I'm going to be completely cool with this, if I'm going to be completely generous, I'm like, then you're not smart enough to do this. Now I will say this, and I will say, and I'll let you go. And I will say this, that if you live in Maine and you want to get Susan Collins out and you want to vote for this guy, I am not going to fucking hold you. Just the same way I did not hold Kamala Harris voters.
Right.
Don't piss on me and tell me it's raining, motherfucker, because your story makes no sense. That's it.
Well, I think, here's the deal. Like, the ends justify the means sometimes, right? Mm-hmm. And I think given what I'm learning, the more I'm getting to know him, I think he's going to be on the team, the DSA team, long term. If there's he could be there, and I don't think he's going to like rock the boat too much. Yeah, I don't think he's going to bail out, and I don't think he's going to rock the boat too much in terms of the left's agenda, and I don't think he's going to try and compromise that. I could be wrong, but dude, I mean, we're so desperate, right? We're so desperate for names. I think like for the names to multiply. And we were talking earlier in our show about, they're multiplying. But maybe it's a little bit of cope. I'm with you, Lumen. Like I'm reconsidering. Like I'm thinking about what you're saying, and I'm gonna go and do more research on.
I couldn't find the
Black
name
after this.
Blackwater.
So I'm very curious as to what that is, and hopefully he'll get to explain that. Maybe there's something we haven't thought of. Maybe there's an explanation we haven't thought of. But I understand where you're coming from, because it sounds like it hits pretty close to home.
It does. It just feels like he's just trying to con. If this feels like a con job, this feels like. It's more disrespectful than anything, because if he would have just been up front, even the quote unquote bad takes that he has on Reddit, they feel like trickle truth, because okay, I'll give you an example. Like my mom is white. My wife is white. We have conversations like that all the time. The whole like, oh, black people don't tip thing. That did not even move the needle for me. Because that in a context, if he was on Reddit, I don't know what subreddit he was on, but if he was on like No Stupid Questions, I've asked questions like that about Islam and been like, hey, I saw this. What about that? And like out of context, that could be completely be like, this guy's Islamophobic. But it's like, no, like I have a genuine question. Anything in good faith is fine. You can just like the comedians say, any joke is funny. It's just like what context are you going to put it in? What context are you putting your questioning in? I don't have it's the Blackwater thing that just sticks in my mind, and I'm like,
and I get that from a former Marine yourself. Like I know that up close. Another criticism, someone Laura Jahid on Blue Sky. I think she's a reporter. She was in the Marines, and she's like, yeah, I can't get past this Blackwater thing, like and the Nazi thing, and everything you were saying. Like basically, like as a Marine, you should have known better. And why would you go work for Blackwater after this?
But I understand, and I want to be
that.
I want to be kind of generous too, because I understand. My wife and I were just talking about this, to where I understand putting like your past out in front of like, I was in the Marine Corps, and like if I ever ran for anything, first thing we need to do is go through all this shit and clean it up. Second thing that I would do is I would say like my Uno triple reverse card to any like Republican right winger is I was law enforcement and I was in the Marine Corps. Now say something. I understand that, dog, but it's going to leave some questions. And, the questions from the left I would have to answer would be like, this was my job. I still regret joining, but I don't regret the things that it taught me. One of my main things about my channel is how people say, well, how are you a leftist? And I go, well, what you don't understand is the military in general showed me that socialism worked. All the things that they keep from us. I saw an interview with a Marine who said, an old Marine, he said, they give us socialism and make us go fight for capitalism. All the things that they say that do not work in society. UBI, military's got it. Housing and food for everyone.
Right. Employment.
They've got it. Yeah. So universal health care, TRICARE. Right. They got it. So the United States government already knows how to do this shit. They just make you literally give up your constitutional rights, because that's what you're doing when you raise your right hand and you swear an oath to the Constitution. Yeah. You are foregoing your constitutional rights at that point. So they know how to do it. They just keep it from us as a threat to make us go punch the damn time clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to bounce, guys, but it was great talking to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for dropping the knowledge, as always.
Yeah, sure. I love these because I just feel like these talks aren't being had, or they're being had in a very like reductive way. And I'm like, I'm not the two-man horn, but I think I'm kind of the guy. Yeah. Like if you want to talk about like service and experience and shit. But yeah, sure.
Do your little sign off there, Deter.
All right, guys. Don't forget to check me out on YouTube. Start with my essays because I'm pretty proud of them. Scapegoat Politics, the latest one, talks directly about who's that guy? Stephen Miller. That's my favorite one, man. If I could take any of them out, that would be the one I'd take out. All right, Joe. I'll see you guys later.
Cool, cool. Dude. But so, like, what do you like? I've kind of given up on not given up, but I've kind of tuned out the Plattner.
I mean, I have
what is going on?
I mean, it's still just those handful of things. People going back and forth online and whatnot. I think I agree with you there. Like, we're not in Maine. We're not making that call. It's like, you got two choices as far as who's going to beat Susan Collins. Is it the person with all this momentum, or is it the establishment Dem that is being propped up by Chuck Schumer and AIPAC and all these geriatric institutions and people? You're not going to hold anybody for voting for him. So I understand, and I understand the criticism. So I'm glad we got to have this discussion on camera. Look, a little disagreement on this space. Can you believe it?
I just really think that if we're gonna move forward as leftists, and I think the Democratic Party is unsalvageable, but I understand we have to try to get ways. We have to try to get in where we fit in so we can make immediate material change. But long term, even in our lifetime, if we I'm 40. If I live to be 70, I don't think that the Democratic Party, if America even survives, because we're at the brink of, either fascism or socialism at this point. If America even somehow survives, then the Democratic Party is not going to be a way forward. But I can understand everybody wanted to grasp for the utility of this guy, but I think he's worse than Fetterman. Because because Fetterman had his own issues that we ignored, but these issues were tackled head on by Fetterman. And when Fetterman really, I hate to say lose his mind, I don't want to be ableist, but it's like when he had a stroke. When he had a stroke, like this guy is a freight train of bad that we can all see coming, and we don't want to avoid it. And that's really on the Democratic Party of Maine. And for not vetting this guy. And I'm like, what are y'all doing? Susan Collins is weak anyway. So if Susan Collins is so weak, then why are we running a guy with a Nazi tattoo? That's the question that should be answered. And I think that that whatever this is, leftism, a socialist party, whatever we're trying to move towards, needs to be a big tent, a big workers' tent, but it needs to have a hard electric fence around it where you touch that fence and you're gone, you're canceled. And I don't think Nazi tattoos, and no, forget it. Forget the Nazi tattoos. I don't think getting paid to murder people that's the company's only job is allowed inside that fence.
Well, I come from the idea of I see what you're saying. I hear you. I see Graham Plattner as just logically, data-wise, 50-50 chance he's a Fetterman and goes back on everything if he gets elected to office.
Mm-hmm.
But 100% chance with Janet Mills is straight up gonna vote with whatever the establishment wants, and she's gonna be just Susan Collins with a blue tie. That's all. A blue pantsuit instead of a red one. And I think Graham Plattner could be an example of, I've heard Emma Vigeland talk about this on the Majority Report, or the Vanguard boys over there on the Vanguard. But yeah, I know Miss Blue Ocean Redemption. No way. But Redemption, I think him could be, and again, it's hopium. We're grasping for straws in this era of fascism. Zoran, mayor of New York, Kat Abugazala in Chicago. But he could be a poster boy, as Deter always talks about, someone who can speak to a certain audience. He could speak to that audience of angry online men or boys who are watching Asmongold and watching, Andrew Tate and think that this is what masculinity should look like. Well, that's what masculinity a big, strong, muscly guy with a deep voice talking about, I was fucking wrong for posting this shit. I didn't get this tattoo vetted. I didn't know what it meant, but as soon as I knew, I got it covered up. Fuck this shit. There's a path forward outside of nihilistic, black-pilled incel anger. And I think, I agree with the electric fence. People, that electric fence you're talking about is for people, to me, like Nicole Wallace, Bill Kristol, these fucks who wrote speeches for George Bush, championed the Iraq War. The people who are never Trump Republicans, those motherfuckers have to do a lot to get through the electric fence and be like, you have to denounce every fucking thing you fucking did and not make any moves that are counter to the overall goal going forward. Because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to turn their Democratic Party more into what the neocon Republican Party was before the Tea Party and Trump took it over. I think the left should be doing that, taking over the Democratic Party. Make Bill Kristol and Chuck Schumer and Bill Ackman and these motherfuckers go start their own fucking party. Go join up with what was the guy? Ross Perot from the 90s. Go join his party and make the Jill Stein, no, not Jill Stein, but whatever, the geriatric party. The Democratic Party, I think, is going the way of Zoran, and I think they're trying to stop it. But they're also old. They're old and their tactics are old. That's what they couldn't get their mind around Zoran, how he went from 1% to leading, beating Cuomo by double digits on the night we thought was going to take days, and being, 90% chance on all these gambling apps that me and Deter were just talking about, that he's going to win. But they attribute it to his social media presence. He makes good TikToks. That's what Cuomo said in the debate. But it's not just the TikToks. It's actively going out there and meeting people face to face, so that when they run these ads, I just brought up this article about Graham's support. It's a small paper and a small interview, but a small poll rather. They went and interviewed more than 24 Plattner supporters, and none of them changed their mind because of these controversies. Probably because he met them, and it seems like a genuine guy to these people. Now, again, we all know voters can be fucking stupid and don't pay attention. And Zoran was just on MR today talking about I just got a call from a canvasser saying that the person they talked to didn't even hear about me until this week. Most people don't pay attention to politics. Mm-hmm. So, we'll see what happens with his election. I think it's in next June. But, as far as it goes right now, if the Democratic Party up there can find a different candidate who has the same kind of momentum, maybe Plattner drops out and endorses him or them. I don't know.
There's got to be somebody in Portland, Maine.
There's got to be somebody in Maine.
I'm sorry.
They can't, if it ends up being these two, then we all, Kamala Harris it and vote for the one who's going to, like Olayemi Alurin says all the time, you're voting for your opposition. You're voting for the person you think you could fight against.
I'm still listening. I just got to let my cats out of the office.
Yeah, no worries. You got to vote for your opposition. Vote for the person or party that you think your protests can affect. Right. That's why you voted for Biden. Most of you probably voted for Biden in 2020 because you thought maybe he would listen to the protests about Black Lives Matter and defunding the police. He fucking didn't. Of course he fucking didn't. But he's and why people were campaigning, but encouraging people to vote for Kamala in 2024 because could she be moved on the genocide? Maybe a little bit more than definitely Donald Trump could be moved by any of these protests. Look, they're fucking indicting Kat for protesting ICE. Look at what they're doing. Yes, Kamala would be better than Trump in this instance. Hillary would have been better in 2016, but marginally.
Yeah,
but maybe because I've heard the argument. I'm a devil's advocate. I can see all sides.
I got you.
I've heard the argument that America needed to see how fucking bad. I remember getting into politics in 2012, reading Huffington Post and Breitbart every day, back and forth, Fox News and MSNBC back and forth all day, and seeing Breitbart and being like, I fucking hope that this never gets past the internet, that no one knows the name Steve Bannon, because that shit is terrifying if he's a national figure. And lo and behold, that shit happened in the next 4 years.
I see what you're saying, but I have retorts to this point. It's just that I think it's not even about Maine. What this sets is a terrible example of how we're going to have, there's two things that are going to happen in the near future, the very near future. And I bet the house on both of them. One, people like us, because I said this on a previous previous cast, that now that everybody is everybody's mad at Israel for great reasons. The Republican Party is going to go back to racism and say, oh, it's Israel, but it's not just Israel. It's the hashtag Jews. So now us lefties, we already going to have to get in our head that we're going to have to defend Jewish people from actual anti-Semitism here in America. That's number one. Number two is people saying I think with Graham Plattner, we've already hit it. People saying free Palestine, free Congo, we got to do something about it, isn't going to mean anything. Because it's just the way the wind is blowing. So you cannot use that kind of language as a yardstick to measure anybody.
I mean,
just
look,
saw
Marjorie Taylor Greene's out there saying it too,
exactly.
So, like, I get
Candace Owens.
Candace
Saying,
Owens.
hey, Candace Owens, God bless her. She's my new Alex Jones. I'm gonna be I'm starting to watch Rumble now, just so I can watch Candace Owens at night and smoke weed. Like it's to peak Alex Jones levels of how like mentally ill, weird she is now. But
man,
I saw.
I have a friend who watches her and sends us clips. Yeah, she's going into all these conspiracies.
I just saw the Hodge twins interview some MMA fighter because I'd be watching that. If you don't know who that is, God bless.
I was confusing them with the two Scandinavian white dudes who were like oity with the funky hair.
No, the Hodge twins are a stain on society. They are awful, and I used to watch them as Jim Bro content. So I feel they're like a Jim Bro destiny for me. It's like what happened to you? But so I saw them interview some MMA fighter, who has a cauliflower ear, and this guy had his shirt off, looking like an F5 redneck tornado, and I mean that not as a pejorative. I mean that it's like my family are Irish rednecks.
Yeah.
Okay. As a F5 redneck tornado screaming into a microphone as loud as I am now, telling if Ben Shapiro, if something happens to Candace Owens, I'm coming after you. And we got all this money to send to Israel, but they want to bomb and kill Muslim kids. And I'm like, did a man who I would be myself be absolutely terrified of if I pulled up and tried to turn around his driveway and he came out his house, did this man just say he was going to physically defend a black woman and Muslim people? I'm like, this is truly the end of days. Like, we are hitting it, bro. So it's like, what I mean by that is like that kind of language can't mean much anymore because that's just the way the political wind is blowing. I'm glad it is, but that's going to be the grift. And I'm not even saying that Grand Platinum is grifting, but he's going to open up if he comes in and wins, I'm telling you, he's going to open up a lament configuration from Hellraiser of grifters like we've never seen before. And it's going to be absolutely crazy. And your thing about him connecting to men, I know what you're trying to say, and I don't want to push back and be like, let's stop centering men, because that's not what you're doing. I get what you're saying completely. But you know who else did that? A million-year-old balding Jewish man. So it's like, it's not the messenger, it's the message. If we just say, hey, we're going to materially make your life better, that message is going to resonate. And if you really want to go that far and be like an identity politics thing, brother, if you want to bring over Asmongold, then what we need to be doing is vetting an ethot, and I mean that in the most beautiful. God bless the ethots, who was like a former or even current sex worker. She could be having an OnlyFans and be like, look, I already know how to run a business, and these are my leftist politics, and these are the things I'm gonna get done, and I'm hot, and I'm streaming on Twitch. That will connect just as well. We do not have to settle for a guy who is a mercenary.
I've seen under so many like AOC posts and just like big leftist posts, a lot of them, the replies who get like the most likes and stuff are like OnlyFans girls. They have a lot of them have leftist politics and whatnot.
Right.
So, you know,
and I mean that. Like,
but again, the men who are watching the Asmongold, they hate them. They're watching, that whatever podcast, the Adam 22 No Jumper thing, where they just have on like 10 OnlyFans girls just to be like, you're ugly, you're fat, you're a slut. Just a humiliation ritual to feed the incels who wish that they could say that to the hot girl at their school. Crazy.
But what the No Jumper podcast don't? What they try to on the hush is the time they have those OnlyFans girls on there and they read them to filth. And I'm saying, you give me an ethot with a brain who can sit there and be like, oh, Asmongold, you want to talk
and
shit
that's the
Twitter?
Only kind of clips that I saw go viral.
Yeah,
those are the only clips I saw go viral of being like, what? I've never heard of this podcast. And it was just, one of these girls like just reading them for fucking filth. I just saw this. A UFC fighter ditches Trump, and I think this is a perfect example of what you're talking about, of like, can't just trust this kind of language. And
I wonder if it's the same guy. Do you have a clip? I wonder if
it's this guy. Is it
Oh
the same guy?
no, it's not. It's a different guy.
So this is by TYT Sports. Nazi-loving UFC fighter ditches Donald Trump, but there's a catch.
I'm not with Donald Trump no more.
Can you hear that?
I don't support
Okay.
him. I don't like him. I think he's a corrupted leader. And it took me a while to come to that conclusion, but I finally am coming to it. I do not like the guy at all. The first thing for me was he didn't release the Epstein files. They're even acting like they didn't exist. And of course, they're sending Israel and Ukraine all of our tax dollars, just like the numbnuts before him did. Putting America last. And now he's blaming the beef farmers for the price of beef. Hey, I'm not biased, man. He talked a good game. He tricked me. I was fooled. I admit it. Okay, now let me tell you how bad I think this is, though. This is really this bad, guys. I want y'all, if you're a Christian, I want you to get into Revelation 13:3, and I want you to read that verse.
Okay.
Yeah, about the Antichrist, about the one who was fatally wounded in the head. Then he was miraculously healed, and the whole world marveled at him and said, no man can make war with him. Yeah, I do think that Donald Trump is that beast of Revelation 13:3. Yeah, go read it. Go read it. There ain't another man that's ever walked the planet that fits Revelation 13:3. Then read the rest of the chapter.
See, like this dude, I'm like, I don't want him running for anything.
No, I don't want. I want his vote.
I would take his vote.
Yeah,
I would absolutely take his vote. I'd take him signing petitions and shit like that, donating to good candidates. But you know, I don't know this guy. I don't know how.
So how I would connect to him, is I would say, you know, brother, I don't know about all that. I'm not religious, but I tell you what, I would ask him, do you know what an accelerationist is?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, if he says no, now I'll do a quick expo, and which he probably doesn't. And I would say, I'm not an accelerationist. And I've said this in conversation. I go, I'm not an accelerationist, but you're going to have a hard time convincing me that Donald Trump isn't. And the GOP aren't. So, you know, it's like, just because you don't believe in the devil doesn't mean the devil doesn't believe in you.
Yes.
And so, like, it's like if somebody's going to speed run this country to the ground, like the current GOP, and I would always frame it on the GOP, because the problem is, and it's even with liberals and even with people who call themselves, is that Donald Trump, they think he is the end all be all. No, he is the perfect president. And he is the president that the United States has taken how many years, you know, since 1776 to birth the perfect president to have all of our values. And he is just he is the symptom. He is not the disease.
He is the epitome of America, all the bad of America.
We must fix the disease, which is capitalism. Capitalism is the disease. It is the final boss. It is the end boss. Give me any one of your problems, and I can link them back to how capitalism has got its dirty hands in there and fucking you up. Yeah. So you can't connect with that guy, and you're just going to have to tell him stuff like, I don't know where he lives. Like, I live in Louisiana and I live in New Orleans. Talk about a worthless Democratic Party. We are a worldwide major destination city, and we will always be, at least until the sun explodes, a democratically run city. But I can't trust one Democrat here because they're just the most milquetoast neoliberals possible, and they just act like Republicans.
And I think that's what's starting to happen, is that these local Democratic chapters. I mean, I never thought you'd get Ilhan Omar in Minnesota. You know, like I think these local chapters. I remember a caller to Majority Report was like, I went to my local Democratic chapter, and it was just a bunch of like old people hanging out because this is what they did for fun because they're retired. And, you know, he was asking questions about like how to get candidate, whatever. And they were like, dude, basically you could take over if you want to, if you're like enthusiastic about this, you can take off, like give it a shot. Someone in New Orleans needs to give it a shot. You know,
there's so
and
many,
just go knock on doors and do the thing, like do the work, basically build a party again from the ground up that has so rotted and decayed. I mean, the GOP went through their shit with the Tea Party. Like the Tea Party came in and took the fuck over. And yeah, there's a lot of money back behind that because, a lot of money people want that kind of politics.
That's
especially
it.
on the
Whatever you
Republican side.
think in your mind about like when they say Chicago style politics, that's New Orleans. It's just dirty, corrupt, back dealing. It's kind of unsalvageable. Like there's so many stories I could tell you, but it's kind of a lost cause. I think that I know we're kind of getting away from Plattner, but to talk about Mondami, like Mondami is not. He ran as a Democrat, but he didn't use the levers of power of the Democratic Party. He had his own. He ran outside. He's running outside of the Democratic Party, which is a weird space to be in, where you have the actual Democrat. When Cuomo says, I'm the actual Democrat, like, yeah, I'm like, you are, and that's the fucking problem.
Yeah,
that the fucking problem is you are the Democrat, and Zoran's not, but he just runs under the line. And so now you have to do this little fucking dance.
These rules still exist that there is a primary and there's votes and people can vote, and he won. And that was it. And now Omar Fetar won in
Minnesota?
I think Minnesota. But they rescinded the endorsement. So I was worried that was going to happen here with Zoran, but it didn't, thankfully. But even then, you still got the people power of the people who know you, who met you, who's seen the campaign ads and know what the ins and outs. But again, a lot of people didn't know that Kamala Harris was even on the ballot until election day. They didn't know they switched candidates. I remember a poll coming. 40% of people polled didn't even know that the Democrats switched candidates last year. I have a clip of Zoran on Jordan Report, but also I know you must have had so much stuff.
No, this is great. No, I'd much rather pre-prepared stuff. I much rather do something and rant about something I'm like super into. And like what I hope, and I'll give a little, while you're pulling that up, a little look behind the curtain. What I do is I'm like, okay, these are the topics I care about right now, and I'm going to get super amped about. And then I pull up articles and videos, and I don't watch or read them. I do no prep because if I'm going to get fucking pissed, I want to get fucking pissed in the moment. Organically.
Yes. That's where my producer brain comes in when I'm watching like Love is Blind and stuff. I'm like, get this shot of them arguing. You got to get it live, baby. Like Bill O'Reilly said. But yeah, this is Zoran today on Majority Report. Forewarning, there is leftist audio on this. So
Max left,
baby.
Is happening now. What are you what is the number one thing that you are looking for to close this thing out at this point?
So first I have to say it's great to be back. And the number one thing continues to be getting people out there, not just to vote, but frankly to canvass. The reason that I'm sitting in front of you as the Democratic nominee is because we had 52,000 volunteers in the primary who knocked on more than 1.5 million doors. And right now, today, what we have is an opportunity to build on that by delivering 92,000 volunteers out there across the 5 boroughs, knocking on doors. And that's really what we're looking to do in these final 6 days.
Do you have any sense from the early voting tallies? Like, are things going according to the plans or the estimates or what?
I think these are going to be a lot of days of people trying to extrapolate every little thing they can from every figure, every demographic breakdown, age breakdown. I think the best way to deal with any anxiety is always to be canvassing. And that's what I've told myself. That's what I've told others across the city. And I think what we're seeing is frankly something to be celebrated, which is that more and more New Yorkers are going out to vote. We just have to make sure that we continue to make the case because, a friend of mine, Charlie, he was canvassing yesterday in Hell's Kitchen, and he shared afterwards that there was a guy he knocked on the door of who said that he hasn't actually heard of me. He hadn't heard of this race. He's just starting to tune in. So as much as this has been the lifeblood of so many of us for so long, so much of the last year, there are many New Yorkers for whom these are the next 6 days where they will start to think about this race. And we really got to be there at their doorsteps and on their phones to let them know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he's echoing that point of like a lot of people just aren't tuned in to politics in general. Like they don't care, we know the statistics of the people who don't vote at all. But then, the people who do vote are like, all right, I'll tune in. I guess there's a mayor's race happening. I got to go vote in a couple days. All right, who's running?
Yeah, and I mean that always happens. Not everybody is super neurospicy. Like this is my super autistic special interest, and I like people were starting to freak out because the race is narrowed. And I'm like, it's virtually a 2-person race, so it's always going to narrow.
Yeah,
and that's why they've been putting so much pressure on Sliwa to get out. But even then, it's like Sliwa votes are not Cuomo votes. If you're voting for Sliwa, you are politically active. You are not that person who doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
You're like, I am putting up a fuck you, and I'm voting for Sliwa. And I'm like, yeah, I can get with that guy. And I just think that you want to talk about reaching people, especially in that race, you're trying to reach Sliwa voters. And what I mean by that, Sliwa, I've been in love with him. We talked about it on the debate. Because he is an archetype of a kind of guy that if we're going to have leftism, left politics, that we are going to have to reach. And Sliwa is a guy he's just a dude who has all these weird takes on all this weird shit. But at the end of the day, you've got a guy who's really into mutual aid and really into the city he lives in. Yeah. And so that's the kind of guy, that's the kind of voter that you're going to be like, look, I always have this image in my head here in Louisiana if I ran for state office, because honestly, I think that's the only way. I don't think if I ran for anything in New Orleans, there's no way I could get elected. No way. I'm not connected into those circles. They are dirty play places. Word. But if I was to run for something statewide, I have this weird vision in my head, and maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm fucking Don Quixote, to where I'd be going to crawfish boils and weird shit, rodeos out in the weirdest parts of Louisiana, and go, look, I don't look like you. I'm not from here. I am not here to tell you how to do what to do or how to think, but I'm here to make your life materially better, and I'm here to listen to you. Tell me what you need, and I will get it done. That's how this should work.
Yeah.
You don't have to like me, but you need to understand that I want to be in office. And to do that, this is an exchange that we're making, to where I'm going to get you what you need, and you're going to vote for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that simple.
Yeah.
So you can hate black people, queer people, trans people, whatever, in your own little corner of the world, people you're not even going to come into contact with.
Yeah.
But know that you're going to have a guy in Baton Rouge, which is our capital, who's going to be like, that's a Louisianan, that's an Acadianan. I'm going to make sure that they're not getting fucked over by the oil companies.
Yeah.
It's really not that hard.
I mean, that was a central theme of the AOC Zoran Bernie rally that I went to on Sunday. Bernie said it: fight like hell for someone you're never going to meet.
Yes,
like that is leftism. That is social, whatever you want to call this. That is being a good guy. That is Superman. That is fucking Green Lantern. That's every hero that we venerate. People fighting for those they don't know, so that they have better lives and don't get hurt by oppressors, whether they be capitalists, landlords, fucking dictators, police, whatever. That's what we're doing here. You want to keep going through this, or
yeah, absolutely. I mean, we got 10 minutes left till the next show, but like, this is just voting 101, just like or running for office 101. Find out what the people in whatever district their trigger issue is, and placate it, and like change it, materially change it. You know, it's like the amount in Louisiana. I will drive around rural Louisiana and fucking see on the back of a bumper of a truck bumper, Ford F-350. You know, your mama was pro-life, and right next to that, it'll say protect Louisiana coastline. Oh, so we're fucking with environmentalists is what we're doing. Yeah. Okay. So my advice to you was, cool, don't get an abortion. You don't have to worry about it. But also, we're going to make sure that you can still work the land, and we're not going to poison the land. What you're telling me is you're an environmentalist. And it's just not that fucking hard to connect to people.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That's the one thing I've learned in doing this for 20 years is that the people don't. There's a lot of people out there who just don't pay attention to these things in the way that others do. And if you're not in New York City, you can still phone bank for you too, because I have a sister in California who's been doing that.
thank you very much to your sister. I hope that she's watching. We really appreciate you. And I do have to say to everybody that in just as much as the 1.6 million door knocks was critical in the primary, we had 2.1 million phone calls. And that was from New Yorkers, and that was also from Americans across the country. So please head on over to ZahranForNYC.com/GOTV. Sign up for a canvas shift if you're here in the 5 boroughs, or sign up for a phone banking shift, because these are the moments where we can actually make the difference. And funnily enough, there are a lot of voters for whom their persuasion rates are higher if you call them on the phone than if you speak to them at their door. So there's a real utility in you guys being a part of this.
Oh, that's interesting. I hadn't known that. All right, so I wanted to ask you this. Like, you were on this program almost 10 months, very close to the day, frankly. And I wonder, as you've gone through this process, what have there been things that you have learned about the city that you think might inform your governance of it, or challenges that you think exist that you weren't aware of at that time?
Unpopular. No, you're good. Unpopular or on Mandami opinion. I hate his fucking smile.
I get that.
I know that's how the sausage is made. So I'm cool with it. But I'm just like, when he was in the last debate and he was getting like actually angry at Cuomo, I was like, there he is. There's my man. My man. I was like, I just hate that smile. But people love it. So
yeah, I know people love it. I can see. I definitely have imagined like, oh, it's what was it? Fucking Ramaswamy doing that a lot.
Yes.
JD Vance. It's so I get it, the cheesiness of it, but to me it reads like a Superman smile. So I'm like, okay,
it's fine. I'm just being. I'm not. My vote of somebody who does not live even in New York or New York City is not worth the millions of votes or hundreds of thousand votes that he's going to get. So keep doing what you're doing, big dog. That you made Kathy Hochul, the governor, have to bend the knee.
Yeah.
And come to you.
Dude.
And like they were yelling at her and she's like, I think they're saying go Bills. I don't know what they're saying. No, you were sitting here thinking like, oh shit. Just remembered I'm gonna need New York City votes.
That's what I'm saying. Like shit. Sam has pointed that out. Like whenever she thinks of saying no to something Zoran says, she's gonna remember those 14,000 people screaming "catch the rich" at her, and I was one of those people.
That's awesome. No, that's so.
Have there been things that you have learned about the city that you think might inform your governance of it, or challenges that you think exist that you weren't aware of at that time?
What I've learned is that for many New Yorkers, their experience with politics has just been that of broken promises and an ever diminishing amount of faith in the ability of democracy to be able to deliver on the most basic things in people's day-to-day lives. And if you want to inspire the sense of possibility that you can take on the biggest crises in this city, some of the ways that you have to start to do that is by honoring the smallest issues that so many politicians have overlooked. And I was at a meeting in Rochdale Village in Southeast Queens, and I was speaking about our plan to make buses fast and free. And an older woman in the audience asked me, would I honor the promise that was made to build a speed bump on her block that was made years ago? And to me, those things they're intermingled, right? If you can't do this, if you can't take on the smallest issue, then how would you take on the biggest crisis? And that's why we have to show New Yorkers that we care about every single step of this. The other thing I've also learned, Sam, is that people have a lot of different words to describe the same thing. I've spoken openly and proudly about the fact that I'm a democratic socialist. And I was at a gathering of faith leaders in Brooklyn, and there was a man who got up and said, I didn't quite understand exactly what your politics were, but then I started to think about where I come from and the figures like Michael Manley and Walter Rodney. He was from the Caribbean diaspora, and how he was situating our politics in his own lexicon with his own historical figures. And that's also such a beautiful moment of opportunity to show everyone in the city that this message of dignity, it is spoken of with different words, it is spoken of by different names, but it is the same message. And we deserve a mayor who will speak that for all New Yorkers.
Lastly, because I know you got to go, you obviously have a lot of things to do. Where would you recommend Andrew Cuomo settles in Florida? Are there particular cities or towns? Do you think this is like a East
Fort
Coast,
Lauderdale.
West Coast type of situation for him?
Andrew Cuomo said he was going just like I don't know. Like,
oh, your audio is breaking up there, but I guess I'm going to guess you were reminding people that Andrew Cuomo said that if you win, he was going to go to Florida. It doesn't feel like his attachment to New York City is that great. That he would head down there in that instance, but I guess he would save on his income tax. Oh, I think we've lost him. Well,
look at that smile. That's all you need. You just need that smile.
The leftist audio takes the day.
What he's saying is exactly what I say about socialism all the time. It's like, we're gonna have to call it something else. We're gonna have to just call it freedom share.
Yeah.
Start a party that's called the FFN party, the Freedom from Need party. You know, quote FDR. You know, it's like, just get that. I mean, we can all commie post, you know, Hammer and Sickle, Lady Isilhar, if you know who that is. Again, I am but a man. Oh, she is. Oh man, Google that. But she's like an actual leftist who's like cosplays as like a Soviet woman. But anyway, the I'm being horny on Maine. Stop it. The thing is, no, we're just gonna kill that. I'm not saying we can still meme about Hammer and Sickle stuff, you know, but we don't actually have to be tankies. Like just be prepared that Gen Xers, you know, as they get older, everybody's like, oh, the boomers are going to die off. The boomers are going to die off. Okay, now we're stuck with Gen Xers.
Yeah.
So how are we going to talk to them, bro? We're still stuck with, like, I'm 44. We're still going to be stuck with my parents. So how are we going to talk to them, dog? You know, it's like, so we're just going to have to call it something else. Like I said, freedom from need, something like that.
But I mean, I think even just reframing the Democratic Party around FDR and just being like, FDR is the guy as the example. I mean, I love that AOC's bill that they keep complaining about, but has never been brought to the floor, is called the Green New Deal,
right?
Because we need to harken back to that time when, Democrats fucking fought for workers, for regular fucking folks who got fucked over by the Depression, which was caused by the elite fucking with the stock market over and over again throughout history. And then Reagan made it cool to go get money and get your bag and get out and fuck this, and it's nihilist and just everything will trickle down. It'll be fine when we're all dead and don't have to worry about this. Like, I think we need to again, my thing is just take over the Democratic Party. Don't even try like starting a third party, because it never works, because no one gets traction. You only run during the presidential cycles. And the third parties, let me not shit on them completely, because, you know, I am the devil's advocate, so I gotta look at all sides here. The Working Families Party here in New York are a great indicator of who I vote for, because I go to vote and, you know, I know who I'm voting for mayor, but down ballot, I'm like, ugh, I don't know any of these people. What do I do? So I look up the Working Families Party endorsements, the DSA endorsements, and it's good. It's good to have these organizations. So I'm not saying don't start a third party or don't run as a third. I mean, he's running as a Democratic Socialist.
So I would say split the baby here and just run, as we're out of time. Run as a Democrat if you have to run as a Democrat, just like you do in New Orleans.
Yeah,
you have to run like the Republican guy has to run as a Democrat here.
Right.
Run as a Democrat. I'm being that serious about that. Run as a Democrat.
I just finished watching The Wire. Like, the whole thing was about how no Republican can win, but there's a Republican candidate.
They're Republicans.
Just called the Democrat.
Yeah, but just like run as a Democrat, but just don't get co-opted and associate with the Democratic Party. Just be a Zoran, not a Plattner. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. And thank you all, folks, for watching. Stay tuned. Lumencast, do you want to do your sign off? I'm going to do my plugs real quick. Follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky at Devil's Advocate C, the letter C, and on Twitch and YouTube, Devil's Advocate Productions. I have a new video up today about 5 horror movies for Halloween you can watch. I made a video yesterday about my new favorite addicting game called Ball Pit. It's awesome. Definitely play it. It's got roguelike elements, and there's a free demo on Steam, so give it a shot.
Sure. Just follow me here on Lumencast on YouTube. We're getting traction. We've got like 2 months in, we've got like over 100 subs. Pretty good. Good Morning Comrade is Jeff and I's podcast. You can catch it everywhere you can watch podcasts. I'm also on Twitch as Lumencast, and also a lot of traction on TikTok lately as Good Morning Comrade, just like the podcast. But yeah, that's it.
Fantastic. Take care, folks. Have a great week.
All right, take care.
Hello and welcome. I am the Letterhack. Thank you for being here tonight. Let me just ask real quick for a mic check. Can everyone let me know if my mic is working appropriately? It's throwing me off. I just want to make sure it sounds okay. I just want to make sure everyone can hear me and that it's, my actual mic and not my computer mic. But okay, yeah, okay, all good. Thank you very much. All right, on with the show. Hey, look, before I get going, thanks for watching this space. We've been here since 1 o'clock this afternoon, and we'll be here till pretty late tonight. We're going to be here for a while. Here's the thing. Big shout out to Lumencast and Alex and Deter McBizness, Alex of Devil's Advocate Productions and Deter McBizness for holding it down over the last couple of hours. Really, really good stuff. I always love listening to that. It makes me want to do all my prep early in the day because I can't sit here and do my prep while listening to them because I get distracted because I just want to listen to them. And so thank you for listening to them and thank those guys for doing what they do and being a part of this space. I really, really do appreciate it. Now, look, we're going to get into it tonight. So I want to start off with something kind of nice. We're going to do a palate cleanser on the front end. Okay. Every now and then on this show, I want to play some music and I'm going to play a song for you now. There's no video associated with it. That's okay. Just listen. Okay. I like this song very much. I'll explain who it's by and some more details right after that. And then we'll get into it. So here's your moment of zen on the front end, everyone.
Back to the way things were in a flash. And though it makes me mad as hell, I ruin everything for myself. Telling you things I never told myself before. Questioning life and wondering what was it all for. I didn't want to lose you. Have to find myself before the world loses me too. Always needing more time, more space. Don't beg or barter. I already feel like a defective model. Can't explain how I truly feel. It's like I owe everyone an explanation for simply just existing. And I shouldn't blame myself, but I'm the reason you left me for someone else. Telling you things I never told myself before. Questioning life, feeling like I've been Always needing more time, more space. Don't beg or barter. I already feel like an affected model. You can paint me as the bad guy, but I deserve to better goodbye. I didn't wanna lose you. Had to find myself before the world loses me too. Always needing more time, more space. Don't beg or barter. I already feel like an affected model.
That was Defective Model by Madeline White. Put the link in the description. Please check that out. Please support independent music. Please support independent music by Madeline White and by people like her. And this is, I wanted to kick off tonight's episode with that song. Because like I said, we're going to get into it. Okay. It's going to be some heavy stuff. And I just wanted to share something nice first. Okay. I didn't want to be all doom and gloom. And honestly, I don't have a way to end tonight's episode on a positive note. Sorry. But look, I grew up with Madeline's parents. And while just saying that makes me feel a little vintage, I'm also delighted at that next generation of creative talent. It's just amazing. And I, you know, even if I'm not seeking out certain types of music, it hits me in a certain way. And I don't know if that's because I have a personal attachment to it, several times removed or not. But darn it, music and art, it just changes our chemical makeup. It really does. We physically alter. We are different when we absorb art, and it's not always in a good way. Sometimes it makes us upset. Okay, so anyway, moving on. Like I said, we're going to take a look at some artwork tonight that isn't something we necessarily want to look at. Okay, I don't know how many times I can say that. I'm just warning you. And look, all kinds of triggers. This is racist shit, okay? And I've blurred a lot of it, but it is what it is. And like I said, we got to call it out. So I'm going to start, though, by going back to the 2019 HBO television series Watchmen, which someone from the Majority Report IM'd into the show, making reference to. This was yesterday on Tuesday's Majority Report, in regards to the way in Watchmen, and we'll explain it, and the cops and feds in real life mask up. Okay. And so I didn't want that, like, Sam is like, okay, he didn't really know what the comment was. So I was like, oh, I'll explain it. Because I know a lot of you listen to that. And so, just so everyone knows what that was about, we'll quickly read up on it because I do think it's relevant. And I'm not going to let's see here. I'm not going to do this in a way that I don't need volume. Good. Fine. Don't need volume. This is relevant. Here we go. In Watchmen, it was something the series referred to as DOPA, or I think it was DOPA, not DAPA. Anyway, DOPA, the Defense of Police Act. And we are in reader view here because too many ads flashing around on this thing. And if I have an ad blocker, I can't use extensions like, reader view. So anyway, we're at watchmen.fandom.com. This is like a wiki for Watchmen. Defense of Police Act. The Defense of Police Act, commonly referred to as DAPA, is an amendment to the Keene Act that was passed in the wake of the White Knight event in December 2016. Now, look, there's a lot of stuff here that I'm not going to explain. I also don't think you really have to worry about spoilers. We'll get to it. Senator Joe Keene wrote DAPA, so police officers could wear masks and assume code names which would protect their identities in a matter akin to the now illegalized practice of costume adventurism. So superheroes and wearing costumes, illegal. When it came time for the police to protect their identities, they said, well, let's just do what the superheroes used to do, quote unquote heroes, the costumed adventurers. The Defense of Police Act was introduced by John Keene following the tragic events of White Knight in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Following the ratification of DAPA, a pilot program was initiated in Tulsa. The legislation led to an 80% drop in crime in the city and was considered such a success that other cities, including Atlanta, New Orleans, and Denver, wanted to initiate a masked police program on their own. If you're just tuning in, this is all fictional. The law requires police to wear masks to conceal their identities from criminals and the public. If you're just tuning in, I just want to reiterate, this is fictional. The law also allows detective class officers to be able to assume code names and elaborate full costume adventurer personas. The Tulsa Police Department protocols require officers who have been promoted to detective to provide a statement explaining their persona, like an origin story, I guess, for the purpose of providing insight into the detective's mental state and personality. They're allowed to have a costumed adventurer, superhero, comic book identity. Just want to reiterate, this is all fictional. If you're just tuning in, this is fictional. After Lori Blake learns about Cyclops, she is able to deduce that Keene orchestrated the seven. Okay, blah, 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 blah. But with the warring factions wearing masks, there would be a rise of chaos. And so, the bad guys end up fighting back. So let's, just recap, because there's a lot of like Watchmen lore in there. The police were attacked by a terrorist group, and they decided we got to mask up to protect our identities. And hey, while we're at it, if you're a detective or higher up in rank, you can just have like a superhero identity. You can wear a mask and a costume and tell us a little bit about this identity so we know what your mental state is out there. Just want to reiterate for anyone just tuning in, this is all fictional. It's gross to think that the thugs and the goons out there in the streets right now are imagining themselves as heroic. They are cowards, and they are an embarrassment to what this country could actually represent. The truth is, I've been reading all those books behind me, comic books. Now, I've been reading that shit for going on 51 years now. And yes, I'm including the first year. When you put a mask on, you change. You're empowered. Think of the anonymity of the internet. Nobody knows who the fuck I am. I say whatever I want, right? You're getting away with stuff. It's a different level. It's not you anymore. It's whatever the world sees. And you can make that up as you go. A caring and diverse society where all are welcome and taken care of is what we demand. Not whatever the fuck these guys are doing with masks on. The Watchmen series got mixed reactions. And some were negative. I didn't really like it. And I'm a huge comic book geek. But one thing it did that was very beneficial to all of us was it shined a light on the Tulsa Race Massacre and the destruction of what was known as Black Wall Street. The next day after that episode, everyone was looking up and wondering if that was real. Did that really happen? Or was it made up for the show? Was that part of American history? Or did they fictionalize something just for the show? And it was real. And so the next question everyone asked was, why the fuck didn't we learn about this in school? How come I'm just now hearing about it on a TV show? Right? What's going on? The simple answer is it made white people look really bad. And that concern has always outweighed the fact that innocent black people and people of color were once again attacked and murdered because of a broad racist agenda, white supremacy. It doesn't exist for any reason except to eliminate. That's all it is. Let's look at it. We got to look at it. Here we go. We are at the Oklahoma Historical Society website, the Encyclopedia of Oklahoma History and Culture. Now, I don't really like this write-up, okay? I'm being really critical tonight. I don't appreciate this write-up. I don't appreciate the fucking wording in here, so I'm not going to read the whole thing. But there's some of it, even right at the end, that I gotta comment on. But here, let's just so we're in the right frame of mind, here's the context. Tulsa Race Massacre, believed to be the single worst incident of racial violence in American history, which you didn't learn about in school, and definitely aren't going to learn about in school anytime soon. The bloody 1921 outbreak in Tulsa has continued to haunt Oklahomans during the course. Okay. Right there. Like, don't wear your shame. It's haunting us. How about face it? How about face it head on? How about be very vocal about it in terms of not letting it happen again? During the course of 18 terrible hours on May 31st and June 1st, 1921, more than 1,000 homes and businesses were destroyed, while credible estimates of deaths range from 50 to 300. By the time the violence ended, the city had been placed under martial law. Thousands of Tulsans were being held under armed guard, and the state's second largest African American community had been burned to the ground. Skipping all the way to the end. Look, here's what it comes down to. Just another one of these situations where there was a black man and a white woman alone together. Somebody made some shit up that something went down, and so they just had to destroy this whole town. That's exactly what happened. Okay? I don't care how this, historical piece references it or words it. The deep scars left by the tragedy remained visible for years. While Greenwood, which was the area in Tulsa, was eventually rebuilt, many families never truly recovered from the disaster. Moreover, for many years, the violence became something of a taboo subject, particularly in Tulsa. A state commission was formed in 1997 to investigate. The report recommended that reparations be paid to remaining black survivors. A team of scientists and historians uncovered evidence supporting long-held beliefs that unidentified victims had been buried in unmarked grave sites. One of the great tragedies of Oklahoma history and the fucking country and the world. This eruption of bloodshed and destruction in Tulsa has lived on as a potent symbol of the ongoing struggle of black and white Oklahomans to forge a common destiny out of an often troubled past. The ongoing struggle of no, they're under attack. There's no ongoing struggle. There just wasn't any closure. There was no justice served. And you cannot word it as, well, it's a taboo subject because, well, black and whites have never really got along around here and it's an ongoing struggle. That doesn't seem to be the case whatsoever. And we know this to be true. Just read the beginning of the fucking article. These people were doing their thing and the white people weren't having it. If the current administration, let's bring it present day, if the current administration and the enduring right-wing fascist ambitions of the current so-called conservative movement in this country have their way, American citizens will quickly forget all over again this tragic point of our history, and especially its enduring effects. All kinds of historical fact that we know today may end up in a TV show one day, years from now, and everyone's going, did that really happen? What was his name? Martin Luther King? Was he a doctor or a reverend? I'm confused. Like, you see what I'm saying? History as we know it has been rewritten and revised. Now they just want to elite it. Trump, the Republican Party, their billionaire donors, like Nazi leader Elon Musk, they have been officially whitewashing history since the last election. They're like, that's one of the first orders of business. Department of Education, but also deleting images and records from the archives. If it's DEI, it's woke. And if it's woke, it's gone. And by woke, they mean anything other than their white nationalist agenda. Because as we're about to see, like it or not, as we're about to see, the opposite of DEI is Hitler's ideal Aryan men. And I am not kidding. Let's go over to Blue Sky. Look at this. Look at this shit. This is John Marshall. He's, I believe he's the founder of Talking Points Memo. A TPM reader told me to look at the Department of Labor page on Facebook for something called Project Firewall. It's basically their name for cracking down on highly skilled foreigners on H-1B visas. Here's the department's description here. I'll read it for you so we don't have to hit the link. Project Firewall is a U.S. Department of Labor, the DOL, initiative launched in September 2025 to increase enforcement of the H-1B visa program. Its main goal is to ensure employers prioritize hiring qualified American workers and hold them accountable for misusing the visa system. The project involves enhanced investigations, the ability for the Secretary of Labor to personally certify investigations, and increased coordination with other federal agencies. Violations can result in penalties like back wages, civil fines, and debarment from the program. Now, okay, that's not why this TPM reader wanted this person, John Marshall, to look at the Facebook page. It's about that, but that's not why they said look at the Facebook page. Check this out. Here now is the AI images. This is the propaganda campaign that's underway by the U.S. Department of Labor. This is what they mean when they say restoring the American dream. Americans first. Build America's future. A dream worth fighting for. Restoring the American dream, building the future. Look at this guy. This is right before Project Firewall, but it's in addition to it. Power the Golden Age. And John Marshall says, this one kind of counts as a diversity pick since the guy has brown hair because none of the other ones do. But look, I mean, this restoring the American dream, this picture here of this family in front of the American flag, it says through Project Firewall right at the bottom. So here, okay, let's look at some stuff here, okay? Hold on. This painting right here of the family in church. This one's by American painter Harold N. Anderson, who's often compared to or put into the same category as Norman Rockwell and other illustrators like Rockwell. But that is not accurate. Whereas Rockwell was determined to make paintings that included a diverse representation of people. Look, I talked about this a couple of weeks ago right here on Hey Funny Book. Rockwell left the Saturday Evening Post because they were resistant to letting him put people of color and better representation of real life Americans in his cover art. So he went out on his own. And that's when he started to do some really good stuff. Some civil rights oriented stuff. But Anderson only illustrated white people and, in my opinion, blatantly disregarded actual Americans and people of color. As far as I know, He was never quoted or did anything to prove like he was a white supremacist. We have no reason to think that, but the images sort of speak for themselves. And we'll look at an article comparing the rest of these AI images with Nazi propaganda. But here's a comparison that I made on my own that I'd like to show you. And look, I think this is what's really going on with these family pictures. So check this out. I'll translate just so you know. At the bottom, it's at the top, it says something like winter work, winter relief fund. That's what this was for. This is on the left, Nazi propaganda. On the right, U.S. Department of Labor. At the bottom, it says a people helps itself. The Winter Relief Fund, founded in September 1933, was under the direction of Reich propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels. You probably heard that name. Everyone compares Stephen Miller to him. He basically just like reiterates everything that he's using the Goebbels playbook. I'll put it that way. It was intended to popularize the idea of the National Socialist. I'm not going to pronounce it. It translates to people's community. Concern for the well-being of the German population seemed to be at the heart of the Nazi state's efforts. The poster promotes the depiction of a, quote, genetically healthy family as the nucleus of the nation. According to the Nazis, the natural primary task of women was to bear as many children as possible who would contribute to the spread of the German race. That's how they put it. Those are their words. The large number of children in depicted families points to the Nazi state's political efforts to significantly increase the birth rate. In this context, artists were encouraged to show at least 4 German children when depicting a family. Now, okay, let's look at this. Let's look at this. And the Anderson piece, by the way, I don't know why the post by the Department of Labor said it was called Every Sunday. It's actually called Family at Church. Pretty generic. But to be fair, I can see how they'd be confused because Harold Anderson did a lot of paintings of white families at church. I mean, very similar to this. So it'd probably be easy, just being fair, it'd be easy to confuse them. But and I wonder what Harold Anderson's family thinks of this. Are they cool with this? Are they not cool with this? Like using this? I guess you can just buy this shit as stock images now. I'll give you an example of that in a moment. But let's do a comparison. Okay, so we have all blonde white families. Blonde, blue eye, Caucasian. This is the Aryan shit that the Nazis were all about, right? Here it is. The father and the son, the oldest son apparently, are staring ahead, right? There's one kid back there with part of his face obscured. Likewise, behind the church pew, there's a kid with its face obscured. Coincidence? I don't know. The mother looking, dotingly or whatever at her youngest child. This looks like it. And okay, also German insignia, American flag. This looks like the same damn thing. Father has his arms around his kids. This looks like it was inspiration to me. I'm just saying. Yeah, no, I don't remember seeing a flag in church either, but I haven't been to church in a long time. But yeah, this is, to me, this was, I'll put it this way. If all that stuff I just compared is a coincidence, it's not far enough away from what the Nazis used as propaganda. But can we hold that against Harold Anderson? I don't know. And speaking of family, look, it's a fucking trip. Look at this one. Here's another one. It is a trip to me that Germany and the Americans were using the same images in their propaganda. Like, did they compare notes? And if they did, do you think they would have been like, hey, wait a minute, maybe we aren't all that different? Like, the Germans are going, we need to do this. We need to do the Holocaust because of this family picture. And then the Americans are like, we got to stop the Nazis because of this family picture, which looks exactly the same. Okay, anyway. This, again, this layout to me embrace the father and the mother embracing their children, their happy family, being embraced by some patriotic symbol wrapped in a flag. See what I mean? But this was originally a U.S. bond, U.S. bonds. That's why the Americans were using it during World War II for U.S. bonds. What's hilarious is if you do a Google image search for Nazi family propaganda poster, this fucking U.S. war bonds image comes up like within the top 10 results. So, if someone were looking for an American idealism, or for, American idealism or the idyllic American family illustrated in a way that spoke to Nazi imagery, it makes sense they'd land on this image, which the Department of Labor definitely fucking did. They ran it through Photoshop, but in, all likelihood, they purchased this from a stock image site. You can do that. See, it says Getty Images right on there. But not to reuse it, rather to repurpose it. And in the most racist way. Because why else would it advertise Project Firewall, which is a program meant to enforce work visas and ensure the hiring of qualified Americans? Race and immigration combined. That sound familiar? Okay, now we're going to look at an article on this topic, this Department of Labor stuff. This is from late September. They've been rolling out these images on their social media since August. But we're going to go to a website now called the Black Wall Street Times. And if you've been listening since the beginning of this episode, you know what that is in reference to. And you know none of my show is random tonight, and that we are definitely bringing it full circle. Okay, this is the Black Wall Street Times. Access is the new civil rights. And this is by Nehemiah Frank. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, and I apologize if I'm not. It's an op-ed. Trump's Department of Labor campaign mirrors Nazi propaganda. White House posters recall Nazi-style propaganda exclude women and people of color. They try to get it in there, but you'll see what I mean. Is the Trump administration grooming us the way the Nazi regime once groomed German citizens during its rise to power? That question looms large after the White House and U.S. Department of Labor released a new propaganda-style campaign. The glossy, retro-styled posters show white men in hard hats, lab coats, and muscle shirts paired with slogans like America's future, your nation needs you, and make America skilled again. These I don't know why these kind of remind me of like the Hardy Boy novels from when I was a kid. But anyway, at first glance, they might look harmless, like throwbacks, tapping into nostalgia for World War II era recruitment art. But the deliberate choice to seemingly exclude women and people of color while centering white men as the singular face of America's future is anything but harmless. For people of color and women, this campaign communicates exclusion at a visceral level. And its aesthetic choices mirror Nazi Germany's propaganda machine, which conditioned citizens to equate whiteness, masculinity, and loyalty with patriotism and progress. To the casual eye, these posters might read as kitschy Americana, a salute to industrial labor, apprenticeships, and trade schools. But propaganda rarely functions at face value. Aesthetics are always political. The posters' deliberate retro style evokes an era when white men... I just noticed that white men was capitalized here. Going back to that page on Oklahoma's history website, a couple of times they would capitalize black but not white. And I just wonder why. It just stood out to me. It's a typo, but it stood out to me. So when they capitalize white here, now I'm wondering, like, is that like a grammatical thing that I'm not aware of, or somebody's racism coming through in a typo? I don't know. Anyway, I digress. The poster's deliberate retro style evokes an era when white men were unquestionably at the center of America's narrative. The square jaws, muscular physiques, and earnest expressions are direct descendants of propaganda from the 1930s and 1940s. Back then, government campaigns portrayed industrial workers as national heroes, linking their sweat to victory in war. Here's where they try and work in the women and someone of color. But today's America is not the America of 1942. In 2025, women make up nearly half the labor force. Black, Latino, Asian, and indigenous workers sustain industries from agriculture to healthcare to infrastructure. Immigrant labor powers construction, logistics, and service economies. But in the Trump administration's campaign, there is no denying that white men are visibly centered while women and people of color are wholly underrepresented. Only one poster includes a woman and a person who may be a person of color, but neither are black, Asian, etc., and both are literally positioned beneath a white man towering above them. The parallels to Nazi Germany are chilling. In the 1930s, Joseph Goebbels' Ministry of Propaganda churned out endless posters of the ideal German worker, quote unquote. These images highlighted strong, blonde, blue-eyed men, farmers, blacksmiths, factory laborers as the backbone of the Reich. One famous 1933 poster, the German worker, showed a shirtless Aryan man with a hammer in hand gazing into the distance with stoic determination. Their campaign was about elevating a racial and gendered ideal: white, male, loyal to the state. Women appeared only as mothers in Nazi propaganda, cast as bearers of the race, not workers or leaders. Jews, Roma, and other minorities were systemically erased from the public image of Germany. Propaganda made exclusion feel natural long before violence made it brutal. The Trump administration's campaign operates from the same script. I call it a playbook. The imagery elevates the white male worker as the emblem of national strength while erasing women and people of color from America's future. They keep talking about the future, not the past. They're erasing the past. Soft grooming through propaganda. Propaganda doesn't always announce itself loudly. Often it whispers. It works not by shocking people into belief, but by normalizing exclusion through repetition. Nazi Germany didn't begin with gas chambers. It began with posters, films, and speeches that reshaped citizens' understanding of who belonged and who didn't. Today, the Department of Labor posters function as soft grooming, conditioning Americans to accept a radicalized and gendered hierarchy. They invite viewers to nod along with patriotism while absorbing the idea that white men, and only white men, embody the nation's destiny. The slogans themselves, lifted straight from wartime propaganda: your nation needs you, build America's future, reinforce the message. There's no world war going on here. Wrapped in patriotic urgency, they leave little room for dissent. Who could argue with national pride without being accused of disloyalty? That's the trap propaganda sets. It makes exclusion feel like duty. The campaign's whitened vision of America stands in stark contrast to the real labor force. Black workers have always powered American industry, from entrepreneurs on Tulsa's Black Wall Street to Detroit's auto plants. And today, Black women dominate healthcare and education, while Black men make up significant portions of constructions and industries. Latino workers are overrepresented in construction, agriculture, and essential services, literally building the nation's infrastructure. Women comprise nearly 80% of all healthcare workers and dominate education and social services, making them essential to both care and innovation economies. Immigrant labor, meanwhile, sustains entire industries from meatpacking to trucking to technology. To erase the workers from a federal campaign is not just inaccurate, it is dangerous. It signals that their contributions are peripheral, their presence expandable, and their futures negotiable. Why this moment matters. This campaign doesn't exist in isolation. It comes amid a broad cultural rollback. Black women are leaving the workforce in record numbers, facing disproportionate layoffs and stagnant wages. At the same time, DEI initiatives are being dismantled across government agencies and corporate America, erasing hard-fought progress towards equity. Meanwhile, white nationalist rhetoric is bleeding into mainstream politics, from book bans to attacks on affirmative action. Against the backdrop is the Trump administration's deliberate attempt to recenter white men as the face of America through this Department of Labor campaign, echoing authoritarian playbooks, there it is, playbook, that have long used propaganda to pave the way for exclusionary policies. We've seen this before. Nazi Germany's propaganda elevated the white male worker as the ideal citizen while sidelining everyone else. The Trump administration's campaign is a 21st century echo, dressed up in nostalgic Americana, but carrying the same exclusionary DNA. The danger lies not only in the posters themselves, but in the silence that follows them. If unchecked, these images seep into the public imagination, shaping culture, policy, and ultimately law. Propaganda works by making the outrageous seem ordinary. That's why it's critical to call this what it is: racial and gendered grooming, wrapped in patriotic packaging. The face of America's future is not only white and male. To pretend otherwise is not only white and male. To pretend otherwise is to erase the very people who keep this country alive, from nurses to builders to teachers to farm workers, that make up a multiracial and multigendered society. History teaches us that what happens when governments erase reality and replace it with myth. Nazi propaganda didn't just misrepresent the German people, it prepared them to accept persecution and genocide. We are not Germany in 1933, but propaganda always begins subtly with posters and slogans. That is why this campaign matters. It's not just about labor, it's about who belongs, who leads, and who gets written out of America's story. And if history is any guide, silence in the face of propaganda is complicity. Now, look, we got to support these guys because this is independent journalism here, right? So I'm putting the link in the in the chat for everyone. Check it out. Please do hit the links that they provide as well, in terms of black women leaving the workforce in record numbers, facing disproportionate layoffs and stagnant wages. Check all that out, please. For all the art and propaganda produced by the Nazis, comic books were not published in Nazi Germany because such literature was banned under their party. And I mean, see, even these assholes knew the communicative power of comic book storytelling and that it could easily be weaponized against them. In fact, there's a famous opera written and illustrated by captives in a concentration camp in Poland in 1943 entitled The Emperor of Atlantis, which was later adapted into a comic book. I've interviewed the artist and writer. It's a fantastic read. And despite what many may think, the Nazis even hated Superman. That's because he was created by Jews. This is from Wikipedia. The reaction of the SS towards the comic book character Superman was negative because the creators of Superman were Jewish. even though they regarded themselves as the primary representatives of the master race and were themselves trying to create a super race. Jerry Siegel is a fellow who is, this is what they said, who is intellectually and physically circumcised and has his headquarters in New York. This is like what they're saying about the guy. Can you imagine? He invented a colorful character that boasts a striking appearance, a strong body, and a red swimsuit. The creative Israelite named this pleasing character with an overdeveloped body and underdeveloped brain Superman. I mean, if you're against Superman, just fuck off. But look, some Nazis did make comic books later on, specifically the American Nazi Party. And look, make no mistake. People will dispute this. Make no mistake, the American Nazi Party has been operational in this country since before World War II. Prior to officially labeling themselves Nazis, they were known as the pro-Nazi organization called the German American Bund, extremists who spread anti-Semitic propaganda in the U.S. between 1936 and 1941, attempting to paint the Jewish people as a common enemy of both Germany and America. They held rallies, they had youth camps, and they printed their own newspapers. It wasn't until 1959 they became full-fledged Nazis, and that's when aspiring comic book creator John Patler joined them. And in 1960, I'm going to show this, but I'm not going to show the whole thing, don't worry. And I've blurred some of the racial slurs out. He created a comic book called Here Comes White Man. Check this out. This is fucking real. I'm not kidding. It's embarrassingly real. Like I said, I'm not going to show this whole thing. It's racist trash. It's not worth looking at. But I will read the description according to the Social Welfare Library where I found this online. And this is some shit that went down with this guy, Patler, which wasn't his real name. We'll get to that. Here Comes White Man is a white supremacist comic book created for the American Nazi Party by member John Patler. Born John C. Patsalos, John Patler joined the American Nazi Party in 1960 and changed his name. The ANP had its headquarters in Arlington, Virginia at the time. In 1967, Patler was expelled from the ANP after disagreeing with founder George Lincoln Rockwell. He was like obsessed with this guy. And Rockwell loved Patler because he was like overly devout. He loved having like a little sidekick around. But he was like inappropriately obsessed with the founder of the ANP. On August 25th, 1967, Patler shot and killed Rockwell outside of a shopping center in Arlington, Virginia. They had some disputes, some disagreements. They were like, dude, you got to get out of the party, man. This is just getting weird. And then he turns around and shoots him. So Here Comes White Man was part of the ANP's efforts to spread their ideas to a larger audience. Their promotional campaign included a variety of publications, flyers, and even 45 RPM records of white supremacist music. I'll tell you this, the Nazis had a song they would sing a lot about, a martyr. The quickest way to explain who this martyr was, it was their Charlie Kirk. Okay? Sound familiar? So that's the kind of music they were playing. Supporters of the ANP were expected to read and distribute materials like this comic and the Stormtrooper magazine. Holy shit. And people will tell you Star Wars isn't like political. Like, come on. In this comic book, White Man is the secret identity of Lou Core, which is Rockwell spelled backwards. So see, he was obsessed with the founder. He makes deliveries for the Arlington Milk Companies, like a milkman. Lou Core speaks the secret words Lee Geis, which is Sieg Heil, backwards, and in a flash of lightning is transformed into White Man, a costume superhero with a swastika on his chest. In this issue, White Man fights an interplanetary duel with characters named the Jew from Outer Space and Forgive the expression. Super coon. But where have I heard Jews in outer space before? Maybe Jewish space lasers, that kind of thing. This shit is still happening. I'm not even sure these are the original roots of this preposterous notion that Jews aren't from the planet Earth. But like, you can see that, I mean, the apples do not fall far from the tree. So, here's another thing that's worth noting. This is crazy. And I'll take this down now. The character white man transforms into the super persona from what? Wasn't he already a white man? So a white man turns into just white man, one word? Look, I don't want to give anyone any ideas, but if I had been in the room, I would have been like, no, obviously we're going to call him white power man, right? Like he goes from white man to white power man, like power, super, right? But no, they just call him white man. So I started thinking, or is this that this creator was subliminally reflecting his own situation? See, this guy was born Greek and pretended to be Aryan. He was ashamed. He was a self-hating Greek, I guess you would say. He was ashamed and of his birthright and his heritage and his family, and he lied and pretended he passed himself as, Caucasian. So it makes sense that he would transform into white man. I bet he would love to have some magical words that would do that. And that's why he changed his name to Patler, because it just sounded more like Hitler to him. Hitler, Patler. Anyway, I can't help but make this comparison. One last image. If only to bring it full circle again, but somehow simply drawing a white guy from the waist up and facing forward is still the perfect example of their racist bullshit. But anyway, it's all there. Later in life, Patler, the guy who made that comic book, went back to his original name. He had a family. He named his son after, remember I said there was a song about a martyr? It was Charlie Kirk. He named his son after that guy. So, still very much in it, right? But publicly saying that he wasn't. I think by the 70s, there's a lot of shame in being a Nazi. Maybe you want to cover all that up, right? Especially after being so open about it. But in 2017, the Washington Post described him as a staunch online defender of Donald Trump, and he praised the marchers at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. So apparently, he didn't change at all. He only tucked his Nazism into voting Republican. And I bet he'd be quite happy with how things have turned out now. Again, just really want to hear from his family, because whether the party denounces them or not, Nazis vote Republican. Okay. For me, it's all about the playbook. But just real quick, the most laughable part about the Department of Labor, they have two big initiatives, right? Besides being racist and anti-immigrant, their whole thing is that we're embarking on an all-new American golden age of labor thanks to AI. So no sooner do they promise a bunch of jobs, apparently stolen by immigrants up until now, and they turn around and give them to AI. So, okay, there'll be another FAFO coming up. Look, it's anyone's guess what they do next, but the truth is that it's worse than ever and getting worse every day. People are standing up, and that's good. Civil disobedience has not failed. It has never failed. Don't make that mistake. The issue is we're using our constitutional rights in the face of a war between the Constitution and corporations. It's a parasitic entity, and it has adapted with every loss. Okay? Right now, things are being done with a blind eye in the name of profits as much as they're being done in the name of white supremacy. Listen to Hegseth whining about beards in the military and demanding they be in peak physical condition if they want to serve. Race, immigration, a familiar playbook. Eugenics would be the next step in 1930s or 40s. Look, they're just like obsessed with genetics. Look at the images that they're using in their propaganda. It's a familiar playbook. It's about our kids and family values. A familiar playbook. Look at the tactics used by the feds right now. It's a familiar playbook. Listen to things Stephen Miller says, a familiar playbook. Why is he even allowed on? Why do they put him on CNN? And why are they talking to this guy at all? They haven't even received their full funding yet. Are you telling me that Hegseth, the same guy who bitches about facial hair, apparently he didn't want to talk to a guy recently because he had a beard, but like the same guy who bitches about facial hair and beer bellies doesn't have mood boards in his office? He isn't ripping pages out of fashion magazines for inspiration. He doesn't have fabric swatches laid out, Pantone color swatches on hand, and concept sketches of their new uniforms and insignia. I mean, I don't know that he does, but I don't know that he doesn't. And by the way, if he did, that's exactly what Hitler did. It's a familiar playbook. He came up with all that stuff on the front end. Right now, it's all these different departments in our streets because those are the uniforms they have on hand. The ragtag contractors have to be wondering when they're going to stop wearing street clothes, right? I just think of the Proud Boys working as ICE agents right now, thinking at least we had a logo and matching outfits in the non-government sanctioned version of this. And I mean, if they really do fancy themselves heroic, and if putting a mask on at all empowers them in a way that it definitely should not, then what? It makes sense to me that they would be looking to suit up in something official about now. And maybe the funding contributes to that. I don't know. They've got the mask just like in Watchmen, which is fictional. Just want to explain that. It's totally fictional. So they can protect their identities. But in this case, it's so they can just do whatever they want to us. There is no threat to them. How long are they going to even keep calling it ICE or pretending it's about immigration? The playbook hasn't changed so far, so why should it now? It is because after the atrocities, this is what I wonder. Is it because after the atrocities exposed by winning World War II, Nazis were allowed to go on existing as Nazis? To go free, to march in our streets, to organize, to enter government. And why is that the case? Why are they allowed to do that? Could it be the same sort of sense of shame after the horrendous events of the Tulsa race massacre we talked about earlier? Did it also become taboo on some level? They just are we sweeping it under the rug once again because white people go crazy, but black and brown people are actual criminals? These are the excuses being used all the time right now. It's a familiar playbook. And look at what we do in response. We attack each other. As if engineered identity war wouldn't be part of the playbook, which it definitely is. I hate to say it, but the new American fascist military force is already here. I'm just waiting for them to dress like it. And what I'm really waiting to see, should we ever get another Democratic president and or Congress, I can't wait to see what they do with these guys. Fire them, put them in jail, or do they follow the same playbook? Left Past 10 starts right now. Okay, I removed all the stuff from the studio, Andrea, so it's nice and clean.
Testing.
You don't have to look at it.
Can you hear me?
I don't know. There's something wrong with my mic tonight. My volume is cranked all the way up, and normally it doesn't have to be that way.
Probably a shithead producer, that fucking stupid dog shit.
I don't think he
producer.
He hasn't been in my physical studio though, you know.
Yeah, but he's still a piece of shit. I hate that guy.
Maybe he's messing with my headphones through osmosis.
Yeah, there's some other feature of the world.
Oh shit, no talking. God damn it. All right. No talking for the rest of the intro. Okay, good. Whew, that was a lot of talking in that intro. Sorry. Huge mistake. How's it going, guys?
Good. Oh, I'm going.
Do I sound okay? Does my audio sound all right? I'm not getting anything here.
As a typical Letterhack performance.
There you go. It's perfect. That's because that's as good as it
gets. I did
gets.
not use that word, but
it's as good. Well, that perfect is good enough for me. Let's just call it good enough. Perfect.
You know, Boku San Francisco did not like the segment you did about the Nazi comic. I effing loved it. I'm sorry, Boku, but that was hilarious.
Who?
Like.
Did I miss something in the chat?
No, I mean, they just, you know, the same thing. The reasons you didn't want to show up
Oh,
for that
Bozy.
long, and yeah. But he's I mean, he's not wrong. It is sad to see hate like that, but man, fucking funny. The Jew from outer space, that's the villain. Oh,
that's their whole. I mean, look, they thought if you're not white, they had all kinds of horrible shit that they would say, and it's not anything people didn't repeat later on. And it's like, it makes you wonder, did it start with the Nazis or did it come from somewhere else? And like, why are people still talking about that crazy shit?
And our failure to be at all strict about Reconstruction and saying, look, we won this war, and so we're not going to compromise and treat dark-skinned people terrible with, you know, people that wanted them in chains. That's in America where the festering began and has stayed. But I mean, come on, the Jew from outer space, that's hilarious. Is that a Jewish guy that found a spaceship? Is that an alien that found religion? I genuinely want to see the backstory of just that.
That does sound amazing. I would love to read it.
They're saying they're not of Earth.
Oh my God, it's an alien that found religion. Yes.
But yeah, I mean, this is the thing is like trying to find logic in it is pointless. Like useless. Like the story doesn't get much better than that first page. It actually, it's distractingly racist. Good,
to be fair,
I don't know.
When you got a story called "The Jew from Outer Space," it starts off really high.
Yes,
the guy who pretends to be white, that he was Greek, it sort of like showed his cards there when the white guy transforms into the white guy. White man says the magic words to turn into white man with a costume. Like that was his own, he wanted to be able to do that. But now you got me going back through the chat because I'm worried that Bo was like upset. But I said it was triggering when I started.
We were chatting.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
He's not upset at me for doing the segment. I mean,
no, I didn't.
People are doing shit like this all the time. We're just exposing this stuff.
Well, and it's important to like not pretend like this is a new phenomenon, and also not pretend like, well, because it's new, we just got to give it a chance.
Right? Yeah. No, everyone deserves a say. Everyone deserves a seat at the table.
The only thing wrong with that comic is that it was in the real world made by an evil person, and therefore the insides of the comic have, you know, evil messages that I'm sure are executed awkwardly.
Horrible.
What I would love to see is the exact setup that the splash page there promises, the cover promises, but executed with real world morals, so that what is the name of the superhero? White man? So that literally white man is the villain, and the Jew from outer space is just this alien that spends the first like 15 pages, maybe the first 2 issues, just sincerely like discovering religion, getting in touch with his spiritual side,
This
like
sounds
talking
great.
with rabbis and holy men from all over, and just being like, I feel a calling to do good, but there's no logical explanation. Like, it's a beautiful story, and then like halfway through, like right after his in whatever ceremony that makes you officially Jewish, boom, like the Kool-Aid man. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to tell you, in this world, there are racists, and one of them has superpowers. Good luck, alien.
In reading all this stuff, I read a comment that was like, I read a lot of stuff about this over the weekend. One person wrote, everyone knows Adolf Hitler, or everyone knows that Captain America is the reason Adolf Hitler only had one testicle. And I was like, yeah, that's the kind of shit I want to see. Like, he beat him up so bad, he really fucked him up. Yeah. But like, there's, you're reading about this, and they're like saying Jewish people are from outer space, and I immediately think of Marjorie Taylor Greene saying Jewish space laser, and it's like, the fuck did that even mean? Where'd she get that from? That's like insane shit. It's really crazy, but like, she's still in government. People are like, well, she's got a good position on Israel at the moment. Like, oh my god,
Yeah, she's very.
This is
She I'm sure
fucking
she arrived
insane.
at that position with.
Remember,
thinking about it logically and coherently.
she went to the.
She probably was afraid of the space lasers. That's probably why she
went to the Holocaust Museum. And when she came out, she had like a statement or something where she was like, I didn't know. Oh my God. And it was like, well, you didn't know. What the fuck? Somebody told you Jewish people had a space laser that affected the weather, and you went with that? But you never knew about the Holocaust from World War II? That's insane.
Well, to
the
be
bar
fair,
for evidence is very interesting.
when I went to the Holocaust Museum, admittedly, their display on Jewish space technology was pretty clear about where they are, and they're not at the point of putting satellites up there yet. So far, they've only managed to launch a menorah into low Earth orbit.
Yeah,
I love the way White Man is the exact same guy in new clothes.
Well, did you see those two pictures? He's got like an evil little scowl on his face, but it's like him being a little. And then when he turns into White Man, he's just got a smug, evil scowl on his face. Like, now I can hurt you. Before,
can we show the pictures again? I only caught a little bit. I was not here for the whole.
I have a picture I can show you that, because
I would love to see a picture of the White Man. If
it's
possible.
just Nick Fuentes. It's Nick Fuentes, and then Nick Fuentes in a muscle suit.
So this is the Department of Labor's propaganda in the middle of it, but there's the White Man, and then White Man, one word, on the far right. On the far right. Oh, that's funny. I didn't even mean to do that.
So let me just point out that even the artist knows what they're about. Like, you have that evil little scowl, sure. But then look when he's like Superman. That's not a face of like, I'm here to help you. That's a face of like, now I get to hurt you. Yeah.
Now you're going to pay. Yeah.
Hard.
He's like, oh yeah. What this is we got Facebook in the middle here. Why is Facebook on here?
Well, that's from the DOL's Facebook page.
It's from their Facebook page. Okay.
Gargarin.
And what is that? That was on the right there. Is that also from the Facebook page?
No, that was the comic that the American Nazi Party put out in 1960 called White Man.
Oh, 1960. That wasn't 1940.
Well, because they were what was it called? The German American Bund before 1959, when they officially became a Nazi party, but they were a Nazi party, not in name, but in every other way leading up to that, through 36 to 41 or something.
Gargarin,
Gagarin
is a song by Public Broadcasting. Dang it, what is it? Public Service Broadcasting, and it's a fantastic song. I did not know that guy was Jewish. Fun fact.
Yeah, it's
according to T-Bone.
It makes me really like, every time I feel like I definitely got to a point with the comic book I'm making where I was like, okay, a little burned out. Gonna take a couple days, right? Got to a very milestone, a huge milestone in the process, and I was like, I can afford to take some time from this. Then I watch the news and I'm like, nope, I got to get back on this. This has got to get out there. And then I look at shit like what I talked about tonight on the show, and I'm like, I got to get back on this comic. This comic this needs to be out into the fucking world. I need to make this. So it's very motivating for me. But man, just
Just seeing you're inspired, would you say, by White Man? Is that true? Would you consider yourself inspired? The
every
inspirational
time
works
I
of the
look in the
American Nazi
mirror,
Party it's fueling the Letterhack's creational process. Huge fan in one way or shape or form of the American Nazi Party's phenomenal and seminal works in 1960, no less.
I got
they've inspired generations of art.
I've got a teacher's guide. I think I'm going to do 2 teacher's guides to go with the book. They'll be in the book. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be not that people, it's up to teachers and parents if they want to show it to kids, but I'm going to say it's an all ages protest comic. That's what I'm going to call it. It's for all ages.
Yeah, we'll get 2-year-olds in on this comic. Is this the comic that promotes violence? Is this the one we're talking about?
Or does it?
We got to read to find out.
Yeah.
Pre-order today.
See how it works.
Oh, the sweater's coming off over at Jake Industries.
What I really want to do is
I
want to put books out there that, not that I would say they're going to ban this, but I want to put books out there where it's like, oh, they're going to ban this. You know what I mean? Like if they ban those books, they're going to ban this book.
It's all a matter
of
put that shit as soon as they find it, once they find out about it, banned.
Well,
what is
that's why
that yarn you got there? Would you like to
Crowdfunder
tell us about the yarn? What is that? Yarn, yeah.
Not me. I don't have any yarn.
Well,
the yarn here.
Is it
I
red?
was
Is it red?
setting it aside. No, it's twine. I was setting it
Twine, yeah.
aside because I thought I could use that instead of rope. Like if I double layered it to make like a noose looking thing.
That's
or maybe.
spool.
Yeah, but it doesn't look
Are
anything
you-
like that.
Are you? What would? Could you please go further in detail on that?
Yeah, I want to do a costume for tonight, but I forgot until the show
A
actually started.
costume, right? You were.
Oh, yeah.
A costume.
We talked about this. I want to do the scarecrow thing where a burlap sack
Noose,
cut
yeah.
the eyes out, or in my case, maybe the whole face.
I am
What? So we're in costumes. Is that what we're supposed to do? Letterhack.
There
what
was
are
brief
you?
talk.
Are you gamer?
I'm embedded. I'm the embedded lefty in South Carolina.
That's your costume.
Oh, my costume is a drop of vinegar.
Mm.
A drop of vinegar.
In oil. In the oil I'm surrounded by.
That's quite good.
I'm a drop of vinegar this Halloween.
My costume is someone who is cold. That's my costume.
I considered talking about this. There was an article put out by the Lever about how Spirit Halloween, those stores that pop up,
I prefer the lever.
are
personally.
ruining the economy.
Oh my God, they're right. I just need a soft collared shirt, and then I can be Sam Cedar. I didn't follow that joke at all, though. What do you mean?
It wasn't a
what
joke.
levers?
It's not a joke.
The lever, however you want to say it, David Sirota's media outlet. They wrote a piece on. I shouldn't have brought it up because I didn't retain it enough to speak on it with any authority. But Spirit of Halloween stores
please
are
tell us.
bad for
It's
business.
the first I'm hearing of it, so please do a great job in informing us.
It's
of
the
it.
way they utilize spaces that were put out of business by the same, like the people that own Spirit of Halloween are, what do you call them? Private equity, and the same people who put the businesses out of place so that they could have these abandoned or empty storefronts to do their pop-up store. And they're starting to do they're going to do Christmas too. There's going to be Spirit of Christmas too. But
Oh no.
You can't do that. I'm sorry. Spirit Halloween. It's a very that brand has been around for a while though. But like it's a very, you can't expand to Christmas. You have to come up with
they
something.
already
else.
are.
You can't do that. I'm sorry. Like it's such a unique to Halloween thing. If you try to, it's gonna.
Well, they'll
fall
shut
apart.
down the Halloween, and the next day it'll be Christmas.
Yeah, but you can't call it Spirit. You have to do something else. You have to rebrand it entirely. Also, can we just get off of this whole buying a bunch of plastic garbage for every holiday? You know how you celebrate Halloween? You know, like you fucking watch a good movie, you eat a pumpkin or whatever, you throw that shit in the fucking yard, let it rot for a little bit, let the nutrients get absorbed by the wild flora in your environment, and then just be on with your life. You know, Halloween is not about consumeristic garbage slop. Let me dress myself and drape myself in plastic garbage, shit all over my body. Let me just like wrap myself in this one time only. Are you reusing your Halloween costumes? Are you opening up a movie studio? Because if not, you're probably gonna throw them away. You're just wasting your fucking life on this shit.
In my case, literally yes to both.
Well,
But
yeah, then
I'd
go
still
for it.
take
Yeah, let's do it.
I just watched Wick is Pain, the documentary about the John Wick movies. I had no idea that the stunt guys who worked on The Matrix were friends with Brandon Lee, who was in The Crow, and like the guy who directs and produces the Wick movies stood in for Brandon Lee after he was tragically killed on set, and then he finished the movie. I didn't know that. And then they went on to do The Matrix, and then they were like, we're a stunt group now. Let's just make ourselves like an organized group of stuntmen, but let's also do film production so that we can do it all. So we're not just called to a movie to do the stunt stuff. You come to us to make action movies. And they fucking pulled it off. That gun fu or whatever they call it, that John Wick style fighting, that's original to them. That's so intense. But anyway, the documentary is real good. Like anytime
What I like about them is that they Hong Kong action flicks before this crew started working were running circles around us to the point where John Woo was becoming a huge director in America simply because we lacked the ability to do action in that cool way. That like visceral feels like it might be real type of struggle on camera just wasn't happening in a modern setting in any American movie. These people, like this team, basically single-handedly redeemed us in the arts. Even if you think these arts are silly, it's literally competitive, and I take pride in it. I love this crew so much.
You could say Jackie Chan was doing that stuff over here, but he was just doing what he was doing over here. You know what I mean? Like he was just doing the Asian cinema stuff in America.
Yeah, and he specifically said that the American process is worse for his product. He does not like making movies here because of the way we make movies. It was embarrassing. And even he specifically has a segment where he talks about why American editing is bad. And yeah, so without that crew, we would right now not be the action movie country anymore. Good for them.
Yeah, it was really cool how they said if you see John Wick limping in the movie, that's because Keanu Reeves has a really bad knee, and he usually fucks it up like in the first couple of days of filming, and then he's limping the rest of the time. So that's why they call the documentary Wick is Pain, because when they get done, they're all like, we are not doing another one of these. And then like a few months later, they're like, we should do another one, and we can raise the stakes.
That's a good point, because like they always kind of like give him a story reason why his leg is always trailing behind him. Like he got like hit or something in the first part, or he fell down. Yeah, that's interesting. I noticed that.
Bad knee, bad back. Yeah. There's some other things that, you know, he's older than I am, but
he's
like
an old ass fuck. Yeah.
But he trains for months leading up to it. And on set, they had like a montage of him messing up the choreography and going, fuck. Like he just, and everyone's like just waiting for him to like calm down, do it again. But like he really is hard on himself. It's very cool. I mean, he's dedicated.
Well,
I like him.
I'll just float this out there. It might just be professional embarrassment or he's whatever. But also, if you're doing something physical and you F up the take, you're like, now I have to do all that physical stuff again.
Yeah, it's all of that. It's all of that. Yeah. It definitely is all of that. Yeah. It's funny though, because then they keep bringing on like other fighters. I forget the guy's name. He's in the last one. He plays like a blind guy. He was also in Rogue One. The Force
I
is
only
with
saw
me.
Rogue
I am
2,
with the Force. The
unfortunately.
Force is with me. I am with the Force. That guy. I forget his real life name. He was Ip Man. He's famous.
Donnie Yen.
Yeah. Yeah. So they said, yeah, it was great to have him on set because he's so good, but it's another big shot superstar. Like we got to deal with that. What I mean, so like
Donnie Yen, he's like a famously sweet.
Well, but he wanted to keep. He said, no, we got to do the fight scene like this. We got to change it. We got to enhance it. And they were like, okay. And it was just,
he's a
it's
sweet
something
man
they
with a
had to-
reputation for good fight scenes. He's not going to let him get up. Good point.
Yeah, yeah. It was really cool. I watched the documentary twice because
You watched it twice. You're that big.
yeah, I watched it once with my brother on the phone.
That's really sweet.
I was like, dude, you're gonna love this documentary. He's like, I'll rent it right now. I was like, I'll watch it with you.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I like that stuff. So my chat has gone back to using the wrong names for everyone. I don't understand why YouTube does that. It's glitching. Like, because when you said Boku SF, I was like, who the fuck is that? It's Bo Z.
That I don't. Yeah, that's I don't know.
I
why it's
recognize the
doing
thumbnails, but
That's interesting. I noticed that YouTube is rolling out a large visual overhaul of everything. The video players and comments and everything are changing.
yeah, I noticed that.
The aesthetic department.
But the video player, so what's weird is like I was logged in as this space, official this space business. And then
Official to space business exclusively.
And then I was logged in as Letterhack, and the video player was different for Letterhack than it was.
Yep,
for
they
this
roll it
page.
out on a different basis. You got Diet Coke today, Jake? Is that what this is?
Yeah, it's a mixed drink, but yeah, it's Diet Coke.
You do the 2-liter?
Jumex.
What is that? What is that? Is that
Mango
alcoholic?
Nectar. No, it's just a fruit punch.
Okay.
And you say I do the 2-liter. Yeah, you just pour it in there. I mean, I have a specific pattern. Normally, yeah, I've talked about this with Andrea.
Go for it.
Different
Go for it.
cups. Look, you use a paper cup for the first pour to take more of the fizz out. You use a smooth, solid cup for follow-up beverages because it's got that right amount of spike in it. And then at the very end, you just pound the thing because it's mostly flat by that point. You don't want to take any bubbles out.
You know, I used to have a really unique
I love
process.
sipping a nice 2-liter on a wide open cup, and then you hear the fizz hit your face, your cheeks get all fizzed up.
I
Like,
had a very specific process for so I'm I don't know, 12, 13.
I thought you were
Summertime.
50.
Summertime, we're outside playing, right? Generally in my yard, it was right the woods on one side, the creek in the back. Yeah, pretty good, right? Adventure City over here. So I would go in at like 5 p.m. because Star Trek was on, like the original Star Trek would come on and they do like an hour of it. And I would go in and be like, well, I'm fucking watching Star Trek. And I'd run in a few minutes early, get saltines and like sliced American cheese, right? And make a plate of like cheese and crackers. And I would get a cup, like a pint-sized cup of Kool-Aid, whatever we had mixed. And I would drink the Kool-Aid with a spoon. Like I would.
So you were psychotic. You were steeped in mental illness.
Because by the time I finished the pint and the plate, an hour had gone by. It was just, I don't know why. It was just like, it's just this really comfortable memory I had of this little weird little 1 hour I would do. I'd run inside all sweaty, beat up, dirty from playing outside all day, every day, and then run inside.
Strange ritual.
No,
I did. I mean, I think it's cool. I would do that.
So
and I'm not well, so if I would do that, then I'm very concerned for your well-being.
There is comfort in rituals like that. I wholeheartedly agree. And the strangeness is part of what makes it unique, you know? It satisfies you for very specific reasons, and that's what's so lovely.
Please don't, Andrea.
I do say
I just want to say it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't. I had nothing to do with it.
Nobody did.
Anyway, back to what were we talking about? We're talking about the rituals.
Why Bose?
I have
why
my
Bose is
rituals.
wrong. What
I
lie?
have my rituals. I ritualize myself every. I wake up. I do rituals. Are you
What's one of
really
yours?
lying? Is there lying happening today? Why are you lying?
Matt lied to us.
Me?
Why are you lying,
Yeah.
Matt? What the
Oh
fuck?
wait, chat did. Never mind. Chat did. But
Where
I'm
did we
sorry,
see a
Andrea.
lie?
You were
You
lying
gotta
about the
interrogate
eating
Bose
Kool-Aid
on that. But
dispute.
Andrea, what's your ritual? What's your morning ritual?
Well, I wake up. I drink water. I love drinking water. I have several moments throughout the day where I just pound water, 3-4 cups. Just just go back to back. I drink some water, brush my teeth. That's my morning ritual. Sometimes I like to open the fridge a couple times, just see what's in there, just refresh my memory, just to know how I've got food. I'm gonna be alive today. I don't need to worry. I don't need to worry about starving today. Because sometimes I forget. I live in a world where I have food, so I got to make sure. Sometimes I wake up. I don't know when I am. Because I don't leave the house. I don't. So I don't. It could be 2023. It could be 2025. It's got to Google who is the president, and then that picture pops up. It's like where it's got like the flash on or whatever. That picture that they use where the flash is on and you can see the guy's nose pores. It's horrifying. So that's my morning ritual. I have to remind myself of the hell that we are in. And then I realize, oh, it's cold. So I got to get a blanket. I wrap the blanket around me. I walk around the house in this blanket. This is the blanket that I walk around in.
This is just everything you do in a morning. You're telling me that your ritual well, as I say that, I feel bad. It's a morning ritual. It might last the whole morning. Never mind.
Yeah, it's a morning ritual.
So you check to make sure there's food in the fridge, even though you know there's food in the fridge.
Just to be sure. You never know.
Yeah. And you walk around in a cozy blanket. That actually sounds lovely.
Yeah, this is what I do.
I like that.
Yeah.
My morning ritual is to wake up, panic because I'm not at the place I said I'd be the day before, and then brush my teeth as I'm driving to get there, and then apologize and get to whatever the awful thing that I'm supposed to do is.
What kind of awful things you do? You like
just
wipe
terrible
shit
stuff
on
in
yourself or whatever?
Yeah.
Talking about just being late to work.
You sell your kidney
every day.
What about like? Do you like? Are you hurting yourself? Are you like
sometimes
damaging your body in some way?
Sometimes, yeah.
Really? But is it like an intentional type of a thing? Like someone's paying you to hurt yourself, for their entertainment? Like
no, I've just had
like burning
poor
your face.
jobs my whole life. You work construction. You don't know how specifically, but you do know you're giving up part of your health for a.
What are you constructing? What kind of things do you construct?
Well, back in the day, I did HUD homes. I've done. I mean, there's no profession I can hang my hat on. I've been basically a bum my whole life. The modern version, just doing gig work.
Jack of all trades. What are you talking about?
Well, what kind of gig work?
Yeah,
I'm always curious because I've never held a real job. So I'm like the exact opposite of you. I've always done internet garbage, and then so I don't like what are you constructing? I have never constructed anything other than pain and suffering for others.
Building stairs and railings to code, which is not a level of excellence, but a level of minimal safety. Basic repairs to like drywall, that kind of stuff.
So you're deeply intimate with how poorly constructed every building in America is. Like exactly. Oh, I know. I've seen that stair style before. That one's got 5 years left. Oh, someone's gonna get hurt on that one any minute now.
Can you do that, Jake?
Do what? Build the stairs? Yeah.
No, when you
literally
any like the weak point.
Identify flaws and just go, structurally that's not sound, and you shouldn't let ivy grow up there. It's gonna.
Some I can earnestly identify code violations. I couldn't tell you how serious they actually are, though.
There's a YouTube.
Could you ever inspect? Could you do that professionally? Like inspect A building?
No.
No.
I feel like I could for a house to a
You
degree.
could inspect.
I could learn.
Would you
to
get like
be-
a magnifying glass and like?
I've had enough housing inspectors, you know, from buying and selling and working on houses and all
What
that
does
stuff,
this symbolize?
like over the years to,
The
to
years,
have an
okay.
idea of what to look for. I mean, you're just checking some very basic stuff, but really it's if you haven't been a builder, then there's certain things that I feel like I'm just totally unqualified for. But you know, you want me to check your water heater or shit like that? Like, kind of tell if it's fucked up or not. I mean,
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if you,
You know
look
what
at
I'm
my
saying?
water heater. Feel free.
I would think if you're
sometimes it's
gonna
a little
be,
too hot. I burn myself.
this is
You
what
ever
I was
do
going to
that? You ever
say.
burn yourself?
I was going to say this. No, I have not. But there's a YouTuber who goes to houses and he's like, "Holy shit, look at this! It's just styrofoam." Like it's wild what he exposes.
yeah,
I burned myself. Oh yes, I was a cook. You will burn and cut yourself.
No,
and
with water. I
it's a
burn
lot
myself
of
all the time with water. I mean, I guess you
hard.
would.
I don't at home very much. I'm pretty good about it.
I eagerly attempt to avoid injuring myself at all costs. However, somehow I manage. Every time I get injured, it's like I have to collect a new prevention defense mechanism. Like, you know, I bumped my fucking toe against that. Like the transition piece in between, like on a door, you know, to change the rooms. You know, like the bathroom, and then you got the hallway, and then there's that transition piece on the floor. You know, like a little transition piece. Anyway, I banged my
I don't know
toe
the
on
name,
this-
but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I banged my toe on this motherfucking transition piece. It's so like it rises to such a small degree up from the floor. You know, I was tired. It was like 3 a.m. and I woke up the next day. My toe was bruised. How did this happen? You know what happened? And then I remembered about the transition piece. And now weeks later, months later, even and every time I see the transition piece, I'm like, I gotta bring my entire foot up, you know, like I'm doing like the fucking Nazi march or whatever. That's how I gotta
Like
get
there's
over that.
less gravity or something. You're like, just pretend there's
I'm
zero gravity.
deathly afraid. But like the ways that I find that I injure myself are so baffling and unique, you know, like how does that happen? You know, I don't know. It's very strange to me that I can manage to accomplish these things at my advanced time.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm just putting Bo's comments up today. But we should mention Sandee's not here. Just FYI.
Sandee, unfortunately, she is not here. The cats,
she's okay.
The cats are scratching, and
She's got to stop them. Yeah,
she's got to stop them. But more importantly, she couldn't stop them. She was unable to stop the cats from scratching. Like basically every Wednesday, Sandee wakes up and the cats are just like going crazy, and she's trying all day to get them to stop fucking scratching. And hopefully by like 9:30, 10 o'clock, they calm down. But she couldn't have it. It just wouldn't work. The cats are scratching. It's really bad. So
yeah, and Bo really misses Carlos. Jeez.
He's a good streamer, man. Oh my gosh, did you all see Visora and Alex the other day? They had a really good stream together with that other gal that's friends with Dan. Christina.
Which
Cosmopolitics? Yeah.
Would you like to inform us as to the identity of this other individual?
Here, do you want to see?
I knew the screen name. I just couldn't remember.
I was
the human being.
I'll play it later. Should I play it now or play it later? There was a moment from that stream.
Play it now, play it later. My favorite PlayStation 1 demo disc.
There was a moment from that stream where I was just like, this makes you feel good.
This is where Letterhack here is trying to segue, but was late in putting the file up, and then we had already transitioned to a new bullshit topic.
No, this
folks.
But now,
this space
it's a save.
Brings people together who never met before. Look at all four of us. I never seen Carlos or Azor before this space.
Yeah, me neither.
Sorry to say, because they make great stuff. And now I get to fucking experience it. Letterhack putting together his own network just so he can sit back and watch leftist content all day.
True.
It's a fucking genius move.
I'm convinced that's the reason why he did it.
Editors too.
Yeah.
We couldn't do this without the editors. People
Nick,
like Etch,
that's
Jet,
true. That
Nick,
part is
like,
true.
thank
That's
you to all
true.
of you. Thank
That's
you to this
correct.
space.
But
Support
Letterhack is
independent
not- he
media.
has no
Donate
ownership.
to this space.
Spread it like the fucking
we
woke
have
mind
to
virus.
listen
We
so
are
we
the real homo progressives. Post it in the TYT chat. Post it in the fucking
Boom.
Reddits. Post it in
Do
Easy
that.
Kleinstit. Post it everywhere. We're gonna take over the fucking internet.
That was a good clip, but you cannot donate to this space as we don't have any contribution links. And other minor correction, Letterhack does not own this space. He actually has zero ownership.
I knew you'd like that part.
This space is
do think
it
we
is a
established it,
collective
Andrea.
that Letterhack has no ownership in. In fact, we actually all take advantage of him. He's doing a lot of free
We
labor.
do
and
that,
he gets nothing out of it.
As
So
soon
if
as there's
anything,
money, I'm out. I'm the first one to quit. Actually.
yeah, that's exactly right. And our producer, frankly, he's not so good. I wish he was a producer. Really, he's an
Not
amateur
fair.
producer.
Not fair. But I love the
Today,
way.
he was telling me my mic was muted, but it was perfectly audible. And it turns out he had his browser muted like a fucking idiot.
I like the way
Terrible,
Carlos.
amateur garbage. I'm just kidding. He's a great.
Like
guy.
the way they said Matt made this just so he could sit back and watch Leftist all day. And Carlos goes, "True, he totally did that."
That's true.
That
And
guy.
speaking of Carlos has some other great moments, including but
Matt.
not limited to.
Appreciate that.
Just so look out, chill. Come on. None of us can touch that.
Ultimate chill. Look at that. Not even phased. He has no idea it's happening. Like he's clueless as to what's happening.
Fucking
He had no
amazing.
idea that moment would go on to live in infamy.
Doesn't need to. Doesn't matter. He's a purist. He's a real one, as they say. Amazing.
Were you scratching your back with a tube of ointment of some kind?
Yeah, I've kept it around because it has a nice
That edge, yeah, I've done the same thing
yeah,
before. That edge is a
tapered
really
end.
nice one. I've done that before myself with toothpaste. The
Yeah,
toothpaste has
yes!
great. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good.
My word.
I believe Letterhack's webcam is off as he is currently ripping bingers, an activity he wouldn't dare to be caught on webcam doing, or he's filing his tax returns. One of those two things, or he's trying to sneak in a sketch in his latest comic book because that's what he does. He writes comics. Which, by the way, Letterhack, we got to discuss your next project.
Oh, you line them up? Okay.
I'm lining them up. Yeah.
Let's
I'm lining 'em up.
let's start with funding. Go.
Funding. I got funding.
And then we'll do timeline, but let's start with funding. What's
Let's
the
start
rate?
with funding. All
Are we
right,
going
I
with my typical page rate, or are you going to
$10.
propose something that I have
Typical
to
page rate?
$1,000 a page?
I can do
Just
that.
kidding.
Yeah, I can
Just
do.
kidding. So
I can
what?
do one.
What are we talking about, Jake? Writing, drawing, which
110
lettering,
on one
coloring,
page?
different
Doing
rates?
all of those things.
Doing
making
all
an
of those
entire,
things and
How
more.
how long's the book? 'Cause
The
you might
book-
want to do a project basis, like a project.
We're
rate.
gonna have. We'll get some markers and we'll get some paper, and we'll do a project base, whatever you said.
Here's how I
and
do it.
We'll figure it out.
If you have a certain dollar amount, then that's
I have
less
$7.
editorial power that you have, right? If you're not
Well,
going
what
to
if I
pay
have
me,
like $700? Then
if
do
you're
I
not
get
going to
to
pay me a full rate,
Do I
then
have
you
control over
less
every
input.
line that you draw? Like, can I say, "Oh, redraw that one, make it a
Now,
little
if
bit
you
curvy"?
there
That's
are
a little too rigid. I'm gonna need you to redo that one. I'm afraid.
there's always a line you can cross, but I have a process for, especially for producing art. I have a process that allows full editorial control to a point, but that's because now the art's more refined. It's harder to go back and redo, and you're
So
gonna
there's
fuck things up.
full editorial
So early
control.
on, when it's just rough sketches, let's fucking change shit. Let's move shit around. It doesn't cost us anything. It's not a big deal. Keep in mind, we have a deadline and we're working toward that. So you don't want to take away from the back end of the process on the front end. But, we can get it to a point where I can just safely proceed with the art, and everything's going to be fine. And then at the end, there's a little bit more editorial room to, change a color here. Let's change the lettering or something. But basically, the process is designed for
point.
to work with a budget.
If I am in charge of the lettering, I'm going to have to change it quite a bit because I'm always trying to, I'm very big
That's
on
typical.
kerning.
Yeah, it's really typical.
Kerning is a really big deal for me. I'm always trying to adjust it. The kerning, it's a big problem.
Oh, well, I didn't know you meant literally the words on the page. I thought you meant like the writing and the dialogue.
No, the lettering. Yeah, you said like the lettering. And so I got to make sure it's the justification.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be on a project that I don't letter.
I got to justify the kerning. It's a really
Okay, I worked with an artist who is way better at drawing than I am. Way better at making comics than I am.
That's got to be really hard to deal with.
No, that's why I hired him. And I did the coloring and the lettering. And when he showed finished pages to, his colleagues and his fellow artists, they were like, he told me, he goes, dude, it sucks. I just keep getting compliments on the coloring and the lettering. And I'm like, oh, sorry. But those are my.
Well, like when you're doing the lettering, do you like try to make each letter pop? You're like, I'm gonna draw the L with this one. I'm gonna have.
There's no hand lettering unless it's like a store sign or like I did some. There was text on the front of a courthouse, and I did that by hand. But in those cases, you're probably tracing a font. But like the dialogue and the word balloons, that is a font. That's all done on the computer.
See, I like.
You don't have time to do it by hand.
Handwritten. What do you mean you don't have time? I mean, you're already there. You're already drawn.
You are gonna.
You got nothing but time, buddy. You're already.
So I see now that you're just gonna let it go fucked up instead of doing it right because it's so time consuming to.
No. You just it's part of the art. Is the drawing the actual letters? That's part of the art.
I mean, there are people who can do it very well, but then there are people like Mac Roning who just do whatever they want, and it's part of the art. But like, I want it to be legible. It's important. You got to know where all that shit's gonna go before you start drawing.
It doesn't have to be that important, but we'll figure it out.
Let's see. Show of hands. Whose craft is this?
It's a top.
I'm just saying.
We got a top secret thing that we need to discuss.
Of the three of us, this is my craft. So
I've dabbled.
Be the authority on.
I've dabbled in the arts.
I've been doing it decades now. So
you've probably been doing it for a little bit less time than I have. To be honest, I've been dabbling for quite a while, but
you're not old enough for that to be true.
I'm talking about percentage of life.
If we're measuring this on a time basis, I got you both beat. My brother
as far as
and I
making comics,
my brother and I had a series of comics. I think it was called like the Knights of Chaos or something like that. But yeah,
I made my first comic in like 1979.
Okay,
see what I'm saying? Like you guys do not. I was born in 1974. I was drawing like little comics when I was 5 and 6 years old.
I was drawing comics when I was 4 before kindergarten.
All right.
Yeah, but now that I've been alive longer than you, because I'm older than you.
Well, that's what I was saying.
You can't catch up to me.
Percentage of lifespan.
If I stop making comics now, call me in 20 years.
Yeah,
and be like, hey, guess what? I passed.
Let's
have to wait for me to retire.
Let's just be honest.
I'm not going to do.
Like, with the life extension technology and like, frankly, you're smoking all the time. Like, there will be a point probably pretty soon where I'm outpacing you in the comic creation, like, total span of years on this earth. But either way, the lettering is all very important to me.
But I am very interested in whatever project this is that you are going to pay me to do. I'll just put it that way.
Well, it's we did discuss it previously at some point.
No, I'm always up for making comics. I mean, that's usually me begging somebody to make one with me. Look at this massive comment someone made. Matthew Strackbein, misspelled, of the so-called Letterhack. Tell Andrea Rovenski to go back to her cooking show or else I, Donald Trump, will be involved. Thank you for your attention to this, Matt. That's awesome.
That was
YouTube's like, we're not going to let you finish this by one letter.
I don't think that was YouTube. I think that was Looney Tunes' own.
He's typing like this. All right,
Donald. The Looney Tunes is method acting.
Well,
so have you seen Trump's latest truths where he's like just posting like strings of like random letters? Like
it has never made sense to me, but
This is how I feel on a daily basis. What is that? Why did you pull that up? Cave paintings.
I just decided to go back in time and paint my hand on a wall so I could beat Matt as the earliest published artist.
Oh yeah, let's see this. Put this back up.
Apparently, I follow through. I mean,
yeah. So which one is yours? Which one is yours?
I think I do all of them.
They're all.
You're doing all of them. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm looking forward to winning that. I did not see any of these posts, but I assume they were pretty bigoted and insane.
Well, some of them were just literally strings of characters. Like as in, like he did not. There were. It was like a Kotefe type situation, but even worse. Yeah.
Yeah, do we have any of these to have a gander at? I'd love to.
I'm not looking them up. You can look them up. You're the.
Has that shit ever made sense to you? I've been listening to Donald Trump talk since I was a child, and I've been like, what? Who is this guy? I had friends that would throw his name around like it was synonymous with money or cash. They'd be like, I want to Trump. I want to be Trump. And this is when we were kids. And I was like, fuck that guy. I was like, just say you want to be rich. Say you want to be a Rockefeller or something.
Yeah.
Don't say, why him? Ew. Like I've never looked at that guy and been like, normal. Abnormal. So when you say, have you seen the crazy psycho shit he's been putting on Truth Social? I'm like, I mean, how can you not? If you've seen anything.
There is an important change in tone that has happened up until this point in his political career. So the last 10 years, he has been trying actively to deceive and win over his base over and over again. He's no longer trying to win them over. He's still trying to deceive them. But rather fascinatingly, he's like exactly what you would expect from the worst person in the world is how he behaves at the thought of a dictatorship. He's like, good. Dictatorship to me means I no longer have to make anybody happy. Everybody just has to do what I say or I'll point guns at them. So his posts are starting to reflect that, and it's going to be intriguing to see how long his power holds up without the delusional, rabid, easily conned masses behind him.
I'm excited for the SNAP benefits to cut off. I'm looking forward to the
I got the email today that South Carolina is like, sorry.
Yep.
You're on food assistance?
We're going to find out how many MAGA voters are on SNAP benefits. I bet a hell of a lot more than have admitted it.
Check this out. Now I'm in South Carolina, and I donate food to the local food bank all the time. So I drop it off, right? So I'm over there. And you know what? I think this is, I shouldn't bring it up because I don't know if it's true, but there were segregated schools here at one time. And, now they're not segregated, but the ones that were denoted for Black people were just left empty. They're like, yeah, fuck it. We're not going to do anything with those. Which I just think is like, it's
just expand.
So stupid. It's
to this day,
we have double the schools now.
Like they use them now for certain things, but they're not completely utilized. So when I went to the food bank, I was like, oh, it's like an old school. It's on the back end of an old school. I was like, I wonder if this is another one of those like abandoned, like quote unquote Black schools, like segregated. But
I would
anyway.
love to set up like a studio in one of those, or if
I talked about that.
Yeah,
I've talked about that. Can't do it now, but if there was a way to get a grant and have because there's lots of abandoned buildings that you could repurpose out here because no one tears them down. They're like, we're not going to pay to tear it down. It's not bothering anybody out in that field anyway, right? It's not like a city, but I've talked about doing that and having schools and kids and their parents and the college, and it's like a fucking art studio. We'll do openings. We'll do shows. It'll be cool. But so I go to this food bank. Every time it's elderly white people. And I guess they could be picking up food to donate it, but this is where it's donated from. That's weird. I think it's elderly white people are relying on the food bank.
Yes.
Yeah. But I
mean,
in South, where I am in South Carolina,
every group to some degree has members. It's 330 million people in the nation. So every group is going to be represented in the food bank, even weirdly rich people. This is going to include like a lawyer who tried to get into a different kind of business and are used to spending money like a lawyer, and their business fails, and they're going to suddenly if you multiply anything by 330 million, you get every version of it. So like when these benefits that people built their lives around knowing would be there are suddenly gone, you're going to, I think, be shocked by the sort of people that are like, I'm not eating today because there is no food. Bizarre, man.
Yeah. Yeah. There was,
as Andrea pointed out,
people talk about it around here casually. You just overhear people talking about this stuff. They say things like, lock your doors. It's like, oh, okay.
You got to
SNAP
stop
benefits
people from getting food
cut off, and like they're coming after us. They're gonna more home invasions. But
that just tells you, like, when somebody's talking like that, it tells you so much about not only how they view the world, but how they view themselves. They know what they're doing is evil. Like the drawings of that evil superhero, when they try to ape our culture, the culture of decent people, they don't know how to do it earnestly, and they accidentally reveal themselves time and time again. When he says, lock your doors, all right, well, follow that through. Why? Lock your doors because there's new people out there who are hungry, and they're going to come for your food because you have food. Somehow they know that.
Or like without government assistance or some sort of assistance, they are savages. You know what I mean? Like they're
saying they're savages either way. Is in their
there's not necessarily. I think a lot of people in this country, when they go hungry, they make a lot of stupid fucking decisions. I think a lot of Americans are on the verge of violence, and especially Southern white gun owners. People that sit on their front porch and pull guns on people on Halloween or whatever, that kind of shit. I think a lot of people, when they're hungry, get a lot more violent. So, I mean,
you're talking about how the real world might act. I'm talking about how this person imagines the world to be. That's so crucial. Even in their imagination, they're acknowledging that this person is hungry because of decisions they make, and that they've got food, and they could hypothetically solve that problem, but again, all in their mind, but they refuse to. They refuse to because this person must stay hungry. Even in their fantasy, it's just defending again against this hypothetically hungry person getting food. They can't even conceive of a situation where they are the good guy, where they're doing good themselves. It says so much about this voting bloc, about the whole culture these people live in, rot in, and try to spread to the rest of the world. It's the worst part of America boiled down to a political party.
Yeah, it's like your neighbors, and I'm saying they're your neighbors because it's literal. I mean, it's not that big of a town for you to not consider people 7 miles away neighbors, but they consider neighbors a burden. And they're like, if these people weren't here, we wouldn't need, because I mean, a lot of folks believe that it is your taxes that go to it. And I don't know if you've seen these fake AI videos that are circulating on Twitter now about people saying anyway. I think I've described and shared enough racist material tonight, but without government assistance, which is a burden on me, they're savage in the streets instead of not in the streets. And that's like, Jesus Christ, that explains white flight, right? And I don't know, it's just, I don't like it. There's like another thing going on with me right now, personally, not me personally, but in my something's in, when something's placed in your path and you're like, this is my new project.
Yes.
But I'm not allowed to have total control on it. You know what I mean? I'm the fucking insane project manager. And I'll just talk about it quickly because it's actually turning out positive. I put a call out to some folks on Discord and My Blue Sky because we have a stray dog that has come into our lives, and she's probably pregnant. And it's one of these situations where you're like, this dog hasn't been around people. She is a sweetie, trust me. But she was probably like a puppy mill, and it's not a great place where we're talking about, right? Where she likely ran away from or is now detached from. And so we're like, you know, she's sheltered in a perfect spot. And we're like, stay here, right? Stay here. And she is. And we're taking care of her. But like, we're like, well, she's probably pregnant. She's going to need some sort of medical attention. What do we do? So my wife says to me, okay, we got to just here. I'm pushing go. Get me a response. What should I do? And I was like, okay, I'll put it on Discord and Blue Sky. She's like, okay, whatever. And within like a few hours, I was like, here's the name and number. Call this person. Called him today. Done. My wife was like, thanks for doing that. That's awesome. And
kind of useful sometimes.
She left the room, and I said, and pretty wicked how I got it done like in less than 24 hours. I was giving you space. I wasn't telling you how we could get this solved, but you know,
It's
when
pretty
you need
cool
me,
how you got it done by just begging the internet for help.
Hey, this community works.
It's from time to time. It is useful being an internet person.
Network. Yeah, we got a network.
Sometimes there's a lot of cons. In fact, it's mostly negative that comes with this. It's almost all negative. But once in a while, you might get something out of it.
There's the
when
poverty,
you're not drowning in the
infamy,
hate and the vitriol and the
loss of
psychosis
privacy,
and the depression and
the
the
pressure.
being targeted and the constantly having hate mail and sacks of
Getting
shit delivered to your doorstep and having police officers show up at your door and getting criminal summons. And
I might be fed,
but like every once in a while, it really.
But so yeah, sometimes you get a very fast advice on what to do about a dog.
Yeah. It worked,
and it's worth it.
Yeah, everything's gonna. Well, I mean, no guarantee everything's gonna work out ever, but things are happening in a positive way, and like we were both just kind of like,
in a what
positive way?
In a what? In a
positive
in infected way.
Good one. A positive way.
Oh, positive. Oh, okay.
Good one. But yeah, no, it's
dog reference.
And I was like, at every step, I'm like, I will take the dog before anyone makes any permanent decisions on this dog's life. I'll take the dog. However, I got to fucking do it. You don't want to get between me and the dog. So, and I was like, let's just make that. I'll put it in writing if I have to, but let's just make that known. No one's going to remove the dog until I fucking have a chance to be like, it's coming with me. So we'll see. I'll end all the puppies, which will be insane, but I'll make a comic out of it. There'll be a movie based on it. There'll be a TV series on HBO, and it'll be like that crazy fucking.
Shia LaBeouf will voice the dog in a resurgence of his career.
I'm gonna take a short, but very brief and very timely break from this showgram. I must use the bathroom. I started chewing gum earlier. I have to throw the gum away. The gum it's no longer entertaining to chew. I have nothing I can stick the gum to in a way that makes me feel not so gross about it. So I'm going to have to get up to actually throw it in a trash can. And I figure while I'm up, I'll use the bathroom and I figure it's worth announcing all of this.
And that, folks,
I was going to, but I'm good now.
That's what we call unnecessary commentary.
And then while I'm there, I might get a drink of water, maybe 3 cups. Maybe I'll grab a snack. And maybe I'll just not come back. We'll find out. So stay tuned. And I'm sure Letterhack and Jake will be putting on a great show for the next God knows how long.
Okay, look at the chat right now. I'm putting a link to racetothewhitehouse.com in the chat. Somebody mentioned, what if Zoran loses? This poll aggregator is one of the most accurate. He's got a great process he lists all the polls on any given race. I just put the link for the New York City mayoral race.
And if you're really worried about it,
really
you can sign up to make calls for him from anywhere in the country, and you don't even need a phone. You can do it with just an internet connection.
Start phone banking now. Why not? Get a couple hours, an hour. Let's go for it.
Yeah, literally. Just it'll make you. It's sincerely, it'll make you feel better.
There are people in New York that don't know who's in the race.
Dude, I hate to tell you this. There is a bubble we are part of, which is much bigger than we realize, but is unfortunately what we think the whole world is.
Oh, no, I mean, no, because this is something that we've talked about here. There are people from 10 years ago where they were like, Matt, calm down. You're hyperbolic. You're losing your mind. It's not going to be this awful. And then now they're calling me like, can you believe this shit? And I'm like, where the fuck were you? So no,
I get worse.
You're talking about the normies, right?
That's
like,
hyperbolic. That's crazy. And now they're like, yeah, we don't need democracy.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, no, the
Mad
larger bubble is people that don't even know who the president is. People that they're like, oh, did Trump win? I thought he wasn't going to win. Like there are actually, I was roommates with somebody that once upon a time asked me, so is Trump is he conservative or is he with the other people? Like that's the level of ignorance that I think represents, honestly, the average American. Really sad.
We were talking about Americans. What did I miss?
I was just saying that the average American knows almost nothing about what's going on. We are in
I don't. The only thing I said this
in
earlier on my show today, in between the debate on what's healthier, hot dogs or ice cream, in between that debate, we were talking about what's worse, America, the country, or Americans, the people. And I think the people are worse than the country. I hate Americans. Yes. Americans are insufferable. They're hideous. They're just gross to look at. They emanate an aura of festering
present company
demise.
Excluded, of course.
Present company.
Oh no, I think I'm
is,
like
of course,
the avatar of America. I think I'm basically exactly what America is. I think, I'm loud. I got a weird smell. Fucking
Horrible.
ignorant, but I don't know it.
Now, is Trump conservative? Is he now is Trump a liberal? Now is Trump one of those pink-haired commies?
I hate everything. Like I would say, if you imagine like certain political opinions which disqualify you, not even. I would just say, in the group that I would call never follows any sort of news, doesn't keep up with any current events, knows nothing about how any of this functions, and is only vaguely aware of like the timeline they're in, I would say that is 4 out of 5 Americans. Despite this being the era of the most political knowledge I've ever seen, I'd still say 80% of us are fucking dumb as doorknobs.
dumpster sludge, like that.
Yes,
thick, like very like low percentage, hot, like moisture water level, like that thick, like a gelatinous sludge that clings to the side of a dumpster. You know, that's the average intellectual capabilities.
I gotta be honest
4
with
or
you.
5 Americas.
I hate my political opposites less than I hate those people. Because at least the people on the opposite side of me got lied to. Like they had an interest in finding out how the world works, and then they got lied to. I can sympathize with that. I cannot.
It happens every day. These motherfuckers that don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. How do you deal with that?
Lied to me
How
all
do you
the
deal
time.
with that shit?
But it's these 80%. I have like a deep and abiding hatred for. Like I want to just hold their heads under the water to the bubble stop, but we can't because we need it.
Whoa, buddy.
That's what I want to do. That's not a this space.
Buddy, holy mackerel.
That's what
I mean,
Jake
I hate
the
Americans as much as the
Democrats?
next people, but I'll keep going until the bubbles are still there. I love bubbles. I love
just
a
a
bubble
little
bath.
waterboarding.
I
light
love
waterboarding.
I love bubbles, bathing. I love getting clean. Really, I'm putting them in the bath. So we're trying to get the cleanliness. We're taking a bathing experience here.
Step back
a bubble
from-
bathing experience of happiness and safety. And
Like what's the word? What's a word for light enhanced? Like enhanced torture or enhanced interrogations, what they call torture. What would be
That
a
is
step
the
back
polite
for
word
that?
for it.
Well, what would be the lighter word of that? The lighter version of enhanced?
Jake,
Like, if
get
it's
the
just a
fuck out of here.
little-
Just go.
If it's a
Go.
little waterboarding, then it's not enhanced interrogation. It's
intermediate.
It's revved up interrogation.
Well, it's moderate interrogation.
That is interrogation, right?
It's just regular old, good old fashioned interrogation. I
Torture
think.
light. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyway, it's 11:06 p.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Left Past 10 on this space where we make no point, draw no conclusions, no real outcomes. It's unscripted. It's
So yeah, Letterhack.
flowing.
What
Free form, just like friends having a discussion in like a
like
bar or a
friends, yeah.
cafe or
We're not
some
actually
living
friends,
room.
but we're like friends. We're just like them.
We're just
So
putting
Letterhack,
on-
what do you think is better, healthier for the body, hot dogs or ice cream? What do you think you'll live longer on with a diet of exclusively?
Me?
Yeah, the hot dogs versus
Like,
ice
no,
cream.
but
debate.
like what I'll survive on or what one could survive on.
Both. Answer both ways.
Like, oh, for me, it can't be ice cream because I already know that's a problem. I've been pre-diabetic just a little bit, and I got back. I got my numbers
Really?
back. My
Wow, tell
AC1.
us that story.
I got it back. I just quit drinking. Didn't eat pasta for every meal, and stopped eating ice cream pretty much, twice a year. Maybe I have some ice cream, but like for me,
hold on. Eating
dairy and
pasta every
sugar
day,
and
that's gonna cause diabetes if you eat pasta. I had pasta yesterday and I had it on
I
Monday.
mean, I wasn't doing. I just wasn't being like
I had
smart
pasta on
in
Saturday,
my
too.
very late 40s. I wasn't being smart, and I had an eye exam that showed that I should go to the doctor and talk to him. He's like, "Yeah, I mean, technically you're pre-diabetic, but not in a way that you should be concerned about, and you can fix it just quickly." So I increased avocado.
So you're saying I should stop eating pasta every day? That's what you're saying?
That was just one thing
That
where
was
I
one
was like
thing?
I just didn't have enough diversity and like good stuff. But
Yeah.
look, so
Okay.
if it's beef hot dogs, like ballpark Franks we're talking about here, I would have to go with that. But those are you can't just survive on one thing.
Well, yeah, that's the debate. What would you live longer? Like just the protein.
Me personally,
of
hot
the
dog,
hot
but
dog
hot
versus
dogs,
the-
hot dogs.
I think I'd live longer on ice cream. I think that would make
But
me
then
survive for a
you
longer
can't
period of
make that decision for the masses because the masses already have really poor, shitty diets and health, and so they told me I brought this up jokingly, where they were like, they're saying you got to get colonoscopies a lot earlier now, and I'm like, why? What happened to us that we have to do that? And they're like, because people are eating more fast food. And I was like, oh, well, I don't eat fast food at all. And they're like, people don't have healthy lifestyles. And I was like, I have a pretty healthy lifestyle. I don't think I do need that colonoscopy right away. But look at how they just,
you should.
It's kind of, I'm not saying I shouldn't do it, but like they're doing like, they're coming at me when I was
Well, it's
40.
also, keep in mind, they're also scamming the insurance companies. So
I think that had a lot to do with it. But
oh yeah, people are fat and dumb and stupid and diabetic and dumb and stupid and eat fast
my
food
point
because
is,
they're
it's
fat
not
and dumb.
worth their
But
time
we
to
can use
say.
that to get some money.
It's not worth their time to say, we understand you may be in the small percentage of people who don't have an unhealthy lifestyle.
Yeah, they don't
know
give
what
a
I mean?
fuck,
It's
yeah.
kind of assume like, let's just say it as if everyone needs it.
Yeah, in fact, let's be honest. Most people say, "Oh, I don't need it." Yeah, you probably do, buddy.
I think what people need is a regular fucking doctor they can rely on and afford. They need a doctor who knows them, who has a working knowledge of what's going on
That's
with
what
them,
we
and
need.
not
We
like
need the
urgent
family
care
doctor
every
who's
fucking
got,
time.
50 clients, and then you're their doctor. My opinion is, I think one doctor for 50 clients over the course of their lifetime. I think that's manageable.
You can do
see, like,
colonoscopies
1 or
at
2
home, I
patients
heard.
a week.
You can do them
Maybe you
yourself at
confer
home.
with other doctors, but I think.
Would you do that, Jake?
Go to the doctor. No. Go to the doctor, get a proper inspection for cancer. This is people's lives we're talking about.
Yeah, but you can
Specifically
do it at
colon
home
cancer.
too. So if you go to the doctor and
Do
you're like,
both,
"Oh,
but
not bad," I
also
kind
go
of
to the
like it.
doctor. Don't do it at home and tell yourself, now I don't have to go to the doctor.
No, do it at home.
Now,
is
I
like
do
a
it at home
bonus.
every single day, but that's unrelated to. It's not important. But the point is, yeah, what you were saying earlier, Andrea. Yeah, every bread you eat gets turned to sugar. Like that's just part of what is in the bread, including
I was eating
noodles.
bread earlier today. I had bread. I had pasta. Had a
Yeah,
little bit of
sugar,
wine.
sugar.
A little bit of a little bit of ice cream. And you're saying I got to give it all up? I
No,
gotta
but you got to give
it
some
all up. I gotta give up
because you're
my.
still young and your body can handle it, but it
I
cannot
gotta
handle
give it all
processing that
up.
stuff forever.
You know what?
Yeah.
We shop at
Some.
3 or 4 different grocery stores. I'm not kidding, and I'll drive like an hour and a half to one of them, like every other week, because we are actively seeking out the best options for us. And so it's like
Imports. You gotta
if you
get imports.
if you say, "Oh, I have to give up pasta," I guarantee that you can, or let's say it's meat. Like I have to give up meat. I guarantee you that you can find not just alternatives, like meat alternatives, like soy or pea protein based meat alternatives, but like you can find ingredients for food that reflects what you normally eat that is so much better for you, but it's expensive and it takes time.
That's what I was saying on my Fville episode earlier, is that most people don't even know how to cook. You know,
you
like
don't
we're all white here, but like, we're a bunch of white people, but like white people, like my parents and my parents' generation in my family line, they don't know how to fucking cook at all. They'll whip up some fucking the shittiest mashed potatoes you've ever seen and tasted in your life, and they'll have like a shit-eating grin, and they'll be like, "Ain't that the best thing you ever had?" Like these bitches are dumb.
They probably do other things really well, but like I was talking to a guy from Thailand. He would come over to the United States, and we were in the same industry and we worked together. And he was like, "Oh my god!" Like what's that?
No, it was an inappropriate joke. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. It was the outerwear industry, but like he was like a manufacturer representative. So he would come over and he's like, "When I go to California, I love what's the famous hamburger place in California? Not Fast Times. Why I can't remember. Why can't I remember it?
I don't know California chains. Is In-N-Out a California thing?
Yeah, it was it. It was In-N-Out. Yeah. So he said California, so I assume, but I think they're everywhere now. This was a while ago. He said he loves In-N-Out burgers. So the next time he was coming, I knew he was going to be in the office. I printed out. Somebody had downloaded the recipe. Somebody's like, "Oh my god," and they leaked it online. And I printed it out for him of how to make your own, because it's the sauce and the burger and the fries. It was online. I was like, I'm going to grab that printout. Next time I see what's his name, I'm going to give it to him. And he can make his own at home. And I remember like showing it to a coworker, like, "Yeah, I'm going to give him this when he gets here." And they're like, "Dude, he doesn't cook at home." And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "He doesn't even have a kitchen." I was like, "What?" And they're like, "I guarantee he lives in an apartment with like a bed and a couch, a TV, and like nothing else." I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, they eat like they have fast or vending machines for like ramen and stuff." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And it kind of opened up. I was like, "Okay, it's wildly different lifestyle," but so they were like, "Don't give him that. It's just a waste of time. It might, be weird for him." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
On a
I think
related
I
note,
did casually ask if he cooked, and he was like, "No."
I did find the facilities wherein I will be making the sauce.
Oh, okay. Talk to me.
You
Is
won't
it like
shut the fuck
commercial?
up about the sauce.
Is
Tell
it a
us-
commercial
I fucking love
kitchen?
the sauce.
Is it a
Yeah.
commercial kitchen? Yeah. All right.
Yes. It's the
Is
Plymouth
this the
Arts
uh,
and
It's like where
Recreation
catering and food trucks work out of.
sort of. There
Did
is
you say
a
Plymouth?
local. Yeah, there's a Plymouth is a town in Michigan. It's kind of well-to-do, and they've got a facility that is specifically for startup businesses, and that includes like a professional kitchen that you can rent time out of, which is great. And you can store stuff there, like at frozen temperatures.
Yeah.
So
They got walk-ins and
all
stuff.
right,
Yeah.
Jake, I'm going to request that you spend the next 10 minutes telling us this entire process. So you have this sauce that you dip the asparagus into, and is that the sauce you're talking about, or is this a different
it's sort
sauce?
of. You've invented this thing. No, I'm talking. Yeah, it's that stuff, but you don't dip the asparagus into it. You glaze. You coat all
The
this
glaze,
stuff.
whatever the fuck. So this sauce that you glaze,
Marinade? Could you marinate?
whatever.
Whites.
So you take this glaze. So you have this glazing sauce
Marinade, yes.
concept that is totally original and unique, and
Yes.
and you rented this professional kitchen,
No.
and like you're gonna no, you didn't.
Yeah, they just
You're
let you
going
use
to?
it for free if you're a. If
They
you're
so you
yeah.
but you have like an appointment booked.
I have started I made an LLC. I am getting my ServSafe certification this weekend. I'm taking the test. I am registering the business with MDARD to do my what you call it, the inspection that they're required to do of my facilities, which is now just that place.
That's what I was gonna say. There's like an inspection, all kinds of rules. to
Yeah.
follow.
Then I just got to get my insurance, and then we're selling sauce, baby.
People
'Cause
do
it's that
this.
good.
People do this all the time. You can do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jake, I'm
I'm
gonna
rooting for
need you to reach out with some information at a later.
I will give
Right?
you a bottle of this sauce. You
Well,
will
I
have the
mean,
first
even
one.
before the bottle is created, I'm going to need more information on this procedure. I'm
Why?
gonna need you to read. I just need it. I need this information. To me,
real
this
quick.
this is like nectar of the gods. To me, I need to know more.
All of
Okay.
my comics are printed at a facility in Plymouth, Michigan. So
What?
shout out Plymouth. Yeah, Wellsprings Comics. Unless they've moved.
Get out of town.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's what's on the invoice and the mailing and everything. But also these so commercial kitchens to me are something the left should fucking know about, right? Because you'll see things where people are like, oh, this group is the Black Panthers are setting up to feed Harlem today. Where'd they get it? Who cooked all that food? They probably did it in a local kitchen, a commercial kitchen. You get your Elks Lodges. What's the one for ex-military? The lodge for American Legion.
Yes.
American Legion, Elks Lodge. They have massive kitchens in them sometimes, commercial size, because they do benefits and charitable stuff within the organization. They rent those out. So like caterers, food trucks, people that are making CBD dog treats on the side, as you know, that's a legit thing. We had a row of them in Longmont. There was like a strip of restaurants and businesses, and on the back end were commercial kitchens, like just right behind the back wall of these delis and restaurants. And it made total sense because all the plumbing is right there. All the heating stuff is right there. All the venting and everything. You can just benefit from all that. But like shit hits the fan. What's stopping like 10 or 12 people from doing what you just did, Jake, but just so they can like cook food for a greater number of people? Like think if you all split the cost amongst capable or able parties just to have a commercial kitchen where you say, no, yeah, the business is this, right? We make this product, but you just use it to like, I don't know, feed people on general strike times.
Well, I think that's adding in an unnecessarily difficult step. I think that
don't treat it like a business. You can use them anyway.
Yeah, you find a church, that
I say take them over. Just kidding.
That agrees with what you're doing, and they will definitely, like, if you're trying to feed hungry people, you can find a church with facilities that will help you and team up with you, or synagogue, mosque, whatever.
So the Elks Lodge, and granted, this was fucking Elks. They were like, Matt, just use the kitchen for stuff, and then they were always overbearing and we can't do it this time. It's like
I would like to see some co-ops essentially just all go in on it. Like I think you have the right idea. I'm just saying you don't need all the licenses and what have you. You guys can just all buy a kitchen and start.
But here's what we
put
need.
in $200 or whatever.
Here's what we need. We need a fund, and maybe this is already out there. As soon as I have an idea, if I didn't have it right now, I would be looking it up. But there should be an alternative to the SNAP benefits that are running out, that are not going to be funded. It should be like, okay, everyone's donating to this, and it's going to act like SNAP. that seems like a big idea. Like, I don't know how that would work, but I just want to start, like, I want to see where people raise money for these people that are suddenly going to be going without. I mean, we're talking about kids.
Oh, man, I'd love to see it, but I don't know.
I mean, we've heard from the experts, and they have, like, the people who work at places that hand out food to the hungry, and they have said, we know what's coming, and we're not prepared. We're gonna be here. We're gonna do our best, but we're gonna run out of food. So that's just reality, and we can either do something about it or not. Whatever we do will be insufficient, but if we manage to get a meal into a belly, it's going to make a hell of a lot of difference to that person on that day. So again, this is happening, and we can either act or not act.
Find your local food bank, donate to them, ask them, do you ever work with local grocery stores where, there's they donate a certain amount of food, like canned food or whatever, and at checkout they go, would you like to donate this can to the local food bank? And if they say no, say, can I please set that up for you with local grocery stores? They'd be fucking assholes not to try and sell a can of soup at checkout, which will be donated. Like, what are they? They're not losing anything. They're not getting anything out of it, but they're not losing anything. But anyway, I think that kind of stuff we could be doing.
You've and you've made something interesting kind of bubble up. If progressives, specifically as progressives, set up food banks where we're saying, like, hey, we're the DSA food bank, that's going to be a very powerful message. Like, look who's suffering right now, and look who's doing things to make it happen. Look who's doing things to alleviate the suffering. Especially with the Republicans in power, they're going to try to blame all this stuff on us anyway. It's going to be really, really effective marketing. And I'm not pleased that has to be a conversation we have to have, but it is. That's great marketing. I think we should, as progressives, do that.
I mean, it's a goddamn shame that we don't have this apparatus already kind of set up everywhere. It really should be set up.
I wonder, do you think if I contacted the DSA in my area, they would get behind me and help me set up one such place? If we did this all around, do you think?
I mean, I would almost guarantee that they would say, we tried it, this is why it didn't work. And that would give you an advantage. You'd be like, oh, okay, avoid that. How? Let me think.
Yeah.
Because just like with this space, in the organizing stage, if you hear somebody say it didn't work, that is what stopped them because they had already invested so much up to that point. But your investment starts after their errors or whatever it was, the circumstance that led to failure. So, I would definitely reach out and just be like, that's the perfect question is, have you done this? And how successful was or wasn't it?
Yeah.
And like, you're not going to just, because this is what is really frustrating in these situations. Not that it happens a lot, but it's frustrating enough for me to think of it all the time. When you ask somebody like, or you say, I've got an idea, I want to run this by you. And they go, it's never going to work. It's why it's not going to work. Didn't work. It's all fucked up. It's like, don't defeat it, right? Don't just like be a stop sign or a dead end or roadblock. Just let me, pick an empty swimming pool, pick your analogy, but like a peeled banana, don't be that. But like get to, I want to
be a peeled banana.
I want to cut right to, I know it's not going to work. I know it's going to suck. That's what I'm trying to talk about. I'm not saying I want to do this and it'll be perfect. I'm saying I want to do this. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a pain in the ass. Let's talk about that part. Let's get over that part. How do we fix that? So I don't know. Anyway, yeah, good. I would do it, Jake. And there's got to be something to this. There's got to be, it's got to be something where, because I love the idea, and it would have to be like on a national level, right? It would have to be a big deal, and it had to be able to go through red and blue states, of course, where your progressives are food banking actively. And like, why would you, and so It's you're arresting protesters dressed for church, Jake. Like, look, don't you guys look like assholes? What are you shutting down?
It shows the character. And we are full of political parties which talk about what their character is, and it's all lies. But it's real hard to live like a decent person if you're not one. Actually, it's hard no matter what. So if you're taking the energy to can be there and feed the hungry, I think that says a lot about your politics.
And let me just tell Bo, I'm saying we're kind of talking about like the marketing aspect of it. I think, yes, keep food banks local. It doesn't have to be a national. That would just be too big. Yeah. It would easily fail. But like the marketing, the campaigning, the progressives are running a donation thing or first you say food bank by progressives, right? Like keep that national, like just exposure.
And I do want a national food bank network because there's going to be times where the local region, because it's suffering, doesn't have the resources. It doesn't have the food to go around. So if we have another place that's not suffering at that time, you can rely on them. I want to do that with the general strike in particular, because I want us to have crops from all over, which are literally grown in people's backyards. But that's a long ways off, sadly. Minimum one season of growing crops.
Is there going to be a spicy version of your sauce?
No.
What? Give me.
Why not?
Can you categorize the sauce? Like, I know you described the ingredients once, but what are you using it for? It's just
you use it. You use it to make all vegetables taste good. It is like a cheat code for cooking. So
Okay,
you bake them on like a sheet or in a pot or something, but you cover them in the sauce first.
And you're like, so here I am like at a friend's house cooking, and I'm like, dude, you should just throw some Jake in this. Okay.
Jake it up.
You're like,
just put some Jake sauce on it. You know, the way
Jake it up.
Somebody's like eating, they're like, did you Jake this? And we're like, fucking right, man. We Jaked it right away.
Did you Jake into the sauce when I wasn't looking? My niece and nephew try. It's kind of gamey. Sorry. No, my niece and nephew both tried veggies made with this stuff, and they were literally. Now these are children, so they might have just done this for fun, but they were literally licking their little what do you call those little tables that you sit a child in to eat at because they're
high
filthy
chair
creatures.
High chair,
the table part of
it.
The high chair. They were literally licking the sauce off of that.
That's
good
pretty
sauce.
Good. That's an endorsement right there.
We had like a weird thing in my family where at your first birthday you get your own cake, and you're sitting in a high chair, and they put a little cake in front of you. And there's a Catholic thing where if you cry at your first birthday party, you're going to be a priest. That's what they say.
Oh, no.
Which I'm here to prove that's not true. But also, like, every other person in my family, I had a big family who got the cake at 1 year old would just smash their face into it. And we were all like, are they going to do it or not? Right. And if they would do it, it would be like, that's fucking awesome. We were all cheer. I remember like so many birthdays growing up where it was like, are they going to do it? Weird. I love fucking cake. I haven't had birthday cake in a long time. That is great.
Somehow you captured the essence with very few lines.
I look like I'm losing my hair and wearing a hat.
Yep. That's the essence of what I was
headphones. I see. Headphones. Got it. I see. Sorry.
Yep.
I see it. Very good. Very good. I do think there's a lot to be said for just making art, just drawing all the time. You don't have to have a project going on. Just draw some.
Oh yeah. I'm doing that right now.
That's why I said it. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm doing it. I'm similarly to how the American Nazi Party continues to inspire you. I'm also a part of the inspirational matrix of the Letterhack.
So what we're going to do next week, November 4th, we are having a special coverage of the New York City mayoral election.
Excellent.
I think we're gonna kick it off at 7. Polls close. Of course, Alex will be on at 6 talking about it. Polls close at 9. Be very interesting to see how quickly it is or isn't over. But we'll be doing that right here on this space. I believe Nomiki Konst is going to be calling in. She's going to be at a party, I assume for Mamdani, but also like on air.
Yeah.
And so she's going to call in, I think. And
hell yeah.
That's going to be sick.
Yeah. Lindsey Boylan, I think, is going to call in. That's going to be good. It'd be great, especially if Cuomo is losing. But anyway, yeah, so it's going to be fun. And we're going to do it all in. We had 12 people at our last all in. We can only have 10 on screen at one time.
I need you to be the Letterhack with Nomiki and become friends with her because I need some
That's already happened, yeah. That's in the
hell
past
yeah.
tense.
She said I was an influencer's influencer.
That's true.
Public.
I'm gonna. All right, you got it. There's a piece of tea that you need to get for me that I can't. I don't want to talk about on air because it'd be mean. But I'm just desperate to know. This is fantastic.
It might be public. She's pretty open.
No way. No way.
Well, put it in the private chat.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's do it right now.
But yeah, I just keep thinking like it'd be so cool if she was like, "Hey, it's me, Nomiki. Hey, say hi to Bill de Blasio. Hey, here he is." You know, that'd be so awesome. Be like, "Oh my god, got de Blasio on."
Oh my god, I love New York City. Oh my god, I love New York. I love the mayoral dynasties in New York. Oh my god, mayor. Oh my god.
That's not a thing, Jake.
No.
Nope.
I thought I would have bet money. Really.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That's disappointing.
I have it on good authority.
Oh, I gotta
Wait.
call up an ex of mine and be like, "We were wrong."
There has to be an authority on this.
Yeah,
I've never heard this.
On
conspiracy
good
before.
authority doesn't mean the authority or an authority. It just means somebody who would know. But yeah, hopefully Tuesday's a
never heard
bellwether of things that come. This is what I was saying during the primary.
Yeah, that's
The primary is a fucking bellwether, kind of.
This is an important race. I'm sorry. I know it's annoying because it's a local election and we are not from the locality. But
I love New York City.
New York is a big deal. It really matters to the rest of the country. I mean, national media,
and it's
hub,
what I've been
finance.
talking about. Like we need to run through and fast forward the Republican story of how they got power. We have to grab power at the local level. We need to demonstrate at the local level that us in power is good. And then we need to replicate. So we need to build a local power base. We also need local officials with strong political beliefs who are going to resist ICE.
And
you angel. You
National
sweetheart.
party funding wouldn't hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
Like we do not have like the backing of the Democratic Party. Even Mamdani just got endorsed by Hakeem Jeffries.
Are they going to be able to keep picking and choosing if half of their candidates wind up as progressives because they came from this? Oh,
I mean, that would be great. Yeah. I mean, people should just.
Thank you, Andrea.
If you have the ability to run for office,
I will design.
It's not
your
about
logo
winning.
If you'll let me, free of charge.
Really?
Yes,
There you go.
100%. I'm all in.
Oh, you
I'm
should've
all. You have
said-
no idea how in I am on the Jake sauce.
Should have said 10% of the first million.
No, I don't care. I'll do it for free. I'll do it for 0% of the second million, and
but
I'll
look,
do it for
girl.
1% of the 15th million. How's that sound? Once you hit the 15th million, 14th, I get 1% of the next one.
Okay.
I
like
heard.
that.
I heard free of charge and went with that.
Oh, that's
all
what
this
I'm going with.
That's also
negotiating
good
afterwards.
too. But if you're gonna make me take money, that's what I'm taking.
Well, but look, just real quick back to this. Not
Yeah,
to
go
draw a
back to your
conclusion,
serious
but
talk about politics.
if you have the means to run for office and the only reason you're not is because you won't win, doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. You might win.
Yeah.
You never know. And you're keeping issues in the spotlight. You're putting a face on the party, whether it's DSA or Democrats or whatever. You're putting
And
a face on
exhausting
it
the
that
bad guys.
matters. and you're wearing them down. Yeah, that too.
Make them spend money to run against you when it would have been
have to do a primary, whereas before they would have just coasted into office again. Yeah, all that stuff.
Yep. And so that the rich prick who's trying to manipulate the world thinks that they've gotten their world manipulation done.
Speaking
I wrote
of
50,000.
manipulating the world, I am going to go refill my water cup. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Fair enough. Buddy.
So I don't know. There's every now and then I think that I don't know the numbers. I could probably find this out. I don't think that the entire population, okay, obviously the entire population of my town doesn't vote. Nope, that's not true anywhere. But I think there's a large enough group of people who probably just don't see the point in it that would make the difference. Like if a lefty ran against the Republicans that just keep fucking winning and have no challengers at all. If there was suddenly a Democratic challenger, I think I and people like us that do this sort of thing and talk about it and analyze it and read about it and look, it's pretty much fucking endless, right? I think that we could get up there and they'd be like, fuck, that guy sounds good. He sounds like a contender. He's talking to us, not
I
with
just
us.
think a sincere
Or not at us.
is all you need. You don't
That's
even
what
need
I'm
to
saying.
be charismatic.
That's what I
You just-
mean, because it's not a line. It's like that's why I don't know if this is the exact right phrasing, but I feel like most people who give in to populism are just looking for like progressivism or a degree of socialism.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what is meant by populism when people
Right.
say it. So
Like what you
yeah.
want to hear, I guess. But like when you talk about progressive stuff, people are like, that sounds totally rational. Why are we fucking doing that? It's like, I know. Because the conservatives call it communism.
There's two reasons why progressive stuff is going to win. Thing number one is that, you actually have understandable plans, and they're understandable because you can speak honestly about the cause and effect that is predicted. And then thing number two is because you are not trying to sell a lie. Which every other political faction is trying to do. They're just trying to sell a series of excuses for their behavior that you're supposed to memorize, and they want your vote. You're going to sound different. You're going to sound immediately recognizable and trustworthy, and it's because, lo and behold, you are.
Who's trustworthy? Me?
Progressive.
Oh.
If you have sincere
not me.
political beliefs and you are trying to get elected, then you are almost certainly a progressive.
Well, so I wonder how many people live in a small area. I mean, if you want to get local, that means small and larger areas, but who live in a small area where enough people don't vote that if they did, it would make all the difference. Like you could have real viable change. I wonder how many people. So I don't know. I just feel like if you're going to run.
I think if you live in an area where there's no chance you're going to get elected, that's the perfect place to run. Don't put money in the campaign, just put time and make it a hobby. And it's the perfect place to run because you're not risking anything. You're not taking anybody else's opportunity. If you're in a place that historically no progressive has won, then good.
Where I am, the town halls where I am, to talk about like anything. Not like a rally and not like a politician who's like on the campaign trail. They don't have to do that. It's about like a dam needs to be repaired, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Or
but
like bridge
also,
repairs.
but like also when you're like in a bar and they're having a moment of silence for a patron who's passed away or something, it always starts with a prayer, Christian prayer, and somebody's going to say something disparaging about China. And I'm not kidding. It's not a joke.
So God bless this country. We're all here because Davey died.
They will find
and
a way.
You all know Davey died, and the day he died is when China did this and that, and we hate China. Amen, Jesus.
It's not a joke, but it is funny. It's
hilarious. Yeah.
These people
And
are
it's
so
obvious.
goddamn stupid, man.
I'm sitting there trying not.
hate these motherfuckers.
I'm sitting there trying not to fucking burst out laughing. We're here to talk about a dam, and like, and
We're talking about Jesus, Max.
The congressman gets up there and we're like, okay, here we go. This we'll be out of here in no time. I'll be Netflixing and chilling in 45 minutes. There's like a 5-minute 5-minute prayer. He segues into talking shit about China and then goes back to praying. And I was like, this is fucking weird. And then the rest of the night was I have a buddy I know a guy who owns a company that's going to fix the bridge, and we secured the money. And we were like, oh,
I can't see you.
Okay, so now basically we just have to wait and see if you ever do anything to fix the bridge or if you were just getting government money to your fucking cronies, your buddy or whatever. But like, what was all that prayer shit, man? You know what it reminds me of? It's a Big Lebowski where John Goodman's giving the eulogy for Donnie. He's talking about Vietnam. He's like, what's all that Vietnam shit, man? He goes, sorry, dude.
Yeah.
Remember? Like, that's what I'm the dude in the back going, what's all that China shit, man? What's all that prayer?
Max, you don't know why I'm laughing because you're dumb.
Like he's covered in ashes. Remember that? Because the wind blew into him. And you took him, Lord. Like you took so many and
Max, you want to get up here or what? Max, you want to get up here or not? What are you doing?
The other good thing from that is when they're in the cafe sitting at the counter and he's like swearing, getting loud, and the lady's like, sir, this is a family establishment. You're going to have to leave. And the dude is like, I'm out of here, man. He's like embarrassed and he leaves. And John Goodman's sitting there and he goes, I'm not leaving. I'm finishing my coffee. I'm finishing my coffee. Like that's that guy. Holy shit.
Generational. So fucking good. Very funny.
That fucking movie. That, and they have had the three of them, Steve Buscemi, John Goodman, and fuck is his name? Why can't I remember his fucking
Steve Buscemi.
Bridges. Jeff Bridges.
Oh, Jeff Bridges. I'm sorry.
They've had like interviews together talking about. There's one that's like 45 minutes. It's like them at a bar or something, a restaurant. They're sitting at a table talking about all their favorite moments. And it's like this. They sound like any fan of that movie, like talking about it.
It's a pretty good series of pictures that create the illusion of motion, I must say.
No.
With an auditory track.
So let me talk to you about comic book lettering. There is a tool.
Oh, fuck.
For comic book lettering. It's a stencil with.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of math. But like once you start writing on the line, you go to the next line on the stencil and you're automatically in the exact right spacing and kerning and letting and all that stuff.
I love kerning
manually.
Yes. Hell
Manually.
Yeah.
And I just looked at that tool and was like, I'm never gonna even play with that. There's no fucking way I'm doing that. But that's how they would do it.
Bogus bullshit, man.
And then you got to letter it twice. You got to do it in pencil and then ink. Robert Crumb, adapted the Book of Genesis into a comic, and he hand lettered the whole thing.
Ooh, that's awesome.
Fucking crazy. I was like, if ever there was a time you'd want to just copy and paste.
I am very grateful to people that translate like religious stuff that I'm unlikely to watch myself into a more consumable version.
Oh, yeah.
Because I do want to know about this stuff. I don't want to be ignorant of my neighbors and what they believe and what have you. But I like, if you were to say, did you read the Bible? You're talking about a collection of books that not everybody agrees on what's in, like which books are included. You're talking about multi-thousand pages. I'm not going to read all really, but you know, I'll read that comic by R. Crumb. Absolutely. I'll listen to David Suchet reading the Bible. Sure. I'm very appreciative of that.
Unless you read the Bible in the original ancient Greek, you haven't read the Bible. And let's be honest,
if you
most Christians don't even read the English versions.
So he talks about that too.
But that's part of it, though. I don't just want to, like, if I wanted to understand truly, like, the religion, then the perfect way to do it would be to learn ancient Greek, not Greek, but ancient Greek, as you say, and then read the. But I what I really want to learn about is the people who believe this stuff. I want to know what they think is so, you know. So I enjoy reading the King James or whatever.
Crumb was doing there's a whole commentary in the back of the comic where he's like, this is what, when I got to this part, I had to make a decision. What were they talking about here? I couldn't really tell. And he goes, at this part, like after Noah's Ark, he's like, the whole thing devolves into like a bedroom sex comedy. Like it was weird, right?
Yeah.
Like he's like, he's being very honest about it, but it's as straight an adaptation as he could do. And he got so much criticism and hate because people would say, how dare you distort our holy text? And he's like, no, this is in there. He's like, I don't know if you knew this, but like Noah's daughters like seduced him or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that's
Before you
all.
yell at me,
That shit is in
ask
there.
your pastor.
Yeah.
Go talk to your
like,
pastor.
I just drew it. But he had to do so many, because there's this big section where it's like so-and-so begat this guy, begat that guy, begat the begats, right? And it's like, you got to, you're going to draw all that. He drew all these faces like one time. And I was like, that looks like Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? Like he had to have used reference. If you're going to draw like 50 faces on a page or whatever, it's got to use reference. I was like, that's Alec Guinness from Star Wars, right? That could stand in, a Jedi could stand in for a Bible guy, right? Like a shepherd or something. Actually, Star Wars, I think, was filmed on the set of Jesus of Nazareth. I think that's right, actually. So I just proved myself factual.
What is the name of the book about the life of the Buddha? Prince Siddhartha. Does anybody know? Like, is there a name for that?
That's not Book of Five Rings. It's not the Tao of Pooh. I'm just kidding. On that second one,
It's like the Nagavazazazaza or something. I don't know. Oh well, never mind then. I don't know it well enough to know the title. I can't speak on it.
I have been listening to the Tao of Pooh on audio tape though.
I have no idea what that is. I thought that was what is that?
Oh, it's real. It's just like
real.
using Winnie the Pooh to explain Taoism, and they have the Day of Piglet.
Okay.
It's really cool, actually. I wouldn't say it's the only thing you need to learn Taoism. I mean, if you want to do it right, there's proper text, but they reference those in this. So they
And
it's
would
sort
you
of
say
like
it's
there's a
real? Letterhack?
bibliography
Would you say
throughout.
it's fake or real?
Well, Taoism is just my amateur understanding is just kind of a way of looking at the world. It's not necessarily like a faith. Like being learned doesn't make you wise, and being wise doesn't make you learned. That kind of thing, like how you look at some things, like we have words to describe vinegar, like bitter, and that's negative. Why? It doesn't have to be negative. Bitters, maybe you like bitter, or maybe you don't.
I love bitter
Doesn't-
coffee.
Doesn't matter. I mean,
Yeah.
bitter's bitter. So like, it's
Bitter's better.
and they compare it to, they say, here's an example where it's Confucius, Buddha, and the Tao guy. I don't know who he is, but they're, and they're all looking at one thing, and they each have a different opinion. You know what I mean? So then it's like a way of reinforcing that, no, it's not your religion, it's your outlook. Like, I'm not criticizing anyone's religion. I'm just saying, like, all that aside, like, we can make the world, like, groovier, I guess. But like using Winnie the Pooh, it's cool.
I'm gonna criticize Muslims. Praying 6 times a day, that's too much. You guys gotta sit down
if
with
there's
God.
anything to criticize about Muslims, it's like, I get it. You guys need structure to your day. Maybe you have ADHD or something, and you need something to keep it all together, to glue it at the seams. But 6 times a day, and you got to be facing the rock in the fucking other side of the country, that doesn't mean anything. It's a little dumb. I'm not gonna lie. What if you're in like a basement and like you don't have a compass app? Like, how do you know what direction to face? Like, it's a little dumb. I'm just my opinion. I don't believe in the whole prayer. When you have to bring this rug with you, like, really? That's just, if you're probably praying at the exact time, you're probably going to be in like the middle of the sidewalk. Your rug is going to get all dirty. It's kind of gross, actually.
Well, I'm just saying, you guys got to unionize. You got to get all the sects together, and you got to go to God, and you got to be like, hey, 5. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. 5 times a day. That's too much. It's too much prayer.
Is it 5? Is it 6? Whichever. Who cares?
Do you envision a God? You envision a God going, guys, just thanks, but
No, I'm imagining a God with like a cigar. Like I was gonna raise
twice
it.
is
I was gonna
fine.
say 7 times a day. I was gonna say 9 times a day.
That's
I'm
too
imagining God is like a manager. I don't know why.
I was watching. I cannot remember the name of this fucking movie. I don't know why. It's the new Darren Aronofsky.
I'm blanking. I'm sorry. I don't know it.
Caught Stealing. That's what it's called. You know what? And like, I still don't even know what the fuck that's in reference to after the movie. But the movie is really good.
About a guy
I
who's
like.
trying to feed his family off of steaks, and this father and son.
Yep, that's what it's the Letterhack childhood story. But no, it's really well done. It's a really good movie. But there's like hitmen who are also religious. And they still observe the religious stuff.
This is my comic.
That's actually good lettering. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
lettering.
The irony
Pass.
is,
That'll pass.
except for the ing after lettering, which is hilarious. Also,
that could pass.
That was wonderful. Why do I look?
I
Like
was
a
waiting.
Muppet. You look like a Muppet.
I made a couple mistakes and I tried my best to recover and it ended up kind of not doing so well with the whole thing and ended up destroying the whole thing. But I figured it was
the mouth got me a little bit. I was like, "Are you saying something about? Do I talk weed?"
When the moment I drew your mouth, you were like laughing or something. So I kind of
All right.
So
it works like a
collapsed
picture,
the
like a
P.
photograph.
I made a lot of mistakes with that one. I don't know what's going on with Matt's chin. He kind of looks fucking stupid, but there's a lot going on here.
I say nailed it. I could instantly tell who was who. That's the test.
Well,
I used to try and draw people like in motion. Like if a character in one panel was like turning his head, I wouldn't draw like the little motion lines. I would just kind of try to like imply that and then it just always made it look like I couldn't draw.
Yep, it's hard. Yeah.
I was like, yeah, it's just not right. That's why they do the motion lines. Some people can pull it off, but it's not expected. So it's just about midnight. This space has been going since 1 p.m. Pretty.
We got to do something
solid.
Halloweenish.
I thought we did. What are you talking about?
What do we
That
do?
whole
with
thing at the
Halloween?
beginning.
Yeah, it's fair. It's too real world spooky, you know?
Yeah. I don't know why I thought this said T. Hank. There was do you ever see that? This is like one of the first internet memes ever. I guess it's a meme.
Oh my God,
It
I
was
just realized. Sorry, go ahead.
It's a trash can where in a McDonald's or something, it said thanks on it.
Yeah.
And somebody put a period after the T and a picture of Tom Hanks being like,
I was just going to say Tom
T.
Hanks can be abbreviated to thanks. That's so charming. I was literally going to say that. I stopped myself.
I want to see if I can find it.
Because of course that man's name can be changed into a sweet pun about being generous and kind.
Yeah, this is one of the first fucking internet things viral internet things I remember. Here, I found it. Holy shit.
Oh, that's lovely.
T. Hanks.
They even taped it in such a way. Like they made it a permanent project. They were really dedicated to that. That was probably like an employee on their last day closing up.
Oh, I just love that it's like famous. I think if I click on that, it'll tell me about it. T. Hanks you for throwing away your trash at Vinny's Pizzeria in Williamsburg, Brooklyn.
When people give me things, I'm just going to start handing them a business card that just has Tom Hanks's face on it and let them eventually figure it out. Like British rhyming slang.
Good one. Oh, look, I got here via the Vanguard. I have one of Matt's designs in the dryer right now. Which one? Hold on.
Yeah, make sure you wash it with the proper settings. Otherwise, that shit shrinks up. This guy doesn't know how to draw.
Moderator.
It's like the actual logo itself shrinks. Like the shirt's fine.
That
but the
doesn't make
logo itself shrinks. It's a real big problem.
Man, if that were a thing, I would obviously
Patent
account
that
for
shit.
it. But
Yeah, well,
I'm
it'd be
dying to know
fascinating.
which design, I wonder.
But yeah, that's cool.
I want to float a movie opinion out here.
Let's go. Is this your original concept?
Yes. No.
you have a
I have
pitch?
heard multiple people now say that One Battle After Another is so good, and that made me look up a trailer. I was like, oh, I like Leo DiCaprio. Sure.
I haven't seen it.
And
So.
Thomas
It looks
Pynchon.
so fucking lame. It looks like
Oh,
the sort
no.
of thing that who wrote The West Wing? Who's
Sorkin.
that guy? Sorkin. Yeah, it looks like the kind of thing that if Aaron Sorkin was a young man now, he would have written.
Okay, so first of all, it's been altered, but it's based on the Thomas Pynchon novel, right? So it's which precedes
All right.
the West
Good
Wing.
start. 'Cause at
And
least
this
there's
would
a
be
book.
this would be the second book by him that PTA has adapted. The first being Inherent Vice. I don't know if you saw that. It's one of
Can
my
I
favorite
explain
movies.
what it is based off what I saw in the trailer, and you tell me if it's accurate?
Yeah, well, yes, but because I saw the trailer, I sat down to Superman in the theater, the first movie I've been to since one of the Star Wars sequels, and I sat down to watch it, and I saw that trailer, and I was like, I'm not going to be able to enjoy this fucking movie now. I just want to watch that movie. Like, I thought
Oh,
the
really?
trailer blew
You
me
saw
away.
the trailer and it made you want to see it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But I don't know
It
if you can
looks-
believe the hype around it. I don't know about I'll reserve
What they
judgment
were
till I
trying
watch
to
it.
hype up looked like Fed propaganda. Like they're trying to con progressives into thinking this is how badasses do revolution. And it's just looked like nothing but terrible ideas from morons who are
Some of it is-
determined to ensure that no social change ever happens in America because decency is represented by dumbass Leo DiCaprio.
I gotta watch this
Like a
movie.
gun.
No, my understanding is that he's just like a total fuck up. And
I believe
I
that.
did not see him as like a hero or but anyway, look, I was reading somebody, I don't know who this was, some right winger was saying like, oh no, it was I mean might be a right winger, but I don't know for sure. It was the author of American Psycho, the book that the movie was based off. The Christian Bale movie. Everyone's seen American Psycho? You with me?
Yep.
Okay. He said this is some post Kamala Harris liberal world that this movie represents, and it's just like this weird, like tacky moment in America, and it doesn't represent America. And everyone's saying it's great, but it sucks. And I was like, okay. I mean, I could see how anybody or everyone individually can walk away from a movie and have a take on it. But that sounds more like your commentary on like SJWs or something, right? Like, I don't get like what, like everyone's
This looks
virtue
like
signaling from seeing
it's
the movie. Like,
designed
I don't know.
to make a fool of the people who are normally accused of being SJWs. This
I
looks
don't
like
know.
the sort
Yeah, I
of
don't know. I
movie that's supposed to make us go, hell yeah. But actually,
Yeah, see-
even if it's, but if it did, would actually lead us to doing the dumbest shit imaginable and behaving.
I did not
like
see it as.
I don't know anything about this movie.
It did
so
not
I'm just
feel like
not
somebody
involved.
was like trying to give me a handbook for revolution or anything.
No,
political.
I don't think
I thought
that either.
looked
It looks like somebody who thinks they read the handbook for revolution sitting down and jerking off and writing a terrible script, and then that got greenlit by Hollywood because they don't actually
So
understand how the
he's
world works.
been he's been
and a bunch of wannabes made a big movie about what they think the world is, and
he's been trying to make the movie and adapting it for 10 years.
Wow.
So it definitely didn't just like crank it out and somebody said, okay, PTA, we'll do it. Here's the check.
That eliminates where what I was most concerned about. Which
I
is
thought it looked
some
funny and actiony.
Rich dick in this time.
So you watch Paul Thomas Anderson films. There Will Be Blood, The Master, Boogie Nights, right? Seen those?
I didn't like them, but I did see them.
Phantom Thread, maybe. Like each one is different. Each one is totally different. So then when I saw this trailer, I was really just like, oh, he's doing that genre now. And it looks funny. And Benicio del Toro looks
But
he was great in Inherent Vice, so I can't wait to see
I'm
it.
alarmed that we saw the same trailer and had opposite reactions because
I haven't seen the trailer, so I could do the tiebreaker.
Oh, all right. Wait a minute. We can't play the trailer, but Andrea,
you can watch it.
It's gonna be. Can we?
No,
Can we?
Andrea
yeah,
can.
yeah, Andrea.
Well,
can you
before
watch
I
it
go
for, like,
watch
90
it,
seconds.
I want commentary on my scene here.
I mean, we acknowledged it earlier. I just don't want to keep picking on Matt for the same thing. Yes, he ruined that guy's
I
life,
need Matt
but,
to acknowledge what he's
There you go.
done. I need Letterhack to recognize the pain that he's inflicted in the world.
I mean,
As
it's amazing use of
evidence here.
perspective.
What
You
is
managed to-
yeah, I'm gonna put you up on screen by yourself. Hold on.
Me? Wait, what? Why am I on screen? Hold on. I didn't ask for this.
Oh, that's the trunk of his car.
What? No, that's the outside of the store, and they're looking
Where her fingers are.
Her?
Andrew.
You're the
where
girl.
you're holding the paper. What's that in the corner?
Who's holding the
Says
paper?
Steak.
There's only
Is that
one.
just that's a zoom in of a steak?
Well, that's like an ad on the front of
Yeah.
the store.
Like a poster.
Oh,
letting you
right.
know.
Okay. That's the window to the storefront. I see. Got it. Okay. I got you. Yeah. Cool.
That's the door. Yeah.
Anyway, you have wrought havoc on this world, and you will pay for it. So, what is the name of this shit ass movie you're trying to get me to watch?
One battle after another. What kind of paper was that? That was very stiff for
Cardstock.
paper.
I use cardstock.
Ooh, girl. You those are fancy doodles.
Oh yeah.
Is that what you did
What-
the Latin on as well? Are you really
Oh
just
yeah.
have
I
that
use
much
cardstock
cardstock?
for everything. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
All
What's
right,
this movie called?
I'm gonna
Battle
give
in
you
the what?
here. Look at the
One
private
battle
chat.
after another.
Private
Oh,
chat.
private chat. Okay.
There's the link for the trailer I saw.
Okay. I'm watching it right now. Live reaction, like while I'm watching it.
Jake, you haven't seen Licorice Pizza?
I am now also going to watch it.
All right.
The thing. I've not seen Licorice Pizza. That sounds
3,
like
2, 1,
nonsense.
go. All right, I'm
Clicking.
watching Warner Brothers UK and Ireland. That's a weird grouping of characters. All right. So we got a guy on a payphone. Is that Leo?
That's
didn't
Leo,
know-
yeah. This is what I saw.
Okay. All right. Why UK and Ireland? You know, that's last I checked, they didn't like each other. So he's got, is that the wall? Is that the wall? Wait. Oh, they're shooting. Who the fuck? Is this a comedy movie or what?
Yeah.
Oh.
I like how we're
I
all,
just
this is
realized-
great content because we're all just sitting here doing nothing.
Yeah. I gotta talk to her. You gotta go like off screen. I just finished watching.
Okay,
it.
so I don't know. It's just a bunch of scenes. She's putting a bomb together.
It's a
Well,
movie
it's like a-
trailer. What are you talking about?
There's like the cool girlfriend / wife. I didn't catch that, but like the cool love interest shooting a gun, and it's
All right,
like
I'm gonna be honest. I can't watch any more of the trailer. I'm bored. It seems okay. It's a generic movie. I don't understand Jake's irrational hatred to it. It just looks like another crappy Hollywood movie. I'll probably enjoy watching it. It looks silly. I like silly, goofy Hollywood movies. whatever. Who cares?
It's like designed to literally capitalize, I feel, on the first ever sincere progressive movement in America, and it would have us all get excited about the worst fucking ideas that anybody associates with
I
this
think you
stuff.
might
And
be
it's
reading
all
too much
normies
into it.
that
I
can
think
do it.
that's I see just another goofy Hollywood movie. I don't even know where the progressiveness, unless I like couldn't hear the dialogue that well over you. Where's the progressiveness? I just saw a picture of like the Trump wall. And then
Well,
like,
the references,
my daughter.
like
did
the
I
way
take
that
the
when he's
daughter or something?
when he's on the phone and he's talking in code, that's
Oh.
the way that
Isn't that just how drug dealers talk?
no, that's a specific political movement thing.
I wish
that-
they would lean into it and try and inspire people, but maybe
Fuck
not.
no!
More
Why?
like-
Why do you want the dumbest fucking human beings to infect our ideology with their
Oh man,
nonsense?
we got a wedge here where Jake
I
is really
think-
pissed off over something we
look
don't
at-
know.
Leo DiCaprio can leave forever. is
Okay,
my
hold on, Jesus. I'm
feelings.
talking about storytelling.
Calm the fuck down, Jake.
So I was watching, and there's a lot of fucking dialogue about this, but the Superman movie and James Gunn's Peacemaker series, like this guy's sort of sitting on the fence, implying that there's, oh, maybe these guys represent Gaza, maybe these guys represent Israel. And it's like, yo, just go ahead and do that. Just go ahead and can you lean into that? Can you take a stand, or are you just going to keep putting situations out there in a way that kind of normalizes those sort of situations? You know,
feel
like
your instincts are
is
off on
there an entertainment value to it, or I don't get it. Like, is there a message, or is it entertainment? Is it both? Because it just doesn't really pan out in any of those directions, and it's just like, God, that was a lot of money spent on that Superman movie.
Yeah,
You know?
and it was
Like, just
very
make it a
popular.
Superman movie.
And people left it with the correct impressions of the way the world works. If you view it as a piece of propaganda, that was good. It left you not having you're like, look, Israel in this moment for these reasons. For these
Yeah, so
political
why are
reasons
you saying
are
it shouldn't
bad
be
guys.
that? Why? But now you're saying
I
it
never
shouldn't
said
be that. So what is
No, I
your
did
beef
not.
with Battle Every Day or whatever?
I haven't
So are
seen
you
either of these
expected to
movies.
be Superman? No. It's
What?
known when you're watching it that Superman has abilities you don't have.
Okay, hold on. Wait 1 sec.
I'm totally lost.
I know that.
Mr.
Okay, dude.
Director.
Like, I've absorbed enough fiction and comic book stuff, and again.
Well, why
pretty sure I've
ask
read.
it? Like one is.
Hold on, I don't watch
a
Superman to be inspired to
fantastical
be.
movie.
I don't leave a movie
My
going.
favorite comic book hero
I'm
is White
inspired.
Man, personally.
Okay, I don't leave a movie looking to be inspired by any of it to apply it in the real world. I especially don't look at
Really?
Superman as if, yeah, I don't. But if I am, that's cool. But I wouldn't look at something either way and say this should or shouldn't inspire me. But I think if a lot of people are inspired by something like Superman and they ask James Gunn about it, he goes, I didn't mean for that to be that way at all. It's like, well, then what did you mean? I don't understand. Why not just lean into it? People are taking it that way anyway. That's my point. Not.
So the conflation of these things truly alarms me. You have
That
two.
that is. I don't know why you need to be alarmed or shocked at any of it. Like you're shocked that we both saw the
it's
movie
big,
differently.
obvious, broad strokes, and to not understand these things shows that you are one of many people won't agree with me on this, and that alarms.
I just want to
'cause
say,
I
as
would-
someone in the middle here, I have no idea what the hell either of you are talking about. What is
Yeah, I'm
Superman?
lost. You're
He's
alarmed
saving
for being in
Israel
the
or whatever.
minority,
What's
and
happening?
you're.
Can I just say
alarmed
I
that
love
I don't
Trump, I
realize-
love Israel, and I support everything they do. Go on.
So, in answer to your question, if these are both, I don't think either was intended to be progressive propaganda because they were both started in production before the election. But if we take them as pieces of progressive propaganda, one of them is good because it illustrates a real world problem and shows fantastic solutions to it that there's a clear differentiation between what the audience is supposed to learn about the world and what they are not. Whereas the other is a fantasy for progressives who don't understand the world.
Well, I mean, we haven't seen
leaves them misinformed rather than better informed.
We haven't
and
seen
it's true. We
don't-
haven't seen it, but it's what
yeah,
I'm
but
concerned about.
counterpoint, and again, I haven't seen either of these movies, and I probably won't. But counterpoint, it's a movie.
Well, and that Superman storyline was from like Superman comics year 2.
Doesn't that
like
Superman storyline
1939?
predate
Like that's
Israel itself?
yeah. So they're just trying. He was just like he just borrowed a bunch of shit from the originals and didn't. I never heard him say anything like I got this from issue 3 or whatever. But there's a lot of I did an entire segment on it showing the side by side comparisons. So I definitely did the work, but I don't think like, okay, if people come away from Superman inspired for any specific reason, even if they all kind of landed on the same thing, the same reason, okay. And then if the creator of those movies goes, oh, maybe, yeah, I agree with that. And I love that. Maybe next time I'll lean into it. Okay, good. I'm not counting on any of that stuff happening, and I do not judge movies based on a trailer. I merely judge if I'm going to invest my
I don't ever
time
watch
in the
trailers.
movie.
That was the first trailer for a movie I've
No,
watched.
a trailer
I've only watched
gets
half
me
of it in years.
A trailer gets me to the point where I decide if I want to watch it, not
I only
haven't
look at the
figured
box
out
and
the
who
movie, or
directed
else
it,
why
who's
watch it?
starring in it. I don't like trailers. Too many spoilers. Trailers are edited by people that had nothing to do with the movie. They ruin the artistic representation of the film. It ruins the flow, the pacing, the storyline.
Yeah, you don't
I think
have
if
to
you
do
watch
a trailer,
trailers,
but
if I watch a trailer on accident, I put a 10-year moratorium on any film. So I'm gonna have to put a 10-year moratorium on that Leo DiCap.
I mean,
film.
at this point, trailers are sort of, where they do a teaser for the teaser trailer, and you're like,
I
okay,
hate that
guys,
shit.
come on.
You know
But
what I
like,
hate when I on a YouTube video and it's like a 20-minute video and they put a trailer for the YouTube video I just clicked on at the start of the video. You ever
but
hear
at
that
least
shit?
now
I
it's
do,
not
guys.
like
I hate that shit. Coming up soon. Yeah, I don't care. I already clicked, motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
I just thought you guys wanted to talk about this. I feel like every time I start talking about it, somebody cuts me off and is
I'm sorry. Go on.
guessing what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
But
No, I was just
I'm puzzled as to why you're shocked that I saw any movie trailer and didn't see it the exact same way as you. Like that to me is why would you expect me to see it
like
that way?
if it was a trailer for a Ben Shapiro movie and one of us was like jazzed to see it,
But it's
wouldn't
Ben
that surprise
Shapiro.
you?
Like we get that already.
What if it was a
like-
trailer for a Ben Shapiro movie and we didn't know the name of the person?
Well,
who
who's
wrote it?
Ben Shapiro in this case? DiCaprio, Paul Thomas Anderson? What's
point
like
being-
the key that I should be like, ooh,
I'm so lost. I gotta be honest. I'm lost.
That's
in it.
all
I've
right.
seen every Paul Thomas Anderson movie. I've read Pinchon, like 3 of those books by him.
So when I say a Ben Shapiro movie, I mean a movie that is on its face terrible, looks terrible with like every way you look at it. Would you not be surprised if I was like, Lady Ballers looks really good, guys? What? Ben
That's
Shapiro? did that?
totally different. That's totally different because it's Ben Shapiro.
You know, like a
like-
fish is not a whale, and a whale is not a fish, even though they both swim. What are we talking about? It's not. It's this. It's you're
I'm
saying
so lost. I'm so
the
Lady
IMDb
Lady Ballers is like hateful propaganda for one. Obviously, not a movie. First, it was propaganda first, right? This just looks like a semi-adaptation of a book that
And see,
was
this
just
is
made
why-
modern
this
or
is why it
whatever. I don't know.
concerns me, because your opinion is the generally accepted one, which means my opinion's out there and weird, and I didn't think it would be.
I don't think
thought
your
mine would
opinion is
be-
out there and weird at all.
It
just to
is,
be
like-
clear, I don't even know
It's
what your
not.
opinion is. I don't even know what you're
Jake,
talking about.
I immediately described the author of American Psycho's opinion, said I just don't see it, and you sound like more like you have a problem with SJWs, quote unquote, than the movie, but whatever. People come away from art with different perspectives. I don't care. It's totally
Yeah,
valid.
it's-
Feel how you're
it's
gonna
just-
feel.
It's like the feeling the pulse of the nation, and this feels like I put my fingers on that pulse. I didn't feel anything because I like the
No,
trailer
it's
is
just
all
a
I have to
movie.
go off.
It's just a
Counterpoint.
movie.
Counterpoint. it's a movie.
I
And it
don't
looks
know
like
if it
just
looks
another-
like the greatest movie of all time, which people
Yeah,
are
I mean,
saying,
I
but-
don't. It look. I watched the first 80 seconds. I'm not too impressed. I might watch it in 11 years. I don't know
my
why
pirate.
we're discussing this movie for such an extended period of time, but I'm down to keep listening to this.
So what I
Oh,
like
just 'cause
is
I wanted to find out what you guys thought. And I'm horrified because I'm probably the weird one here.
this is
Well, why am I not the weird one? I don't care either way. Are you shocked about my reaction? How's my reaction?
No,
Jake?
that's just a normal reaction to not giving that.
Oh, okay. So when you're saying you're shocked and alarmed, you mean over your own opinion, not mine.
Yeah, well, that my opinion didn't go in the same, like, yeah, over our different, like, totally different takes on the trailer. Yeah, that's like
But you're not like criticizing
Jake
me
is
for how
horrified. He's
I'm under the
shocked.
impression that you're
He is
criticizing me
appalled.
for how I viewed a fucking movie trailer, but you're not.
Well, I'm in my petty way. I'm criticizing everybody for not having my opinion, but no,
Well, it's not
sincerely,
that
I
he's
am just
criticizing you,
it's
Letterhack.
that-
It's that he's shocked, he's appalled, he's disgusted, he's
Shocked,
petrified.
alarmed, horrified.
No, that's
He's
yes, that is the thing
planning,
that shocks and horrifies me.
everything.
That I'm not seeing the thing. It's like everybody's describing a color. I'm like, what the? It's gray. It's a gray sweater. What are we doing? But no, everybody that I know, including family members, are like, this looks so good, and I don't get it. I don't.
It's like
whatever
to
it
me,
is,
it's
I
like the
don't-
new Spielberg, the new Thomas, or the new Paul Thomas Anderson. You know, like
I didn't
oh,
even know we
Daniel
liked Paul
Day-Lewis
Thomas
Scott's in it.
Anderson that much, gang. I didn't know that was a like.
Oh yeah, I love his movies. He's great.
American Psycho was good. I shouldn't have said that.
No,
I
he didn't
care
do
for it.
that
I didn't
movie.
like it. Oh, Paul Thomas. Fuck.
Paul Thomas Anderson did not.
I missed a part of whatever. Like, there's clearly a cultural thing that I missed, and it's weird. It's weird to stumble across it.
He made he made an accessible to all audiences movie about the porno industry. And people
That's
were like,
true.
well, if you can do that, then we'll let you do another movie. And he did Magnolia, and Tom Cruise was in it. Win. You're going to be fine, right? You got
I
Tom
like
Cruise in the
Magnolia.
movie.
That's the one with Bookman in it. I like Bookman.
Yeah. And so then his first movie was Hard 8, which is, I don't think he wanted to call it that. He wanted to call it whatever the main character's name is. But it fucking amazing movie. Have you seen John C. Reilly, Gwyneth Paltrow? Oh yeah,
Gotta
it's
check it out.
amazing. That's an amazing movie. And so that's the one he had to really fight for. But then when he did Magnolia and everyone was like, okay, this is a thing, he did he just started doing like almost like different genres every time. Like There Will Be Blood, about the oil stuff, Punch Drunk Love with Adam Sandler, and kind of a romantic comedy or like a twisted dark comedy. And then Phantom Thread, which most people are like, the fuck is this? About a guy who designs dresses, you know, like a big designer. But like he's doing his, I don't know, it's not an auteur, but he does it in a way that's like the movie has to be different enough from the previous movie for it to matter to him as a project. But he brings a lot of the same actors and crew. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how's, that actor going to appear in this one? How's Sean
got a
Penn going to be in
posse,
this
yeah.
one? Vanilla.
You know what movie I've seen recently? And by that I mean today.
All right, quite recently. What?
Hit me.
I watched earlier, right before we started, I watched Hellraiser 3.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's the one with the CD guy with the CDs in his head, right?
Oh yeah, they're trying to keep up with the times. That's
so modern.
That scene when they just walk into the goddamn like nightclub or whatever it is, and then just the corpses, they're all over the place, man. I was blown away. I was shocked. I was appalled. I was similar to Jake's reaction to Letterhack wanting to watch a movie by his favorite director. I was horrified. I was shocked. I was petrified. And I think that's the movie where they first call him Pinhead. Am I wrong? But
I don't know.
Yeah, because the bitch is like, I don't remember if they call him Pinhead in 1 or 2. I don't think they do, but she like calls him you like Pinhead or whatever as like a joke, and then
I
that
think it was
becomes his
known
name.
as that.
But I'm pretty. I think that that's the one where it was coined. I could be wrong. But I don't know.
There's some gory
That shit was
shit out
awesome.
there.
I love Hellraiser 3. That may be better than the first one for reasons that are totally unfair.
Have you seen
like,
Phantasm?
Holy fuck!
Have
What
you
is
seen
that?
Phantasm?
I'm looking this up. Yes,
No.
Phantasm rules.
Yeah, Andrea, you would like Phantasm.
I gotta check it out.
Andrea was right. The nickname Pinhead originated with the makeup crew for the first Hellraiser film, but it first appeared on screen with Hellraiser 3, Hell on Earth.
Right.
Yeah, but like it's not like your name is Pinhead. It's like, you know, like she's killing him or whatever, and like her last one line is like calling him a Pinhead. Like it's a generalized.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, they've never been able. Like the third movie for me is where I was like, okay, you're not gonna outdo this. But that first, did you see the first one? The first one.
I've seen the first two. Yeah.
Up. That first movie is fucked up. There's so many
like that
things in it.
Hellraiser 3, they start out by making you think it's going to be just like the first movie. And then it's like, no, Pinhead's going to just kill like 500 people, actually. Never mind.
The Phantasm one, I would recommend watching. That is because it had like an effect in it that was like, that's cool.
I'll check it out. Yeah.
I have to say, at least in my opinion, a lot of the appeal of the Phantasm movies was, oh, look what they were able to do in this era with a small budget. Like that's
right.
That's kind of, you have to go in appreciating it for that a little bit. But it is also just interesting.
I saw the newest Wolfman movie. I think it was called Wolfman.
Oh yeah, with the handsome Joe. What's his name from Sin City?
Yeah, and the blonde, curly-haired blonde lady from Ozark, and she's in a bunch of stuff. Yeah, it was good. It was good. I thought it was good. You know, I always like it when they try to like update the lore without like making it dumb or something. I thought this was cool. And you know, it was tense. But I saw what was I just watched like an old scary movie. Oh, The Exorcist 3. So this, if you've seen The Exorcist, you could almost skip The Exorcist 2 and go straight to the third movie because it is the true sequel. It's actually directed by the guy that wrote the books.
Although you should watch
Exorcist. It's one of those very interesting
unrelated movie.
I haven't seen Exorcist. I saw the first one like last year or the year before, but I haven't seen like all the sequels in forever. But I remember like they get really weird. But yeah, Exorcist 3.
The third one it's got one of the craziest jump scares, which you'll forget about by the time you watch it because you'll probably just be like, "What is going on?"
You never
here?
know when it's gonna happen. It always hits you.
It's
even
so
when you
good.
know it's coming, it still fucks with you.
Do you know Brad Dourif?
Yes,
he's in it.
Of course,
young Brad Dourif. Remember him in Alien?
Yeah.
Which one was that? Was that also Alien 3?
Alien 3, yes. That I understand why I know that. I'm a fucking dork.
No, it
why
was.
Do you know that?
It's 4. It's
wait,
the one by
you,
the French director.
The
Resurrection.
Yeah,
no, the one where he's like freaky with the alien, right? Like he thinks they have a connection, but
I think that's a 4th one with Winona Ryder.
Oh shoot, you're right.
Because he's Cocoon.
Andrea got the name right. Dang,
he's like Cocoon, right? And he's with the Queen or something. No, there's a human alien hybrid.
Yes.
And it's being like sweet to Winona. Or no, what's her name?
Sigourney.
And he goes, "Oh, look. It thinks you're its mama." And like the way he says that while cocooned and covered in alien slime is like funny, but also really disturbing.
3 and 4. I liked 4 better than 3. I thought 4 was just like more fun, and 3's the CGI in 3 was. I'm usually someone who enjoys bad CGI, but CGI in 3 was a little too much for me. And then like the whole rape thing was just like they went too heavy-handed. It was not subtle enough. But I like 4. 4 is just goofy. It's stupid. It's just like, oh yeah, look at this stupid ass creature. It's just fun. I don't know, man.
The guy who did Delicatessen.
3 would have been fine, except they were trying to be 2. And if they would have just let themselves be 3/4.
It was David Fincher, and he left the project before it was finished. That's what happened. He had a whole like thing ready to go. He was going to do a thing where the spaceship was a farm.
Fair enough. But you see the change in direction. And also, by the way, Joss Whedon writing, I believe, the script. But you see the change in like tone, direction, just things don't match.
Yeah, I remember watching. I have the first 9-disc box set they ever put out for Alien, and it's like has a original and director's cut for every single movie. It was so cool. And like watching like the director's cut of Alien 3, as they're pointing out here in the chat, it's really good. It's like really good. That's great. But anyway, yeah. Exorcist 3 is fucking scary. It's like a scary. Have you ever seen The Changeling?
No.
It sounds familiar as a title, but I don't recall it.
That's both Exorcist 3 and Changeling star George C. Scott. And The Changeling, I'm pretty sure that's the right movie. He's heard something on a tape, and it's like, did you hear that? And he wants to like go back and listen to it. But it's such a dated movie that the tape is a reel-to-reel recorder. And he's like, it like takes forever. It takes way too long.
That builds tension, though. That's it's easier.
I gotta tell you, I've been having a lot of fun recently with analog and tape, and there's just something about it. It's just like, you know, like for me, like it reminds me of my early childhood, you know, like fucking like I moved on to HD when I was like maybe 14, 15-ish. I was pretty late because we were poor. But like just it remind like I just like I was watching something. I don't remember what it was, but I just remember like just tapes, you know, and they end, you know, like and it kind of wobbles out a little bit and they kind of have that screen that's all fluffy and weird. Like tapes just have this magical kind of like fuzziness, this energy, this paranormal inspirational energy that whatever our modern technology just doesn't have. I don't know. It's ineffable. It's indescribable. But yeah, just like I love the movies where the shit happens on the tape and then, you know, you just got to do some horse shit. I like movies where they rip the tape out and inspect it, you know, or do some other analysis.
Or something like goes wrong and there's tape everywhere and like, oh.
And they got to put it back in, you know. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I love tape.
Talk about movies that I didn't get. They're talking about Prometheus and Ridley Scott's Alien stuff. I came out of Prometheus like, fuck, cool. Like, wow, really cool sci-fi stuff. Like, I'm into this. And everyone hated it to the point where he was like, I don't know if I'm going to make another one. He did, but you could tell his heart wasn't into it. It was too much like audience capture or something.
I don't think his heart was in Prometheus, to be honest. Really? I know he said it was, but it's Jesus. Like of all the, it was just a collection of tropes, basically.
There was, there was a scene. There was a through line of, and this is what I hate. There was a through line of the story wouldn't happen at all if not for the complete lack of logic in every character, right? Like every character at some point is going to do something dumb, and that's what keeps the story going. But if he had just focused on like the lore and not worried about connecting it, doing that George Lucas thing where it's like Darth Vader made C-3PO. You know what I mean? Like, what? Why?
Who cares?
Yeah.
Why did you do that? But like trying to connect the dots and stuff, I think that's a handicap. But
yeah. And
you know, another series I watched recently because it's October.
Oh, Born of Wolves. That was so good.
I haven't seen that one, but I watched the Scream franchise. Anyone see Scream?
I don't like those.
You don't like them? You don't like Matthew Lillard?
The first one for what
I love. Well, first of all, I love Matthew Lillard. Anything with him in it, automatic 10, no question. I'm sorry, do
loved
not
it.
pass
Good
go.
call.
I love Scream. I think the first 3 are really good. The 4th one was solid. 5 and 6 were okay. I was actually impressed by 5 and 6. I thought they were better than I expected. I saw that 7 was canceled and reworked because of someone on the cast of 6 being in favor of Gazan babies not being bombed to smithereens. So they have to now refocus. They have to like rewrite the whole next movie. So I think the franchise is cooked. But I love Scream. The first one is amazing. That scene with the bitch hanging in the tree, it's still as scary as when I first saw it when I was 5. I love Scream. And I watched them all. I hadn't seen 5 and 6 until like last week. So I thought they were okay. But 1, 2, and 3 is good as ever. I think I like them.
I was just old enough to understand like the tropes they were making fun of, or they were, I don't even know what you call it, lovingly paying tribute to, I suppose, with this stuff. So on that level, I really appreciated the first one. I don't understand what you get out of the follow-up movies. Is it watching the art of? Are they parodying themselves?
It's the Ouroboros effect, where it's just it eats itself so much that it becomes what it's eating, and then that's the ridiculousness.
Scream is
of
the
it.
new spoof. They spoof the spoof.
I think
think
it's great. I think like Scream 3 when they bring the dead guy back on the VHS tape to explain the rules again for no reason other than it's funny. I think that shit's awesome, man. I think it's really good.
Yeah, it serves a purpose for sure. There's an audience for it. But I think prequels to me,
that's me.
This is a good point. Like if Prometheus wasn't billed as an alien movie, people would have just been like, "Oh, cool alien." And so what they would never do this. But just imagine that there's this badass looking sci-fi movie. You've seen the trailer, right? You see who's in it. It looks awesome. And then like a third of the way through, halfway through, you're like, "Oh, this is Star Wars. This is a Star Wars movie." Oh shit. Like what if they just sprung it on you instead of being like, big announcement. In 4 years, there's going to be a Star Wars movie and we'll update you weekly until then. Right? Like that. No way is everyone going to come out of that happy.
In this information economy, everyone's just trying to
make a movie.
Milk everything as much as possible. The art of the reveal is dead. Like nowadays people make content out of making content, Like, hey guys, here's my developmental like vlog. I'm making a game and I'm going to post a YouTube video about it every day. I'm making a movie. I mean, some of that's cool. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm like the art of just like, hey guys, I made a movie. You know nothing about it. Here it is. Dropped it. No ad campaign, no promo campaign. That's just gonzo. People don't do that anymore.
Just a poster? What about a poster?
A poster's fine. Yeah, but just like dropping it, Usually there's like, and here we're developing the film.
You go to the theater and you're like, okay, what do they have?
Well, I wouldn't go.
I haven't heard any of these.
I would, that's what I do when I scroll through movies to watch. I like to pick movie. I like to look at movies, like by year. I'll just look at a list and I'll see like, that sounds cool. That sounds cool. I try to get as minimal info as possible.
I could not do it. It's too much chaos. I'm like, this guy produced that movie. This guy wrote that movie. Now he's directing this one. This guy wrote the first version of that movie.
Well, those are the clues.
So
I want to watch him do those clues. Yeah, but like, I don't like trailers. But like that's why I try to stay away from whatever you guys are talking about all these trailers. I never even heard of this movie until you brought it up. So you guys are in a whole world I'm in no way, shape, or form a part of. So
did we talk about Bring Her Back?
So much better though.
Did you hear Bring
Her Back?
Yeah, have you seen that?
No, I have not.
Oh, yeah.
Fucked up.
Holy crap.
That's fucked up movie.
Yeah.
I think we did talk about it. I was on another podcast recently. I was on the Hellboy Book Club podcast. And we talked about it on there and it's me and 3 other people who were no strangers to horror. You know what I mean? We're talking about Hellboy comics for one. That stuff can get gruesome, but like we were all like, holy shit, that movie is insane. It's not cool. But that kid.
Bring Her Back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You don't want to spoil it for Andrea, but the concept of the mom and the kids.
The very first image of the whole thing, I was like, "Is that? Oh my god!"
I don't know this one. Yeah.
I would encourage you both to check out just indie movies on YouTube, like stuff people made for love of the game. It's some of the best creative works I've
I've watched some of that. There's a really my first taste of that was pre-internet. It's called Half Cocked. I don't know if you've seen that movie. It's a bunch of indie bands from St. Louis got together and just made like a movie, and you're like, oh, that's the singer of June of 44, and what? Oh, weird. It's really good though. It's good. It's about there's like someone whose older sibling, I think it's a girl, her older sibling's in a band, and it's a real band playing, but they're independent, so they're not like mainstream in any way. It's the mid-90s. And she steals their van with all their instruments, and they go, her and her friends go on tour, even though they don't know how to play. And that's like the movie. Yeah. And it's like, we're in bands anyway. Everyone in the movie's in a band, and they play in clubs with other musicians, but they're all real musicians. So they're like, the only challenge here is acting, which is really cool. Oh, SLC Punk. Have you seen that? That's got that Lillard guy in it.
I saw it many years ago, but I got to rewatch it. But
oh my God, Andrea! Wow, Andrea, I've been accused of having a vague age. Andrea's way worse than me. How did you see SLC Punk? That's such a weird thing for you to have seen.
When I was very young, I was neglected by both of my parents, and I would often just watch movies on television at like 3 a.m. And so I have a very eclectic and random and bizarre assortment of movie history that I have been exposed to. So
fair enough.
Yeah, this. I recommend watching this movie. I thought it was really cool. Let me zoom out.
Oh my God, they cast that guy in the center just for his look. They cast perfectly.
That's the lead singer for a band called June of 44.
That's so good.
His name's Jeff Mueller. Yeah, and he's awesome. It's a good movie. I like that movie. June of 44 is good too. Have you ever heard June of 44? Slint?
No.
The Makeup? You ever hear The Makeup?
I can safely say I don't know.
There was a movement.
Maybe I'm not aware of it.
June of 44 had like a nautical theme to all their stuff. He was in another band called Rodan, which is named after the monster from Godzilla movies, Rodan.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of Japanese references here. June of 44 is not a mistake either, I got to imagine.
Right. But it's also, they just had like a catchy name. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, you got to have a catchy name.
I was in a band at the time called Broadcast Cedar.
And that evokes what the hell does that mean type of atmosphere.
We were
weirdly
like,
prescient.
I was flipping through the drummer's college textbook, Agriculture and Industry, or maybe it was from high school, I don't know, but I was flipping through it and I was like, this sounds cool, Broadcast Cedar, and they were all like, yeah, let's do that. And I was like, okay, because you know what a broadcast cedar is? It's just like a thing you push and it turns. It's got a crank inside that's broadcast seeds. So you walk up and down your flower beds.
So it's a real thing.
Shooting. Yeah. And we were like, oh yeah, we'll make it like we're putting the message out there, spreading propaganda, but we weren't. We weren't that kind of band. Broadcast Cedar. I've played that music for you guys before, right? I've played it on my show.
You've talked about this band several thousand times in the
several thousand
span of me meeting you in this moment in time.
I have literally never heard about this before tonight, including you playing any of the music.
Well, actually, Jake has been absent from the show many times. So.
That's true. Look, the only person with a decent record here is Matt, but admittedly, Andrea's better than me.
I did have a streak of poor performance early in our history, but
Yeah.
Jake really
You stand to
he
prove.
sealed the deal pretty recently, and then Sandee got banned, so then so now I somehow went from like last place to second place, and
Yeah.
you know, my only I could go for number one and try to like bust Letterhack's kneecaps or whatever. Or I could honestly, I could probably take 3 weeks off, probably I got my vacation days saved up. Shit. Fuck, maybe I'll take a little vacation. Maybe I'll not show up next week. Fuck, that's a good idea. Could finally, this is my only work day. I got I've been experimenting with, I know a lot of lefties like the 4-day work week, or 4-day weekend, or whichever one. I'm working on the 6-day weekend. I work on Wednesday.
Nice.
And the rest of the week is my weekend. So if I could just avoid working on one of these Wednesdays, and this is my only job, by the way. This is the job. I do this.
We put out a 7-inch record.
Yeah,
Hell
that's
yeah,
really
dude.
cool. How many of those do you have still?
I have this one.
And that's it.
I think there's a couple.
Dude, that's awesome.
Somewhere else, but we just recently found the original DAT. I think they were DAT DAT tapes.
Oh yeah.
The original recordings we found. Somebody was going to try and remaster it. We filmed
What was
or filmed.
the
We
schematics?
Oh, good question. We recorded at Social Service Studios in Baltimore all in one day. This stuff on the front is just nonsense, or I mean, we don't know what it is. We just grabbed it because
It's an electrical diagram.
Yeah, we're like, it looks cool, and then this is like,
It does look cool. I mean, that's fair.
this is like a missile silo, I think.
Oh yeah.
But
this is a good.
Yeah.
The art on that is fantastic. It draws the eye. It's interesting. Makes
It's
me wanna hear
good.
the
That's
music.
good stuff.
I just remember it showed up like that, and I was like, oh, cool.
Show
I
us
just
the
did my
record.
part.
Flop it around a little bit.
Don't flop it. Don't bend it. But yeah.
Yeah, bend it a little bit. Yeah.
Do not do those things.
All right. What do we
Hell
got
yeah.
tabs wise? What kind of tabs do you have open? Okay. Put it back up. I want to see the lines in the vinyl. real
Oh,
quick.
she's trying to watch your computer screen from the reflection.
I have one tab open.
Okay.
So in a pretty clean
What is that background? What is that disgusting background you have?
default. I go full
My
screen.
my desktop
I-
background is a black screen. I don't have any wallpaper. It's just a solid black
Andrea
color.
is a mean girl from the movie Mean Girls.
When I
Never
do
seen
graphic design, I'm full screen. I don't see a background. My desktop is uncluttered. I back up every
I don't have
file at the end of
desktop
the day
icons.
on 2 hard drives.
I don't
mean,
have any
I'm
desktop
obsessive.
icons. I have that shit disabled. I have a hard black, no wallpaper screen.
I
don't
used to
want
do that. Yeah. When I, in the professional world, I didn't dress anything up. I didn't decorate my office. One time I decorated my office. Now, the original owner of the company I worked for, Spider, spelled with a Y, had a couple of posters, like Spider-Man posters up in his, like comic book posters up in his office. The owner, the founder, and this guy had been, I started working there, I don't know, 30 years in, I think. Maybe 35, 30 years in, I think. And so I ended up in a couple of years, few years, I ended up with like a front office, an office in the front of the building, big ass window, it was just, you park your car, you're going to see into my office. So I had, me being me, I had the best Spider-Man posters you could a couple of them from my childhood bedroom up on the wall, like framed, like on the wall. So I really people were like, oh, cool, right? Like I had John Romita Sr. and Jr. and then them on one poster to get, you know what I mean? Like it was a story behind it. Otherwise, sterile environment, work only. I don't have pictures.
So
of
you had
people
like a
on my
bunch of
desk.
empty wall space, a
I don't have
desk
little
with
toys
nothing on
up.
it, desktop wallpaper.
Well, there was
nothing, and then there's all the Spider-Man posters.
Dry erase board. Well, in that office, it was just, I thought it'd be cool to reflect what the founder and the original owner had done. And they had since gone public.
That's
So
your
that was an
tribute.
old school thing. But like typically it was just like dry erase board, mood boards all over, vision boards all over the fucking place, whatever you want to call them. And then like, map of the world, different factories labeled, corresponds to the calendar. There's a lot of work going on. It was like a work environment. Like, but sometimes you sit down at people's desks and you're like, how do you do anything in this carnival you've made out of your cubicle or your office? Like, it's just like,
my desk
is this home? Is this how you are at home? You
my
decorate
desk
everything like
in
this?
the rest of my living space is a very well documented, well researched. I know where everything is. Catastrophe of clutter. There's things on top of other things. There's like stacks of notebooks that like are gonna fall at any minute. There's like 17 papers that are loose on the floor at any given time. There's shit all over the fucking place. There's no food or anything like that. It's not dirty. It's just cluttery.
Why have you been
And I
digging
know
in my
where
list
everything is. I know where every paper is. I know where every book is. I know it's just sometimes it's on the floor. Sometimes it's on a desk in another room. That's a nice poster.
I've had this poster since I was a kid. It's all
really.
fucked
You've
up,
been looking at that for a long time.
That's Todd McFarlane. Yeah.
And
But
the
yeah,
plastic
my clutter
paperclip on the
pretty brutal.
floor next to the chair leg. Somebody asks you, "Do you have a paperclip?" You're like, "Yeah, it's
Yep.
on the floor next to the chair leg."
That's exactly. I've been there exactly. I've been there, but not with a paperclip, but like like toenail clipper. Yeah, it's on the funny story about this one. So it's on the kitchen floor, in front of the refrigerator, but not in an obvious way. You have to kind of open the door and you'll see it down there. I kind of dropped it down there 7 weeks ago and never picked it up. But thank you for asking. That's where it is.
I've done that with like dishes. Like there will be dishes in the bathtub, and people will be like, "Why would you have that?"
Yep.
And it's like there was a logical explanation. All right.
I don't think I don't take baths. I take showers. So I don't have dishes in the bathtub, but I have other similar situations.
Is
Like,
your shower
like
not-
I'll have like an empty sauce bottle in the refrigerator and it's got like some sauce on the side of the bottle. And I'm like, maybe I could save that sauce at some point, and then 8 months go by and then, it never happens, something like that.
It's like De Niro in Heat. You got to be ready to walk at any minute. You got to be able to walk.
Super fitting for somebody named Mercutio too. Yeah, that's a good philosophy to have. Be ready to leave the job like that, because you might have to. We don't work in a kind country.
A lot of people, frankly, I wish we lived in a world where this made sense, but like a lot of people treat their job like it's their life. And that's kind of sad, man.
Yeah. Don't let that be all you are. Don't let that be the most defining thing about you.
That's the thing. Like, hey,
serve
like when you
capital.
meet a new person, like what are the first things people are? So what do you do? And like, what do you
Yeah,
supposed like?
and I'm
I can't
saying-
say like I play video games. I watch YouTube videos all day. I eat Doritos and ice cream. Like they mean like as in what is your job? Like, bitch, for one, I don't have a job. Okay, motherfucker. I sit at home all day and play video games.
Well, okay,
eat
so
ice
you
cream,
meet
and watch
somebody, and you go, "What are your hobbies? Do you like to dance?"
You ever
or
ask
paint?"
someone what their hobbies are? Most people go, I don't know. That's in my experience when I ask people what their
I guess
hobbies are.
my
People
conversation.
aren't prepared.
Yeah. I think for me, because I've had a couple opportunities recently, like a funeral and a wedding, where afterward my wife was like, "Man, you could just work a room." And I told you guys, I just bullshitted the entire room at the
School
wedding.
bus driver, yeah.
I had so much fun, and like keeping in mind most of these people are my family, so they get it. But for the most part, I was just like being dumb, like out, openly dumb, and it was totally acceptable. People get it; they know me.
You're just being dumb.
But I was like, it's just so
We've got
easy to
this
do.
50-year-old dumb guy walking
But
around
from
being a
afar,
school bus driver.
it looks like this guy is really able to just hold conversations with people all the time. But I'm sure most of those conversations I walked away from, they were like, "The fuck did he? What was he talking about?" He's a nice
Did you
guy,
get
but
any
like,
of that?
what was
I
he?
didn't catch a word.
Was that politics he was talking about? I have
That's
no
been my
idea.
YouTube career. Get skating by on that,
He's a
basically.
nice guy, but what the fuck was he talking about? Yeah, but I'm a
Yeah. The bouncing.
Oh, you
is
even
what
got
kills me every time.
the wheel motion
bouncing
down.
is so it's unbelievable.
sit down, please. Thank you. Right? And then when they stop, you gotta get that door. How you doing? Good. Yeah. Hey, thanks.
This is ludicrous, man.
Well, it's almost 1 a.m. my time, which means I've
It's
got to make sure
12:50
my
a.m.
employees have they aren't holding out any money on me.
Oh, you got to go do a drug pickup?
Dude, Jake and I explained school bus driver to everyone on screen, to 10 people and the 2 people in the waiting room during our debate coverage.
I do love how little fucks we give about like the things I think you're supposed to when you're a podcaster. We could.
Yeah, I was like,
yeah.
I said, and please, by all means, if you like this fever dream of an explanation, tune in every Wednesday at 10 p.m. for Left Past 10. It's a real.
I can't stress enough. If we had Bernie Sanders on here and he had important things to say, I would ruin it by like saying, "Shut up, Sanders," and then arguing about a trailer to a movie I haven't even seen. Like I would rather argue with you guys about that than
Jake.
do
You
the
seem like a
podcast.
nice guy, but what the hell are you talking about? Like,
If I were to interview Bernie
Bernie, not now.
Sanders,
So
I
you're
would ask him
saying-
if he still likes extra sharp. That's what I would ask him.
That is a.
he'd be like, "Do you all talk at once?" And we go, "Yeah, dude. What do you? It's a panel show. Get with it. Keep up."
I have space in my brain to be able to comprehend at least 2, depending on the material, possibly 3 auditory tracks at the same time without any loss
I can
of
do
quality.
that. I can do that.
So
I
I
can do
can
that.
very easily listen to the show. Like that one time when we did that opening where we were all talking at once or whatever. I could easily comprehend every aspect of that. Sandee is just generally incomprehensible, but but y'all were telling
Agreed.
yarns of some kind.
I would say, Bernie, if you were eating a salad, it was really dry, and you wanted dressing, and the only dressing they had was Hillary Valley Ranch, would you use it?
I would.
That is a deep cut that no one in the chat will get.
Not a
That's
single
like
one.
a year. That's a year 2 cut.
Hillary Valley Ranch
year
might
one.
be my favorite Left Past 10 bit. Period.
Remember, we had
I think
Forrest
that
on for
shit
that
was so fucking funny. Yes, you're right. Oh my god.
because Biden hadn't been around,
so funny.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, look at this! Boston Brian's taking over for Jesse Dollamore while he's in Japan. No way! All right, that's
Hey!
awesome. Good for you, buddy.
Congratulations, Boston Brian. That's huge, dude. Well done.
Yeah, I'll definitely be checking those out.
I gotta have a guest host on my show. That sounds like a fun concept. Does anyone want to guest host my show?
Yes. I would love to do
I
it.
did
and I will
that.
do your bit.
Welcome to
I'll fuck the
Fuckville
audience.
with Jake. You think you could
Yes.
live up to my energy? You think?
No, I think I'll ruin it, but I think it'll be a lot of fun watching me try.
Yeah.
He didn't
Give it that
look.
shot.
The viewers did not appreciate me taking over your show. You hadn't been on in a long while, and then the show was getting ready to start, and they were freaking out, and it was me, and they were like, "Fuck." Do you remember that? They were so like,
Which show?
yours above it all.
When did that happen?
Oh, come on. You don't remember this? You're bullshitting.
Oh, now I remember.
That was a while ago because I was like, I don't know if I can live stream like that. And I tried it. That was a long time ago.
That was
like
a while ago,
2022. But
Yeah.
so
We're in hell.
Biden had been missing, right?
Yeah.
No one had seen him for like 2 weeks. And I said, okay, press conference. I drew this shit out for like, we talked about this for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like a thought experiment, right? But I was like, Biden's going to hold a press conference. It's a big deal. Everyone's getting ready. They're like, what the fuck? And he's like, special announcement. It's real serious. No one's going on the news talking about it. It's like, oh my God, it's building. And then the camera turns on and it's Biden in the Oval Office sitting next to Hillary Clinton. What is going on?
Yes.
Right. And at the moment, because everyone's speculating, oh, is he going to drop out or what?